Godspeed, Garrett. I don't know what to tell you. And it's weird because I think the world wants me to learn this lesson. It's a bad character trait to be judgmental. And I know that. I'm still that way. Garrett, that was part one of the lesson. I think part two is the fact that at 45, I don't know if it's age or if it's different medications that I'm on now because of my various ailments, I always have some pee in my pee. Not a lot, just like a $50 worth. All the time, just all the time. Not enough to go to the doctor about, but enough to keep me humble. So I leave it there. I leave it there because I want to be a better person.
I am honored.
I don't
Goddess,
want it there. I
WotLK.
drip it twice and then I shake it like it owes me
Asha
money.
Fila.
You're gonna pay up, right? Yeah, boss man, yeah. Then as soon as I put it back in my pant, betrayal. Just boom. As soon as I put it in there, just a little 3-lick cat bath right in the front. Meow, meow, meow. Just right there on the front. Like, yes. Cold tip, permanent cold tip. So,
Dude, this guy's firing joke after joke.
Keep me in line, because I'll revert to that kind of way where I'm like, look at this asshole over here. I bet you got a girl knocked up in high school.
May
and
the
you never
stars guide
talked to her again, and then some part of my brain's like, you think he's got some pee in his pants right now? Like, you know what? Probably not. I don't know anything about you. You don't know anything about me. Let's just get on in this world and be okay with each other. Salt Lake City, thank you so very much. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, guys.
It was, of course, a Samsung Galaxy Note 7 burning. And finally...
Oh, it's over. Alright, let's find something else. Oh my god, what's this?
I can barely look after myself, let alone a baby. Being a parent is truly terrifying. It's like having a Tamagotchi that if you forget about it for a few hours, you go to jail. So, I thought I would start early. I went online and I bought some children's books. And it turns out some of them were written by people who should have their kids taken away. For my round, I'm going to show you genuine children's book covers with parts of the title blank. I can barely look after myself, let alone a baby.
Oops, sorry.
Being a parent is truly terrifying. It's like having a Tamagotchi that... Right. And here is the first one. Blank blank for babies. What 2 words are missing from this children's book title? Richard, what kind of books were you reading as a child?
I was mainly in Latin, initially. So, you know,
Yeah.
Virgil, the classics.
So, Joel, what have you gone for?
I've gone for a book.
I don't know if there's any point continuing. Janine, what did you get?
I went for driving boats for babies. I had originally said cars, but I
Really?
thought that's ridiculous.
Richard!
Immigration control.
Well, unfortunately for all of you, the correct answer is obviously quantum physics for babies. And I mean, it makes sense they'd be into it. They've just come out of an ever-expanding hole. Time for number 2. Harpo's? What?
Oh my god, dude, what show is this?
Is it Harpo's bad habit?
Richard Iowati just looks at the camera just in complete disbelief.
Is it Harpo's horrible secret? Or is it Harpo's fishing tip? Yes, Richard?
I wrote my answer down before I saw the options.
Okay, well then it's going to be amazing if you get it right.
Okay.
Joe, what have you got?
I've gone for fishing tip.
A whole book for 1 tip.
Yeah, you open it, and then it just says,
Don't go fishing with
He
this
can
guy.
grant me a mark? Like, look how, like, Wait a minute. You're telling me this guy's this big and he only has 6,400 health?
I wrote Hardest Secret,
Poor guy.
because it's the worst one.
Richard?
As I say, I didn't have the options before I wrote.
You wish to
so
speak?
I put either
Ancestors
inappropriate
watch
uncle
over you.
or post-prison visit.
Oh, you can ask them for buffs? That's so cool.
Correct answer is
And they just did it to show you could do it. Oh, that's so cool. Increases damage and healing done by your spells by 18 for 30 minutes in Zango March. That's awesome.
Harpo's Horrible Secrets.
Alliance Field Escort. Scout. Oh.
One more book for best behavior. Scouts in what? I'm just looking for one missing word here. What are we thinking?
Hell?
Interesting guess. Janine, you got a guess?
Self-discovery.
Oh, lovely. I like that one, Joel.
Brownies.
Yes, Richard.
A river of blood.
I'll give you some more options.
Okay.
Is it Scouts in swimwear? Is it Scouts in Leisureland? Is it Scouts in bondage? Write down your answers, everybody. It's one of these three.
Okay.
Joel?
I've gone for swimwear. Just because it felt like it was the most innocent. After I said that brownies thing, I felt really bad.
Open your
good for
heart
you, yes.
to the
I'm really
light.
bad. I'm trying to
Be
sort
kind
of
to
scramble
those
back
less
onto primetime
fortunate.
ITV.
Sounds like having your cake and eating it.
Janine, what have you got?
Okay, I picked the worst one.
Yeah.
Bondage, obviously.
Arcanon Pulse.
And
Be
Richard.
well.
I thought
Safe
it could be
journey.
like a Somerset Maugham
One
of
wishes to
human
you.
bondage, use of bondage.
Favor
so
the road
I went for
traveled by
bondage.
Do you
few.
want to know the correct answer?
Krona kai Christo.
The correct answer is bondage. That is a point for Janine and Richard. None for Joel.
I feel wrong taking a point for that, actually.
Yeah. So I thought we could play a game from a children's book I've recently discovered. It's a 1940s classic called Let's Play Indoors. It's a gold mine of games to keep kids
Safe
amused on a
journey.
rainy day, including my particular favourite, Poor Pussy. This is a genuine game, and to play it, we're gonna need a pussy.
May the light
So,
embrace you.
please welcome the biggest pussy I know, my partner in marriage and one-day divorce, Bobby Mayer!
May your days be long and your
Can I just say,
hardships
he
few.
told me I was going to get to be on a show with Richard Iowade.
Well, it's true, isn't it? Okay.
I'm sort of here.
So, these are the rules taken straight from the book. Poor Pussy kneels in front of each player and meows 3 times.
He looks very pissed off.
The player must stroke his head, saying, Poor Pussy, 3 times without smiling. If any of you get through it without smiling, I will give you 2 points.
Do you want to give me the points now?
Well, everybody get ready. Here comes the pussy.
Can I just say, I saw you on the street once, and I wanted to introduce myself, and I thought it would be really awkward, so I didn't. And now this is how I'm meeting you.
Yeah. I think this is less awkward than it would have been. How long does this ordeal last for? Grief.
Richard, remember, you have to stroke his head, and you have to say
poor pussy, poor pussy,
No,
poor pussy.
Richard, no, you say poor pussy, and then he meows, and then you say poor pussy, and then he meows, and then you say poor pussy, and then he meows. Don't look at that, listen to me.
no.
No, Richard, you have to respect my rules.
Unless you're going to take it seriously.
Richard,
No.
I'm on this show.
Neil. 3 times.
I've got my husband dressed up as a cat.
I'm waiting for 3 minutes.
Richard, follow the
3 mews and then I'll stroke you.
No,
Pat him on
what?
the head.
No! 1 meow, and then you stroke.
No one cares anymore. That's why we've got anarchy. No one cares. We've got no rules.
Richard, why are we
We got no rules.
Game's a free-for-all.
How is this worse than my round?
Richard,
Yes.
stroke his head and call him a pussy.
I have done that. Poor pussy.
Meow.
Poor pussy.
Meow.
Poor pussy. I have a law degree.
I have a law degree.
And my parents said, get a law degree, it'll be worth it. You were wrong.
Richard, it seems like you know how to handle. Ginny, your turn.
Poor pussy.
That's a smile. That's a smile, Ginny.
Come on over. It's just like being on Masked Singer.
Joel, you're smiling with your eyes.
Joel, you're smiling with your eyes.
Wife got you to dress up like a fucking cat. Not until I say it. You touch me after I say the word.
Poor pussy.
You got this, Joel. Come on.
Can I sit on your lap like a cat would?
Yes.
Dad.
Bobby, I've never been more sexually attracted to you. No, you have to play the game. You can't just sit.
Poor pussy.
Please can we thank my handsome pussy for life, Bobby Bear?
So once in a generation, a sporting event takes place that captures the heart of a nation. The 1966 World Cup.
They're gonna
Alan
get
versus
fillets
Paul.
off of them.
The
Womp.
time that tall, moody bloke from Scotland won that tennis thing. Which is why tonight I am giving Great Britain a new high point in athletic excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the Olympic Games. First up, it's Robot Vacuum Wars.
Oh yeah, feel the dunk.
This round, we have
Boom!
3 Roomba robot vacuums, and each armed with a different sharp object from around the house. So the last robot with a balloon unpopped and still intact will be declared the winner. Shall we meet the contestants?
Yes.
In the green corner, it's Wayne Ballooney. He's going to be armed with some kebab sticks I found at the back of my kitchen drawer. In the red corner, it's one of the hottest dirt suckers on the planet. It's Robot Pattinson. I've given him knitting needles, but his cheekbones are so sharp I don't think he's going to need them. And finally, in the blue corner, give it up for everyone's favourite Hoover bag of hot air. It's Michael McIntyre! With some nail scissors I once got in a cracker. So, those are our fighters. Desiree, who are you backing to come out top?
I'm going with McIntyre and those that pair of shears right there.
Yeah, it's all for herbs.
Robert Pattinson, because I really like the Twilight movies, and he's got such a handsome face.
Richard.
Michael Vaxack, I put. Because, again, for me, it's a question of reach. The implement looks longer than everyone else's.
Well, shall we see who's going to win?
Yes.
Let's find out. Robot Vacuum Wars. So I'm going to turn them all on. Wayne Rooney took a bit of time to start up. Michael McIntyre, here we go. Whoa, this is psychopathic. Look at his face. He doesn't care. And straight past.
Yes, go on, Pattinson.
Yeah.
Chance.
Go on, you Chisel jawed hunk. Oh!
McIntyre eliminated.
Not my day.
This is Wayne Rooney's just dry humping a sofa. Now he's moving away. But Patterson's got his eyes on him. He's after him. Is he going to do it?
Yeah. Wayne Paloonie eliminated. Robot Patterson wins.
Robot Patterson wins.
Which means it's a point to Jonathan.
I hate these kind of missions, man. Like, you gotta get a certain amount, but there's no guarantee on the drop, so you just gotta sit there and farm 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 and farm, and it's annoying. It ruins the flow. I spent more time in this pool than I have anywhere else on this map already. Catching for 8 eels. I just need 8 fillets, that's it. Get out of my vision. There you go.
These are all excellent delivery drivers, but which one is the biggest tosser? Okay, Desiree.
I chose Nick because he has the eyes of someone
What
who's been
the
asked to do some crazy stuff before. And he's been like,
You gotta be kidding me. I'm dead.
Yeah, Jonathan.
I've gone with Paula because I suspect she would take a bit more care
Oh,
than the others.
I'm not dead.
And she's got a sort of look about her like she doesn't want to be doing this job for much longer.
No.
Join the club.
Richard, who do you think?
What the fuck is happening? Why isn't it working?
He looks like a ninja.
Right, who was able to throw the parcel through the window?
Fucking annoying. Might be too high up or some shit.
Hi, I've really badly broken my leg and I can't make it to the door.
Okay, fuck off. Alright, I got one more I need. But seriously,
It's just
dude.
an iPad, it's not
How
a
annoying is that?
Just chuck it through that top window.
Sorry? Are you sure? Should I?
All right. Top window, yeah?
Yeah, it's the one that's open, you can just about see it.
Okay, but what if it breaks?
No answer.
It just left.
She's gonna get the job done.
I can't. Sorry.
All right, yeah, just leave it then.
Try again.
All right, nice one, yeah, cool. It was Nick, which means 8 points to Desiree and Richard. Okay, it is game number 3. This is a good old-fashioned marble race. But which marble will emerge victorious? You decide.
I don't know which ones are for grats.
Yes.
Good for grats and not, because I don't know the game well enough.
What are you backing?
I should just start saying grats for all the accomplishments.
Blue, so I've chosen marble
Good
blue.
choice. Solid. Jonathan?
I've gone for the sheen of yellow.
Interesting. Richard?
I chose green because after that I lost interest.
Fair play. Fair play. Right, let's see which of you wins the race. Here we go.
It's anyone's
Red
game.
very much in the lead. Blue's right behind. Taking it on that corner very fast.
It makes you summon on top of the water. That was what was happening.
This red is dominating today's race, and yet, something's going to happen here. Oh my God, green is taking it up.
Whoa.
Yes.
Which means, Richard, you are the winner.
Right decision.
How did you do it, Jonathan?
Not caring is always the right decision.
Hey, some of us just know how to decide well.
Now, it wouldn't be fair to introduce you to the unrivaled joy of the Olympic Games without letting you compete yourself. So, please join me for Holly's Hairdryer Heptathlon. So, like some of my favourite late-night Amsterdam stage shows, each of you is armed with a hairdryer and a ping-pong ball. All you have to do is keep the ball in the air using your hairdryer. It's so simple. First player to complete the course will win 2 points. And if you come second, you win 1 point. And if you come last, you win no points. It's pretty straightforward. So, let me show you what to do. You start off with the wall of fans. Then you come to these, the sieves. You've got to maneuver the ball through the holes. Over here, this is the sort of Panama Canal of the sitting room. There's a man asleep here, so you've got to be very quiet. Edge your way down here. All my washing, very embarrassing. Underneath here. Then you come to the tubes, put it there.
I don't spell very well.
And smash the finishing gong.
I mean, already I can see Richard has an advantage.
Hamana, 5K down to 3.5. Very good.
There will be some reconstruction on the canal. Don't worry about it.
Start your hairdryers,
147. Very good. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yes, good.
Let's race through the for this will come back to haunt you in a documentary in about 15 years.
Now, it has always been a dream of mine to enter the world's strongest man. The competition, not the guy. I've never been with a man before, and I reckon as a first time, that's probably in at the deep end. So, I've got somebody very special to help me with my rounds. Please put your hands together and welcome the two-time UK strongest man, Gavin the Bull Bilton.
You can't be that strong. You couldn't get the T-shirt off.
I would do that for this, but it's a Christmas present, so. Gavin, the Bull, how are you?
His shirt.
Yeah. Gavin, we're both strong men in different ways. Obviously, you're very physically strong. I've got strength as well. I'm a great listener. And I'm not afraid to open up about mental health. So, yeah, thank you, thank you very much. Have you trained today, Gav?
Yeah, did some deadlifting this morning.
Deadlift, yeah, cool. What you lifting?
Probably about 400 kilos. Yeah.
Impressive. I did a session this morning myself.
Are they gonna attack? Like, what do I do if I get close to this guy?
The woman that runs it, she's going through a divorce.
What's orange mean? Like, there must be like right on the edge. Or they don't hate me.
Intense. Very intense. So, but Gavin,
Well,
you're a real
yeah, I don't know.
Look what Gavin can do with this frying pan. Gavin.
Is it under this body and I just can't see because of the body? That's what it feels like. Literally, the corpse is over it.
Yes.
Can I ask a
There is
question?
a cave. Okay, copy.
Richard, yeah.
Why was the T-shirt tougher than the frying pan? Too far over.
Gavin, one thing I will say before we get into the rounds, just don't get blaring, right? Because me and Rich, when we go, mate, okay? I'm not responsible for what he would do to you. That's right. Yeah, okay, just a bad thinking about. So, I'll be asking questions, and Gavin will be revealing the answers.
Someone is making their way through here.
Prowess. So, question 1, how big's his neck? Genuine question, in centimetres, how wide in circumference is Gavin the Bull Bilton's neck?
Okay.
Yeah, to give you something to work with, I'm going to measure Richard's thigh.
Okay.
Just as a bit of a reference. Richard, you happy?
I mean, the word happy does not apply to what you're going to do.
I'm already stood over here with the tape measure as well.
Okay. Go on in then, Will.
You gotta go a bit higher. You gotta go a bit higher for the 5. That's more up the knee.
Yeah. I've got to say, that was quite tiring.
Yeah.
The leg up to that.
So if it's helpful, Richard's thigh is 49 centimetres in circumference.
Oh.
Towards the knee, towards the knee.
So if you're within 5 centimetres, I'll give you a point.
I'll take it.
Tanya?
I went 64 because I don't believe that's 49. I'm getting 27 vibes. So then I went to there and I was like, if that's 27...
Can you stop calling it that?
Sorry, if them delectable thighs are 27, then we might get to about 64.
64, okay. Joe?
I put 103 centimetres. Because I tried to imagine how many of Richard's thighs fit down your throat into the neck.
Richard?
I got 100 centimetres.
Let's get the answer, Gavin.
Okay.
Yeah, give us your neck, pal.
I thought there might be a big bit at the back that I couldn't see.
Now he's strangling him.
Yeah. 51 centimetres. So that's no points for anybody. But we had a nice time, didn't we? Question 2. So in this part of my round, Gavin is going to shoulder press me above his head for as many times as he can within 30 seconds. And your job is to guess how many times he can do that.
Are you going to do it stood up?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That's a long way to fall.
Okay. Have we got answers, Tanya?
Yeah.
I went 17.
17. Joe?
Okay.
21.
21.
What?
Richard?
I've said 7 because I think you're going to fall.
Well, there's only one way to find out, Gavin.
That's belt. Ready?
Wow.
Ready when you are, Gavin. Okay. I just had a lasagna before this.
2, 3.
Go on, Gav.
4. Come on. 5.
Now
Come
it's ready.
on. Come on.
Go on, Gav.
Yes. 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 Slow down.
Amazing.
Slow down. Slow down. Stop.
I fell. That's unfortunate.
That's a point for Joe.
Yes.
Gavin, that was unreal.
Gavin, can I have a go now?
I know what you're thinking. You're sat there in your comfy seats while me and the ball do all the heavy lifting. So for this next round, Gavin's going to take the weight off his feet and you're going to do some of the work. So if you guys join me...
How
up here,
ironic,
Gavin's
dude.
on
I
seats,
fall
Gavin
and this
takes your
cat
feet
comes
to
right
the
rolling. Ugh.
So how it's going to work, I'm going to be asking Gavin a series of general knowledge questions. Whilst doing that, you're going to hold your medicine ball extended in your arms, and your turn is over when you either drop the ball or Gavin, the ball Bilton, answers 3 questions correctly.
Okay.
So Tanya's up first. Your time will start, Tanya, when your arms are extended.
Ready? Start.
The 2022 World's Strongest Man competition was held in Sacramento, California. But what famous bodybuilder is also the former governor of California?
Arnold.
Correct. You ever met him, Gav?
Yeah.
Hey, with the conversation.
Several of the World's Strongest Men events are named after mythical figures, but who is the god of the sea?
Poseidon.
Get
Atlantis.
That correct answer was Poseidon. Or Jane McDonald, I would have accepted. The fridge carry event sees strong men compete carrying fridges along a 30-metre course. But what temperature to the nearest centigrade does the UK Food Standards Agency recommend your fridge be set to?
How long is this question?
4. No, that's fine. Tangy, you got 1 point. You got 1 point. Joe, are you ready, Joe?
No.
You're not ready? Are you...
Is there a paramedic around?
Joe, your time will start when your arms are extended.
Oh,
Gavin, your nickname is the Welsh Bull, but who is a long-time host of the darts-themed game show Bullseye?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. She just drops it.
God, that stabbed me in. Oh. Sorry, Gav. You didn't know, did you?
Jim Bowen, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's Jim.
Even I knew that.
It's Jim Bowen. Richard, do you lift?
No, I have been in lifts.
Your time will start when you extend your arms.
Okay.
That's cheating.
It's physics,
Mate.
man.
Okay, here we go.
Am I just going in a fucking circle? Feels like I am.
Phil Pfister, great name. But which country is Fireman Sam set in?
Wales.
Correct.
That's cheating.
What's cheating?
World's Strongest Man Hall of Fame John Paul Sigmarsson was from
No,
Iceland.
this is
But
good.
can you complete this tagline for Iceland supermarket chain? That's why blank go to Iceland.
It's mums. It's mums. That's why mums go to Iceland. Come on.
Is it beers?
No, I just...
The first ever World's Strongest Man competition was held in 1977, the same year as Elvis Presley died. Spoiler. But what is the name of his estate in Memphis?
This is great news.
Oh. Can you repeat the question?
Richard scored 1 point. Well done, Richard.
That was really smart.
Not good.
My round is about my first true love, the late, great king himself, Elvis Presley. Sadly, due to budget and mortality
Elvis
reasons,
Presley was a thief.
he can't be with us tonight. So instead, please welcome the UK's leading and most available hound dog impersonator is Elvis Presley, everyone. So for my round, you are going to have to describe famous Elvis songs to Elvis here, whilst being all shook up on what I am going to call the pleasure throne. You'll each have 1 minute on the throne to describe as many Elvis songs to Elvis as possible.
I've got to say, this does look like it's about to pulverise my prostate.
Oh.
What the hell is this?
That is terrible for the men, but so good for the women. I cannot wait.
I can feel it from here, Catherine.
It is a stronger vibrate than I had planned. Nish, we'll start with you. Please come over and park yourself on the pleasure throne.
Now, I'm going to be frank with you. I mean, this is. Oh!
One of our leading political satirists.
Elvis, are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Nish, your time starts now.
This is very uncomfortable. Not in the middle, but the opposite of the middle, at the fringes, and the thing that
on the edge, on the edge,
yeah,
man's on
yeah,
the edge.
and the opposite of falsehood or fantasy.
Man, that's the edge of reality.
Yes, it is the edge of reality. Okay, this is you're pursuing something that happens to you when you're in bed and your subconscious is processing the events.
He's on a chair that shakes.
Chasing a dream, man. Something about chasing a dream. Follow that dream.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yes.
Out of range.
This is correspondence of amour.
Love letters.
Yeah! Very good. Can I keep this?
Oh, wow. Well done, Nish. You successfully described 3 songs, so that's 3 points. You can go back to your normal seats. Amazing. Oh. Helen, you're up next. Come over here.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Richard, look at me. I am going to slip off this in a river of my own making.
Catherine, I trusted you to keep this clean. You've come in with something that's more at home on Howard Stern.
It didn't occur to me that this would be sexual. It really did not. Oh my God.
Now, I am very excited for someone to turn this channel on and go, this is not the IT crowd reboot we were hoping for.
Elvis, are you ready? Your time starts now.
Oh my God! I am in my... and then you're like... we're both like...
Man, is it in the head, in your head.
Yeah.
Suspicious mind.
Because I... Oh God.
Is it love? Is it love? Can you feel in love?
And in the... Yeah.
In the heart?
And it's like, I honestly... It's just happening, and there's nothing I can do.
You just can't help falling in love.
It's what's happening to me right now. I am and...
Shake, rattle, and roll.
You wear them on covering your toes.
Blue suede shoes.
Damn, this guy knows all about Elvis.
You got 4 songs right, and so got 4 points. Well done. Oh, wow. Richard, come and join me, please. Richard, your time starts now.
Okay, it sounds a bit like if you found something and it's an animal that can yap a lot.
Oh, hound dog.
Right. Okay. You were persistently in my thoughts.
You were always on my mind.
Thank you. The ardour that you show me shouldn't be overly hard.
Some kind of love, soft love,
and
sweet love.
A bit like with meat that you need to pound to make
Tender, love me tender.
That's correct. Now, is there a sense in which you feel isolated? I do. You feel isolated after, say, midday.
Are you lonely?
That's right.
One of my favorites.
And you're ready to gamble. I'm getting off this thing.
That was nicely done.
Wow.
Well done, you scored 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Elvis impersonator, the great Mark Elvis Goddard.
We know her as Catherine Ryan, but you know her as Catherine Ryan. KR, take the show by the scruff and bring it to heel, but bear in mind, we are only partially toilet trained.
I am now happily married to my husband, my one true love, my high school sweetheart. He will always be the second dude I lost my virginity to. But before our adorable reunion, I dated one of the sleaziest liars on the planet. This one time, I found a used condom in his bin, and he had the audacity to say, "Babe, I had a posh wank." Here's what happened.
Catherine. Now, I know this doesn't look good, but it's all a bit of a misunderstanding, really. You see, the reason why that's in my bin is because I've had a posh wank. Now, I know you're Canadian and you probably don't know about these sort of things, but in the UK, we are gentlemen. And we do this right.
I can't cast that yet.
Now, before Twitter explodes, no, Barry from EastEnders isn't my ex, though I did fuck him a couple of times. He's here helping me out with some dramatic reconstructions of the weak-ass excuses people gave when they got caught cheating. In each question, I will give you 3 possible BS excuses, one of which somebody actually used. Tell me which one, and I will give you a point. It's easy. I put a shout out on social media for anyone who'd had an experience like mine. One woman wrote, "I found a bra in his suitcase." And he said, it's his from when he was fat. He keeps it as a reminder of how far he's come with his weight loss journey. Or it's his late mother's. She died in a fire, along with all her possessions, apart from one bra left to the washing line. It's all he has left of her. Or at check-in, a woman was 2 pounds over her luggage allowance, so asked him to help out. So, which excuse did he give? All right, Dana, what have you put?
I put in check-in mix-up. It was my bra.
It would be 2 pounds.
3.
3.
Her bra's 3 pounds.
Steven?
Damn.
I put in check-up mix-up because it was my bra.
Oh. And Richard?
Dead mother. You can't mess with the dead mother. Well, you can, but it's not right.
Well, let's see if you're right.
What, this? This is mine. Before we met, I had very big moves. And I keep this as a reminder of my weight loss journey. Still quite painful to talk about, actually. And very unfair of you to body shame me.
Imagine like the back of his tail flaps him up.
It was his bra. You know what I carry around to remind me of when I was fat? My son. So that's no points for anyone. I'm so sorry. For your second point, can you tell me where this one is going? Caught my ex sending dick pics, and when I confronted him, he told me, "My friend needs these for an art installation about male body image." These are from my mates. We're just comparing our dicks. Or I was trying to take a picture of my leg. I didn't notice my dick slip into the frame. Dicks can be so slippery. Dana,
Dicks
what
can be
excuse
so
do you
slippery.
give?
I think he gave the excuse of dick comparison because we know how it works with size. You know when it's so big or small that there's rumors? Well, this is how they start.
Really? Stephen, what do you think?
I'm going to go with art. You say art about anything, and you go, yeah. I mean, that could be art. It's art.
There is a vagina wall.
Yeah, the penis wall.
Wouldn't make it as a floor.
It could be.
Or a sprinkler system on a roof.
And Richard, what's your answer?
I put dead mum again because you just say that.
So if you were caught taking a dick pic, you would say,
I'd say it's the only thing left of my dead mum.
well, let's see if you're right.
Whoa. Now, I know how this looks, but I was just taking a picture of the old Todger to send to the guys at the golf club. I know you don't like how much time I spend there, but, you know, you could at least give me this. I mean, why do you always have to make everything a thing?
So that's a point to Dana. Question 3. This is another post from one insightful dame. I spotted a hickey on his neck, and he said, I got stung by a wasp, and my mate tried to suck out the sting. Or I woke up with it. Maybe you did it to me while we were sleeping. Or I fell off a bar stool and stabbed myself in the neck with a pool cue.
I want to write Dead Mum.
I know, I can think.
But it's hard to know whether it's diminishing returns or it's going to get better.
Diminishing returns will
Dead
get
Mum
better.
Jokes ever get better, do they?
Depends on the decomposition.
Dana, what's with the hickey? What do you have?
I think he woke up with it, and I think it's plausible. I once had a whole karate fight when I was asleep, so.
Whoa. Stephen, what's your answer?
I put wasp sting.
Richard?
I wrote pool cue stabbing just because I want that to be the case.
Dude.
I would salute anyone who made that as an excuse.
All right, let's see if you're right.
Well, this? How did I get this? It's crazy.
Excuse me.
I'm talking to Mike, right? And Mike, I'm telling Mike how proud I am of you, baby, of all the things you're doing at work. Suddenly, I fall off a bar stool, manage to stab myself with a pool cue. And you'll never believe how I got the bite mark next to my balls.
Richard, you get the point. Well done.
Tell you what, the moral of this is don't go out with Barry from EastEnders.
It's time now for your final question. It is worth up to 2 points.
This is a pretty good watch, man.
Each of you are at thinking on your feet. I will describe a compromising scenario that suggests you might be doing the dirty, and tell me your excuse. If I think that you've been cheating, you get no points. If I'm unsure, 1 point. But if you can explain it and leave me confident that I can trust you, you will get the full 2 points. And by the way, in a relationship with me, 2 points does mean anal. Take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it.
What do you get for 3?
Dead Mum.
Dead Mum.
It's
Stephen,
fucked up.
you're first. I get home late at night after performing another sellout arena show. I immediately notice you've got what looks like lipstick on your collar. How do you explain yourself?
I was on the way back from the pub, and a woman was walking her dog, and the dog went into cardiac arrest. So I got down on my knees and I gave it that stuff, and the dog came back to life, and I hugged the dog, and the dog was wearing lipstick.
Love what you've done there. I have 4 dogs, and they're those tiny ones that shiver and piss from their eyes. I'm always like kissing the backs of their necks so they smell like perfume, and they do have lipstick on them. So I would say, such a story like that, I'd be inclined to believe you, and I certainly couldn't be mad that you lied if you did, so 2 points. You saved a dog's life. 2 points, Stephen, yes. Dana, you're next.
Okay.
We're sat on the sofa at home.
I can't
Each of
carry
us scrolling through the gram on our phones. Suddenly, a ringing sound comes from your handbag.
I can't
How do
carry
you
anymore.
explain that you've got a second phone?
Well, the thing about the second phone is I started doing lives, and I didn't want you to know about it. And the first phone ran out of memory, so I had to get the second phone to do my lives. I was a little bit ashamed, and I was also doing a surprise for you on the live, so I had to get the second phone so you wouldn't find out.
A question from Richard?
My question, what are lives?
What's a live? What are lives?
So basically, a live is when you broadcast live on Instagram, right? So you just press the button that says live, and then it's live.
I see.
And Instagram?
Did you come here in a time machine?
Yeah.
Sorry, Stephen and I from the past.
Yeah.
Steve and I are from the past.
I always believe women, apart from when the Kardashians say they've had no surgery. So, I have believed a lot worse. I'll give you 1 point for that, Dana. Richard, you are next.
Yes.
A parcel arrives at the house. I can tell it is from a sexy lingerie shop. I assume you've bought me a gift, so I open it, only to find it contains some silk boxer shorts that say on a note, "Dear Dickie, thanks for the memories." What's your explanation?
My mother died. She died in my arms sewing these boxer shorts. Right up until the very end. Beep, 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 beep.
Was her corpse dragged through the sewing machine?
Really disrespectful. I'm going to deduct 1 point from
Yes.
Stephen.
Very disrespectful.
Richard, you had me at dead mom.
Thank you.
2 points, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing many people won't know about me is that I love Formula One because I'm really cool. Quite disappointingly, the budget wouldn't stretch to borrowing one of the cars or having Lewis Hamilton reading out the questions, although he's a lot cheaper this year than he was last year. So I've scaled down and I've brought Formula One to you. So please allow me to introduce the Barnes Hatch Racetrack.
Blessings
Now,
upon
in a
you.
moment,
Blessings
you three
upon
are going to
your
have
family.
a Formula One
Do not
race.
lose faith.
But before we do that, we need to determine the track position. So I'm going to ask you some Formula One.
Each day.
I definitely don't need to do all these quests because of the bonus experience, but like, whatever.
I knew what pole position meant.
Excellent.
I got a driving license too, and I passed first time, so this should be quite easy.
Okay, so you're going to have to write down your answers for this one.
Right.
Here comes question number 1. Formula One is massive. It has a global audience of 400 million.
But a buddy of mine is really into Formula One himself. He loves it, dude. Well, a few friends of mine. They absolutely are really into it, man. They'll watch every race and all that stuff.
There's no multiple choice. There are
It's fun to watch when you watch them with people. Talk and chat, laugh.
Over 100, I believe.
Still?
I was trying to do a little.
Which country?
Oh, I can't do it. It's so hard. You gotta practice it. You see how those people do those little like.
Which country?
Oh.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
So Dane, where on earth is Baku?
I'm going to assume, because I don't know, that it's in Malaysia.
Okay.
Go in
Lou,
peace.
what have you put?
I don't know how to spell it,
May
but
the
Abakasam.
stars guide you.
Yeah, sweet. I got 11 spell power, some mana, spirit, intelligence, and stamina. Excuse me. I get some stamina, I get some intellect,
Okay, cool.
less spell power, but I get some mana regen on top of it. It's a nice ring in my opinion.
The actual answer is,
Asha
believe it
Sena.
or not, Lou Sanders, you're right.
Goddess
Nice
watch
job.
over you.
Luckily for you, Lou, it is not a spelling test. You're all right. Okay, a Formula One car is made of 80,000 components and costs
Nicely
around
done.
14
Well
million
done.
pounds to build. Of that 14 million pounds, 12 million is the cost of the engine. So how many races do you think the engine is good for? And this is multiple choice. So is it 7, 17, or 70?
Ishnu Daldia.
How many races does a Formula One engine last for?
I think it's 7.
Yeah, I would suspect the engine doesn't last that long.
Yeah. Dane, how many races?
I've said 7.
7. Lou? 7.
I'd say 70. I'd take it. I'd change it.
I think 17 is slightly funnier than 7.
It's slightly funnier, but it is wrong. The answer is 7.
Oh, okay.
Point for you, Dane and Lou. And I tell Lou, you've gone for the European 7 as well. That's very.
And so what
I spent
happens?
some time in France.
What happens after 7 races?
They do it without an engine, Richard.
Yeah.
So this is your last question. Are we ready?
I'll miss it when it's gone.
We all know what a pit stop is. Pit stops
Illumine
where Formula
like
One
your
driver
path.
stops during the
May
race
the
to change
stars
tyres, do
guide
any
you.
needed maintenance, pick up against
Greetings.
capacity.
Goddess
But
watch
to
over
the
you.
nearest second,
Illumine
what is
light
the
your
world
path.
record
Asha
for the
Sena.
fastest Formula One pit stop? To the
Okay.
nearest second.
To the nearest second.
Nearest second.
You all done?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Dane, what's your guess?
Some say it's my personal best. It's 2 seconds.
Leave.
Lou?
3 or 4.
3 or 4? Okay, fine. Richard?
1.
1 to the nearest second.
1 second.
1 second.
Yeah.
Picture.
It was actually 0 seconds, but to the nearest second, it's 1.
Right.
Peace
No
for you.
time.
Yeah.
Perfect. The answer is actually 2 seconds.
What
So,
brings you here? May the eternal sun shine.
Look at all of the turn-ins. Like, it's so good. Even though I'm above this area and levels and stuff, the experience for turn-ins is just so good.
Go in peace.
welcome to race day, guys. Here's how it's
What's
gonna
up, dude?
work.
I love your
We'll
shoulders.
race for 5 laps around Barnes Hatch. First over the line wins 2 points. Second place gets 1 point. I'm afraid it's nothing for last place. Okay, now you'll notice that your cars have been arranged in order of how you qualified. Dane and Lou are in joint pole position. Richard, you're bringing up the rear. So, this is the exciting bit because to talk you through the track, I want you please all to give a very warm welcome to our very special guest, F1 commentator, the one and only Alex James. Wow!
Hello, Angela.
Welcome. Now, will you please start by just talking us through the track?
Well, go on then. It's Barnes Hatch, and sorry to barge past you, but we've got to start, funnily enough, at the start because this is a real challenge. It looks fine, it looks easy, but it's deceptively difficult into turn 1, past the repainted bridge so we don't see the sponsor. Don't get cocky, all right? Don't get cocky at this point because you'll get out of here and you'll think, oh, I'm so good at this, I'm so naturally talented, but the hairpin is a problem. Our audience have to go home tonight. And in rehearsal, it took a while.
Go in peace.
So be careful.
And in rehearsal, it took a while.
There, and then it's all about the speed. Back all away around to the start-finish line. It's a thriller.
May
It's
the
Barnes Hatch.
stars guide you.
Thank you, Alex!
15 gold for Sunstone Necklace. Maybe I should sell
Well, as
more
the
often.
great Sir Lewis
I
Hamilton
just,
once said to me,
a lot of times I get the
don't
weapons and stuff back, but maybe it's because I was
Just take it
overpricing
easy
them
there,
or
but
just
seriously,
no one
these
was
people have
interested in them at the
We've gotta
time.
go home.
I got one question.
Go on.
Why can't I use the plane that's there? I mean, that'd be quicker.
What, going round the track? Probably not, mate.
No, all right, fine. You're the expert, I guess.
I have a question. There was a
That's so cool. You just get buzzed from them. I bump it, baby.
Okay.
Thanks, dude.
Let's do it. Good luck.
Do you drive yourself?
Here we go. Here come the lights for the Question Team Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go. We're going to crash at the first turn immediately. But Richard's in the lead at the moment. He's streaking clear.
It's not working. It's not working. This isn't
The Marshall's
fair.
going to
Mine's
work.
broken.
Richard comfortably in the lead here.
Really fantastic. It's really about...
So calm for Richard at the moment. He's streaking clear. Dane's got a problem. Needs the Marshalls. Losing the wall. She doesn't like it. Richard's streaking clear with this one. Confidence exuding off this man at the moment. This is absolute confidence. All right, there's a part of the track is on the floor. A part of the track is gone. There's chaos at the moment.
Sorry.
Richard's nearly there. This is going to have to count because Richard's nearly there. He's one track away.
I'm going to start this round with a name for you all. Steve Tyler. Yes, he's the lead singer of legendary rock band Aerosmith. He's sold over 150 million albums and is known as the Demon of Screamin', or less commonly as my celebrity lookalike. Which leads me to my round, which is, yep, you guessed it, it's all about celebrity lookalikes, or as I'm calling it, my doppelgamer. Thank you. I hit the streets to ask people which celebrity people say they look like. For every one you guess correctly, I'll give you a point. First up, it's James.
Hi, my name's James. I'm an IT business analyst and I'm from London.
James, what celebrity do people tell you you look like? Oh. So yes, that was IT business analyst
Dude,
James.
it's crazy.
What
Like, some of the missions are annoying. Like the one where I had to gather the eel fish, like the meat. I didn't like that one because you had to kill way more. Well, maybe it was also because it was underwater
The
too.
Double, which is about a doppelganger. But by that reaction, we can tell why it wasn't a commercial success.
Okay, Sue, what have you put?
I've put this.
James Corden. Okay, Reg, what about you?
I put this.
How are ya? See you soon.
Chunky Russell Howard.
Thank you for saying it out loud because I felt uncomfortable. So thank you.
Watch your back.
And
Off
Richard.
with
Now,
you.
I put James Corden, but if you look carefully, there is a hint of Jimmy Somerville. It takes a while, but it's there.
See you soon.
Let's take a look at the answer. James, what celebrity do people
The Naru have not forgotten us.
People say that I look like James Corden.
Dionys Akka, remain vigilant. Remember the lesson.
Right, on to the next person.
My name's Andrew. I'm a retired professor from the university here in London, where I live.
So, Andrew, what celebrity do people tell you you look like?
That's hard, this one.
Okay, before
David
you give
Attenborough,
your answers,
probably.
I'm going to offer you
That's who
a
I could
clue.
think of.
So, the person he reckons he looks like is an actor who accidentally broke Robert De Niro's nose.
Oh, I don't know.
Is it Jodie Foster?
Okay, Sue, who did you put?
Any old dude from Game of Thrones, and I've done a Willy there and a sword, which are the twin. But admittedly, the Willy has got pubes on the helmet bit, which was an error. And I apologise for that.
If it is any old man from Game of Thrones, Sue, I will give you a call.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. It's not. Reg.
Damn.
Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci.
Well, I mean, that's the only person I can think of that might break Robert De Niro's nose.
He can't reach Robert De Niro's nose.
Okay, Joe Pesci and then Richard. Who you say?
Oh, that's good.
But he doesn't look like Harvey Keitel.
No.
I think he's decided he looks like Harvey Keitel.
But a sad version.
A very sad.
Shall we actually hear from Andrew?
Yes.
So, Andrew, what celebrity do people tell you you look like?
They tell me I look like Robin Williams.
Oh, mate.
They're getting angry now,
far away.
right? With good reason.
So that's a point for nobody, I'm afraid, Andrew. You outfoxed us all there. Let's hear from the next one.
My name's Katie. I'm an upholsterer. Where am I from? Lapworth.
And Katie, what celebrity do people tell you you look like? So that was cheeky upholsterer Katie from Lapworth. Would you like a little clue?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, it's almost as useless as the other one. They are a TV presenter who released their own children's book in 2020.
That's every TV presenter.
Okay, Sue, who did you put?
I've put Cat Deely, and I have done a drawing which again features hair.
Okay, Reg?
Every blonde white woman I have ever heard of.
I think already you've got a point for that because I can't really deny it. Okay, Richard.
I went on a journey with this.
Okay.
I started with Katie Hopkins. And then I thought Cat Deely. And I thought maybe Phil Schofield. And then I thought Holly Willoughby, because there's a similarity. And then possibly Judy Stealing. So in a way, it's very much like Reg's answer. But I was just more specific.
Can I just say, the idea of a children's book written by Katie Hopkins is one of the chilling things I think you could present to a young person.
I'm going to choose Cat Deely.
Cat Deely, okay, let's take a look. And Katie, what celebrity do people tell you you look like?
That's still be charged.
Apparently, Cat Deely.
It was Cat Deely, so a point to Sue and a point to Richard. Well done.
Wait a minute. I've heard of Cat Deely.
Yeah.
So that is included in my answer.
I agree. That's in the Venn diagram.
No points.
What?
Sorry. Okay, let's take a look at our last person.
Hi, my name's Pierre. I work in finance. I live in London.
So Pierre, which celebrity do people tell you you look like? Now, one thing I would like to say here, please take note on how smug Pierre looks with himself here, right? So you've got to bear that in mind about who people tell him he looks like he'd be really chuffed with.
Oh, okay.
Okay. There's a little hint for you.
It's not Katie Hopkins.
I can confirm that. And an extra little clue for you. The reason he's looking so pleased with himself is because his lookalike was named 2018's People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive.
Okay.
I'm assuming that he believes that he looks like somebody black, so,
Are you putting every young black man I've ever heard of?
Good fortune. May your days be long and your hardships few.
Okay, Sue, who did you go for?
The super hot guy from Bridgerton. Can't remember his name. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Blessings
So
upon
beautiful
your
that
family.
you just don't even bother looking for his name in the credits.
Okay, Reg.
Michael B. Jordan.
Oh, that's a good shout.
B. Jordan.
Yeah, you know.
Okie dokie. Richard.
I think it's Idris Elba.
Let's find out from Pierre, shall we?
So, Pierre, which celebrity do people tell you look like?
People tell me I look like Idris Elba.
Damn, dude. Richard Iotti's crushing it.
Sensational.
Well, for my final question, I've called upon someone who's a dab hand with Photoshop to give each of you an uncanny resemblance to another celebrity. Okay, Sue, so who do you think your face has been mixed with? There.
Well, it's better. Whatever they've done. I think
Tom
there's a
Cruise.
whiff of Cruise there.
Yeah.
There's a narrowing of the eyes, and either I've got thin lips or those are... Now I'm worried they're my lips. So I think there's a steeliness. There's that 1,000-yard sort of Tom Cruise stare, which says, yeah, I'm going to explode my knackers on a stunt that I'm doing crossing from one building to another. I'm going to detonate my own genitalia as that stunt goes wrong. The neck, I think, is model zone. The hair, who the fuck thought that was a good idea? But yeah, I think it's a Sue Cruise or it's a Tom Perkins.
Well, I can tell you, it is in fact Sue Cruise. Yes, it is. It is Tom Cruise. Well done. Okay, Reg, you're next. Who do you think the celebrity that you've been merged with is? Pretty
Oh, that's great.
Someone very sad. Who else is in my body?
That's a great round. Can we play that later?
I'm gonna say Michelle Obama.
Lock it in.
Is it Michelle Obama? Let's have a look. Unfortunately, okay, and finally, Richard. Meow.
Ooh.
Pretty,
I mean,
pretty,
it's-
hey?
It seems like the cast of Cats. I'm locking in Julia Roberts, and that's also a format.
Okay.
Can Julia Roberts escape from a room within 2 minutes?
Okay, so Richard, you've locked in Julia Roberts. Are you right? Let's take a look. It was Julia
Yes,
Roberts!
Julia Roberts. Yes.
Last series, Richard, I told you I was a people person, and that has not changed. I still love meeting them, greeting them, and treating them right. But now I've added to my repertoire, charming them, calming them, and disarming them with my stunning smile. I'm going to introduce you to 3 people and ask you some questions about these people. Unfortunately, at the end of the last show that I did in the last series, I said to all 3 of the people, that was great. If we ever do it again, you'll have to come back. 2 of them took that for what it was, an empty gesture to fill an otherwise awkward walk back to the dressing room. One of them, however, has emailed me every day ever since, so long story short, Christopher's back at the end there.
Christopher's back at the end there.
Without further ado, please welcome the class of 2022, Aaron and Beatrice. For the show, I asked these heroes to send me their CVs. Now, one job title jumped out above the rest. So, question 1 is this. Who used to be an erotic dancer? You ask the lineup questions if you like. Want to ask anyone?
I would like to see each one of you
twerking.
Aaron, come on, work.
That is appearing in my stress stream.
Beatrice?
I think Beatrice has got something going on there. Yeah.
And, oh God. Go on, Chris.
I can't unsee that.
So, A, B, or C, whoever you think used to be an erotic dancer.
Okay.
Aaron.
The
Beatrice,
Naru have not
Chris,
forgotten
A, B,
us.
or C.
Remember the lessons of the
Laura,
past.
who have you put?
I put Aaron.
What can I do for you?
He's the
Watch your back.
Best reason there could be. Jen?
Oh, God, it's Christopher. Absolute pure 100% filth. I can just totally imagine it.
Safe travels.
I put A for Aaron. I fear, though, it may be Chris.
Okay, well, let's see who's right. It's not Aaron!
What?
It's not Beatrice! Can only mean one thing, and I don't want to. Christopher! Christopher, the Chris Stripper. Chris, do you want to tell us any background to this? Or?
Back in the late 90s, I was in a group. We was a tribute to the Full Monty, and we were called the Fraud Monty. We were fat, old and ugly, and we had 8 inches between us.
I asked Chris before the show if he wanted to put his trousers back on after this round. He declined. Here we go. Question 2.
Oh, no, come on. I can't stop looking at it. I don't want to, but my eye's drawn.
Part of the challenge of the quiz, Jen.
I want to sleep. I want to sleep again.
Question 2. Who is the cheekiest?
So the best stuff.
And I'm not talking about Christopher. Arseless chaps. Let me clarify. Earlier today, and without these three knowing, I asked someone to order them whatever they wanted for lunch, and I said that I would cover it. So all I want you to do is tell me which one of the three of these spent the most. Now, feel free to quiz the... You didn't know this, did you? No. You thought I was being genuinely generous. Now, you can quiz them if you like. Obviously, don't ask them, what did you have for lunch?
What did you have for breakfast today?
Aaron, what are you having for breakfast?
Started with porridge. And then I had scrambled eggs, avocado on sourdough bread with Marmite and eggs.
That's a lot.
I had a coffee and a coffee.
Christopher? What? What'd you have for
I
breakfast?
had a bowl of cornflakes
Yeah.
with a little bit of sweetener on the top.
You put some sweetener on
Just
top?
a little bit. I had that, and then I had another bowl, so I had 2 bowls.
Wow. Or another way of doing that anecdote is saying 2 bowls at the start. Bit of sweetener on the second bowl, or are you just gonna...
No, that's too much.
Okay.
Put down your guess. Who spent the most on lunch of my money? Okay. Let's go for the answers. Lara.
I say it's Chris.
Jen.
I'm going to say Beatrice.
Richard?
Chris, final answer. It's Chris.
Right, the receipts are in. Okay, now, interestingly, they all went to burger joints. Now, Aaron went for a plant-based burger with cheese and chunky skin on fries, spending £16.10.
Uh-oh.
Beatrice treated herself to a grilled cheese sandwich with onions and jalapenos, spending a measly £3.75. And Christopher chowed down on a bacon cheeseburger burger with onions, jalapenos, barbecue sauce and grilled mushrooms, regular fries, and a millionaire shortbread dessert shake with cream. Yes. £19.60. Christopher. And the point for Richard, point for Lara. Now, question 3. Who got the least amount of sleep last night? Now, I hooked all 3 of these up to a sleep app last night and have the results with me. So, I'm going to take a look at their faces, decide who's the most knackered. If you've got any questions for our lineup, ask them now.
Okay, what time do you usually go to bed?
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
What the fuck?
What are you? Do you have kindergarten in the morning?
I get up quite early.
How early?
3 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
I hang out with the foxes. I do. 2 follow me around as I run around.
Sorry, we're abandoning the whole quiz to hear the rest of it. 2 little foxes follow you around.
Yeah,
You
I'm
get
a
up.
digestive eat, and I go for a run, and then they trot with me.
You're getting up at 3 in the morning to go for a run with a couple of foxes.
Hang on, he doesn't wake up in the morning. He wakes up in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Right. Put down your answers. Who got the least amount of sleep last night? Lara, who do you think got the least amount?
I went with Beatrice because I think Aaron cares a bunch about his sleep.
Jen?
I'm feeling Aaron.
Really?
Gets up early to dance with foxes. There's something not right with you.
Richard?
I think it's Aaron.
Get out your phones, I'll have a look at the sleep app here. All of you.
Mum was in the box.
Let's have a little look.
What a
We
shame.
got in bed for 6 hours and 18 minutes, asleep for 6 hours and 11 minutes. Wow. That's literally just... Beatrice.
I need to get closer.
In bed for 5 hours and 42 minutes, asleep for 5 hours and 13 minutes. Christopher, in bed 8 hours and 36 minutes, asleep 7 hours and 41 minutes. Beatrice, as the winner, okay, so now it's time to combine all of your learnings about these 3 people to crack one last question, and this time it's for double points. Hot tamale, it's the grand finale. Can you tell me whose electric car is this? Broom, 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 bringing in the room.
Boom, 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 bring it in the room.
You are allowed to snoop around, you can get in it if you like, ask some questions, take it for a spin. Just been told you can't take it for a spin. Feel free to look at whatever you like.
When did you take this car off them?
We took it off them this morning.
Okay.
It's very clean.
There's a lot
Very
there. If you
clean.
want to have a look in it, you want to, there's obviously 2 bits of bird shit on it. One on the roof there, one on the bonnet.
Okay. Do any of you have children?
Aaron?
It's not your car.
Yeah.
It's not your car.
Oh yeah, open that
Oh, you
up.
found a little bag there.
Okay, and it has some sanitizer. It has some pills. Uh-oh. They're caffeine.
I didn't know that bag was going to be in there, and whoever's car it is, I hope you knew it was there. There was a real tense moment there. There's a pill, and it's... Don't read them out, don't read them out.
Hang on.
Oh.
Is this a...
There's a list there on the dashboard that looks like a shopping list.
What, did you find anything else in there?
There's water-resistant spiking glue.
Water-resistant spiking glue. One of you is a serial killer, it seems.
I've made my choice.
You made your choice.
I know already.
If you...
How many caffeine pills did you have when you were in there?
If you were buying crisps...
Yeah.
And you were putting it on a list...
Yeah.
Would you write crisp?
I personally would not like crisp
What
singular.
kind of animal writes crisp? They don't have the time to pluralise it. The only vegetable is parsley. And it's at the end of the list, probably just to make them feel okay.
Yeah.
And carver.
Okay, I know who it is.
Yeah, but the handwriting was a little bit...
It's a little bit bubbly.
I'll let you in a secret as well. I co-host a show on Dave, and I enjoy this more. This round is my favourite thing I've ever done.
Yep.
Right. It's very tense. Lara, whose car is this?
I think it's Aaron's car because the handwriting's nice. I think he would take a caffeine pill because he looks all put together.
I'm going to go with Beatrice again. I think mainly because I think she's the only one that would know what to do with parsley.
Richard?
It's Beatrice. For sure.
Okay, let's find out. If this is your car, please step forward and lock it now. It's Beatrice!
It's Beatrice! The caffeine pills, I think, is what gave it away. She don't get a lot of sleep.
Warm wishes to you. Good health, long life. Dionys Aka.
Find something else to watch. Also, I gotta use the facilities. So let me go take care of that. Let me put something up. Sure, the dangers of Dr. Phil. Let's see how this goes. I never liked Dr. Phil anyways. I always thought he was poison to the environment. He was such a hypocritical man, dude. And like, I don't know how to.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to.
The funny thing is like he isn't even technically a therapist. That's what's sad about it. His peers don't even recognize him as a legitimate therapist.
The right opinion, the home of
I'd say peers, but he calls
mainstream TV,
other therapists.
that, contrary to beliefs held by many netizens, people do actually still watch.
Sharks, advanced sports technology is at the forefront of a new sport that's sweeping the entire nation like a tidal wave. Sharks, this is the National Association of Bubble Soccer.
It's not a necessity in modern day society. With the rise of online content and stream platforms, you can obtain your daily dose of entertainment from a variety of sources. Yet, although audiences have certainly been spoiled with an abundance of TV series and films, many live shows have still predominantly remained on broadcast television. Well, at least more than others. These include game shows, news programs, and of course today's genre that has launched so many successful careers, talk shows.
Bartier Cardi. Bartier Cardi.
Yeah, you know, I named it Bartier Cardi, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want Cartier to sue me. Featuring 21 Savage, okay.
Now, this isn't to say they don't have their online counterparts, but I think like other shows that retain most of their audience from live TV broadcasts, there is something about watching that sort of content in the moment as it often operates within a very brief window into the spirit of that specific era. If you went back and tried to watch an episode of Oprah from 1992, you'd probably find it hasn't dated the best. I mean, sometimes these episodes are dated by the time they're released.
Oh, it's horrible.
To give them their credit, they have fought hard for their place on the TV guide, and they do provide people with content that can keep them in touch with the world around them through a medium that may be more digestible than the traditional outlets. With this in mind, there aren't too many set rules for creating a successful talk show. The first rule is that there needs to be some talking. That kind of goes without saying, or with saying, I suppose, but it's also important that the person talking is relatively interesting and has a personality to present those viewing. The second rule is that there needs to be people to talk to, otherwise the host is just rambling into the void. Therefore, they'll either talk to you, the viewer, directly, or there's a live audience drafted in to cheer, jeer, or appear as part of the host's wacky shenanigans. With such a broad church of TV encompassed by these couple tenets, it's no surprise that a plethora of shows have garnered success off the very diverse interpretations of these couple key tenets. From the
and changing his price
to
at a
the
level.
necessary conflict and consequent chaos of a show like The View.
You just said we don't scream at each other, right? Or is it just you that gets to scream? Okay, no, I agree. Okay, then lower your voice because we are very close to each other. And I know you come here to sell a book and try to pick a fight, but we're not going to do it.
Nevertheless, it follows that such a wide-reaching genre would spawn numerous subgenres, many of whom have their own means of engagement and corresponding audiences. One of the most significant that arose during the 90s was a style called tabloid talk shows, a controversial and divisive genre that utilized the concept of guest involvement to the maximum. It soon dawned on TV producers that hosts weren't the only people who could be interesting, and that could serve a purpose as well.
What are you talking about? What is this? What do you mean you've been replaced, bitch?
In the years following, a lot of these shows cropped up that broadcast what would normally be extremely personal disputes and the explosive confrontations that would follow from them. Add in many people's desire for their 5 minutes for fame and orchestration designed to heighten tension between the parties involved, and you are often left with highly theatrical yet extremely real coverage of interpersonal troubles. For some it was entertaining, but for others it was unwatchable. Enter stage left Oprah Winfrey, the queen of TV talk shows, who some argue made the industry more accessible to tabloid shows due to the intimate nature of her own. Her often very personal statements and opinions through the guise of a large media personality caught a lot of people's attention. With that said, Oprah was also thought to not be entirely comfortable with that presentation, and sought to retain a more conventional and professional structure that wouldn't conflate her with an often turbulent genre. One of these measures undertaken was to involve experts in certain segments, and provide an extra veneer of credibility for the discourse at hand. One of these experts was an individual by the name of Phil McGraw, who held a PhD in clinical psychology. Oprah had met Phil a few years prior while working with his trial consultancy firm CSI, after being sued for statements she had made on her show relating to mad cow disease. After that beef was settled, she offered McGraw a visiting spot on Oprah, where he would be brought on to discuss questions surrounding relationships and general life hardships with her guests. With their focus being on the host, a lot of shows experimented with different styles, and not too soon after, we were asking the question, what if we had an expert in subject X or subject Y as a host, and how would that influence how they interact with their guests? Dr. Phil seemed to serve as the answer to this question.
Let me tell you something. I want you to listen. I don't want you to go off and think about what you're going to say in response. I want you to listen and look her in the eye and hear what she's saying.
These segments proved to be extremely popular, with Oprah giving them an increasingly regular presence on her program. As this popularity persisted, Winfrey, being the business person that she is, decided that Dr. Phil McGraw's sections had the potential to be its own TV series. So in 2002, 4 years after our visiting expert made his debut appearance on Oprah, Dr. Phil was launched to impressive ratings that have maintained themselves during the show's long and illustrious lifespan, receiving multiple daytime Emmy nominations and praise from viewers who feel that Dr. Phil's more measured approach to his guests allows them to be viewed through a more human lens. However, as we've seen with other talk show hosts, what is presented is never quite the full picture. It should go without saying that TV is very selective, even more so than other media.
Oh, look, I'm so what?
Show garnered
Oh.
more critics who questioned the professionalism and the ethics behind the treatment of the guests involved, ultimately culminating in a flurry of allegations made by former employees and guests towards the show's producers and, of course, the man himself, leading many to question whether the show was really a force for good. Well, ladies, gentlemen, and all complimentary variations, today we'll delve into Dr. Phil, the rise and success of the show.
Bird harvesting is so good, man. You don't have to reshift or nothing. Just go down, loot it, and go on your way. Herb gathering as a druid is the best way to gather herbs.
To discuss the dangers of Dr. Phil. And now, ad time. When it comes to making videos, I have many weapons in my arsenal, but there's one secret weapon that's so powerful, former President George W. Bush wants to invade my house. You see, my friends, I am harboring a weapon of mass production, so it's time for me to open up and let you see it. This is vidIQ. Yes, the vidIQ. The secret weapon that helps you print out bangers like the Weimar Republic prints money. How? Let's just say it'll give you much needed help on video titles. Titles that will actually make people gaze upon its poetry. Not enough? How about some time tinkering with the algorithm so it picks up views from trending videos similar to yours? Maybe stealing some of Jay Aubrey's views for your own. I mean, what's that twink gonna do about it? Now you're probably worried about your enemies, your competitors, or even your friends. Maybe all three, but don't worry. vidIQ will
Fishing.
find all those trending keywords they're using, with more commitment.
Once in a
and
while, when I
dedication
see a,
than the
a pool, I'll
KGB.
stop by and
Now, this
pick it up if I can.
powerful
I don't know if I
ego.
can grab it though.
What is a
I don't know
YouTuber
if I'm
who
close.
carries an empty
Oop.
vessel of ideas, a useless being leeching off the nectar of society. That's what. So that's it, you may say. vidIQ cannot be of any assistance because you simply do not have the imagination. I mean, it's not like it can come up with 50 video ideas every day for you, right? Wrong. Because it will. 50 ideas each day. Save that pesky thought process for more fitting scenarios like Overwatch 2. So now you're asking, how can this possibly be? You're thinking, surely there's no team of humans big enough to do all this work for you. And you're right. No team of humans could ever be big enough for such a colossal task. But what if I told you it's not humans that run this? What if I told you it's all run by a powerful AI? This AI will scour every inch of YouTube for you, providing you with all the information you could ever need about what those YouTubers are up to. But I can tell that you're worried. You're asking if this powerful AI follows Asimov's 3 laws of artificial intelligence. A good question. All I can say is that during the robot apocalypse, I think vidIQ will be on the side of humanity. But how much can this monthly subscription possibly cost? How much can a weapon of such power break the bank? Can you even put a price on an AI rivaling God themselves? Well, the bigwigs over at vidIQ HQ said $49 a month. But that wasn't good enough for me. So engaging my exquisite negotiation skills and some articulate ransom notes, I have brought the price of their first month down by nearly 99%. So now you lovely people can venture onto YouTube with vidIQ for just $1 for the first month. Yes, $1. Nearly 99% off. That's like buying a nondescript certain YouTubers Allow me to introduce you to a man that you may not have heard of. This chap is called Les Crane, and in the 1960s, he had a somewhat popular late-night program fittingly called The Les Crane Show. In an attempt to compete with other programs at the time, they introduced a format which involved a shotgun microphone and members of the audience, whom he would proceed to grill on a multitude of affairs, including socially sensitive topics at that time, such as homosexuality.
I have to differ with you, I have to argue with you on that one point there, because there are some homosexuals who are that way because of either environment or because of a background that has caused them to go that route.
Well,
now, that doesn't mean that all homosexuals are sick people.
But not through, it's not something that happens through seduction or anything like that. The background is just that they grew up in a society and they found the existing heterosexual norms not to their liking, whether it was the way they perceived their own parental relationships.
On one episode, he had hosted a debate with Lee Harvey Oswald's mother on the topic of her son's guilt, which was concluded with an editorial recap from Mel Brooks, of all people. But unfortunately, I couldn't retrieve any footage of such. By all means, Les Crane was perceived as a vigorous yet recent interviewer, and although the tabloid label was retroactively applied to his show, not too long after followed what many believed was a more fitting prototype for the genre.
You are a disruptor. You are a man that...
Are you willing to hear my views?
As soon as I finish
Well, I don't have to hear you calling me names. If you want to hear
Do
my
what
views...
you want. You want to walk away?
I think
Fine,
it's a
you walk
circus
away.
and that you're a fool and that are not in any way discussing...
You're a liar and a danger
any
to the
issue.
country.
This is Joe Pine. He was another 50s and 60s talk show host who garnered popularity on radio and TV for his often outspoken and opinionated demeanor. However, in 1965, his own self-titled talk show went into wide syndication.
Blessings
These
upon
typically
your
involved
family.
fiery discussions with highly controversial guests, colored by Pine's own racially progressive yet otherwise socially conservative political positions. These conversations would
Dionys
regularly
Aka.
escalate into shouting matches and even physical aggression, with reports being that chairs would regularly be thrown and Pine would have to eject his guests live on TV. Although receiving criticism for his platforming of vicious and even dangerous individuals, he continued to retain a steady viewership until the show's cessation a couple years later. In the years following, a number of hosts utilized similar blueprints for their talk shows, but after the heights of the Vietnam War and hippie culture that were a catalyst for a lot of these broadcasts, the genre maintained a middling profile that wasn't the source of great discourse, mostly carried by Phil Donahue and Dick Cavett, both of whom were known for their slightly more dignified techniques, though not without their exceptional moments. However, this began to change once more in the 1980s, with the emergence of shows that catered towards more controversial subjects that regularly resulted in conflicts between the guests and the hosts.
I gotta Armor up.
You wish to buy, trade?
Sit down. Sit down. You had your chance of fame. You had your chance of fame. Sit down.
Probably the most famous example of this is Jerry Springer, the syndicated show named after its host. Springer, a former lawyer and civic official, had initially conceived the show as a forum for political debate. But after a few unsuccessful seasons, Springer and his new producer overhauled this concept and decided to focus on more personal issues with members of the public as their guests, complemented by scripted sequences that would regularly escalate into physical confrontation, sort of like Oprah meets WWE. It clearly took a few notes from Joe Pine's show while replacing the political content with more
Remain
sociological
vigilant.
matters. Although the scripted sequences would eventually be scrapped, the topics were similarly contentious and were still the source of numerous controversies over the years that followed. However, the success spoke for itself, and it wasn't long before the genre was more popular than ever, featuring multiple syndicated shows with different
Greetings,
hosts
friend.
and international producers taking an interest.
Oh, I
as
never
well.
got it.
Probably the most famous overseas example in the UK is the Jeremy Kyle Show.
Oh, I
which
guess
ran
I
for a
just never
total
went
of
over
17
there,
seasons
'cause I haven't
and was
touched
no less
it.
frenzied than its American contemporaries.
Yeah, I shouldn't even be in the zone at all.
I was here all the time, mate. Everyone's seen. Oh, Charlie.
Nonetheless, in spite of these ratings, the controversies are no less troubling for certain viewers and even
Oof.
businesses. As entertaining as conflict can be, many hosts played a role that could be perceived as provocative. And as a person who is also trying to present themselves as an arbiter, that seemed a somewhat compromising problem. The audience also often didn't help, seeming more like citizens in a Roman Colosseum, ready to watch whatever gladiatorial combat was about to transpire. Producers also participated by purposely choosing topics that would garner
Mana
most views,
tombs. I
but
think
at the
that's
same
where I
time
am.
could also cause the
Is
most
it?
damage to the people
I guess I can find out by hitting
involved.
them.
Anyone who's familiar with conflict resolution knows the last thing you need is a
Serpent
large
Shrine
mob egging you on.
Cavern,
And therefore
Slave
this sort of
Pen,
TV, although entertaining
Steam
for some,
Vault,
is deeply discomforting
Underdog,
for others. A lot of these
Underbog,
shows have been taken off air
and
since some the result of
some.
host fatigue, some the result of TV scandals, and some the result of actual deaths. Many of these shows also employed methods that were questionable in their authority. A polygraph or lie detector, for example, is always a popular piece of equipment. Its accuracy, however, is never guaranteed, yet its word was treated like gospel on all of these programs. In the case of the Jeremy Kyle Show, it was taken off the air after a guest who was known to have suffered from depression took his own life following his appearance and failure of a polygraph, of which Kyle persistently insulted his guest and branded him a serial liar, of which the coroner concluded could well have contributed to his untimely death. With the revelation, there were probably other people who suffered the same fate
Good
as
day
well.
to you.
I'd like to say
Safe
that it
travels.
was a sudden moral consciousness that kicked in the demise of many of these shows, but I think it became apparent
good
to
one.
producers and
I'm just
studios
thinking
that
maybe
these
I
shows
should
are
move on.
liabilities, and that if they continue to utilize techniques that provoke their guests in such a
What do you
way, they
need,
could easily be
stranger?
facing some
Go
very
on, then.
serious lawsuits. So over
You'll
the
come back
21st century,
sometime.
these shows have slowly faded into rerun rotation. But what could have taken its place? Well, this is where Dr. Phil makes his grand entrance. When he arrived on the scene in 2002, this sort of content was just passing its peak, but still pulling significant ratings. The market was pretty saturated, and there were more than enough talk show hosts for viewers to choose from. The only real thing he had going for him on paper was his qualifications and the backing of the behemoth that was Oprah. However, he'd need more than that for the sort of longevity that she had enjoyed. What would he do to ensure
I was
that?
trying to see if there's
Well,
any trainers,
let
but
me
it doesn't
introduce
appear
you
to be.
Dr. Phil. The year now is 2022 if my upload schedule is intact, and Dr. Phil has been up and running for 20 seasons. It has outlasted nearly every tabloid
Right.
talk show, a majority
Roma,
of normal talk shows,
I've
including
got
Oprah,
a
and still
piece
pulls
for
significant viewership. He must have done something right.
You call people trailer trash or rednecks.
I have.
Okay, 90% of people are
You
stupid.
need something?
There should be
See
a
you around.
law passed
See you
against
later.
stupid people.
Have a good one.
Well, you better
Not
hope
entirely
that isn't
untrue.
true.
From the off, Dr. Phil seemed to set himself apart from the competition, particularly in his approach to how he treated guests. I think many hosts, even the ones that were probably more sensitive than most, didn't have the human background to navigate the complex issues that many of these shows often sought to tackle. Now, McGraw wasn't a full-time psychologist, as we know he was a bit of a jack of all trades, but his educational background in clinical psychology and at least some degree of practical experience made him a much better fit for the moderating position that such an individual should typically occupy.
You also said women are really emotional and men are logical. And I got the sense, and I'm just asking you, tell me what you think. I'm not trying to, I just want to know where you come down on it. You said that as though logic is at this level and emotion is at a lesser level of functioning. Is that how you think he feels?
Psychology isn't just about knowing all these behavioral terms or knowing how to approach them. Honestly, that would make pretty dry TV. A lot of the art is in being able to deconstruct people's behavior and language to reach the core of how they're feeling. The truth is, a lot of people don't say how they're feeling, particularly in these situations when their behaviors or beliefs may be challenged. It's a very interpretive job and requires picking out certain details that you may typically overlook in everyday conversation. Now, I'm sure Dr. Phil has his own style. However, when the show started, he definitely demonstrated this ability, and this often allowed him to connect with his guests more successfully than others from around his time.
And you feel guilty about this, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You feel guilty about where she is and what she's doing?
Yes.
Do you? Because you guys say we're kind of blaming ourselves for
Mm-hmm.
this. All right, have you intended to sabotage your daughter?
No.
Have you intended to make her stubborn?
No.
Non-compliant?
No.
Disobedient? Rebellious? So we need to put blame out of this. Parents don't need to be feeling blame about this. What you need to be thinking about here is that you have a responsibility for what's happened.
Dr. Phil took a familiar formula, the fact that one or more people had a problem, the problem affected their daily life, and they wished to address it. Now, when you present this scenario to a majority of tabloid talk show hosts or their producers, the question will be, how can we generate the most drama? The approach that Dr. Phil appears to take is more related to how can this problem be addressed. And for many, there's a great satisfaction within problem resolution. Other talk show hosts presented talking about your problems as being intimidating, and certainly didn't really inspire people to seek out help. And to be fair to Dr. Phil, studies have shown that viewers of his shows are more likely to do just that, and that's really nothing to turn your nose up at. When dealing with certain disputes, he didn't seem to be insensitive to the human factors at play. The human factors are what made Dr. Phil appealing. One of the skills to what his show does is one that I'd describe as extraction. A lot of the time, Dr. Phil would be presented with a specific situation, one that on the surface could be rather niche and certainly not applicable to you or I. Everyone has their own unique situations and challenges, but a lot of the time they can also be rooted in general struggles that can affect anyone, and by being able to focus on that, he could connect with audience members who may be emotionally moved by hearing such struggles. This is something he's referenced in interviews, and although some would justifiably find it a bit objectifying towards his guests, it's also definitely the source of some success.
What I'm recommending is empirically supported.
Doing like a pen break. I tend to, like, if I don't stop and just do it,
and
I'll
diagnose people.
Like, if you notice, I've been trying to do it as I'm doing stuff, but I want to keep
diagnose you
playing.
here.
Nah, I
would have
can't
to
do that. I
complete
gotta stop.
A lot more interviews
take
than
a
I have time to
second,
do. I
and
would
then
have
we
to
play.
do a battery of psychometric tests. I'd probably have to do a brain workup and some lab work, and I can't do that here. Now, on the short list of my considerations, if I was doing it, might be the following. But these are things you're going to check out when you leave here. And so they look at that and say, you know what? I think this guy's checking all the boxes.
Yeah. Well, so it just seems from that explanation that what you're doing is more for everybody else than for the person sitting in that chair, maybe.
They're teaching tools. Everybody there is a teaching tool. If I'm talking to you, it's a trade-off. You get up close and personal focus and lots of resources, because I have a blue ribbon advisory board with top minds from the top learning centers in the country.
I do think it can help to put individuals more in touch with their own mental health, with mind to the fact that such information should be handled carefully, which we'll put a pin in for now.
Did it never occur to you that, you know what, I'm putting myself first and my need to vent and my need to explode, I'm putting that ahead of my children's best interest.
He yells at me too.
You don't get it. I hope all of you at home get it, but you don't get it.
The angle that Dr. Phil adopts is also really important for audience retention. There are lots of causes for people's mistakes and misdeeds, some of which we'll never understand. However, Dr. Phil's focus on personal responsibility is universal. I wholeheartedly believe good people can do bad things and learn from them. At the same time, the only way to properly grow is to accept responsibility, because if you assign all rationale for your behavior to external circumstances, you're admitting you don't have control over your actions. Personal responsibility is the driving force for change, and by focusing on that, Dr. Phil ensures that his show has the ability to find the solution within the problems presented. In discussing people's specific problems, McGraw always managed to approach it from a perspective that gave it mass appeal, retaining its educational grounding, while still speaking directly to the guests. It was accessible yet challenging. I don't doubt it has probably helped a fair few people in not just understanding themselves, but possibly being more empathetic to those around them, and in possibly recognizing those same signs. Dr. Phil's demeanor also aids viewers in how they may feel morally about watching content that could typically leave vulnerable individuals somewhat exposed in the eye of the media. As much as gladiatorial combat enthralls those who desire it, there's always the question of the cost to those brave warriors who put themselves out there. The Dr. Phil show presented discussion on these matters as if they were the first step to getting genuine help, and therefore viewers could feel more at ease believing that they weren't necessarily contributing to a harmful practice. A lot of guests seemed to be in a better place after a discussion with Dr. Phil, and whereas other tabloid talk show hosts almost focused on escalation, the art of Dr. Phil seemed to be de-escalation. Each reaches some sort of conclusion. The latter seems more mutually favorable in the long term. I think in this case, Dr. Phil carved out an industry niche like very few others, the show that took a genre nearly done to death and subverted it, and started its own trend, this being what some branded as self-help TV, a more conscious way to approach issues that had previously been treated with apathy and even provocation on mainstream television. It's clear that Dr. Phil saw himself less as a therapist and more as a moderator, and wished to present himself as the reasonable voice within often two very strongly contrasting ones. And for many viewers, they perceived him as just that, and tuned in to hear that voice discuss affairs that may hit close to home. And as one of the pioneers of this new movement, it was only upwards from there. Or was there something more at stake?
All right. What is happening?
One of the common appraisals of Dr. Phil is that he was clearly an intelligent guy, and there was little doubt about that. The dude knew how to present a TV show, and as the ratings followed suit, he enjoyed success that even rivaled his superiors, and over the coming decades he would only grow his influence as a cultural icon. At first, many viewers did consider him of the more academic cloth, particularly with his background and experience. However, professional psychologists seldom have illustrious TV careers, because the topic is often at odds with a lot of the principles of entertainment. I think McGraw identified this pretty quickly, and in interviews, he didn't tie himself too closely to the occupation, more emphasizing his nature to inform people to go and receive proper help. A lot of individuals might speculate on how Dr. Phil evolved over the years. A lot of TV shows tend to change, and when discussing talk shows, they often have altered their structure to stay relevant and even somewhat acceptable within the ever-adjusting moral compass of the viewers. Dr. Phil was different in this sense. He maintained a lot of consistency with his style. However, what I think changed was how it was presented and perceived by others around it. Indeed, as that style garnered popularity in the mainstream industry, he found a new status as a bit of an oracle on affairs affecting the world in general, and one that placed him in a rather unique position, but posed a few challenges of their own. However, the Doctor here responded accordingly.
I do believe that there comes a moment in time where all things wrong can be made right. But if we're going to do this, we're going to do this my way.
In 2006, McGraw chose not to renew his license to practice psychology professionally in Texas. Some may ask whether this affected his ability to run his show. However, in California, where said show was based, their respective board of psychology reported to have agreed that Dr. Phil does not actually practice psychology on his show, and therefore does not require a license. Some have questioned why he did this, and my personal opinion holds that if he didn't actually need it for his show, then it likely became a liability in his eyes. Being a practicing psychologist obviously comes with certain responsibilities, and if he or his show was found to have breached them, even if he wasn't presenting himself in a psychological capacity, then he could have landed himself in some serious shit, which would have generated a lot more controversy than him just opting not to renew his license. people found this out during Britney Spears' life crisis in 2008. During a stint where she had been hospitalized, her parents, clearly eager to support her, invited Dr. Phil to her bedside, an invitation which he readily accepted. However, after his visit, Dr. Phil decided to issue a public statement, expressing an urgency for the troubled pop star to receive medical support. This was met with disappointment from Spears' parents, who expressed that McGraw had violated their trust by issuing a public statement, and it was even alleged that a complaint had been filed to the Board of Psychology that McGraw had practiced psychology without a license. Now, there are a few more layers to this than a lot of press reported at the time. Dr. Phil did actually know Britney's parents in a personal capacity, and claimed to have attended the hospital as a friend and not a therapist. Nonetheless, it still engendered a lot of discourse about his responsibility as a public figure and his outspoken reputation on mental health, with many asking the question of whether he had actually breached his responsibility as a confidant. Dr. Phil did actually issue a response to this on his website, where he clarified he did not practice psychology and had no intent to practice it in the foreseeable future. It definitely showcased the dichotomy with how many audience members viewed him and how he viewed himself. And in spite of these statements, many still held him as
hell yeah, dude, the boomer life.
To be fair, it's not like he disagreed. In his statement, he still drew attention to the fact that he had decades of experience and a PhD to show for it. He was still a doctor, after all. Although Dr. Phil didn't seem to change in his approach towards guests, not too long after dropping his license, McGraw seemed to expand his franchise. Many continued to utilize the notion of expert advice, including the show The Doctors, which, although not featuring McGraw, was created and produced by him. The Doctors is another talk show that leans more into the general medical issues and was relatively successful, being cancelled in 2022 after 14 seasons. Another recent show, House Calls with Dr. Phil, once more uses a trope more associated with traditional doctors who may be called to a patient's abode. Though looking at the state of healthcare nowadays, I'm surprised we didn't get phone calls with Dr. Phil. He also launched the company Doctor on Demand, which allowed individuals to schedule appointments with medical and psychological professionals. I'll say that it's a good thing he was providing a platform for more licensed experts, but I also think it's indicative of the fact that he still enjoyed his status and wanted to make the most of it. The truth was, whether he felt like a practicing psychologist or not, it was clear how other people viewed him. The other reason why there aren't a lot of TV figures in the realm of Dr. Phil's is because of the sensitivity of humans themselves and the trouble that can cause. Dr. Phil was no stranger to that either. In fact, even his most successful, he could be facing multiple lawsuits, mostly from disgruntled guests who were unhappy with their portrayal of the show. A large majority of these lawsuits were fairly quickly dismissed, with judges finding the coverage provided by Dr. Phil was fair and McGraw's language being protected under the First Amendment. Dr. Phil occupied this near bulletproof position, where his words were viewed as holding a significant amount of weight, yet could never officially bear that much responsibility, as he operated and presented the show as a talk show host. He may not have changed his method, but he definitely shifted his image towards a more business-oriented model that provided him with more protection. He would regularly make TV appearances and stage interventions with other celebrities, ordinary people or washed-up TV stars, obtaining this messiah-like status amongst many as the guy who would fly in and rescue you from your lowest point, or give you a good pep talk at least. As the halfway point between medical professional and entertainer, Dr. Phil had occupied a position in the media that enabled him to develop his brand with extensive influence, while maintaining respected his approach to censorship. It was a devastating combination, and it seemed like there was very little that could undo it. However, would the necessity to occupy two quite conflicting positions pose a challenge as the media landscape evolved? Well, let's find out.
Hey, Dr. Phil here. I'm backstage getting ready to do the show, which is where you're used to seeing me. But in the virtual world of computer games, I can be somebody completely different. I can be Super Mortal Phil, defender of my countrymen, and a super stud who gets to have cool hair while playing. And in this virtual world, I'm agile, powerful.
Oh, I got poisoned.
I never have to do what my wife said.
As noted at the start, this sort of content has
I gotta
mostly found its
call that
footing
before
within the
it affects
airwaves
me.
of mainstream television, and throughout most of its early lifespan, there was nothing that could really change that. However, over time, with the increasing influence of social media, opportunities presented themselves for TV networks to advertise and possibly garner new viewers. It also served as an archive for viewers who may have missed the show, or wanted to rewatch popular clips without too much inconvenience. With this in mind, it's not hard to see why the Dr. Phil Show was one of the earlier TV shows to set up a channel on the budding website known as YouTube. A platform like YouTube provided the perfect opportunity for success.
For
At its
voice.
inception, it only really allowed for shorter clips, which I know is hard to actually remember, but for a TV show like Dr. Phil, this meant that snippets of the show could be put online to hopefully reel new audience members in. However, at that time, YouTube was much more oriented towards homegrown content, and although the Dr. Phil producers tried their best by publishing multiple interviews with famous names, using clips often addressing trending topics, and even having McGraw respond to comments in his own YouTube series, nothing ever quite went viral like they may have hoped. This did not deter them though, and over the years they continued to upload
There we go.
content that cultivated an audience. And as YouTube became more palatable to mainstream sources who were able to upload high-definition
Whoopsie.
content, and with users
Oh, Larry.
becoming more intrigued by subjects of Dr. Phil's episodes, the view count seemed to begin to pick up significantly. This was definitely aided by the rise of the early commentary genre that specialized in talking about other people, particularly those who may have been slightly more eccentric than the average watcher.
It's just so fascinating when something touches like that. What does it mean? The catchphrase out there.
Danielle Brigoli or something?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Because I didn't know it was the
Excuse me, my word.
Another emerging trend was the nature for the internet to bestow meme status onto people. Now, this had its roots in something quite usual. Our culture has always enjoyed making overnight sensations of relatively unknown figures. Now, the internet certainly made this easier. Targeting people who stood out from the
Right, I keep forgetting about that poison.
their behavior or just their appearance. Now, in many ways, this could be quite fortuitous for someone.
Yes, feel my power.
Such a status, a person needs to be a perfect storm of characteristics that hasn't
Spell, Larry.
been seen elsewhere, and those sorts of people are a rare breed.
Ooh,
With that in mind, I'd like to introduce you to someone by the name of Danielle Brigoli.
I'm pretty violent. I mushed her in the face. 'Cause
That'll
she
sell
got
well.
my face. Either I'm breaking down her door or she's breaking down my door. I don't stop till I start seeing dents in the door.
Danielle Brigoli was like many Dr. Phil guests, a troubled youth who possessed serious behavioral issues and externalized them in a way that many youngsters have a tendency to do. Dr. Phil often showcased troubled teens on his show, and on paper, the premise of her appearance was not exceptional. However, paper can only account for so many variables. When she took the stage in early 2016, it was clear that this was not going to be any ordinary episode.
I ain't gonna lie, there's no reason to lie. Everybody know already. Like,
What do you say to yourself that gives you the right to take somebody else's car?
I'm gonna be sliding. You mean that's what makes you wanna take this car?
What name? I'm sorry, I didn't get that. You speak
I can't cast that yet.
A lot of the youths that Dr. Phil addressed on the show definitely conformed to a certain mold. It was clear they were projecting aspects of culture they idolized onto themselves, and therefore their behavior, although sometimes extremely challenging, was not unfamiliar. Danielle Brigoli seemed to bring her own personal flavor to the role, and her extremely abrasive attitude also played into that. Dr. Phil in this case played the usual role of mediator, attempting to reason with her, but sometimes people just aren't there to be reasoned with, and her relationship with the audience only inflamed that. Soon, Danielle was
Only
turning on
inflamed
everyone
that.
within the vicinity, making threats that didn't seem quite as threatening as they could be.
Did you say the hoes are laughing?
Yep.
So the audience are a bunch of hoes.
Yeah.
That's gonna be charging.
Catch me outside! I remember that day. Old Phil.
At first, it didn't pick up too many views, but over time it garnered traction, and eventually
Did.
the famous quote at the end of the video became noteworthy to many online observers.
Yes,
It
it
wasn't
did.
long until our antics were provided international coverage and memes started cropping up all over social media that made a mockery out of her language and demeanor, amassing online notoriety. Although the show was instrumental in the facilitation of this popularity, Dr. Phil wasn't really at the center of this discourse. Only one person really mattered, and that was Brigoli. However, she definitely started something online, and not too long after, a new genre for aspiring commentators presented itself.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Bro, I give up on these kids nowadays, dude. I'm so done with these fucking kids.
This is Triggered Tro. He was one of the first creators to pick up on the fascination with many Dr. Phil guests, particularly those that appealed to certain outlandish stereotypes. As Danielle Brigoli began to garner online attention, the then budding creator released a video titled The Catch Me Outside How About That Girl Roast, and the rest was history.
Yeah, I know where the car at.
Did you go to 5th grade?
That spell isn't ready yet.
He then less than 2,000 subscriber radio struck gold, and he only continued in that direction for the following year.
That is childish and immature behavior, and yes, you do. Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
Oh my God! What a savage! I didn't realize Dr. Phil was such a gangster.
Dozens of Dr. Phil videos became the focus of online content, reaching more audiences than ever, and the producers, as they always have been, were
We
sure
did
to
it!
cash in on this new opportunity, publishing more
I
content
need water,
to the
though.
platform than they ever have before.
I'm running low. I drink a lot of water.
Ugly, you're disgusting, I'm gonna kill you, give me $200.
Damn! Dr. Phil's a stone cold savage! I didn't know Dr. Phil would come after you like that. I mean, he did try and break into my house one time.
I want the money. I'll raise enough hell till you give in and give it to me. What do you think of me now?
Yes, Dr. Phil, get it!
It seems this genre of content had given Dr. Phil a fresh wind, a relevance amongst
I
the new
think-
generation of viewers who...
I mean, he's talking about like the relevancy, but it's just like an opportunity for content to be commercialized. Like, as much as there are people who create great content, there is not enough content out there for people to consume that is great content. So more people consume other people consuming great content. It becomes like a very meta thing, and it's what's happening now. But it's fine. It's not like it's nothing. It's not like it's not like an insult or anything. It's just an interesting dynamic, and I think that's why Dr. Phil's content started getting ripped apart. Not ripped apart, but like consumed by multiple people on their streams and stuff.
wanted to engage in that content. One of the greatest drawbacks to mainstream television
Hello.
is that many believe it
Safe
doesn't appeal
travels.
to younger
See
people.
you
And
around.
at the end of the day, they're the future older people. Yet less than half a year after
Have a
Danny
good one.
Jody's first appearance, Dr. Phil enjoyed over 150 consecutive weeks at the top of the syndicated TV ratings, beating
We
out Maury,
survived.
Robin Williams, and yes,
So long.
With this in mind, it's clear that Dr. Phil had captured the attention of
You
a
come
huge
back
number of viewers,
sometime.
and it wasn't long until he
Luck
signed
to
another
you.
contract extending
Roma.
the series until
Et
2023.
corta.
Everything was going right.
Must not give up. Go on then.
Oh. See what I'm saying? Like, this shit don't sell.
With the help of social media, Dr. Phil seemed to have pulled off one of the more
There you go, back
impressive feats
to-
in television.
oh.
He managed to make his content relevant to a new set of people, and it seemed they weren't going anywhere. He subsequently leaned
Anything
into
you
this
like?
reputation, appearing
So
on a
long.
variety of internet shows and even co-hosting
Luck to you.
PewDiePie's popular meme review series.
Take it away, Doctor.
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Phil here,
Live
and I am hosting
another
Meme
day.
Review.
Must not
It seems his stoic, tough love
give
style
up.
had become beloved by a fresh
See you.
demographic, all of whom had a platform
Peace
to access
for
this
you.
content freely.
We
However, social media can go
survive.
two ways, and as much as they may love you one day, they may
Go
hate
on
you the
then.
next. Internet culture moves quickly, even more quickly these days, in fact, and about as soon as Dr. Phil was popularized
Blessings
by the
upon
content he
you.
and others post online, more critical eyes were drawn towards him, finding a lot beneath the surface. It will be no surprise, given everything said thus far, that Dr. Phil
Seek the
wasn't without his enemies or his critics. In fact,
It's
he has
true.
been subject to severe criticism
He is
from
well
many
hated.
professionals since the inception of his show. That can't be a surprise, really, given that his technique isn't actually one that's favored by most working
I gotta
in the
get water
profession.
before I forget
Every
it.
parent should know the warning signs. For the most violent of criminals, there are 14 traits of serial killers. Now meet parents terrified of their own young son who has 9 of the 14 traits.
Criticism of Dr. Phil has been present since the show's launch in 2002. He was condemned by the National Alliance on Mental Illness after McGraw delivered a scathing public psychological analysis of a 9-year-old in 2004, with academic commentary on his techniques not exactly changing since. However, these narratives never had much impact because the majority of academics are on the fringe of popular culture at least, with many operating strictly within their fields. 10 10 different psychological boards could condemn you, and it wouldn't mean anything if they didn't receive any coverage. So while Dr. Phil primarily occupied the realms of television, he was mostly immune to such commentary and controversy, in spite of the numerous lawsuits and claims all the way up to 2017. You search Dr. Phil on the TV, and the only result you'll find is the big man himself. However, this isn't quite the case with online search engines, in particular YouTube, where Dr. Phil isn't the only person talking about Dr. Phil. Yes, you see, whereas previously the closest that most academics could get to having a public platform would be an opinion piece in the New York Times or an interview on MSNBC, there was now a whole website dedicated to allowing them to upload their thoughts on their specialist subjects. Now, like with any learned commentator, the trick is to make sure the topics you're talking about are somewhat relevant to the audience. And given that Dr. Phil was indeed very relevant, many began to open up discourse on his methods and their success or lack thereof. These took form of articles, YouTube videos, anything that gave an individual a way to express their feelings.
So if Phil McGraw says it's not therapy, and he's not practicing in any way, what is it? Kind of back to my original point. It's really just entertainment.
All the seriousness with an insane amount of sound effects and transitions and just editorial nonsense.
My whole life changed the day I met Jazz because she's the most spectacular woman I've ever met.
It's no wonder people forget these are real human beings. The editing turns it all into a cartoon.
Most of this began to circulate around the start of 2019. Funnily enough, this wasn't during any specific drama, more likely a product of Dr. Phil inertia and the fact that people were growing more critical of prominent media figures in general. McGraw had always accepted that he was a bit of an outcast from the industry, but I do think these criticisms were somewhat contradictory to a lot of public opinion, and it definitely heralded him as this universal problem solver, particularly that which questioned the general morals of the show. What did Dr. Phil have to offer other than an interesting premise for its time?
Okay, it's good to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you too.
Now, tell me what you mean when you say you're the reincarnation.
Because Pocahontas was my 13th grade grandmother, but her soul, I'm sharing her soul in my body.
So you can feel her presence in you.
Yeah.
It's difficult being any sort of public figure and dealing with issues that are often deeply personal. You're handling sensitive information, and one of the drawbacks of Dr. Phil's show is that no matter how good he could have hypothetically been, the program was still designed to bring about drama, even if he wasn't. And people began to pick up on them. Television and therapy have always seemed somewhat opposed to each other. Although it's important there are people prepared to be open about their struggles to help others, it's still a subject that needs to be handled with sensitivity and care. And given the fact that some of these people were not even on the show by their own volition, particularly children who are likely brought on by their parents, it's hard to see the benefit that was derived. Simply put, you wouldn't see this sort of drama in a private therapy room because TV cameras and the presence of a large public audience always encourages people to act more defensive and even aggressive.
Now I have a career and I'm famous. Like, that's what happens when you get famous. You cut people off.
May the stars guide you.
Seriously? Everyone's upset with it. Maybe because you guys aren't relevant either, so you don't understand.
Some people began to ask, why is this TV at all? And I think it's a potent question. Probably the easiest answer is simple, that being of entertainment, and obviously that's important as it drives the core appeal of a lot of modern TV. However, it can't be the only reason when there are other ethical queries surrounding the subject. The Hunger Games is pretty entertaining for a lot of people, but there's also a reason why it's fictional. Dr. Phil can showcase people at their weakest and most vulnerable, and although it's often used to drive home a positive message, what sacrifice to a person's privacy and individual healing process is made to achieve that? Sure, Dr. Phil raises awareness, but at what cost? A lot of people clearly had it in their head that there was some mutual benefit. Coming on Dr. Phil was meant to be helpful, but the only people it was guaranteed to benefit were some viewers and the show itself. I think the audience's self-assurance that Dr. Phil offered some unique brand of assistance was really meant to mask the fact that people love to watch a car crash. There's a reason why the most successful Dr. Phil videos are the ones with the most heated confrontations. These videos, all likely staying on YouTube for the rest of eternity, showing the behavior of some extremely troubled people. Sure, Dr. Phil was better than his trash TV contemporaries, but that didn't exactly make him a force for good. And with his greater presence online, it also made it easier to reach with such criticisms, and many did just that.
So with all these different points in mind, both the positive and the negative, my question would be, why would anyone believe that Phil McGraw knows something special?
Many began to wonder what Dr. Phil was offering his guests that couldn't be offered elsewhere. Well, I suppose the one thing was that any sort of treatment was not cheap in a place like the United States, and Dr. Phil did offer a space for that, at the price of a bit of TV time. Additionally, the therapy doesn't end on the Dr. Phil show. Many would attest that he provides help beyond their TV appearance, and for the children who McGraw felt were facing the most significant challenges, they would have an all-expenses-paid trip to Turnabout Ranch that was designed to help put kids on the right path. Dr. Phil did offer something different to everyone else, and just because a person doesn't derive benefit doesn't mean the formula in place can't help a majority of people. Does it?
My bad, I was muted. Sorry.
Okay, let's say
Forget.
the concept behind Dr. Phil is inherently flawed. There was no way that a show like this could possibly work in favor of every guest because of how the public spotlight affects you. It would be fair to question its status on the principle alone, but is it fair to tar the entire show with the critical brush? The least that some would argue is that McGraw and the producers involved did their best to mitigate the negative impact that may be drawn towards individuals who were involved with the show.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to do what your husband should have done all along the way, and that is to lead you out of this quagmire and into the light.
Dr. Phil himself was often outspoken in making sure people knew the help an individual would be receiving, and like a lot of shows, conducted segments that revisited former participants to assess how their lives had changed since then.
So how are you doing?
Doing good. I am 4 months, clean and sober.
Good for you.
Everything.
So glad to hear that.
It just took courage and strength, and finally love myself, because you helped me figure that out. Like, being able to do that has changed my life.
It seemed that the consensus from a lot of guests was broadly positive, and that their appearance on Dr. Phil had prompted many of them to begin turning their lives around. It likely made viewers feel good about themselves, but as people began to dig, they realized that this outlook wasn't quite as universal as it was portrayed on TV, with some even suggesting that there had been serious failures regarding the safeguarding of guests. As noted, there have been several lawsuits and allegations that were published during the lifespan of the show, but as always, the problem with these is that when they're isolated, they're typically not high profile enough to attract attention from the public. However, when they can all be lined up in one place, a much clearer pattern can be established, and greater narratives can be expounded on the matter. With Dr. Phil under the spotlight as a whole, and the online world making it easier to access such information, it wasn't long until people began picking apart the show's wholesome veneer. The first aspect to go under the microscope was how the show managed the handling of its guests on air. Dr. Phil and the producers always made a point about the show being a safe space for an individual to speak openly about their trials and their trauma. However, some have begun to question whether that was truly the case in the last few years, or if chasing a story was more important to the people in question.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah, God, my ears.
This is Shelley Duvall. A few decades ago, she was an A-list celebrity who had a
Your ears
successful
too,
and
probably.
lucrative career in film
My
and
bad
television.
too, my own boys.
However, in 2002, she retired from acting and decided to live a life away from the limelight, making very few public
No way that
appearances.
shit sells
Yet in
at that price.
2016, that changed when she agreed to be interviewed by McGraw for an episode of Dr. Phil. What followed next was something else.
It's very confusing, very disturbing to me because they started out with ground zero and triple zero. It's like when a nun at some place tells you, you're almost triple zero. And she meant it. And anyway, and everybody was already listening in on me, even from Santa Monica.
It should go without saying that what Duvall was experiencing was a serious episode of a mental breakdown, and she was in a clearly compromised state to which it would be questionable whether she could even understand what was happening in that moment. Throughout the interview, McGraw continuously encourages
Holy
and
shit,
attempts to
dude.
aid
Lotus
Duvall in
goes for a
finding
lot.
help, for which Duvall seems incredibly reluctant.
I want to check everything out. I want to make sure that you're healthy and that you're feeling right, thinking right, sleeping right, eating right. Do you take any medication?
No. Will you quit trying to pin me with, she's a heavy drinker, she takes pills? It's in your head. Come on, I see the V at the top there.
Yeah, I got a bald head.
That's a goose.
See, the reason I want to get you checked out is because
They're not tourniquets.
if your hair is thinning and you're feeling pain, I want to help you. I want to get get you to some doctors that can really check you out.
It's a physical problem.
Right.
Physical.
I want to check you out.
And I don't want any more bee bites because they threaten me, but I'm not afraid of them.
I'm not going to focus on this interview too much, but it caught the attention of some high-profile figures, including Stanley Kubrick's daughter and actress Maya Farrow, who both criticized the broadcast as someone clearly at such a vulnerable point in their life. I think, however, it was more indicative of the show.
Shelley, listen to me. Will you let me get you to some doctors?
I was a pretty girl. I was beautiful. I was 1987 Entertainer of the Year for the Southern California Cable Television Association.
Will you let me get you to some doctors and get your...
Not as a prisoner, you're not.
Of course not. You can come and go anytime you want.
What was wrong with the doctors I had?
We haven't seen doctors for a good while.
But I'd rather see my doctor than your doctor.
Well, but I got
Hello.
some really good doctors.
You do?
I do.
Yeah? Can I fix this?
I don't know if McGraw is charging by the hour, but this interview almost seems too motivated to get Shelley help, and I use the quotation marks there because help is subjective depending on the person. What might help one person isn't guaranteed to help another person. Throughout the interview, Dr. Phil seems determined to get Duval to this one center in particular, which ultimately fails because once she's there, Duval is not comfortable receiving help there, and at the end of the episode, he reveals that they're supporting her at home anyway. Dr. Phil runs from a manual that dictates operations regardless of the individual. It's manufactured to maintain those narratives. What happens when that aspect is pushed to obsessive degrees? There have been a couple of instances in the past where the producers of Dr. Phil were accused of facilitating people's problems rather than helping them. In 2008, a member of the Dr. Phil team was caught paying towards a violent teen's bail, and although they subsequently cancelled the story, let's be frank here, it was no secret the lengths the show would go to get a scoop. Yet another high-profile case seemed to take the biscuit, and it once again involved another public figure.
I want to see if I got like.
He was a victor of the 15th season
Anything
of
that's gonna give me
Survivor set in
bracers.
China. However, after his success, he had struggled with alcoholism, during which his mother had contacted Dr. Phil for help with her son's problem. And
Here.
when he turned up to the studio, he was intoxicated to the point of incomprehension. McGraw was sure to bring attention to this and the serious
Maybe I'll
danger
get
he
something
was
better
in.
in here. That's not very good itself.
So yeah, I'm okay. Cause I didn't know this was happening right now.
You're not okay.
No.
You said you're
Nah.
okay, but you're not okay. You're not even almost okay.
No.
You know who I am?
Yeah, of course I know who you are.
He's fucked up.
You are here because I want
Yeah,
to
like
talk
that.
to
That's
you
a sick
because,
item.
in
Oh wait,
my
it has
opinion,
stamina. Well, it's not item bad.
You're killing yourself, man. Well, I want to get a fix
Spell
on
power
you,
by 20, but I'm not paying
right now, so
370.
I know what I'm
I ain't doing it.
This is a breathalyzer. I want you to blow into it really hard for 5 seconds when I tell you, so I can see where you are.
Once again, after a brief consultation, Dr. Phil emphasizes how he's going to find him help. And to be fair, in this case, it's probably not the wrong sort of help. And after receiving treatment, Todd makes his appearance on the show as a sober individual and expresses
What
his
do I
gratitude
expect?
for the
It's leather.
intervention. However, a couple years later, in 2016, he appears on the show once more after relapsing.
At 2:30 this morning, you had a blood alcohol level of 0.432.
Yeah.
And
1 week's was 0.601.
you know, that's
Death.
That's death.
That's death.
It's always somewhat tragic to see a person struggling so much on live TV. However, in 2017, Herzog went public with the claim that his struggle had been orchestrated by the Dr. Phil producers who planted a bottle of vodka in his dressing room during both interventions.
I show up to the studios and I'm sober, I'm hurting a lot and I'm shaking. My dad was there and I went and talked to him in his dressing room and I was completely sober. And then they pull me into my dressing room and there was 2 liters of vodka and like some Red Bulls and orange juice and stuff like that. You know, being unsupervised by my parents, I drank the entire bottle. And then at some point somebody gave me a Xanax. They said, this will calm your nerves. And so I had been drinking and took a Xanax, which I've never taken Xanax before in my life. And I know that can be a deadly combination, so why it was given to me, I don't know. I get that it's a television show and that they want to show the pain that I'm in. However, what would have happened if I died there, you know?
This seemed to paint a very different portrait than the one that was perceived, and in both cases of Duval and Herzog seemed to tell us something extremely different about the intent of McGraw and those around him.
I almost think buy water, which, oh yeah, I can get new water.
I buy and trade.
The irony is that perfect television is often the moments that probably shouldn't even be there. People want something that is raw and real, and often that can't happen naturally in front of a TV camera. So when it does, it's all the more powerful. In the case of Herzog and Duval, what we saw were two people who were clearly suffering from something serious, and its coverage, for many, was extremely riveting. However, in both cases, it's fair to question how fair it truly was.
Is this gonna be a murder? Are you gonna murder me?
For the Alliance.
Deserted. Leave me alone. I don't want to be murdered. We would never murder you. You stop driving, and I'm gonna have a cigarette. Okay. Fire hazard area or no fire hazard area. Okay. If you're smoking, there's Patrick Reynolds warned me about you.
In the case of Duval, trying to ship her off to some facility that may not have been suitable for her problems. In the case of Herzog, allegedly exploiting a vulnerability for drama. And although I cannot comment for certain on the verity of the claim, is it not suspicious that despite being surrounded by a full TV crew, a family who probably didn't want him to consume alcohol, and experts who were supposedly worried for his health, that he still turned up drunk? I understand if you can't completely control a person, but if the safeguarding measures were up to scratch, like producers have claimed in other interviews surrounding this matter, there is no way he should have arrived at that studio intoxicated, and yet it happened twice. In both of these high-profile situations, it seems the authenticity was merely a front for something more manufactured, a conflict that wasn't necessary for the discourse that everyone seemed so concerned about, but more so allow producers to raise stakes and dramatic narratives that emphasize the urgency of the situations that these guests found themselves in. And to be honest, if McGraw hadn't landed himself in the controversy while consulting Britney, the producers may well have done a similar thing with her. Dr. Phil's handling of high-profile individuals was what initially drew the most controversy. After all, they're the ones who most often have a platform to speak out if they experience maltreatment. However, as with other situations I acknowledged earlier, it's very hard to say how far this went back, and it's doubtful that it was an isolated incident, and other stories suggested they weren't.
I thought Dr. Phil was going to save my daughter, and it did not happen.
This is Joelle. She's a mother who brought her pregnant daughter on the show to hopefully get some help for her heroin addiction. She claims she was promised round-the-clock supervision. However, when her daughter began to detox, she didn't receive that.
After about 4 hours, Caitlin decided that she was going to leave, and we needed to go to get her something so that she would not withdraw because it would hurt the baby at that point.
Not receiving help for 4 hours at a hospital and fearing for the safety of the baby, Joelle felt she had no other option but to get her daughter immediate relief from heroin, at which point they were transported to Skid Row with the camera person who filmed the entire ordeal.
They're arriving now. Here to them right now. Caitlin made a contact very quickly. I gave her money and she went on her way. Approximately 45 minutes later, we found her. She was happy, high, and we went back to the hotel at that point.
This was subsequently brought up on the show, where McGraw chastises the mother for leaving the hospital and heading to Skid Row, which obviously is not a safe place.
She thinks since her mom is a nurse, she would take her to the hospital, but instead, they made a drug run.
I just wanted to help her feel better.
So that baby is high on heroin right now. I can alert LAPD before you walk off of this stage.
So you think forcing someone to get help like that is the best way?
I don't give a what you think. I'm concerned about your baby.
In this case, though, the mother claims she was cornered with how to treat the situation, and told that if she had questioned aspects of the show that had caused her to take such measures, her daughter wouldn't be able to receive the help that she needed.
There was a lot of manipulation, telling us what to say, telling us how to act, telling us what to do. I don't have an answer for why I did what I did. I just wanted to help her feel better. I was told, do not question anything he's saying, or he could not give her the help that she needed.
How much is going to have to be lost before you pull your head?
This is it.
I'm not going to mince my words here. That's a threat. There is no two ways about it.
It didn't matter. Like, regardless of how it was, even before he made this video 8 months ago, or people slowly turned on him, I knew Dr. Phil was a piece of shit. It wasn't even like, just when you watch his content, you're just like, it's the macho man mentality. You know what I mean? He berates and shames someone who does something wrong. There are people out there who do horrible things, but the point is, and like as you hear it, right? There's contrived and orchestrated formalities to get people to. He just wants to spin the narrative for his benefit for his show, right? Like, so he's gonna make himself look as good as possible. He's going to shame people to make himself look as good as possible. You know what I mean? All for his own image. Because he's a piece of shit.
This person isn't a celebrity, they're not copiously wealthy. What Dr. Phil is offering these people is a chance to receive serious help. To hold that over someone's head if they don't comply with your request to make sure Philip's reputation remains unscathed is extremely inhumane. Now, once again, this is just an allegation, but it certainly fits in with this idea that the producers were chasing a story and a reputation rather than prioritizing the help they often advocated for on the show. In the case of Joelle and her daughter, even if it didn't happen exactly as reported, they were still escorted to Skid Row with a cameraman. If there was proper medical supervision like the Dr. Phil show claimed, how the hell did they end up there? Responding to the claims, Martin Greenberg, a psychologist who is head of the show's personal affairs, stated that officials only agreed to do the show if Joelle agreed to be responsible for her daughter's withdrawal. Which seems really
I don't know why.
from my
I just thought I showed it all at once, but I could run these if I wanted.
And if you think someone is
Encourage ruins. That sounds like I'd get. Well, maybe not at my level.
Suddenly absolve you of any moral obligation.
Molten Core is considered a dungeon you can run.
But certainly not as a person whose job is to keep people safe. As a head of personal affairs, Greenberg is surprisingly bad at PR, including providing seemingly confused and conflicting responses to claims about patient safeguarding. Most of his responses reek of arrogance and dismissiveness towards the complaints they've been receiving, though I'll give them credit because they
guys all grow up. See who's there. There's actual people who want to do. Oh my god, they're all 80s.
But I think it would be better to flip the question in this case and say, is it not them who are not willing to take responsibility? In attempting to explain why they may not be aware of whether a guest is at risk from their cravings, Greenberg states, and I love this one, addicts are notorious for lying, deflecting, and trivializing. But if they are at risk when they arrive, then they were at risk before they arrived. I've been trying to save the opinion part for later, but this is just such a rotten thing to say. Sure, sometimes addicts struggle with being open about their problems, but the fact they came to your show probably means they want help, and it doesn't mean they're not deserving of it. For you to make a general ad hominem attack to deflect responsibility from the show is cowardly, and I would expect better from a psychologist. If you're aware of that behavior, then surely that is reason for you to heighten the supervision, not just leave them to their own devices and then shrug your shoulders. The Dr. Phil show cannot guarantee the eternal safety of all who attend their show. However, they could at least ensure it on the premises. Instead, guests turned up drunk, trips to Skid Row were made with a camera crew, and the narrative of help was pushed to nauseating and even allegedly threatening degrees. Sure, it was perfect TV, but what was happening behind the cameras? How truly helpful was that help?
Yeah, you keep hammering away at those dead trees.
But I don't think I ought to have to do this right here. But I don't think we ought to not be able to talk about this or that. There is no but. You either want the help or you don't. And if you want the help, you lean into it. And you don't get back here. There's no pass and go. You leave from here to there. That requires very specialized care that I think you deserve. I want you to have that help. I want this baby to have that help. I am offering you the best help, in my opinion, in the United States. And
please.
But
I need to get closer.
I'm not here to be unfair or ignore the greater picture, and I do want to acknowledge that there are plenty of people who will credit the Dr. Phil show for the difference it has made in their lives. In discussing the subject of addicts on the show, Greenberg says the only change is they are one step closer to getting help, typically help they could not even come close to affording. Greenberg presents the help the show is offering as a privilege. Now, I know the health system is pretty broken and that in many ways it is a privilege to be seen so quickly. With that said, it's a mutual thing. Greenberg speaks like it's an act of charity, but really it's the least they can do for people who fuel their daytime ratings. In defending the show, Greenberg admits that appearing on Dr. Phil is a step towards receiving the assistance many typically desire to conquer their demons. But Dr. Phil isn't the endgame. He's the middleman, and the success of the TV show has given them the power to also find treatment for their subject. Now though, touch to the fact that healthcare on this front can be very expensive, as Greenberg acknowledges, there is a financial factor behind the show, and Dr. Phil has never really ran on a patient-based formula. Yes, my friends, there is a mystery third beneficiary to the sort of service being offered by Dr. Phil, that being the treatment facilities these people are sent to. Many of them advertise their relationship with the esteemed Dr. Phil. If certain people can afford it, these places have just been given the promotion for the help they offer. When a guest comes on, Dr. Phil will sometimes express to the viewers exactly what treatment facility that person is being sent to and the positive difference that it will make. Such promotions are like a sponsorship, really, and many media.
I do kind of think it's cool how it looks, the little weave.
Very curious companies, and most of us know that we need to take them with a grain of salt. Dr. Phil, like many
I need to talk to that old man to get some
attempting
buff.
to acquire the bag, and honestly, there are worse
I don't
things
know why I
that
do
he
it this
could
way.
promote.
If you're looking for something to do that's fun, relaxing, and good for your brain, I have a perfect way for you to take a much-needed break, and it's right on your phone for free. It's an app game called Solitaire Grand Harvest. Now, I have two guests here who say they play and love this game.
At the
What
same
the
time,
fuck?
such an endorsement does come with a degree of responsibility, especially given these sensitive subjects that are often handled. Was that due diligence being performed? Well, the show seems to have agreements with a few facilities for treatment.
It looked like I have a fishing pole, but it's just a stab.
But maybe they're perfectly qualified.
It's another one of
people,
those
but there is a
missions,
quite
guys,
close relationship
where the
between
drop
Dr.
rate is
Phil and
garbage,
these
and I have to
places.
go all the
Now,
way
one
around to
size
gather
fits
them.
all, and there will always be people who will not find recovery in a treatment center. And although I think there have been instances where McGraw was a little too enthusiastic about specific clinics, see Duval, I understand that having a close relationship with specific places is probably for the best, as it would allow one to maintain the highest quality of treatment. However, was that high quality being delivered? The problem is that once you tie yourself to specific institutions, if the reputations of these places do come under scrutiny, it can reflect on you, even if you're not involved in the management of the facility itself. Obviously, there are factors that people can't be expected to be aware of, yet over time, some believe this should have been fairly obvious.
Dr. Lawless, stand up, would you please? It's Dr. Frank Lawless, head of the Psychoneuroplasticity Center, which is a long, long way of saying they check people from A to Z.
The first query that one may raise is the actual suitability of many of these facilities for Dr. Phil. Now, McGraw hails from Texas, and many of his connections are from around that area, such as the Origins Clinic and the Arbor, both of whom have facilities in Big Philly's home state. Greenberg states that if a person requires medical attention, they will fly in the required medical personnel. However, there seems to be a bit of disconnect with this system. Although Herzog received his treatment from the Arbor, Steve Thomason, who is the director of the facility, stated that Herzog did not and could not have received supervision on the show from them because they're not licensed in California. In fact, Thomason states he completely regrets agreeing to working with the show in the first place, and was so upset by the segment that he never agreed to work with them again. This doesn't mean that Herzog wasn't supervised, but it certainly created a disconnect between two entities that should be laboring towards a collective goal. If a company is required to regularly supervise individuals in California, should they not be licensed to do so in that state as well? Are there not more suitable alternatives?
I want to introduce someone to you. This is Mike Gurr down here. He's the executive director at the Meadows Ranch, and I've asked him to come here today.
Oh my God, Larry.
Because I've worked with Meadows for years, and they, in my opinion, are the best of the best. And I wanted you to have an opportunity to sit down and talk with them and see if you feel like this might be a good opportunity for you.
You can't exactly blame Dr. Phil for involving prior business relationships in his present-day ventures, especially if he holds them in high regard like he regularly claims he does. However, business shouldn't really be the central matter of the TV show, yet that's what some believed it to be, particularly given Dr. Phil's presence as a brand. The Boston Globe, who had published some of the most critical content of McGraw during his social media renaissance, touched on this in a 2017 article when covering the recent Dr. Phil Path to Recovery VR headset marketing shebang.
You're going to see on the screens what Eric is seeing in the goggles. Now, this is pre-recorded. Okay, Eric, look up. Now look to your left. This is what he's seeing. Now, what I've done here is I've put them in a bar situation. So while they're in rehab, they're sitting talking to me in a bar. Now they're sitting, and this is actually in my backyard.
The Dr. Phil Path to Recovery VR headset is a system that supposedly aids addicts with an interactive form of therapy with the man himself. Although admittedly hard to establish, there is no epidemiological evidence to show that it is successful. But the Boston Globe claimed that there was one distinctive benefit, that being the Dr. Phil namesake. In reports, one potential client had informed the publication that the selling point presented to them had been just that, being told by the vice president for product sales that our job is to get your phones to ring, and the admissions hopefully follow. In essence, if you use the product, Dr. Phil is more likely to involve you on the TV show. The crew at Dr. Phil swiftly denied this, citing the fact that only 2 centers that used the product had even been mentioned on the TV show, and they never made promises. Nevertheless, they evaded responding on the matter of the actual
Ooh, here comes the
promise
dunk.
made by the sales VP, and their
Let go.
response doesn't really contradict the report. It was never claimed that any promises were made or that a mention was guaranteed, and using a reference who had been mentioned thus far isn't proof against what will be mentioned in the future. Whether the VP was acting beyond his brief is certainly up for debate, but it's hard to doubt that comments were probably made. The Dr. Phil show always pursued the image of the program that was willing to put the mental health of its guests at the heart of its message. However, in many cases, it was clear that there was a conflict of interests, and what may be best for the show and those behind it may not be the best for the
Oh, I
guests.
definitely shouldn't
And
be
on
doing these
closer
missions,
analysis, in
but
some
whatever.
cases, the places promoted were very questionable indeed. I'll discuss this more soon, but I think besides obviously people who are suffering from substance issues, another extremely vulnerable group are the youth, in particular those who have been brought on by their parents, as it may not have been their own first course of action. Now, in many cases, when dealing with difficult children, adolescents, and even young adults, they're experiencing a lot of hormonal or developmental changes, something that Dr. Phil is quite aware of.
So I'm fed up with this. You continue to bring her into a hostile environment where somebody is pounding on her self-esteem, pounding on her self-worth, getting her to the point that she's lying in bed at 2 in the morning thinking my only way out is to end my life. What the hell is wrong with you, woman? Your job is to protect your child.
I'll probably discuss the morality involving young people in a bit, but for guests really as influential as a conversation with Dr. Phil may be, the main change is going to come from actually receiving treatment. And in that case, the centers are essential to making sure the chances of this happening are maximized. And although it won't work for everyone, these individuals are kept safe and well. Now, in his time, Dr. Phil has recommended a few places, and for most adult facilities there weren't too many controversies, but in the last few years there has been a bit of disquiet about 2 institutes that McGraw has had long-term relationships with, both of which specialize in treating children with substance issues. The first is a place in Florida, oh dear, called Inspirations. They have been featured on the Dr. Phil show and have also coincidentally used the Dr. Phil Road to Recovery VR headset. In their appearances on the show, McGraw was highly complimentary about the work they were doing.
This is Karen Walsh. She's the owner of Inspirations for Youth and Families. It's the nation's leading family addiction treatment and dual diagnosis center, and an affiliate of the Code Center for Recovery in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And fair enough, if they're doing that work, then they deserve to receive their due credit. However, for some, the evidence suggested otherwise. Beyond the owner's own legal issues, much of which happened during the years that Dr. Phil claimed to be working with them, there was a more concerning issue regarding the center itself.
We're at Inspirations for Youth and Families, and what we do is we work with teenagers and their families every day, and we help them to figure out how they're going to get past this point in their life where a teenager is struggling with drugs.
Now, it's important that I keep this in perspective. It's a challenge to treat anyone who may struggle with addiction, particularly if you're trying to put them back on the slope to a normal functioning life. They need guidance, but you can't afford to be too authoritarian. Therefore, it is possible that patients may flee the premises and needs to be found. With this in mind, Inspirations' record on this was a bit less than stellar, according to a private investigator who worked within this industry. In 2017, it was estimated that approximately 180 police reports for missing teenagers have been made in the space of the previous 2 years, some of whom went missing for days and others ending up on the wrong side of the law completely. To quote the PI, obviously there's a gap somewhere, a loophole somewhere in the system where they're just leaving. Since these articles, Inspiration doesn't appear to have received much coverage, and their video where their work was promoted has the comments disabled. And with all this information available, it is fair to ask the question why Dr. Phil decided to characterize the institution as a leading family addiction center. How do you even know who's leading? Is there a leaderboard? If there is, I highly doubt Inspirations is near the top, but I digress. Inspirations is an example of a place that has some function but falters in its execution, which is pretty vital given the sort of people they're meant to be treating. And although nobody has come forward with any horror stories, it shouldn't have been too difficult to properly vet a place that deals with such a sensitive matter. However, as we'll see with our second example, that doesn't seem to be the Dr. Phil show's forte.
She's 14, she's got 3 tickets for drinking.
She blames those on me.
She gets chased to death. She is actually under house arrest. Poured water on herself. Found her so drunk she could barely stand, walk, or talk. So I mean, see, we have an entitled generation. They think they're entitled to cars, cell phones, designer clothes, hairdos, makeup.
It's because it's what you fucking promised us, you motherfuckers. Promised the world, and then you fucked it up for us. And then you're like, oh, you guys just want everything. You just want the whole world, because you said that's what you said we could do. And then we found out that's not true. So we're like, what the fuck?
Felt were taking advantage of their parents and staged an intervention, sending them to a resort that we'll talk about in a little bit. Despite the apparently successful treatment of the younger sister, the older sister was still acting out, much to the parents' dismay. However, against Dr. Phil's advice and the mother's opinion, the father did not want to send his daughter to an Aspen Group boarding school, as he felt it was not in their best interests, which led once again to Dr. Phil inviting them back on for further discussion on the matter.
Well, we have received hundreds and hundreds of message board postings, emails, and letters about my next guest. Here are just a few responses. I was so angry, I was throwing things at my television. This was the most infuriating show I have ever watched. This might be the first time I have actually yelled at my TV screen. Those aren't all from the same person.
This episode billed them as the most frustrating parents, and Dr. Phil's attitude seemed to reflect that, opening up the episode by quoting enraged viewers, and then proceeding to sit down with them and taking them to task on their failings, while spectators frothed at their mouth, a stark reminder of what happens when you do not listen to the esteemed Dr. Phil.
Well, here's what you said. I'm really disappointed that your show is only interested in supporting Aspen programs and not other highly qualified programs that could benefit my daughters. Obviously, what's beneficial for my daughters is secondary to what is good for the show and for Aspen. I understand that first and foremost, you have a business to run. Are you serious? Are you serious when you write this? This is offensive to me. I just have to tell you, when I read this, my initial reaction was, I'm done. We're going to invite it's like 20 people, the top minds in psychology, sociology, medicine. When we get a story, it goes out to our advisory. We ask them for one of the top therapeutic residential programs on the globe is the Aspen Group. So we reach out to them and say, hey, guys, will you help us here? We work with dozens of people all over the country. But the collective wisdom is that that's who we're going to contact.
Other than outwardly admitting that he has a business arrangement and accusing the father of requesting financial support for his own preferences, despite the fact that he never seemingly wrote that, McGraw doesn't really provide much of a real response to the father as to why it's in this girl's best interest to attend a boarding school other than broad philosophical narratives and expressing how insulted he felt, how he consults all the experts, etc, etc, etc. Dr. Phil is the fucking best, whatever. The Aspen Group is one of the top residential therapeutic programs on the globe. How could you not send your child there?
Is your teen out of control? The Aspen Education Group can help you get that teen back on track. Now, Aspen's nationwide network of programs has been featured on my show for years, and they can help your family too. Now, you can call an Aspen consultant today to learn more about their outstanding residential and outdoor programs.
Well, a large majority of the Aspen Group's projects have been closed down or sold in the last decade. In fact, there is not a single boarding school still being operated by them, with a fair few scandals that were well known by the time that Dr. Phil went on his verbal crusade against the father, including one to a boarding school that resulted in an investigation that concluded that the agency had reasonable cause to believe that abuse or neglect occurred at the school 6 months before this episode. Another place
Oh my
known as
God,
LNU
dude.
has had so many controversies, it would be funny if the stories weren't deeply depressing, including one in which a girl was fully isolated for 58 days after running away, an isolation in which she had to rely on staff attention to even interact with anyone, which did have its occasional failings. Dr. Phil was even sued relating to one of these stories a few years later, but came out on top that time.
I believe in these folks right here. I believe they have traction. If you want to get Alexis there, and Aspen is still willing, after all of this, and what I consider to be
need to get closer
from you about their motives, then, you know, I will make that available to you.
I don't know, I feel maybe this whole Aspen Group gig isn't everything it's cracked up to be. And actually, whether by intent or not, the father was in the right. But the
Agreed.
Dr. Phil's reputation preceded it. Dr. Phil knows what's best for your children. He has files on top of files, and if you're to suggest otherwise, you're giving in to your offspring's manipulative ploys that have driven a wedge between you and the rest of the family. It's a shtick, and it's one that wasn't always completely applicable, particularly when the real-world evidence didn't exactly support what was being promoted. And when you're dealing with young people, that's not something that can be remedied. And with so many places of debatable standing, it was only a matter of time until one came to the forefront of public discussion.
That's still recharging.
Turnabout Ranch in the wilds of Utah is a leading American brat camp. It's a real working ranch run by cowboys.
Many of you probably don't remember this or even know about it, but in the early 21st century there was this series that had some international presence known as Brat Camp. It was most popular in the UK, where it ran for 5 seasons, but did have some counterparts in continental Europe and even a US series. As you can maybe guess, the premise was built around adolescents with behavioral and substance issues going to a camp and having those issues addressed. However, this wasn't any standard therapy center, this was more a wilderness camp.
They teach the kids the ways of the Wild West and believe a strict regime of chores, tough rules, and harsh punishments can turn bad kids
What
into
brings
good
you
kids.
here? A sharp
have all the
fella.
passion in the world for these people, for these kids.
Go
But
in
I just
peace.
lack a little sympathy because of the way the behavior is, and that's
I can't do that yet.
In the UK, the first season was such a resounding success, they decided to invest in a second series. However, the producers of this show decided to raise the stakes by casting more challenging teens with intensified drama. Upon hearing this, the ranch that was featured in the first series, Red Cliff Ascent, refused to host another series, stating that they were a treatment program, not a TV show. Completely fair. So the team behind Brat Camp set their sights on another location,
Of course
this
they
being
would.
Escalante, Utah, the home of a humble spot known as Turnabout Ranch. Turnabout Ranch is one of the many haciendas that have taken on the role of doubling up as a center for wilderness therapy. This sort of therapy is different to the traditional idea as such. It promotes living with the land, devoid of the privileges or luxuries that modern life has typically afforded us. However, Turnabout Ranch was certainly on the more austere side of this
WotLK do
project.
for me.
It wasn't Malibu, to say the least.
Right, nothing.
Everybody get up now. Slumber party's over, get up. Quit talking, everybody down here now. Out of bed, let's go. Foul language not appropriate. Foul language not appropriate. No talking. You're gonna spend 3 days out there. It's gonna be 3 of the worst days you've spent in a long time in your life. You're gonna hate every second of it. It's gonna be a lot of tears, a lot of emotions. So if you want to make it 5 days, it's your choice. But I'm not going to put up with it.
In most American camps, the impact stage is used to physically exhaust rebellious kids into being more compliant. But at Turnabout, they have a unique strategy. For 3 whole days, the kids are made to stay in a small stone circle in total silence.
In hindsight, it's hard not to understand why these sorts of shows aren't being aired today. They're a pretty cruel form of therapy, and although some people did manage to turn their lives around, others didn't, and one former contestant of another series even died in 2009. How these sorts of residencies continued long after the end of the TV shows that documented their methods. In fact, Turnabout in particular went on to be one of the most popular resorts for teens featured on a popular daytime show. I wonder what that show could be.
from the Aspen Education
Oh
Group.
my
She's
God.
One of many groups that we work with. She works with Turnabout Ranch.
Dr. Phil has always made a point of not approaching people from the same perspective that many TV show hosts did. His conversations with troubled people always staged more like an intervention rather than an interrogation. Though sometimes the former did
Dude, this
seep
quest
into the
is
latter.
almost
With this in mind,
insufferable.
although Dr. Phil did want people to take responsibility for their
Some of these
actions,
quests
it wasn't
suck.
like they weren't deserving of humane treatment and sympathy. However, those who were most troubled, he sent them to Turnabout Ranch. That in many ways seemed very much against what he regularly preached on the show. Turnabout Ranch wasn't a particularly friendly place. It was the sort of place where if you struggled more, you'd receive more severe treatment, as documented in Brat Camp and in testimonies by others. Yet in 2010, Turnabout Ranch made its debut on the Dr. Phil show with an inspirational segment featuring former guests and a softly spoken rancher.
Being here helped me find happiness.
When Elena first arrived here, she was very resistant.
I was furious. Like, I hate everyone.
She really turned and made some major progress.
After a couple of days, I was like, wow, it is my fault. I got myself in this situation.
She really shines as one of our leaders, and she takes a lot of pride in what she does.
Ironically enough, this debut clip featured the girls who I mentioned earlier, most notably Elena, the younger sister who seemed much more receptive to the ranch's treatment. The ranch was presented as a hands-on getaway where youngsters could build a closer relationship to the wildlife and garner a greater appreciation for those around them. It seemed pretty positive. However, as Elena's older sister showed, it wasn't a formula that worked for everyone. In spite of this though, McGraw & Co. proceeded with a pretty close partnership over the following years, sending many troubled teens here, leading up to arguably our most high-profile case, Danielle Brigoli.
Why don't you want to go to the ranch?
I'd rather go home and just go back to school, do what I gotta do. I have to go from here.
That's scouts. Can't cast that yet.
I better both get these cameras from my face. I ain't playing with none of y'all right now.
Danielle Brigoli was always a bit of an exceptional individual, and after her appearances on the Dr. Phil show, McGraw felt there was no other option than to send her to the Turnabout Ranch. After all, it was always his answer to those he viewed as the entitled generation. Brigoli was a person who continuously undermined Phil and all those who tried to help her, and as a last resort, perhaps a more challenging environment would aid her outlook. So at the end of 2016, she spent 4.5 months in Turnabout Ranch, and whatever she experienced there ultimately didn't have any lasting impact, as not too long after, she appeared back on the Dr. Phil show, ever defiant in her nature.
When you were at Turnabout, you said that you'd learned that material things didn't mean as much anymore.
That was just a show, damn. That was just so I can get out of it. Let me put it this way. Y'all can put me in a program for 6 years and I'm gonna come out the same person I came in.
How is it being back home?
No, it's just home.
What do you want to tell Dr. Phil?
What I told him last time.
What do you want to see happen on the show this time?
This time I won't be throwing water at nobody. I'll be throwing hands at somebody.
By then, it should have been clear that the Turnabout Ranch didn't really function for everyone, but upon her return, it was framed like the failure of such therapy was Brigoli's own fault, when in reality, it was clear that the Dr. Phil format wasn't ever effective for someone so aware of their own media presence like Brigoli. She knew what the point of Turnabout Ranch would be. Why would she conform to those expectations when her whole existence is based on rebellion? Not many people stop to think that maybe Brigoli wasn't to blame. Phil would probably suggest the fact that she seemed to behave better at Turnabout Ranch meant that it must be the fault of the home environment. But if it genuinely worked in transforming Brigoli's mindset, a change in environment wouldn't affect that. She just cottoned on to the fact that if she didn't cause as much disruption, they'd likely be friendlier towards her. However, that's not a philosophy adopted by everyone. You see, in the time between 2010 and 2017, Turnabout Ranch had been involved in numerous controversies, including a lawsuit which alleged torture, another patient that claimed a sexual assault case, and probably the most significant situation, an actual homicide that occurred during Danielle Brigoli's time at Turnabout Ranch.
Peace be with
Clay
you.
Brewer, a disturbed teen who had been
Goddess
sent there to
watch
receive
over you.
treatment, attacked a staffer with a blunt object who subsequently succumbed to their injuries. This was during the controversial circle therapy shown earlier, which isolates individuals and is supposed to give them time to think about their lives. But in the wrong environment, it's completely valid to see how this would also be detrimental to an individual. Now, it should be clear that when something awful happens, there has to be a level of responsibility accepted by the individual, even if they're a minor. But there also has to be some question about how, with all this considered, Brigoli was meant to come back the happy-go-lucky teen next time. If this was just going to be swept under the rug and people were going to act like patients should just take it in their stride, then they probably had another thing coming. And eventually they did. The 21st century definitely prompted us to take a different perspective on talk shows in general, and the tabloid genre was no exception, especially given that it often generated the most controversy out of any form of that entertainment.
I've heard some crazy stories over the years, but one topic that keeps me scratching my head is when women fake being pregnant.
Okay, so this is Shane, and he says gay people are disgusting and weak. Right here, we've got Greg. Greg says that he is terrified of gay people.
Even in the early days of the genre, incidents had occurred that raised questions about the ethics of this content, most notably in 1995, when on an episode of the Jenny Jones shows, Scott and Majeur, a gay man, had expressed love for their male friend Jonathan Schmidt. While this confession was seemingly brushed off at first by the male friend, 3 days later, Amajur died at the hands of him. Lawsuits and interviews subsequently revealed that the producers of the show had misled Schmidt into thinking that his admirer was a woman, while being aware of his history of mental disturbance and alcohol/substance abuse. Although not solely responsible for Amajur's death, there was little doubt that the actions of the show provoked a tragedy while disregarding a culture that was still very hostile towards people of differing sexual preferences. It was clear that when dealing with such sensitive topics, there was a lack of diplomacy in the pursuit for ratings, and this could easily have negative consequences. Nonetheless, this also worked to the genre's advantage, as it purported to show the uglier side of humanity. Therefore, certain incidents were going to be inevitable. Whether it was even fair to show these in the first place is a question that I'll get to later. But in cases such as Jeremy Kyle, it was clear that mistreatment of people was so commonplace because it was expected. And in both cases of Jones and Kyle, these shows were only ever fully reprimanded when someone actually died. Hell, the Jenny Jones show continued for an additional 8 years after the death of the aforementioned guest. Dr. Phil was different, though.
You gotta miss siblings. You've got to miss those that
I think about it every day. Like, I miss my twin sister, I miss my brother, I miss all of them, really.
You don't have to miss Abba because she's here. Abba, come on out.
Abba, is that you?
Although he wasn't afraid to tackle the tough subjects, he still did it with the narrative of helping and supporting these people who he knew, as a professional, were still encountering some form of struggle regardless of what they may have done. Therefore, in spite of the space that he operated in, Dr. Phil still had a reputation to uphold. As someone who had been under fire for the past few years and embroiled in lawsuits, this was certainly going to be a challenge. The era that we live in is also quite different to that of 1995. The online world definitely enabled an interconnectivity that allowed people to spread their messages more effectively. And by establishing himself as an online presence, thanks to the help of platforms like YouTube and those who existed there, he also opened himself up to criticism from the platform, and by 2021 it had long been brewing. The thing about YouTube is that it's a two-way street. If you have a public spat or altercation where you platform that person, there are very few plugs that can be pulled on another person's ability to broadcast publicly, and you could very easily provide them a platform through your own actions. This was exactly the case with Danielle Bregoli, who by 2021 went by the name of Bad Baby, and was well known outside of YouTube. However, in April she returned to the platform that immortalized her, with the intent on presenting our esteemed TV host with an ultimatum.
It's too far away.
Dr. Phil, I am going to give you from now till April 5th to issue an apology, not only to me, but to Hannah and any other child that you sent to Turnabout or any other program like this. And if you don't, I'm going to make it. Somewhere in the middle of August, I went on the Dr. Phil show, and my mom and my grandma knew they were sending me here. I didn't know I was going. I went school shopping right before school was supposed to start when I got home from LA from doing the show. So part of the whole Dr. Phil show is they send these kids to either Turnabout or these other programs that are also in Utah, but they're all wilderness programs and they're all fun.
I can't believe that.
This video not only called out the modus operandi of the show, but also the treatment at Turnabout Ranch and the supposed therapy that they received there.
So for the first 3 days you're there, there's no showering. They put you in a circle, which is it's a teepee. It's a little teepee, but it's open. And you have to sit there for 3 days. They wouldn't let me lay down for nothing. Like, I was falling asleep and they were like, get up, get up. So I'm just sitting here, like, I seen these people have no sympathy, I was like, oh, I'm really doomed. They take away like necessity privileges, like sleeping on a bed, eating good food, not being cold, witnessing it. If you reported another kid like getting bullied by like their peers or something, they would just say, well, maybe that's what they need, or like something like that. Even though there was written rules, if a staff was angry at the moment, or if you just did something that they felt was bad, you would get your own punishment. Like they would make up their own punishment. That's really frustrating because even if you don't know the rules, if you fuck up, you're still in trouble. There's not no I didn't know. You're still in deep shit. They had no problem holding kids down, which is against the law. You're not supposed to touch the kids, but they had no problem doing that. It's just our word against the staff's word when you're there, because there's no witnesses, there's no cameras, you don't have a phone, there's none of that. That's why I was always so scared to speak out, because it's like, no one's gonna believe me.
Now this is of course a personal testimony. However, looking at the episodes of Brat Camp that I had archived, this all seemed very feasible. For some, of course, this would seem like appropriate disciplinary measures against an ill-mannered teen. However, this was also never really explained on Dr. Phil, and as a matter of fact, whenever discussing Turnabout Ranch, footage would always be shown of an activity more wholesome, such as horse riding. I doubt that was unintentional.
One morning I was cleaning up for breakfast, and one of the staff members was sitting right next to me, and she had her walkie on her, so I heard everything. One of the kids, he had tried to steal a car or something. Everyone was screaming on the wall.
WotLK, I see.
And he ended up killing one of the staff members. They made all the kids that were at Rowdy come down, and then they told us not to tell us anything. A day later, they have us all, every kid that's at Turnabout, they have us all sit in a circle, and they're like, listen, there was an incident, I know some of y'all heard it over the walkies, Jimmy died. And so we're all freaking out, because Jimmy was, like I said, he was one of them that was there the first day I got there. He was really sweet. Not only did Jimmy die, but one of the other staff members that was there at the time, Alicia, who was the daughter of the nurse. Alicia, she was injured, and 2 years later she died, and she was also left disabled after being attacked by Clay.
Brigoli's recounting of the Turnabout Ranch goes over many unnerving details, including that relating to the death of the staffer, and how that would understandably affect a young person residing there. However, there are more details she wanted to reveal.
A young lady, her name is Hannah, she recently spoke out because while she was there, she was sexually assaulted, and then when she reported that she was assaulted, she was punished by staff. Now, when I seen the punishment she was given, I knew like, okay, I really have to say something. Like, I really have to have her back on this, because I truly believe that they did that.
This claim covered the alleged violation of someone who was staying at the ranch at the same time, and how she was treated by personnel when she complained about it. It was clearly a matter that Brigoli took very seriously, and with this information it was easy to understand why she expected at the least an apology from the man himself. Would they receive it? Well, not really. Around a week after the publication of the video, Dr. Phil made an appearance on Ashley Banfield's show, News Nation, to discuss this matter further. This was a pretty significant moment in the show's history, as Dr. Phil had very rarely taken to interviews to address situations which make question his character, outside the show at least. However, after a few minutes, you begin to see why.
Well, you know, she went to Turnabout 4 or 5 years ago, and she had a bad experience. You know, obviously I would hate that. We'd be sorry about that, but we don't have anything to do with what happens with guests once they leave the stage. That's between the guardian and the parent and whatever facility they go to.
So he does say that he would be sorry if she'd had a bad experience. I suppose that is a half apology, but I don't think there's that much question that she had a bad experience by the sound of it, regardless of whether what she's saying is 100% honest. I don't think we need any ifs at this point, if that's the threshold for an apology.
What else is there but some
I'm
tough
out of
love,
range. It's too
you know,
far
at a
away.
ranch or where else? You can't coddle kids like that.
He also seems to distance himself from his own personal involvement in Turnabout Ranch. And okay, although I would say it's difficult to hold Dr. Phil personally responsible for the actions of another individual, this still isn't an honest reply. To be frank, the idea that they have absolutely no involvement is just preposterous. The countless promotional videos, the unrivaled, unquestioning praise, they all say far much more than McGraw can say in a single interview. Dr. Phil was extremely enthusiastic about the organizations that he worked with.
Yes, gathering those herbs.
Agree. He could have acted shocked when confronted with this information, and it would have been more convincing than him saying they don't have anything to do with these places once they're out of Dr. Phil's care.
So we're not involved in that. We don't have any feedback from them. So whatever happens once they're there, that's between them and the facility. I assume she had a problem. She filed a complaint with the proper authorities or something 5 years
Oh,
ago.
what a
So
cop-out,
I
bro.
really don't know much about it.
Fuck him.
And we asked them for input.
He should have contacted the authorities.
Residential programs on
How about you stop recommending the facility?
Tonight on an all-new episode, The Dangers of Dr. Phil.
These all have mushroom samples? What's the drop rate on this shit, dude?
A few months after the video and the subsequent Dr. Phil interview, it was announced that the victim of the violation that Brigoli had spoken about, Hannah Archuleta, was initiating a lawsuit against Dr. Phil and their collaborating studios for the participation in sending children to Turnabout Ranch, or supposedly being aware of the many controversies that the center had been involved in since the early 2010s. We'll address the result of that in a bit, but it definitely posed the question of how ignorant Dr. Phil could be to the many problems that seemed evident to any onlooker, and these qualms would only be heightened as the industry looked more inward to address problems of workplace culture. 2020 was an interesting year for many reasons. However, as many viewers of this channel may recall, it was the year where the conduct of certain talk show hosts was brought into question, and their otherwise beloved reputation
Ellen
challenged.
DeGeneres.
Probably the most notable example of this was Ellen, who many claim was an all-round unpleasant person to deal with, while the working conditions behind the scenes of her supposedly lovable show were comparable to that of an authoritarian regime. Needless to say, whether you believed in every story's verity or not, the effect it had on the show was evident, with ratings plummeting. And barely a couple years later, the Ellen DeGeneres show was brought to an end after 19 seasons of mostly enjoyed success. The allegations certainly shook up the industry to say the least, and lifted the veil on the often hushed workplace culture that had seldom received scrutiny. For many it was a bad experience, but up until then, many former employees had likely viewed it through the lens of any other job. The difference is when you're dealing with celebrities who...
Some of these are just not worth it, dude. I'm kind of suspecting about Glow. I want to just move somewhere else. Go some... Gonna offer me something better.
In many corners of the industry, arguably the tabloid talk shows should have been the most conscious of this. They've been long subject to criticism regarding maltreatment of those around them, especially given the often sensitive and revealing topics surrounding their guests. As a matter of fact, in 2016, Dr. Phil...
It's like one of those quests that you need to get in the beginning, because you farm, like you're supposed to farm all these mobs, and I already had. I've killed these mobs already.
After information had leaked. The producers of Dr. Phil subsequently countersued, claiming that this employee, who worked as a producer and director, had lifted footage from the production that infringed on the copyright, employment, and confidentiality rights of the show. In the end, the judge sided with the producers, and the potential for further publicity seemed to burn out. At first, it seemed that Dr. Phil had avoided the blast radius of the talk show apocalypse, but barely a few months before Ellen's final episode on February the 11th, 2022, 2 present and 10 former employees came forward to attest to a work environment that was anything but therapeutic. In many ways, the allegations against the Dr. Phil show followed a similar narrative to those that had sunk Ellen a couple years before. Although employees on the article did not directly witness McGraw berating or abusing employees, many of the producers acted tyrannically towards those working on the show.
I think we're gonna go to a different zone. I'm kind of burned out on this place. I think I got all of like the good missions are done, and I'm cleaning up with like the more annoying ones.
Psychologists and TV hosts would merely be ignorant to these incidents, with one being quoted as saying,
if
how could he not know? Most of this centered in on a place called the Control Room, which employees described as a war zone, with yelling, insults, and all-round disrespect for employees who worked in those high-pressure conditions. The one public testimonial in this article comes from Tiffany Clark, who briefly did some work on behalf of Paramount. She said that during her short tenure, she was mercilessly berated by a supervisor who threatened jobs and openly bragged about making other employees quit. This information tells us a story endemic to many LA productions, and if you remove the names, you probably wouldn't be able to tell it from a show like Ellen. However, there was an aspect that set these claims apart from your usual studio hellhole. Now, as we noted, there are multiple testimonies that assert that the show subtly nudged guests towards problematic behavior that may be connected with the struggles they were encountering, many all of whom are from the guests themselves and their relatives. However, in this case, the employees appear to back up these claims, with multiple stories regarding the instruction they received when handling the show's participants. These included being encouraged to perpetuate racial stereotypes, not being properly equipped to deal with mentally vulnerable guests, and even one case where an employee claims they were directed to make sure a guest did not take their medication before going on stage. Former members of staff also say they were advised to manipulate and befriend guests in an attempt to obtain bookings for the show, while profiling them on a variety of fronts. This is partially substantiated by an excerpt from an email that commends workers for convincing guests that they're trusted confidants, but reminding them to keep their distance, as said guests will likely throw them under the bus. Not the sort of sympathetic outlook on guests that you'd expect from Dr. Phil. By this time, such claims of workplace misconduct were becoming more and more pervasive, and for such an environment, maybe that wasn't surprising. It seems to be a deeply ingrained cultural issue. However, the one aspect that should always be prioritized in this sort of show is the safety of guests, who genuinely need help above anything else, something that Dr. Phil has always publicly preached. This didn't appear to be a cultural misstep, this seemed to be intentional, and for that there were much more serious ramifications. As always, it's important to present both sides, and as many other stories reported, the team behind Dr. Phil did respond, firstly denying any of the allegations regarding treatment of staff and guests, while also referring their own members of staff to the publication in support of their perspective. Their angle was that yes, filming of a show like Dr. Phil could be intense, especially considering the unpredictability of those involved. However, nobody has been abused, nobody has been treated unfairly, and nobody was subjected to any forms of profiling or stereotyping under the watch of a show's executive. We can't support one experience unquestionably without taking into account the other experiences, and obviously the producers offered individuals who contradicted the accusatory testimonies written in the article. However, the report definitely outlined a continuing narrative on the Dr. Phil show, one that it was struggling to shake off. This isn't the first time that such claims have been made, and although an intensive workshop may create disgruntled employees, it's hardly a complete explanation for the often corroborating stories from supposedly separate sources. All I'd say is that in this case, it's hard to blame people for believing what was being said with the information available, whereas in the past, the Dr. Phil show had cast doubt on the guests and their families by pointing to the possibility of ulterior motives and the fact that certain memories may be corrupted. That didn't really apply here. To be frank, there wasn't a copious amount of new evidence being presented, but these claims were substantiated by what was already publicly available to viewers, and only added an additional layer of credibility to the criticisms being leveled against the Dr. Phil crew. But could it tell us anything about the man himself?
A lot of mages.
Other than the lawsuit in 2016, we didn't really have much evidence that supported this idea that Dr. Phil was an outwardly unpleasant person to those around him. And to be fair, you can't control everything your employees say or do. However, many would argue that he had presented himself as a hands-on person who cared about making a difference in these people's lives, and this seemed to contradict that. Now, with everything considered, the show still hasn't picked up too much flack. I think mainly because controversy comes with the territory, and such TV shows are never going to be completely unproblematic. Where someone like Ellen was meant to represent an environment where people could just be unbridled in their joy, Dr. Phil thrives on the energy of the guests as well, many of whom bring their own, sometimes less than positive spirit to the stage. That chaos seemed more inbuilt with that structure, which unfortunately makes such workplace misconduct stand out less. It's not a surprise that the Dr. Phil machine has mostly persisted, rather unscathed from the troubles of the past few years. However, this hasn't stopped people from asking questions, and I think as skepticism of this form of therapy content in general rises, then people are likely to revisit these claims, and time won't necessarily nullify them. When put together in one place, they do tell a damning story, and one that doesn't present the most flattering image of one of TV's most famous therapists. Creating compelling television is always a struggle, because a lot of people want to see what they often can't see in their own lives. Therapy is one of those things that is personal. It's between two private individuals, and obviously for many in the psychological field, that confidentiality is part of the process. A place where you can talk about your deepest, darkest thoughts with the hope of eventually expelling them. It's hard to do something publicly when many would argue that privacy is part of its necessity. After all, as people like Daniel Bregoli show, when cameras and audience members are viewing you, you're conditioned to behave differently. However, I also think there is value in people being open about their struggles, and there being a medium to connect with that over. There may not be a right way to do this, but there is a best way to do this. By 2022, I think that critics had lost faith that this was the best way, or that it was even a worthwhile route. Whether it was Dr. Phil's individual will or not, there were clearly conflicts of interest between driving the vehicle that creates entertaining TV and actually protecting the well-being of vulnerable guests. Even discounting the allegations, many of the clips spoke for themselves.
Todd, Dr. Phil.
Hi, I'm Todd. Nice to meet you.
How you feel, man? Can you walk?
Barely. I have to have help. Sorry, I'm very
And although you could certainly attribute certain blame to individuals, I think there was also a great question looming over the show that McGraw operated, particularly regarding its methodology.
What the fuck?
Prioritization of tell-all television is something that's always been valued in the industry. However, I think there were new elements that Dr. Phil introduced which made that pursuit more dangerous for people who may find themselves in a vulnerable place. In a way, what the Dr. Phil show promotes as its greatest facets were also its greatest problems. We return to this point of help, the one that McGraw helped set the program apart with by collaborating with all these centers and clinics. To me, it seems that the Dr. Phil showrunners either didn't realize the level of heightened responsibility that rested on their shoulders, or were aware and simply did not care. One allegation in particular comes to mind, that made by the mother who had to visit Skid Row with her daughter, that she'd been told that if she wanted her daughter to receive treatment that they were offering, she would have to cooperate with the narrative being spun on stage. I feel it's a believable scenario, but even if the details weren't exactly so, I do think it underlines the extremely sensitive power dynamic that is present during the show. On one hand, the notion of receiving help is a good idea that hasn't been nearly present in enough of these shows. However, as the only party that can provide that help in these scenarios, there's also an invisible dependence that is experienced by many of the guests. They're relying on the show to offer that help, but that help is chosen by the show and can be withdrawn at any time, as Dr. Phil explained himself.
One thing I knew for sure is that these girls were not ready to be home because home wasn't ready for these girls. I told you that, I was clear about it, and then you say, well, I've actually talked to some other experts. Then you need to do what they want you to do. Best of luck to you, but I'm not going to support that.
Who wouldn't want to cooperate with Dr. Phil's narratives in these cases, particularly when a person and your relationship with them are at stake? And these people are their friends, their family. Fleeting public dignity is a small price to pay to help your struggling relative to survive. Dr. Phil said that he wasn't involved in the actual treatment after his show, and that statement's falsehood is borderline self-explanatory. If that statement was true, then this dynamic would never have existed, as the help offered would be independent of whatever Dr. Phil says on his show. Instead, they're intertwined. The behavior exhibited...
It's annoying, dude. It's one of those other annoying quests where, like, you can't find the specific mobs. And, like, I tore through that entire basement.
Many extraneous variables that can influence their deportment during these episodes.
Just all a bunch of these guys.
Continues to be covered and critiqued in front of the cameras, even in these clinics and therapy centers. It's part of the show.
And Below's no different, dude.
And
just a bunch of mages.
Show, then so be it. But you have to acknowledge that it's a flawed system that can yield some complications, and that it is
how annoying.
Regardless of whether you wish to admit it.
But if we're going to do this, we're going to do this my way.
So even if that help was flawed, many didn't want to decry it or criticize it because it could influence how they received that help. Dr. Phil's seal of approval propelled a lot of these places into the spotlight, and even if someone had a negative experience with such a place, they may hesitate to speak up if they still had loved ones involved in the treatment. And who would dare question the moral authority of someone as revered as Dr. Phil McGraw? With all this in mind, it just makes his first response even worse.
We don't have anything to do with what happens with guests once they leave the stage.
If there is any shred of truth in what he said, it means that he had no investment or interest in the quality of care provided by a lot of these places that he rode so hard for in his shows. And these weren't simple sponsorships that people could go to if they wanted to. These are the places that were offered specifically. And with all this in mind, it becomes hard to buy that Dr. Phil had no knowledge whatsoever of the incidents that occurred at many of these places. In a way, his response distanced himself far too much to the point where it just was not believable. And a more straightforward theory seemed to emerge that shone a much darker light onto the show and how it had been operated. Amongst the
what happened to the other guy?
Shows in the genre that regularly sought to put guests on the spot regarding private affairs, indiscretions, and matters that only really served as entertainment for the baying crowds. Dr. Phil stood out to many, a beacon in how topics could be tackled on television. Thanks to his skills, McGraw was often able to navigate topics and address guests in ways that appeared fair and astute.
The pursuit of perfection is in and of itself a flawed pursuit because there is no perfection. You know that. Nothing can ever get straight enough, perfect enough, clean enough, right enough. Because if it is, you've got to go back and check it, right?
It didn't just make him popular with audiences who felt his approach represented a more humanized perspective of guests, but also with studios who were often learning the hard way that such formulas could lead to disaster. There's been no large-scale disaster on the Dr. Phil show, nothing that has defined the legacy of the show, and as the ratings of competitors dropped, McGraw's ship remained stable. The lack of emotional provocation directly from Dr. Phil often meant that people really couldn't do much with actual legal complaints. Whatever happened couldn't directly be linked back to an appearance on Dr. Phil. It's not illegal to have guests after all. There has to be some level of personal responsibility, something that Dr. Phil has always preached. In a lot of tabloid talk shows, their format enabled responsibility
Huzzah!
for any misconduct to be assigned to the producers and the host, because of their language and behavior that may have affected the actions of these guests. Not just on the show, but subsequently after the show. The public crucifixion many people were often subject to was life-ruining, a fate I wouldn't wish on nearly anyone. And when these consequences became apparent, I think a lot of people realized TV needed to change. Dr. Phil seemed above that,
so
though.
bad.
The show seemed to occupy this very neutral sphere where they merely provided a platform for these discussions and interventions to occur. Whatever happened otherwise was ultimately the result of decisions made by individuals. This reputation was bolstered by Dr. Phil's image and background, which often applauded him as a professional voice whose words were rooted in scientific observation. Although acknowledging that he was not a medical doctor or even a practicing psychologist, McGraw still leaned into this image, with many products, shows, and public appearances that promoted him as a credible voice within the sphere. All of this established him as a neutral, mild TV personality who merely wanted to teach people some common sense, and his self-titled show followed that formula. This perspective was reflected in Dr. Phil's response to Danielle Bregoli. All he does on the show is sit there and make observations and recommend the support a person should receive. The observational approach prides itself on attempting to dissect these subjects from a factual basis and in a way that allows individuals to present themselves in their unfiltered, unprovoked form. Now, in principle, it was questionable whether such a format could ever be truly neutral. The involvement of an audience, TV cameras, sure, on paper they're not directly accountable to a studio, but they still influence outcomes
All
of possible
prices here are
interventions and
reasonable.
discussions that would regularly refer to intimate and revealing details broadcast out there for eternity. Yet you could defend the show on the basis that there has to be some public exposure for it to constitute a show at all. Nevertheless, there are definitely certain hoops they'd have to jump through to retain this defense, which is what some began to question. First, you have that dynamic of dependence between the guests and the showrunners, that unspoken assumed debt, one that could very easily dictate personal behavior and commentary on it. However, deeper than that, we have the actual alleged conduct undertaken by people working behind the scenes that seem to challenge their guests and their own personal responsibility for their demons. As it's been preached, personal responsibility was extremely important.
Stamina,
We know the crew of Dr. Phil
and
never
intellect.
forced any guest's hand in their actions. However, on multiple occasions, the Dr. Phil show appeared to be more orchestrated than those behind it were prepared to admit. Their behavior in attempting to make TV more engaging seemed to amount to nudging certain
Light.
guests towards detrimental
Must
actions,
remember the
not
light.
safeguarding vulnerable individuals
Okay,
properly,
hold on, I got better. I'll be right
prioritizing their
back.
business deals and spicy stories over the actual well-being and autonomy of some of those who they covered. Each allegation seemed to tell the same story, that although there seemed to be no active sabotage conducted by producers, they pushed the responsibility of difficult decisions onto distressed guests to generate conflict, which would then be touched on by the surly host, who would hold them accountable.
I have no excuse. I didn't want her to withdraw. I know that we did try and take her to the hospital, and she ended up leaving. I don't have an answer for why I did what I did. I just wanted to help her feel better.
So you got the heroin, right? How did you take it?
Injected it.
So you bought heroin that she pumped into her veins and therefore into the baby's veins. So that baby is high on heroin.
It's a very curious connection between many of the stories. This is not one that people would necessarily consciously concoct to be consistent with other claims, but they suggested that the Dr. Phil producers indulged a sweet spot between the show's responsibility and the guest responsibility. Sure, they didn't necessarily make these guest decisions for them, but they put them in a position where many of them felt like they had no other option, whether that's due to the unspoken dynamic or the outwardly spoken words. Even if it seems like they have a choice, it's almost its own illusion. The presence of an audience makes this even more difficult, because given almost all of them are likely to be in favor of Dr. Phil, try as assent and you're arguing against 100 more people who have complete free reign to vocalize those feelings. It's not hard to tell which side they're going to take. We know the central narrative of a show like this will always aim to present Dr. Phil lifting people out of a struggle. He has to be their savior, but they shouldn't have to manipulate scenarios to ensure that a person has a struggle to be lifted out of. As their PR guru once said, those people were already encountering difficulties at the time that they arrived. What happens at the show may not have too much of a direct bearing on those specific issues, yet just because someone is suffering from a problem doesn't mean that an appearance on public television is just like any other Tuesday when addressing it. That sort of show can be a make or break situation for a person's well-being. You see, whereas Greenberg's statement was used to defer responsibility, many would use it to bestow greater responsibility. Just because someone is fighting their own personal battle doesn't mean you can't provide some reinforcements here or there, and you have to make the best TV out of it. Although they had established a prestige amongst many viewers as the show that provided the most sincere platform for people to share their struggles, their setup enabled a bulletproof formula that would yield the results they wanted, reaping the credit for everything that went right without making them too responsible for the things that went wrong, exploiting nearly every medium possible to maximize their own success. But in spite of its continued success, are the curtains finally coming down on this iconic daytime show? The year is 2022, and Dr. Phil has been up and running for 20 seasons. It has outlasted nearly every tabloid talk show, a majority of normal talk shows, including Oprah, and still pulls significant viewership. He must have done something right. Well, in many ways, Dr. Phil achieved a feat unrivaled by nearly every other daytime show. Regardless of when or how it ends, it will have irrevocably changed many people's lives, for better and sometimes for worse. McGraw has influenced multiple generations of people on how they may approach the topics of mental health and many other sensitive subjects surrounding the matter, which is probably why people find the show such a hotbed for modern-day discussion. It's influenced how people seek help, put a face on a lot of unknown conditions, and platformed important discussions that were often considered too taboo for mainstream television.
I just want it to stop. I want to be able to get along with him. I do love him with my whole heart.
Then he needs to be worthy of that. And treating you with dignity and respect is an entry level beginning.
There's no doubt that many of those subjects covered by Dr. Phil will remain relevant for decades to come, but will the man himself be at the forefront of it? With all that's been discussed today, I'm not entirely sure. Dr. Phil's venture into the online community definitely gave him and the show a second wind that very few could have probably predicted. It made him relevant with a new audience and refreshed him in the memory of old ones. However, success in the online world does come with the acknowledgement that you don't always have the control of public perception that you might have on other mediums. It didn't help that at its core, Dr. Phil was still old-school syndicated television. They didn't really adjust their rules depending on who was watching or talking about them. Certain pursuits that became quite easy to criticize were picked up on, and even though it was likely fairly standard procedure when the show was launched, by this time people clearly realized there had to be somewhat more rigorous moral standards with the content he was producing. And when he eventually got involved in the pinnacle of what every online figure dreads, drama, his response was clearly taken from the TV template of admitting nothing. The only problem was that it just wasn't believable at all. In 2018, owing to its continued success, Dr. Phil was renewed for an additional 4 seasons running up until May 2023.
Alright, I'm cooking some corn dogs.
In these last couple years, it has lost its syndicated crown to other shows, including Live with
Now that I
Kelly
say it
and
verbally,
and The
it
View.
doesn't sound as
Now, this isn't
appetizing.
to say the
It's
ratings
just a
have
nice
been
little
strong.
meal.
Dr. Phil still pulls a significant viewership, all things considered. Whereas
I
in
had to
March 2020
think
was
some
pulling
plates
Nielsen
too, and I
rating
realized I was like,
2.8.
no
By
plate.
the end of 2021, that had dropped to 1.4, and it seems somewhat uncertain if there will be a further extension to the show's lifespan. On the basis of the numbers alone, I'd say they have reason to renew. However, on the basis of the trend, I'd say they're probably aware of the risk. In August 2022, for the start of season 21, they laid off 25 staffers in a move to cut costs. And although the studio downplayed the move, it's hard to ignore such significant downsizing, especially given the stories that had come out over the year before. The only real piece of good news for the show came from the result of the lawsuit regarding Turnabout Ranch, which judge dismissed as ultimately not having strong enough grounds to pursue. Having probably the most TV company move of them all, the response of the Dr. Phil show was to request the court to have the former guest, Archuleta, pay them $400,000 in legal fees, which seems just a bit tasteless considering the sensitivity of the case and the fact that a separate lawsuit against Turnabout Ranch has yet to be concluded. But that's just my take. I could point towards one specific story and say that it was the straw that broke the camel's back, but really I think it's just a result of gradual attrition, a formula being worn to the bone, and people finally realizing it wasn't the TV that it claimed to be. I think that back in the day, when it was competing with shows that regularly skewered their guests and made the grandest spectacle of each situation, Dr. Phil could be that more humane alternative. With the rise of the internet and Dr. Phil's own participation in it, they found themselves out of step with more refined documentaries and psychological analyses of situations by creditors to experts who treat these topics with much more reverence than Dr. Phil ever did. McGraw's show still has the edge in the fact that it often directly involves these subjects and the fact that they can actually offer treatment and coverage of such.
What
But
pays
that
me
has
the
been
most?
overshadowed by the questions surrounding a lot of these treatment centers and Dr. Phil's own relationship with them. YouTubers who worked with counseling site BetterHelp came under criticism after the company found themselves mired in controversy regarding the status of some professionals, and some creators were thought to have not actually used the site they were promoting. That is a drop in the ocean compared to what McGraw has appeared to greenlight. The lawsuit regarding Turnabout Ranch has also further torn a hole in that previously impenetrable reputation. Although lawsuits were not necessarily anything new to Dr. Phil, and certainly this result wasn't, the media coverage, the names attached, and the possible precedent that could have been set if they had found McGraw and his crew culpable for their recommendation is enough to give many studios cold feet. This probably wouldn't have even been conceivable when the show started up in the early 2000s, with TV the medium and guests making 1 or 2 appearances before being forgotten.
No wonder Fellweed's so fucking cheap. It's everywhere.
Much of this content, mostly the behest of Dr. Phil's production team, their strength of reaching a new audience is also that vulnerability. Like a lot of TV shows and even media in general, Dr. Phil was ahead of its time when it made its debut, but has fallen behind the evolving zeitgeist as the years have passed, and it seems too resistant to the change it would need to undertake to overcome that. Maybe Phil's format just wasn't capable of something more human. Or maybe it was, but wasn't prepared to make that change.
I believe I can bring him really quality help, and I think he can respond to that. And I think he probably will.
In principle, I don't think it would be completely impossible to overhaul the current system in place. However, I think the issue is that when a show becomes so established over a long period of...
You know why, like, the whole tough love stuff doesn't work? It's because people are smart enough to not be treated like shit. Because that's what you're doing. You're treating them like shit. I'm doing it because I love you. You know, abuse and stuff like that doesn't work. It just fucks... You know what they construed as, like, going straight, like, becoming a proper, not becoming a trouble kid, is you just shutting up and just doing what you're told. That's what they consider being good. Not to how to deal with your emotions or how you're feeling or any of that shit. They just want you to shut up and do what you're told. No matter what you're being told is stupid or not. In a lot of those situations, when you're in that circumstance, there are times where you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and you still get in trouble. You still get blamed because they're not willing to admit they're fucking wrong at any time. That's the problem with it. So then they start making mistakes and doing really fucked up stuff. Because they can't be wrong. You're wrong. It's just a really poor way to train people. And if you want a case in point of fucked upness, I mean, think about a lot of them talking about how they grew up. You know, it took me a long time to deal with the shit I dealt with when I was a kid. And I'm still working on me trying to deal with that stuff. And it's not blaming them for the circumstance. I'm an adult. It's on me at this point. But the point is just like anger, for example, is a big issue that I have to deal with. Like, things just piss me off and they shouldn't. They shouldn't do it. And I recognize that and I have to work on that. But that's like a core thing. I saw that my whole life. I just saw anger throughout my entire life. And so, like, to reply to that with anger is the core fundamental aspect of what I learned, which I know is not a good thing to do. And being angry is so salty. It salts the blood. It salts the mind. It sours everything. It's just no fun. You know? It doesn't give you that... A lot of people like to say they want to show themselves like being strong and stuff, but anger doesn't do any of that. Anger just makes you look weak. Pathetic. That's how I see it. When someone gets angry, there is justifiable anger. But when I think people are getting what I like to call petty anger, it doesn't make them look strong, it makes them look weak. Because they're easily broken.
Time it digs its roots in, which makes it very difficult.
I have that same issue. I have to work on that. You know what I mean? I feel like I've gotten a lot better, but it doesn't change my internal emotion.
If your numbers are down currently, you still risk distancing the loyal viewers by completely renovating the show that so many of those viewers have come to appreciate. But is it radical to ask for a bit more humanity? Arguably, much of what we discussed today wouldn't necessarily require that many adjustments. Just a heightened sensitivity and improved safeguarding. However, even that may be a bit too much for a show that at its core still thrived on the drama that it superficially seemed to seek distance from. And to be brutally honest, maybe that's what people wanted.
I can't help but feel like these resources aren't as valuable.
One of the aspects of a modern talk show that appeals to so many people is this thought that what you're receiving is an unfiltered, authentic version of a person. Unfortunately, Hollywood ruins most things, and for studios it often seems easier to manufacture the illusion of an authentic atmosphere than to actually craft one organically. Yet if people are none the wiser to this assembly, then who can it harm? Well, on principle, it doesn't have to harm anyone if it's managed correctly. The problem is that a formula based on deception doesn't tend to attract the most sincere characters. And when you're dealing with topics like mental...
I gotta be honest, I'm done listening to this man's voice. I've been hearing it for over 2 hours. And although he is not an annoyance, I'm done listening about Dr. Phil.
Anduin is a central character in WoW,
There we
having
go.
previously been
Listen
the
to facts about WoW.
the king, although he appears to be taking a break after the events of Shadowlands. In the game, Anduin is named after the famous hero, Anduin Lothar.
Oh.
In reality, the name Anduin was likely lifted directly from Lord of the Rings. That's not to accuse Metzen of being unoriginal, since it is nearly impossible to avoid such a monolithic influence on all the fantasy genre, and it makes sense as a fitting tribute, since so much of WoW has been influenced by Lord of the Rings.
Hey?
But that's an entirely different video. In Middle-earth, the continent Lord of the Rings takes place on, one of the biggest and largest
Oh, he's
rivers
an orc.
is named
I
Anduin.
can't buff
The main
orc.
characters even take canoes down the river for
What
a while,
brings
as
you
Frodo
here?
goes on his journey to destroy the One Ring and Mount Doom and defeat
Goddess,
Sauron.
watch over
While
you.
this is a vast
May
oversimplification,
the
it
stars
is important
guide
to know
you.
that many places and characters in WoW have been directly influenced by Lord of the Rings, and that you'll see a lot of Lord of the Rings come up in several other different names in this video. Tolkien invented numerous
It
languages
has no
used in
difference,
fantasy.
except for the
One
stat.
of them is Sindarian, which was one of the
Swap.
languages of the elves. Anduin is Sindarian for Great River, but it literally translates as a long river. Naming a character in WoW after river is a bit odd, so let's delve a little deeper into how this influences Anduin the character. Well, if we look at the name thematically, we can draw several conclusions. The biggest realization is that Anduin is a key character in the Warcraft narrative, just as the Anduin River is a key feature of the geography of Middle-earth. Thus, Anduin the character can be seen as the main plot and, quite literally, a big part of the flow of the story. Just as the Anduin River goes through many different kingdoms, lands, and geography, so does Anduin the King. Both are major influences upon things that surround them and
You
shape
know,
the landscape
I
of
think
the
I
world.
remember leveling this
WoW,
area
Anduin has
before.
helped other characters
I think
develop, whether directly or indirectly.
out of
Some
all the
these characters
times I can
include
remember
Smaug,
myself
Varian,
playing WoW,
Bolvar, Velen,
I
Gan,
think
and
I
most
very
recently,
much
Sylvanas.
remember.
Another key feature along the Anduin River is two large sculptures of some of the early
I think I very much remember
named the Argonath. The Anduin River
this
itself
area
flows through
is,
the capital
like
city of the
Zangomarsh
Kingdom of
particularly.
Gondor in the city of Minas Tirith, where the throne of the king is. This further ties the connotations of both Anduins to one of regality and kingliness. Just as the Anduin River grows ever larger and stronger as it flows south, so too does Anduin grow stronger as a character and as a person in WoW as the meta story unfolds. There's a lot more to discuss here, and we've only just touched the surface, but this is a video, not a literature class, so let's move on to some other words. Our second word is Argus. In World of Warcraft, Argus was the planet and original home of
Is
the
he just-
Draenei until it was taken over by Sargeras and his Burning Legion.
Going
Players
from A to
visited
Z.
Argus and Legion during patch 7.3, appropriately named Shadows of Argus. There are three reasons behind the name.
4 hours of this, so
all
I may
of
not
which
be able to
trace
hold
their
out.
origins from ancient Greece. Argus probably takes its name from Greek mythology, in which Argus was a giant with 100 eyes. This ties thematically to the Burning Legion, as the Legion and Sargeras are always on the lookout to capture and enslave more worlds. Kil'jaeden especially was always on vigil for getting back at Velen. In addition, Sargeras himself was enamored with Azeroth's world
Cool
soul,
place.
and was constantly on the lookout trying to find a way to invade.
Hope
and
monkeys
capture the
don't jump
planet.
out.
The notion of an infinite army which can see all directions also makes sense when compared to Argus's 100 eyes, as the Burning Legion, quite literally, had eyes almost everywhere. in the
K-ya!
universe.
Ugh.
Argus was also by some accounts
Oh.
the shipwright of the
Peace,
vessel
friend.
Argos, which bore
Hold
a
on,
slightly
I need
altered
to-
version of her name. Argos was the ship that Jason and the Argonauts set sail on to capture the Golden Fleece. Both Arguses, in this sense, can be seen as symbols of exploration and adventure into the unknown. The Burning Legion was always searching for new worlds and places in the Twisted Nether, and Argus was its command post, just as Argus the Sailor was the center of the expedition, while Jason and the Argonauts were on their epic quests. Finally, Argos is an ancient city of Greece, and one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. This fits neatly into the idea of the Eridar being a very old and sage race of people. The third word on this list today is Azeroth. Azeroth is the main world World of Warcraft takes place in, and is, for all intents and purposes, the actual world
How
of
may
Warcraft.
I aid
The most
you?
prominent work of fiction the name Azeroth appears in is from the 1979 science fiction novel called Fires of Azeroth by C.J. Cherryh. This novel also involves portals between worlds, a corrupted person opening a portal to allow an invasion of a world to happen, and various political factions squabbling amongst themselves uniting against a larger existential threat. As such, it seems to have been a large influence on WoW's lore and story, but we can really only speculate based on what little information we have. In fact, there's even an achievement that shares the same name. The Fires of Azeroth achievement is awarded when players pay their respects
keep
at
track
the
of what's
bonfires
what.
during the Burning Blossom Festival across
How are
Cataclysm, Eastern Kingdoms,
See you
Kalimdor,
soon.
Northern Outland, and Pandaria zones.
Be good.
A very
Hello.
similar word named Azeroth is also the name of a minor goddess
Safe
from C.S.
travels.
Lewis's
Light be
mythology,
with
The
you.
Chronicles of Narnia.
Go with
This
honor,
goddess is
friend.
briefly mentioned in
Light
the book
bless
The
you.
Force and Its Boy, and is described as being a god of the Kalerman Empire and part of the religion. Azeroth might be inspired by a Phoenician goddess known as Astarte, which in turn is probably a variant of the older Mesopotamian Ishtar. Azeroth's worship likely competed with early Judaism and is the origin of several Abrahamic demons like Astaroth. The next name is Azshara. And WoW, Azshara is the queen of the Naga and used to be the queen of the Highborn. She and the Night Elves were turned into Naga by the old god N'Zoth shortly after the Sun Ring. While there is no literal transcription of her name, three deities in particular from ancient Middle East and South Asia do resemble some of the aspects of Azshara. First, Ashara's name bears a striking similarity to the real-world goddess named Ashura. Ashura was an ancient Semitic goddess that also appeared in the Sumer and Canaanite myths. In almost all of her iterations, she is one of the highest-ranking gods and is the consort of a deity. This means she is roughly comparable to Hera of Greek mythology. Second, another goddess which might also have an influence on Ashara's name is Ishara. Although this goddess is probably closer related to Ishtar, another ancient Sumerian goddess. However, she also shares some
it's another
Ishara
quest
in that
here,
she is
but
a powerful
maybe
female
it's
associated with beauty and adoration. The final deity is technically a semi-deity named Asvatara from Hinduism and Buddhism. Asvatara is a Naga king in
Well
most
met.
traditions, and the Nagas of World of Warcraft take their name from the semi-divine Naga serpent people of South Asian mythology.
Light bless you.
This link is further reinforced by the fact that there are several Azshara statues found throughout Azeroth, all of which look similar to statues of South Asian religions, which have multiple arms that are in circles around the deity. Now let's move on and talk about an old god. We've chosen Cthulhu for our first old god name, since it was the first old god introduced in World of Warcraft, all the way back in vanilla. Most old gods are heavily inspired by some of the Eldritch horrors created by H.P. Lovecraft, and the name Cthulhu is no exception to this pattern. Cthulhu is likely an adaptation of the name Cthulhu. In Lovecraft mythos, Cthulhu is an eldritch being who lies in a death-like slumber in the Ocean Ocean and is somewhat similar to Lake. Both the names of Cthulhu and Cthulhu seem to be inspired by the word chthonic. In Greek, chthonic is a descriptive word for things related to the underworld. It can be used in the context of chthonic gods, chthonic rituals, chthonic cults, and more. The idea of an evil subterranean god or being is very old. It can be traced back going thousands of years to Proto-Indo-European mythologies. Cthulhu's large eye is also somewhat reminiscent of the Eye of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. The player even loots an item called the Eye of Cthulhu the first time they kill the old god. Several other comparisons Lord of the Rings should be mentioned, such as how the ancient men in Middle-earth erected towers to watch over Mordor should Sauron ever return, and how these defenses eventually failed. This can be seen as similar to the old gods breaking free of their prisons in WoW after the Titan Keepers had jailed them for so long. Additionally, both Cthulhu and Eye of Sauron are located in hard-to-get-to inhospitable deserts. The next word we'll be exploring is Draenor. In WoW's in-game lore, the word Draenor means exile's refuge in the Draenei language. The word Draenei itself means exile from Draenei. This refers to Draenei led by Velen, who left Argus after the Burning Legion invaded. The word Dran itself means exile in Draenei. As far as etymology of the world languages go, in the two Celtic languages of Breton and Welsh, the word Dran means thorn. The Draenei and Velen certainly were a thorn in the side for Jaden Sargeras in the
Ooh, mama!
Additionally, the word thorn can be used more figuratively to mean a snag, hitch, or problem. There's not much else to say about the word Draenor, so here are two fun facts. First, if you ever wondered if the word Draenor or Draenei came first, it was Draenei. Second, the direct translation of Draenor as Exile's Refuge is quite similar to the starting zone added in Battle for Azeroth, which is called Exile's Reach. Whether these names are made similar intentionally or not is not known. Our next word is Kalimdor, which in-game currently refers to the westernmost known continent of Azeroth. However, before the Sundering, Kalimdor was used to refer to the all-in-one made continent before the Sundering. In WoW's lore, Kalimdor means land of eternal.
You know, I've been
starlight
PvP enabled this whole time.
Titan and Darnassian. How and why Titans and or Titan Watchers decided to name the
Just to
original
show you,
continent
just don't
Kalimdor
run
is
into
still
people.
not known. In the real world, Kalim means passage in Albanian, but this is probably more of a coincidence in the etymology for the name. The next name in our video is Lordaeron. The name Lordaeron has held several different meanings over the years in WoW, and we'll do our best to explain them all. First, however, is the in-game etymology for the name. Lordaeron is named after the renowned human general named Lordain. Lordain was one of the first warriors in WoW's lore and served as a trusted general to the first human king, Thoradin, and Thoradin considered him a brother. Thoradin founded the kingdom of Arthur and built the city of Strong. Another trusted general of King Thoradin was Ignis Trollbane, who was the ancestor of the Nant Trollbane. The last known descendant of Lordain was Lothar. King Thoradin can be seen in the Legion Arms War campaign to obtain the artifact Stromkar, which was Thoradin's weapon. General Lordain sacrificed himself in the Troll Wars. To honor him, many soldiers named their homeland Lordaeron after him. The name was later cemented when nobles from Strom fled north during the fracturing of Arathor and founded the city of Lordaeron. In the game currently, Lordaeron can refer to the ruined city, the land surrounding the city, Lordaeron Lake, and the Kingdom of Lordaeron, which spreads across most of the north and eastern kingdoms, including Tirisfal, the modern-day Plaguelands, and Silverpine. The Kingdom of Lordaeron survived the first two wars, only to fall to Arthas and the Scourge in the Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. This is just a brief account of this part quest. And needless to say, there's much more to the story and the lore here to discover that we don't have time to talk about in this video. Next, we move on to the name of the character, Sylvanas. The name Sylvanas appears to be unique in Warcraft lore. Sylvanas is not named after any historical figures in our real world. However, Sylvanas means something close to forest in Latin. Sylvanas is also the name of a Roman god, and we'll talk more about him in a bit. The name Sylvanas fits very thematically with the former Ranger General, Silvermoon. The Ranger Generals are at home in the forest and are very familiar with the land. Sylvanas' master of the woods and guerrilla tactics allowed her to make quick work of her enemies. Through this manner, Sylvanas was able to inflict large losses upon the Scourge when Arthas invaded Quel'Thas in the Third War. This is a large reason as to why Arthas hated her so much and turned her into a banshee out of spite. The Roman god Sylvanas was the god of forests and boundaries. His name from Latin literally translates as of the woods. In addition to the forest imagery, the boundary aspect of the god Sylvanas is also quite symbolic because Sylvanas quite literally helped defend the boundaries of Quel'Thalas. The magical runestones at the borders of Quel'Thalas also suggested another connection here, since Sylvanas the god was also the god of field stones and markers. This was also proven again when Sylvanas broke the boundary between Azeroth and the Shadowlands. Regardless of Sylvanas' recent character development and recent expansions, the notion of quite literally not being able to see the
yeah, it's farming very well. This is an easy level, man. I'm telling you. Good stuff.
Our final word from this video is Tauren. A lot of fantasy words in WoW come from Latin, and using Latin to build
you coming to
words
hang
is
out?
somewhat of a cliche in fantasy. The name Tauren is no exception to this fantasy Latin language rule, as Tauros is Latin for bull. Despite such a simple etymology for a name, the Tauren have an extremely rich lore and culture within the game. Physically, the Tauren themselves are based on the Minotaur of ancient Greek mythology, but have a culture more similar to that of the various tribes of Native Americans. One of WoW's many strengths is that it has the ability to incorporate many different source materials, yet weave
if you haven't noticed yet, I'm
story.
partially
Some
invisible in the body.
Legacy's boom. Nature, meaning you can rearrange letters and get both points. Whether or not this was intended since early in WoW's development remains unknown, but Tauren do seem to have a deeper connection to shamanism and druidism than many of the other races on Azeroth. During the first few weeks of Cataclysm, when they added the new fishing dailies for the brand new Orgrimmar, there was a small little bug associated to one of the items, which might possibly be one of the strongest items that has ever existed in the game's history. But not for the reasons you might think. The quest was called a Golden Opportunity, which is still in the game to this day, although of course the bug has been released to this. And basically all you do for the quest is take a fillet knife and use
jerk face
lizards in the newly flooded Durotar in order to collect a drowned thunder lizard tail, which you would then use in order to collect some fish. As the drowned thunder lizard tail, on a 10-second cooldown, would let out a little electrical blast that would instantly kill all the nearby fish, which was necessary for completing the quest. Once you turned in the quest, the drowned lizard tail would not actually delete itself from your inventory, because the quest item you received was the fillet knife, and the thunder lizard tail was something you got during the quest, making it not a gifted quest item. So you basically got to keep the item, and it could be used anywhere in the world, not just the quest location. A simple little item which just put out a little thunder effect, but didn't actually do any damage. So where's the harm in that? Well, it wasn't on the global cooldown. So you could technically just macro the item into one of your abilities in order to have a cool little thunder effect on your character every 10 seconds. However, there was a little bit of
my greed.
Well, in addition to the bug where it didn't delete itself from your inventory every turn of the quest.
My greed!
The item's exploit was that you could use the effect of the tail multiple times before it actually triggered its 10-second cooldown. And since it was off the global cooldown, what you could do was just macro the ability to use the item countless times before it triggered its 10-second cooldown. And every activation of the
you
item...
can definitely feel the damage, though.
So, if you took this item into the middle of Orgrimmar, and then used it hundreds of times a second, it would completely crash everyone's frames per second. And sometimes would even cause people's clients to crash as well. And since this item could be used anywhere in the world, some people actually took this into battlegrounds in order to lag out and disconnect the enemy team for easy wins. Because the player using it could purposely
still
set their
recharging.
in-game settings to the lowest possible ahead of time in order to avoid the effect, while the enemy players running their games at the highest settings they could would not be prepared for the CPU load that was about to hit them. And since this happened in 2010,
Want a tank ring of blood? What'd that mean?
so it was
What'd that mean?
easy to crash most people's clients with the item. After a couple of weeks, Blizzard eventually fixed the item to no longer trigger multiple times throughout a single macro. And also,
All right, this is the last beauty.
And for good reasons too, as it's
Oh,
kind of the
let's
best
get the mana,
crowd
baby.
control item they've ever put in the game, and hence one of the strongest items they've ever had, as you can completely win any PvP encounter by just crashing your opponent's computer, or at the very least dropping the frames per second runs.
I don't know
Information about Vanilla WoW that weren't really major problems during Classic WoW. During Vanilla WoW, there was a very common bug involving the rogue skill called Vanish. Vanish is an ability
I don't
that
know.
stealth in combat, while giving them a little buff that makes it so they can't be de-stealth
Go back to this
due
guy.
to certain abilities happening within
Who
a
is
short
this
window,
person?
usually less than
Are they
5
part of the
seconds.
group?
This would give the rogue some leeway to actually stay invisible if some kind of spell was mid-travel when they actually vanished. That way it wouldn't break immediately once it finally landed.
Not
But
my group.
There was a bug, where sometimes Vanish would break randomly before the little 3-second window was over. And people for the longest time weren't sure why. But then, in preparation for Classic WoW, one of the original Vanilla WoW developers was asked about this bug. And basically what it was,
What's on your
every
mind?
single ability in the game
Keep your
needed to
feet
have
on the
a
ground.
switch turned on
Hail,
that basically
farewell.
just said, don't break
Go in
Vanish.
peace.
And since
Farewell.
this had to be manually
Now I gotta do
turned
more
on
murder?
for every
Bleh.
single ability in the game, some of the
Need
abilities
help?
just didn't
Go
have
with
it because
honor,
they
friend.
forgot.
Be careful.
Missed it. Or sometimes the flag
Or
would
the
get turned
Alliance.
off because of certain
my
interactions
God.
between spell types. And it was as simple as that. Some abilities just wouldn't be flagged for not breaking Vanish, and some interactions would make it so that the flag never turned on. Even in 2019 Classic WoW, Vanish
I
was
do
bugged
gotta
for a
say,
while,
even
where
the,
it just
see, I
never
can't, I don't have
turned
his
on against
quest
certain
anymore.
bosses or
Like
occasionally
hold
in
shift,
PvP, and they basically had to fix this bug.
give
for
the bundles of skins to
Well, I
Herald
guess the
Lane
fix is
at
kind
the
of
amazing.
like
Wait, what?
Vanish
It's
still
11
bugs out sometimes in
1,000
the current
experience.
WoW, but not as
But I can't do
frequently
it.
as they used to.
So I have to.
The
It must be a
ability to
king
just
quest. Must be
instantly
a
drop
bug.
combat and then stay in a state, which is supposed to break on any form of damage, is just kind of ripe for all kinds
I
of
also forgot I have this. Lifeblood.
Located in the Tannan jungle in Draenor is an NPC named Fel Rangari Anara. If you kill this NPC, she'll drop an item called the Vial of Fel Cleansing, which is necessary in order to tame one of the Fel Wolves in the area. And you only get 1 vial per kill, which allows you to tame 1 pet basically each time you use it. Now, what was interesting about this NPC back in Warlords of Draenor was that she was only attackable by hunters, that she would despawn if anyone else tried to pull her. And she was actually a pretty difficult encounter that required you to use all of your hunter abilities. Periodically throughout the fight, she would put your pet to sleep, and you'd have to use Master's Call in order to wake it up. She would put a super buff on herself that you would need to Tranquilizing Shot in order to dispel. And she would occasionally go invisible, where you had to use your Flare in order to reveal her. Plus, she had a heal that she would cast at low health, which would put her all the way back to full health, which you simply had to interrupt, while dodging all of her AoE abilities that she was constantly putting out. It was an actual challenging encounter for hunters, very reminiscent of the Hunter quest chain in Vanilla WoW for Rock LR, which also comprised of very difficult solo challenges for hunters in order to obtain a powerful weapon. And it was also similar to a lot of the other challenge tames that was added in various other expansions, like the Spirit Beast tames of Cataclysm, or rare pets for the Magma Tortoise, or all the Lava Beasts in the Molten Front, or even the Mechano Spiders and Dogs from Alcatraz.
Well, fine.
And of
If you
course,
don't
if
want
you
to offer
go to
me a
this NPC
quest.
today on a max level character,
What you need,
you can just kind of one-shot her pretty easily, so you don't really need to know her.
Throne of Elements and speak with the Elementalist
Located in the
Sharvak.
Dalaran sewers of both versions of Dalaran is a sewer shark named Sega CD. This
Yeah.
NPC is an obvious reference to the game
Greetings,
station
friend.
known as the Sega CD.
Seek the
because
path
there was a
of the
game
light.
for that system called Sewer Shark.
Remain
Sewer
Like the
Shark
Burning
was one of the
Legion?
more popular games in that system,
Okay.
and was one of the first ones
I
to be
guess.
released with it. And it was such a hit that they eventually ended up building the
Spell
Sewer
Power
Shark
Critical
game
Strike. I can't go wrong with
for
that.
Sega CD
No
releases.
stamina buff.
So it makes sense why an NPC located in the sewers
May
would
your
be named
days be
Sega
long
CD,
and your
since the
hardships
game
few.
was so synonymous with the system. The game
gotta
itself
play somebody,
doesn't
copy.
really have much to do with sharks. It is actually a railgun shooter game.
Play
So
Zorbo
that's
the
about all the
Advisor,
references
copy.
there. Not many
Hello,
know this NPC is just a reference or an Easter egg. However,
You'll come
it
back.
is actually
Leave.
used in the Purge of Dalaran,
Another day.
where a High Elf mage is holding one of the Sunreaver citizens of
Blessings
Sage's
upon
Isha,
you.
and then drops a citizen to the sharks when you engage the elf to try to stop him.
What
Which indicates
wonderful
that
Dionys
shark is
Saka.
definitely a canon part of Dalaran, and actually is involved in the story of the world, which is pretty rare for a lot of these references.
What do you need, stranger?
Oh, hello.
And now for some
Oh.
information about the earliest versions of the game. In Vanilla WoW, we
Roma,
had a couple of class
et
weapon
corta,
bugs, more famously
light.
the ones for priests and hunters
Must
that had a
remember
world
the
with
light.
very difficult solo challenges in order to reward with a pretty decent
Luck
weapon,
to you.
tailored specifically for the class. It was such a popular feature that they basically used this mechanic for all of the artifact weapons in the Legion expansion, and it was definitely a very loved part of the expansion. Although players always found it funny that they kind of stopped doing it after only a couple of classes. And in an interview with a WoW dev who worked on the game during Vanilla WoW, in preparation for Classic WoW, they were asked about the class quests, and why there weren't more of them. And basically what it boiled down to was they just took too much time to create. And after they did the first couple, they kind of stopped so they could start working on the Burning Crusade, and be able to ship it in a timely manner. Although they did have plans to do more of them, they specifically cut the rest of them so they could work on the Burning Crusade. And not because they thought they were an unpopular feature or anything. They just simply took too much time to make for how few people actually got to do them. Like how all classes were going to have race-specific abilities like Priest did, that was also cut for similar reasons. So they just weren't a huge priority, and were one of the first of many things that were cut in order to allocate resources to something more important. Tel Abyss is an island which has basically been on the world map since the very beginning. However, most of its life in Warcraft has been as an unknown labeled island on the world map, and we've never actually
Guess I never really realized that.
with there only being a few references to it in game. The first reference is the Tel Abyss banana, which is a very common item sold
Level
in
5.
vendors, which is just a low-level food item that basically exists as a way to feed fruit to your pet.
This is
Back
cool.
when that used to mean something for hunters. Now it's just kind of a useless food item that you can buy if you want a low-level food. And there's also a series of 3 damp diary pages that you can fish up in the open world if you're fishing in Azeroth. They depict the days 4, 87, and 512 of a person who was stranded on an island full of bananas. Diary, day 4. I have been stranded on this island now for 4 days, left alone with my thoughts.
Oh, hello.
Bananas are pretty tasty, but what a long climb to reach them. When I'm not getting food or protecting myself from the periodic rain, all my thoughts are on rescue. I would not be so hopeful if it were not for the boxes of paper and bottles that washed up ashore with me. I laugh now to think of all the time I spent on that ship, cursing that I was stuck with a boatload of alchemists and scribes. The next entry is available for day 87, where it clearly depicts the writer of the diary is going mad, as he starts talking about how the bananas are after him, and how one screamed as he started eating it. Then on day 512, he talks about how the bananas have started talking to him, and he's stopped eating them, and that the banana civilization is actually quite a great one, and
Glad I could help.
Early days. And then he goes on to note that he's finally running out of paper, so his diary will probably be ending soon. Now, we never actually figure out...
Will not be
who
held
this leader's
accountable
messages
for
are,
any
or
accidents that
even
occur
when
as a
they
result of using the
But
Jump
one can
Tron
assume,
4000.
based on his constant talking
Keep
about
it real.
bananas and the very common Tel Abyss banana in-game, he was probably stranded on the island of Tel Abyss, which, in the upcoming Tel Abyss Glory of the Banana King expansion, we might find a guy who's crazy and just washed up there. Although, joke aside, if we ever get the island, it will likely be as an Easter egg, with maybe an island and banana trees that give you a being watched debuff, with a skeleton surrounded by bananas that could signify the author of the damn diary pages. Did you know that the undead were originally supposed to look more human-like? In an interview with the Vanilla WoW developer, they talk about how the undead were originally planned to basically decay over time.
Oh,
They
you
were
jerk.
supposed to start off looking human, and then slowly, as they progressed to the starting zone, they would lose their flesh, culminating at the end of the starting zone with a Forsaken, which is like the ones we have today. But the reason they abandoned this feature was because they just did not have the tech to pull it off at the time. And also, the undead areas were the last ones to be added to the original game, so they definitely did not have time to flesh out the zone where they really like their ambitious pre-planning stages. Although it would have been a neat feature to have lore-wise, to see the undead slowly decay as you come to terms with your character's new existence. And they kind of pulled this off with the Worgen starting zone, where you start off as a human and then slowly turn into a Worgen. Although the Worgen have the ability to swap between their human form anyway, and they already have human models in the game, so that one was a no-brainer to add to their starting zone. And also, did you know, if you leave the Worgen starting zone before you get bit by a Worgen, you just automatically learn how to turn into a Worgen once you enter combat the first time. It used to be you could stay in human form forever if you managed to escape, but they fixed that after a couple of expansions.
But they fixed that after a couple expansions.
Located in the Death Knight starting zone are a series of skeleton NPCs known as the Sky Darkners, whose only job is to rain arrows upon the nearby town the Death Knight are attacking. One of the skeletons will offer you a quest called Tonight We Dine in Havenshire, which has you go around the town in order to collect some of the Serenite arrows that they've been raining down because they're only found at Northrend and they're in limited supply. Now, this quest, as well as the NPCs, are all obvious references to the movie 300, as one of the lines in the movies is, "Spartans, ready your breakfast and eat hearty, for tonight we dine in hell." And also, there's a scene in the movie where the Persian army threatens the Spartans by saying they have so many soldiers on their side that their arrows will blot out the sun, to which they reply that they'll just fight in the shade then, hence the name of the Sky Darkeners of the Booming Skeleton, which is just further reinforced by the name of the quest that they provide.
Good news!
In Alpha WoW, before they had talent trees which went live in the classic version of the game, all players had
you bastard!
Interface, which would allow
Yeah,
you to
drop
spend your
it.
talent points in order to increase the power level of your character. Like if you wanted to increase the damage with two-handed axes specifically, you could spend 10 talent points to increase it by 1. If you wanted some fire resistance, you could spend
Oh, I didn't
10
realize
talent
there was
points to
beast and
increase it by 4.
elementals kind of mixed in
Increasing it
too.
as you
Let's
bought
go over there.
points. This system is also where you would get your professions, so you'd have to choose to give up player power in order to be able to craft items and consumables. Eventually, this system was scrapped, and then players were given the talent trees in beta, which stayed in the game all the way until Wisdom Pandaria. Although this little window of purchasing specific skills wasn't entirely abandoned either, as the Hunter class had a very similar window in order to train their pets. Whereas when your pet would level up, they would gain loyalty points, which you would then use to purchase their basic attacks, cooldowns, and all their extra stats, like granting extra armor, health, and very specific resistances. So you could choose to give your pet a lot of fire resistance and have no frost resistance at all, for example. And the original pet training panel was incredibly unintuitive, and would show you skills that you couldn't actually train your active pet, and didn't have a way to sort the abilities at all. So it was kind of a mess that was banned from the game.
Jerks!
They did kind of keep the old talent point system, which is stripped of its previous functionalities and only applied to 100 pets.
Alright, we got the gas.
Area 52, during the second to last quest of the quest chain provided by Dr. Volisa, PhD, is a quest known as You Robot, which has you test drive a robot against another one named Negatron. Now, during the quest chain, you've basically been helping this guy test drive his robots and gather parts for him. So, during this final test drive of the robot, you're supposed to fight against a Fel Reaver who is an obvious reference to Megatron, the big bad evil guy in the Transformers series. It's a cartoon franchise about robots that can transform into things. During the Burning Crusade, this was a pretty difficult quest to solo, and was supposed to be helped along with you.
Oh my god, that was a lot of damage.
Accidentally dismissed if you summoned another temporary pet as part of your class. Now, the enemy bad guy Negatron also has some dialogues which are very reminiscent of his Saturday morning cartoon villain status that it's based on, where he'll say things like, "Ha ha ha, your feeble rocket is destroyed. I'll return later to finish off the rest of your puny town."
Time is
And he
money,
says this in
friend!
all caps, of
Hurry
course.
back!
And the quest
Keep it
it's
real!
associated to is itself a
Ooh la
reference
la,
to the short story
me like
full-length movie, I, Robot, which doesn't really have
Hurry
anything to do
back!
with this quest or Transformers, other than the fact that they both have robots in them.
Is that a joke?
In the game files, and
That's
even
not
some
supposed
of
to
the
be having
promotional
fly.
materials for early vanilla WoW, there's a place known as
Oh.
the Dragon Isles, which was eventually cut from the game for a whole bunch of reasons. One of the biggest reasons that we found out, thanks to the WoW Diary book, is that the Dragon Isles didn't really make sense from a lore standpoint. In Warcraft lore, all of the dragons are good except for the black dragons, so they couldn't easily make a zone for adventurers
I'm out of raid.
to kill stuff because there's so few variations of bad dragons, and there were already a couple of zones with black dragons in the game as enemies already. In fact, some of the developers asked Chris Metzen, the guy responsible for WotLK's lore, to just let them make other colors of dragon enemies. That way they could have more variation to their enemies,
can't
but
do
he
that.
always just gave them a hard no.
That's
Because
still
that's not how
recharging.
his lore worked
I
out.
can't cast
So
that.
every time you fight a dragon in-game that's not a black dragon, there's always some special reason for it, usually madness or mind control or something, and rarely because of something they did their own volition. However, another reason the Dragon Isles was cut was because they were having a hard time with the and a lot of the neat, fancy ideas they had just didn't flow very well with character models they're actually trying to
I can't cast that yet.
And lastly, they found out they didn't actually need very many zones or dungeons. You see, what happened was they had planned for the Dragon Isles as well as the zones of Grimlet Toll, Tol Barad, and Karazhan to be in Vanilla WoW. And one of the things Vanilla WoW did that no other game did at the time was trying to navigate players through the zone by giving them breadcrumb quests that they could send them places. And during the Friends and Family Alpha, players
Oh no! Come on, I thought I had more health, but oh gosh.
Rather than just send them to far reaches of the zone to explore and grind mindlessly. And as quoted by the WoW Diary book, the only way to keep players in an appropriate zone was by adding far more quests than originally planned. By creating so many quests, WoW had accidentally created compelling solo content, which arguably became the game's strongest ingredient for success with the broad market of casual players. Providing that much enjoyable solo content was never planned, budgeted, or even prioritized. It was stumbled upon. By trying to solve a navigation problem, we'd inadvertently engaged a larger audience, namely the solo players. So because of the game design of creating more quests to do in a zone, they didn't actually need to create as many zones as they thought they would. So they cut a couple of their planned zones so they could save them for later, with Dragon Isles being the only one from that list that is still yet to make it to the game. And just for some context on how many quests Vanilla WoW had compared to its
I knew something was missing.
A single zone
My boys.
Warcraft had more quests than the entire game of EverQuest. WoW has had many battlegrounds over the years. However, did you know there are 5 unused battlegrounds almost fully completed in files? First off, we have Azshara's Crater, a battleground I'm sure some of you know of. It was originally planned for Vanilla WoW, and it was even given a location in Azshara, a large crater made into the map, with roads even put for Alliance and Horde to get there. But there was nothing ever done with this place. Also, sadly, as this map was removed, so we can't view it anymore, and its final complete state is not even visible in map files, so we'll be using some footage from Haven Games for this section. The first real version of this map appears in 0.9 beta for WoW Vanilla, and appears to have some massive crater set in Azshara.
What's up?
Night Elf Village and Orc Town.
Glad I could help.
On top of that, a couple of ruins, and that's about it. It was super basic, but quite large. Then comes 0.10, the map is completely changed, this version being 3 craters connected by gates between the cliff sides, with assumed a Horde camp on the left and Alliance camp in the north. This version is much more complete, although even then, the next update to the zone would come in patch 1.0. The Alliance camp would be massively reverted, becoming far more basic, oddly enough, which would be followed up by the final version, a complete version that's map file has been all too hard to acquire, giving a full scale to the area, but has yet to be used. This zone is so complete, people have even been able to make a fan-made map of the area. The battleground is assumed to have worked in the same vein as Altaric Valley, with resources and capture points pushed into your enemy's land and secured structures. Although with only 1 faction camp each, it seems this may have been a bigger focus on capturing control objectives and gathering resources to defeat your enemy, instead of them simply taking above and taking out some boss. His battleground is fully set up aesthetic-wise, so all the groundwork is done for Blizzard to finally give us this BG, although I guess the visuals are a bit outdated. Next, we have Defend the Ale House, and this time a map file that are actually still in game. So this BG was added in patch 5.7, meaning at the end of this area, and just sat uncharged since. This map has a Horde and Alliance side, and the Horde a more autumn appearance and the Alliance a more spring. This map very much has a MOBA-like appearance, and may have been planned to be exactly that.
Time is money,
the name
friend!
Defense of the Ale House is
Keep
a
it real!
reference to the original MOBA, Defense of the Ancients. And
Yeah,
shares
what a
many
nice
similarities.
piece.
First off, with multiple lanes,
Glad I
where
could
NPCs
help.
will count down to fight each other, with players supporting them, while there is multiple side
Yeah, my stats are getting worse as I level.
Outcrop on the east, and a
My
ruined
gear's
tree
not keeping
invoking
up.
cabin to the west. This BG really does look well made, and with its somewhat up-to-date appearance, could be added if Blizzard figures out how to make a MOBA work in WoW. And our last of the 3 is simply called Warcraft Heroes. Added to the game files with the launch of Warlords of Draenor, this map very much also gives off the appearance of a MOBA. It seems at the end of MOB, Blizzard really wanted to try making a WoW battleground. Yes, with how close these are together, I assume both were in the works at the same time, especially as these 2 BGs came out around the same time as Heroes of the Storm, which was a MOBA game that Blizzard had developed themselves. Maybe some practice for them, maybe a planned crossover, we may never know. But enough about all that. This zone has a very obvious Horde half and Alliance half. The zone is overall rather basic, with overall rather little work done, especially with the pathing and seemingly NPCs placed and planned, replaced by placeholder ogres, and with this, there seems to be camps of mobs near the edge, much like you would see in the MOBA's jungle, even including a boss ogre. So there is many things we can gather from this,
I
and
need to
this
get
very
closer.
well could have simply
That
been an
spell is
extremely
ready.
early concept.
I'm out of range.
As it does fit into the same style, but most likely this was another attempt to make it about battle. Simply through the fact of multiple lanes, and even there being jungle enemies, even harking back somewhat to all three of these maps are really well done, and it's a shame that at least for Ajar's Crater and Defense of the Yell House, they are pretty much entirely complete, but simply missing the mechanics required to play them. It would be nice to see them finally released in the game, although I'm sure Ajar's Crater would have to come in some time-walking event or Classic Plus. But let's hope these broken BGs get their time to shine. Maybe even in some kind of Warfront return, as the best way to make a WoW MOBA in the BG may be to amalgamize the Warfront system. Located in Fenris Keep in the Silverpine Forest is a rare undead gnoll mob named Snarlmane. The only thing notable about this NPC during its appearance in the pre-Cataclysm world is that it had a chance to drop an axe called the Flesh Carver. During Cataclysm, the NPC was removed from the game, so you can only see if you go play on the Classic servers. Now, this NPC is actually from Warfront 3, and was the gnoll general that Sylvanas mind-controlled during her fight with Varimathras. When Sylvanas was fighting the Dreadlords in order to take control of the Undercity for the first time, she made very liberal use of mind control on leaders of various monsters in the area. That way, she could make use of their armies in order to build her ranks more quickly. And Snarlmane was one of those monsters you took control of, where for the low price of only mind controlling a single leader, she gained a whole platoon of gnoll warriors. Now, one can assume that he died fighting for Sylvanas, and then was praised to be dead and just ran off and joined the Rockmine Gnolls in Silverfold. But we don't actually know how he ended up in this location.
Rams fucking you like crazy. Jerkers.
But that's a pretty fair speculation based on the lore in that time period. So, even from the beginning, Sylvanas was not shy about using mind control to get what she wanted. Just as long as that control is not directed
you stay
at her
back.
specifically. Located throughout the Maw are a whole bunch of items you can find called Maw lore items. When you find one of these items, it simply gives you a quest to turn into Venari, and that's about it. Venari will sometimes note about the things you give to her, but for the most part there's not much more to these items, despite the fact that they do call themselves lore items. However, in the beta for Shadowlands, a lot of these items did have some lore associated to them, something which is even referenced by Venari with the Tormentor's Note. When you turn this particular item into Venari, she'll remark, "Quite the vivid description.
Jerk!
I suggest you consider this a reminder of what will happen should you fail in your efforts."
Oh my god, both of them are jerks.
However, after you accept and turn the quest in, you don't actually get any description. And Venari is saying her lines as if you had read something. And in the beta, there was quite a vivid description attached to this, which was removed when the game went live. The description I'll be showing on screen full of a lot of technical information, so I won't be reading it verbatim. However, what it does describe is the torture process of a Calderite female who wound up in the Maw, with their test number 1 mentioning that the target was highly resistant to physical pain. With test number 2, they tried to use sound in their experiments by exposing her to constant gnomish tavern jigs, and the notes that it was too painful for the guards administering the test, so they gave up on it. Test number 3 was titled Force Visualization, where it states that the test subject was forced to relive a specific moment in their life, and that this particular subject broke on their 115th viewing of the Burning Teltrasil. And then it ends off saying they were able to extract 10 times the amount of anima through this process. Now, this particular piece of Maw lore is pretty dark.
Fuck off.
And there were other similar descriptions in some of the other Maw lore items, although all of them were scrapped from the game at launch. And the launch of Shadowlands had quite a bit of problems, as it was delayed a full month after the release date, and the Maw wasn't even close to being finished when they got to that initial release date. So a lot of what ended up being in the Maw at launch was done during that last month grace period they gave themselves. And it's pretty obvious to anyone who played the game at launch that the Maw was obviously not finished, and it was a pretty barren wasteland and only subject to doing a couple of daily quests. So Blizzard could have removed these Maw lore pieces because they wanted to do something with them, but then scrapped whatever ideas they had and probably didn't have the other ones finished. Or it could have been scrapped because the pieces of information we did get in the beta were pretty dark, honestly. But it fits in with the lore of the zone of being a terrible place that you don't want to go to. Algol the Observer is most likely named after Algol, the demon star, which was named such because it had an inconsistent brightness, and people considered it an ill omen whenever they were able to see it. Modern astronomers were able to figure out why it had an inconsistent brightness, and it was basically because it was actually orbiting around another star, which would sometimes have it covered up and be less bright to the naked eye.
It's kind of a cool area. I like the tall grass, really well like filled.
Which could be why
compared to like
talks
old
his
school.
computer trying to
There's
reprogram
so
it.
much more grass and
So,
stuff
when you add these two
environment-wise. Like I
references
like it.
together,
I feel like
you
I'm
get the
hiding a
creature
little
known
bit.
as Algol the Observer. A
Try to find
celestial
me with
being of
my
stars
staff
that is
peeking.
also reminiscent of a
Don't
robot
do
that
it.
speaks. Located in Revendreth at this spot on the map, just inside a building will be a couple of Revendreth citizens surrounding a cooking pot. And if you click on the cooking pot and have 30 infused rubies on you, a dredge will pop out, and you'll be awarded a toy item called the Muckpool Cookpot. This toy item has a 5-minute cooldown and simply allows you to create a cooking fire, which functions exactly like a normal cooking fire you can create for free, except it has a different cosmetic appearance. Infused rubies can be obtained by just killing creatures in Revendreth, or through daily events if you're part of the covenant. And obtaining 30 rubies could take a while, but surely should not be that difficult to obtain if all you're trying to do is get 30 of them for this one item. And now, for some information about the earliest versions of the game. Did you know there were plans to have another event similar to the opening of gates of the AQ40? According to a Blizzard developer who worked on the original Vanilla WoW, there were plans to have a huge quest chain where Warlock players were needed to perform a collection effort
I'm out of
in order
range.
to rebuild Medivh's spellbook and perform a ritual to open the Dark Portal. And the players on the server would have to protect the Warlocks from enemy attacks that were coming through this portal. Just like the AQ40 event, it would require the whole server to collect a whole bunch of resources, plus have a long quest chain in order to unlock the required item, and culminate with a day-long event centered around Warlock doing something useful.
I'm not gonna sit there and fight the guy for it. I'll go grab something else.
And the event was supposed to herald the coming of either the Burning Crusade expansion, Naxxramas, or some unknown raid after Nax. The reason we don't know what it was really meant for was because the whole event was cancelled after they saw how the gates of the AQ40 event went, and how most of the realms were just unplayable during the day-long event because they didn't have the technology in order to hold that many people in one zone at a time. Even in classic WoW, they had problems with the server lag during the recreation of the event, and this was after almost 20 years of technological advancements. So it's pretty easy to see why they canceled the second event and never tried another event like this again. The AQ40 server-wide collection event was the first and last time they did something like this, and they kept all other events similar, really small in scale, like empowering one of 3 towers in the Broken Isle during League. In the beta version of World of Warcraft, before the auction house was implemented, there was a primitive auction house add-on called Auto Trade, which came bundled with a whole bunch of other add-ons as part of the Cosmo UI package, which was needed in order to have a second action bar before they made that a default feature. And basically, what the add-on did was allow you to post an item to the Auto Trade server. Then, other people who had the add-on could see the item you had posted and then choose to buy it. In which case, the add-on would notify you that a buyer was found and would designate a meeting place for you to get together in order to trade the item. As originally, the WoW team wanted World of Warcraft to have a completely face-to-face trading system, as that's what it was like in EverQuest, and they wanted the game to be a lot more social, and not allow people to just buy stuff from people who were offline. Although since the add-on was so popular, the dev team kind of relented, as stated in the WoW Diary book. As according to John Stantz, one of the game designers of original WoW, the development team was kind of split on whether they wanted person-to-person exchange of goods or an anonymous offline auction house. But the popularity of the add-on is what tipped the scales in favor of establishing the auction house eventually. And he also goes on to note that it was kind of disconcerting that they were changing the game because they couldn't prevent players from implementing their own systems to circumvent what
That's
they wanted
funny.
players
Yeah, they were circumventing the WoW WoW. They just did auction house shit because they're like, oh, I guess.
Cosmo team for implementing the auto trade add-on. First off, let's go over no Murlocs on the Dragon Isles. One of the most iconic creatures in all of WoW are the Murlocs. These fishy humanoids that are native to Azeroth have long been a fan favorite, and there are numerous pets, and mounts with Murlocs in the game. Their cries of Murgle Murgle can often be heard in tons of zones, and they're usually a staple of questing. One part of the popularity is simply due to the fact that they can be found almost anywhere in WoW. In fact, they can be found on any continent on Azeroth, with the exception of the Dragon Isle. That's right, so far in Dragonflight there has not been a single Murloc anywhere to be sighted on the Dragon Isles. There are many quests in the Eastern Kingdom, Kalimdor, Northrend, Kulturas, and Santalar which focus on Murlocs. And even the Broken Isles had a few fell Murlocs in the Broken Shore. Pandaria technically does have Murlocs, since there are baby Murlocs to be found in the far east of the Crassaring Wilds. Murlocs can even be found in Outland as well, even though they're not native there. While never explained in the game, it can be presumed that the Naga brought the Murlocs to Outland with them when they traveled with Lady Vash under orders of Illidan. And of course there are no Murlocs in alternate Draenor, since Murlocs not evolved there. While the Dragon Isles do have Gorloks in the Waking Shore, the Unarend Plains, and the Azure Span, these slimy creatures are the predecessors to the Murlocs and not actual Murlocs themselves. Gorloks do come with their own haunting sounds, and have so far only really been featured on the continent of Northrend. Both Murlocs and Gorloks use the same language named Nurglish, which is further proof they're closely related. Another interesting fact is that the Makrura, which are the lobster and crayfish-like sea creatures, also share the same language of Nurglish. Jaina Proudmoore is one of the central figures to Warcraft's lore and story, so it's no surprise that she would appear in dungeons and instances, either as a boss or NPC. But Jaina takes the cake at being in a total of 15 dungeons and raids, the most of any character in all of WoW. Out of these appearances, she only serves as a boss twice, and an NPC for the other 13 times. We'll go over these dungeons and raids per expansion and briefly mention her role in each of them. Jaina's first appearance in WoW is from the Battle for Mount Hydro raid. In this raid from the Burning Crusade expansion, players go back in time to the events of the Third War in Warcraft 3. This raid is unique in the fact that there's no real reason as to why players are here, other than the use of Bronze Dragonflight time magic. The devs just wanted players to be able to roughly relive the Warcraft 3 end battle in WoW and loot, quote, fat purples. In the Battle for Mount Hydro raid, Jaina serves as the central leader during the first 6 waves of the instances and the 2 bosses. Perhaps the Battle for Mount Hydro is one of the least liked raids in the entire game due to its long and holdout nature, and the fact that defeating enemies in the raid is the only significant way to gain reputation with the Scale of the Sands. In fact, the Battle for Mount Hydro actually made it onto our video of the top 10 least good raids in all of WoW. The next time Jaina makes an appearance in an instance is in the dungeon Call of Stratholme. In this dungeon, players help the Bronze Dragonflight to restore the Time Waves which have been corrupted by the Infinite Dragonflight. Chronologically, this is the first time in Jaina's life story that she is featured in an instance, since the events of Battle for Mount Hydro are at the end of Warcraft 3, whereas the Call of Stratholme is at the beginning of the game. Added in Wrath of the Lich King's expansion, the Call of Stratholme dungeon gives the players a first-hand view of the moment in history in which Arthas kills an entire city of innocent civilians out of mercy, and to stop the contagion of the undeath from spreading further. Outside the city gates, Jaina says her infamous line, "I'm sorry Arthas, I can't watch you do this," before she turns and leaves. This decision would later haunt her life, such as in the Realm of Torment cinematic from the Battle for Azeroth expansion, when she says, "I should have stopped him, he never would have turned, he'd still be alive." Jaina's first true appearance in an instance in the game aside from the Bronze Dragonflight shenanigans is also in Wrath in the dungeon Trial of the Champion and the raids Trial of the Crusader and Trial of the Grand Crusader. In this dungeon, Jaina can be seen alongside King Baron Wrenn in the stands surrounding the Arctic tournament as the forces of Azeroth prepare to march upon Icecrown Citadel and the seat of the Legion's power. Although Jaina has no lines in any of the 3 instances, her NPC model is there, so we will count it. Jaina's next 3 appearances are in the dungeons leading up to ICC. The Forge of Souls, the Pit of Saren, and the Halls of Reflection all feature Alliance players searching and aiding Jaina as she tries to enter the Citadel by herself. For Horde players, Sylvanas instead of Jaina leads them through these 3 dungeons. Both characters have a heavy story involvement with Arthas, and these 3 dungeons help explain and develop their arcs. The Halls of Reflection dungeon is particularly notable because its final boss is not really a boss and more of a run away from Arthas before he kills you fight. This dungeon even makes an appearance in our video Top 10 Best Dungeons in WoW.
So I'm not wasting
last
time.
appearance in Wrath is in the Icecrown Citadel raid during the Sourfang after fight RP scene. This makes Jaina have a total of 7 appearances in Wrath instances, although she only appears in 3 for Horde players, since Sylvanas takes her place in the Forge of Souls, Pit of Sauron, and Halls of Reflection, and Sourfang takes her place in ICC. Jaina makes only 1 appearance as a boss in Cataclysm, and even then, this could be debated. In the End Time dungeon located in the Cavern of the Time, players defeat an echo of Jaina in a warped and twisted future brought on by the evil dragon Murazon, who is Nosdormu after he's fallen to the Old God's corruption. First, this is not technically Jaina, only a residual fragment of her left over in this post-apocalyptic world after the Hour of Twilight. All of this is to say that this version of Jaina does not actually exist in our timeline and is therefore not entirely real. Regardless, we'll still count her as a boss in this instance and add it to the running total. It is also worth noting this is the 3rd time Jaina makes an appearance in a dungeon or raid because of Bronze Dragon time shenanigans. Now we move on to WoW's 4th expansion, Mist of Pandaria. In MoP, Jaina only makes an appearance in 1 instance, which is the Siege of Orgrimmar raid. Actually, Jaina makes 2 appearances in this famous raid. Her first appearance is after players defeat the Shaw of Pride under the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, after which she opens a teleport to Orgrimmar for Alliance players. Jaina makes a second appearance again at the very end of the raid after Garrosh has been defeated and all the major faction leaders are standing around. This is right after the raid ending cinematic when Jaina tells Varian to, quote, dismantle the Horde. Jaina's next appearance in instance is not until after the Battle for Azeroth expansion, in which she has 3 appearances in different instances. Her first appearance is in the Siege of Borealis dungeon, in which she appears briefly at the end of the dungeon to teleport players out. The next 2 times Jaina makes appearances in BFA are in raids. Notably, Jaina serves as the final boss of the Battle for Dazara Lore raid, with a chance of dropping the Glacial Tidestorm out. This is arguably the second time Jaina has been a boss in the game, with her first appearance as a boss being an echo of herself in the End Time dungeon mentioned earlier. Jaina also plays a prominent role in the fight against Azshara in the Eternal Palace raid. Jaina continues to lend a helping hand to players twice in 2 different raids from the Shadowlands expansion. In both the Sign of Domination and the Sepulchre are the first ones, Jaina and Thrall serve as guiding NPCs as they help players overcome Sylvanas and the Jailer. So, there you have it. Jaina has been in a total of 15 instances so far in WoW. 1 appearance in TBC, 7 in Wrath, 1 in Kata, 1 in Mob, 3 in BFA, and 2 in Shadowlands. Those numbers can be a bit altered if you count not seeing her as Horde in some Wrath instances, and whether or not it truly is Jaina as a boss in the End Time. Additionally, Jaina will also probably have some roles in future raids and dungeons as well. For this next section, we want to go back to Cataclysm to talk about 2 very interesting tabards. The island, or islands if you want to be technical, of Tolbarad were added in Cataclysm as an open-world battleground and daily questing hub. Tolbarad was originally intended to be a sort of Winter Wraps 2.0, but its design and placement quickly left many players feeling less than fond of it. Through daily quests and winning the Tolbarad battleground, players can earn Tolbarad commendations. Upon reaching honor with the player's respective faction and earning 40 Tolbarad commendations, players could buy a special tabard. For Alliance, this meant reaching honor with the Baradin's Wardens faction and purchasing the Baradin Warden tabard from the Quartermaster Brazy. For Horde players, this meant being honored with the Hellscream's Reach faction, purchasing the Hellscream's Reach tabard from the Quartermaster Pod. These tabards are useful because they teleport the player to Tolbarad, where there is a closed portal to their capital city. Since they are tabards, they can be equipped, transmogrified, and even placed in the player's action bar since it is a usable item. All this means that the Baradin's Warden's tabard and the Hellscream's Reach tabard are essentially teleports to capital cities. The only other similar items to have these are the 3 guild cloaks, which teleport the player to Orgrimmar or Stormwind. In fact, there is only 1 other tabard in the entire game that teleports the player, and this tabard is the Tabard of the Argent Dawn. For more information on useful teleporting items, check out this video on this subject, which will be linked in the video description below. Did you know there are 3 achievements in the game called Death from Above? The first of these 2 achievements are from the patch 4.2 Rage of the Firelands. During this achievement, players must bomb 10 different fire elementals during the daily quest Fires in the Skies. Unfortunately, this achievement is not as easy as it may sound. Not only is this quest locked behind other dailies and requires some progression to Firelands campaign, but only 3 of the Fire Lords spawn each day, and they spawn at random. This pesky achievement is a criteria for the meta achievement Veteran of Golden Front, which awards the title the Flamebreaker. The next achievement, entitled Death from Above, interestingly comes from the Firelands raid. This achievement is easy to solo now, since it just requires the player to kill some ads in a specific place during the Bethalak encounter. Bethalak is a giant fire spider, so if you have arachnophobia, you might want to skip this achievement.
Holy
However,
shit.
this achievement is required for the meta achievement, which rewards the epic Corrupting Firehawk mount. The third and final achievement is from PvP. Added at the end of Legion, the Seething Shore battleground has players battling for Azeroth off the coast of Feralis. In this battleground, players start off flying on gunships and parachute down to the battleground. To get this achievement, you have to slay an enemy within 30 seconds of landing. This achievement is part of the meta achievement to Master of the Seething Shore, which awards the title the Prospector. In the early development of the Cataclysm expansion, Deathwing was actually supposed to physically erupt from the ground to actually create the Cataclysm. This was later changed to Deathwing emerging from the Maelstrom, but there are several remnants of this plan still visible. The area where he was supposed to erupt was planned to be south of Dun Morogh, north of Stormwind, and to the west of the Searing Gorge and the Burning Steppes. In fact, there is even an early alpha map showing this new area. This area was going to become a new mini-zone where the actual entrance of Deepholm would be located, directly where Neltharion was hitting his head in the cinematic. This mini-zone would have been called the Deathwing Scar, and the destruction of Deathwing would have been extended all the way to the Twilight Highlands. While most of this plan was abandoned early on, there is still quite a noticeable scar in the Badlands. In fact, this subzone is named the Scar of the Worldbreaker. So if you ever wondered why this scar was just limited to the Badlands, now you know. Following this course, it then makes sense that Deathwing would fly north over Loch Modan and fly over the Stone Rot Dam, breaking it in the process, which you can see in the Cataclysm intro cinematic. From Wetlands, Deathwing would enter the Twilight Highlands on his way to Grim Batol to capture Alexstrasza's eggs. In fact, he even bisects Grim Batol, which can be seen in the dungeon along the top of the map. The walkway throughout the dungeon is even called the Scar Terrace. So even though most of these things did not make it to the final version of the game, some early iterations and ideas can still be seen in several zones in the Middle Eastern kingdoms. There was a lot of pet content in Cataclysm, as you can see all in our previous video of the channel, which is linked in the video description going over it. There are many companions and battle pets in WoW, but among the rarest is the simple Firefly. This seems rather contradictory, and the story behind it is pretty fascinating. The Firefly pet is learned from an item named Captured Firefly, and this item has a small chance to drop from bog flare needlers in the zone of Zangarmarsh and Outland. Oh, and when I say small, I mean very, very small, at a rate of below 0.1%.
What you need,
It is one of the rarest chests to obtain in the entire game. This is reflected in its price in the auction house, where in the NA realms it hovers around 500,000 gold. In fact, there are only 25 bog flare needlers in the entire zone, and they have a respawn timer of 5 minutes. All of this adds up to one of the worst grinds in the game if you want this rare and elusive pet. In fact, the item it drops from, the Captured Firefly item, had its quality changed from common to rare during the BFA expansion to better reflect the rarity of the drop. In the city of Orgrimmar, on the north side of the area called the Drag, you will find a shop named Doffers and Son Salvin. In this shop, you'll find a father and son orc who don't sell anything. These characters and their shop are a direct nod to the 70s sitcom Sanford and Son. In WoW, the orc father is older and named Duran Droffers, which is an anagram for Fred Sanford, the father of the show. Similarly, the son of the game is named Malton Droffers, which is an anagram for Lamont Sanford. Duran also refers to people as dummies, just like Fred does on the show. Perhaps the show is today most remembered for running gag in the series, in which times during distress, Fred looks up, as to the heavens, with his hands across his chest, faking a heart attack and saying, "This is the big one, Elizabeth. I'm coming to join you, honey." But Lamont knows that it's merely a dramatic ploy. The Droffers also have some other interesting tidbits in the game. Occasionally, they will sell their wares on the black market auction house, truly proving that one man's junk is another man's treasure. Both Doffers have cameos in Visions of Orgrimmar, in which Molton is carrying around a tire for some reason as a shield in order to protect the shop as it's being used to cast the teleport. Let's travel to the northwest part of the Jade Forest. Here atop a hill, which is appropriately titled Shrine of Friendship, you will find a broken incense burner. Based on the surroundings and setting, it can be assumed this is the same incense burner that is seen in the Mist of Pandaria expansion cinematic trailer. In this cinematic, an orc rips the incense burner off to use as a weapon against a human after they're both shipwrecked. As they fight, the Pandaren monk Chant Stormstout easily takes the incense burner back from the orc and places it back on its pedestal and slightly corrects its positioning with the loophole. In-game, the player can right-click on the incense burner to correctly straighten it. This is a nice little Easter egg, as it's the first time to date the player has been able to interact with something directly from a cinematic trailer. Upon straining the incense burner, the player will earn the achievement Restore Balance. The achievement's description reads, "Visit the Shrine of Fellowship in the Jade Forest and follow in the footsteps of Chant Stormstout." The burner eventually resets itself to a broken state, so you can wait around to click it again if you want to for some reason. It'd be awesome if Blizzard can make the mob cinematic play every time you click the incense burner. Clicking on objects to have them play a cinematic is much more interesting and engaging than choosing from a list of dialogue options for some random NPC after the end of an expansion. In the Calling of Strathholm dungeon, added in the Burning Crusade, towards the middle of the dungeon after defeating the third boss, Arthas will open up a secret passageway to allow you to progress to the last boss of the dungeon, which is Mechanics. The line Arthas says is, "I'm relieved to see this old passageway still works." While certainly the Prince of Lordaeron would know several secrets about the kingdom, it is never stated how Arthas knew of this passageway. Did someone tell him? Did he find it out on his own? Did he already know about it for good reasons or nefarious reasons? However he came to know about it, it's a nice touch that keeps Arthas as a character just a bit more mysterious. The next item on our list is a quest reward from Classic called Dartle's Rod of Transformation. This item was added in patch 1.13 and became somewhat famous in the vanilla. Unfortunately, Dartle's Rod of Transformation could only be obtained by Alliance players. Later on, the wand was removed entirely from the game of Cataclysm because of the zone revamp. Dartle's Rod of Transformation is from a quest called Reen's Cleansing in Ashenvale.
Good job, boys.
This questline has the player help a
My
Dryad
gang,
and
my
Sheldred
posse.
who's trying to remove some of the corruption from the fur bogs. What makes this wand so unique is, as the name implies, it can transform the player into a furbog for 3 minutes. Originally, the wand had a limit of 5 charges, but this was changed to infinite uses later. The cast time is only 2 seconds long, and it had a 1-minute cooldown, meaning you could effectively constantly keep your form as a furbog, provided you did not mount or shapeshift or were in combat. With this wand on your hotbar, you could go around the entire zone of Ashenvale as a furbog. Unfortunately, the wand only worked in Ashenvale. Although we do not know if this was done intentionally or if it was caused by restrictions from the game's end. At the end of the questline, Dartle's Wand of Transformation gets removed from the player's inventory. To circumvent this, many players started the quest but never completed it in order to use the wand whenever they liked. Due to its popularity, this can be considered somewhat of a prototype toy compared to the more modern uses of toys in WoW. This item was so popular, in fact, that Blizzard in essence re-added it as a toy in Cataclysm called the Stave of Fur and Claw. This actual toy, which is still in the game, pretty much does the same thing as the one. The toy requires the player to be exalted to Timbermaw Hold and can be bought from the quartermaster named Ameliosh. The toy version of Dartol's Rada transformation has 3 major downsides. First, the rep grind of Timbermaw Hold can be a challenge. Second, taking any damage after you use the toy will cancel the effect. Finally, the toy has a cooldown of 1 hour, which is way longer than the 1 minute cooldown in vanilla. The only silver lining with this toy compared to the old Dartol's Rada transformation is the Horde players could now buy the toy and use it too. The only similarities between the Stave of Fur and Claw and the Dartol's Rada transformation is that the Furball costume still lasts for 3 minutes and they both take 2 seconds to cast. The Stave of Fur and Claw has only been altered once since the toy was added to the game in Cataclysm. At the beginning of Warlords of Draenor, the item was turned into a rare item and was added to the toy box, which was a new collection tab for toys that went live with launch release. The Stave of Fur and Claw currently remains much further behind than its vanilla counterpart in terms of fun and how long it lets you be a Furball for. Of course, one way to solve this furry dilemma would be to add Furbogs as an allied race. This would give us the ability to play as Furbogs without need for a cooldown. Would you play as a Furbog? To be honest, I know I'd probably play as one if they were added as a race.
What are they
Now
doing,
that we're
the
done with
nubbin?
Furbogs, let's move on to our next item
Bacon
video.
demon
Added in
pizza.
Cataclysm, the Crystalline Tier of Loyalty is a 100% drop from several rare elites. Only 35 rare elites in the entire game drop this trash item. It can be sold to a vendor for 25 gold. While listing all 35 would be a bit too much, it is rather interesting that most of the rare mobs that drop the Crystalline Tier of Loyalties can be found in Mount Hydrol, the Molten Front, and the Twilight Highlands. Almost all of these mobs that drop the Crystalline Tier are from the 5 new zones in Cataclysm, with only a handful in old, revamped zones. The Crystalline Tier of Loyalty is one of the few pieces of trash items in the game with a detailed description. The text reads, "The desire to serve as a loyal companion coalesced into a single priceless crystal." While happiness as a mechanic was removed from pets in Cataclysm, this happened at a late patch, and the Crystalline Tiers had been in since Cataclysm's launch. This means it is highly unlikely to reference to happiness being removed from the game. Blizzard devs foresaw that hunters would want to tame these special, unique, rare mobs, so it makes sense to feel bad when you kill a rare elite with a hunter while trying to tame it. Unfortunately, this didn't really stop anyone from killing these rares. While these rare mobs do not drop any loot, getting 25 gold for just killing a mob isn't something that's going to deter players from killing. Seeing as how nothing quite like this has ever been implemented in the game again, it's no stretch to think that this little experiment failed at its goal. After all, that would also require the average WoW player to ever look at the trash item and, even worse, read the flavor text on a Crystalline Tier of Loyalty. Now, let's head into Grand and Outline. Here above Sky Sonic Lake, on the northwestern part of the zone map, you find one particular floating rock with a secret. On this floating island, you will see a tree with a skeleton sitting at its base, leaning up against the trunk. The skeleton has a shield on one side of him and an axe through his skull, and the ground around him is littered with apples, presumably from the tree above. This is likely a reference to Isaac Newton, a famous scientist from the 17th century. While Newton contributed a lot to the fields of mathematics and science, one of the things he's best well known for is a story that says he supposedly first started thinking about the idea of gravity after an apple fell on his head while he was sitting under an apple tree. With all the floating islands and rocks in the Grand, it's clear that the Newtonian gravitational physics do not apply to the Grand. Newton's view of gravity would later be replaced by Einstein's theory of relativity, but WoW is a video game with magic and time travel, so it doesn't really matter anyway. So, if you wondered why this
Give me that key.
This little Easter egg is trying to explain why. Quite cheekily, Blizzard killed the man who first thought of gravity as a force in order to allow the zone to have such a unique visual aesthetic. Of course, this also might be a mistake since Zereth Mortis is the first ever zone with floating trees and islands, as we all know from the development preview video of Zereth Mortis, which also included such exciting other things like water engineering.
No heals for you.
Walker's Lodestone. This item was added into the Pandaria expansion and is tied to the archaeology profession. The archaeology profession got a rework in MoB, and one of the major changes to the profession was the items created through pieces of artifacts could be turned into restored artifacts, which are used as a currency. The player needs to be exalted with the Lore Walkers and have one restored artifact to buy a Lord Walker's Lodestone from Ancient Tile in the Seat of Knowledge of the Veil of Blossoms. Now, what's so special about this item is that it allows the player to teleport to any active archaeology dig site in Pandaria.
Boom,
This
boom,
is quite handy for
boom,
getting
boom.
content, especially when you're farming restored artifacts. The Lore Walker's Lodestone potentially saves the trouble of having to
Sure
farm
would love the
continent to
key.
get to the side where other active dig sites are. Pandaria is a big continent and takes over 10 minutes to fly from one end of the zone to the other. Like with most teleportation items, Blizzard hates fun, and there are several restrictions on the Lore Walker's Lodestone. First, the cooldown lodestone is 30 minutes. While that might not seem too bad, it usually takes less than 5 minutes to complete one dig site, so its usefulness is immediately decreased since you still have to fly to the next dig site while the lodestone is on cooldown. Second, the lodestone is only useful in the continent of Pandaria. Finally, the lodestone says in its description that it teleports the player to a random dig site, not one in particular. So the dig site you're teleported to could be anywhere in any zone as long as it's up. This means you could use a lodestone to end up in the same zone near where you were if there was already an active dig site there. Another aspect of the random dig site is that you cannot focus on any particular archaeology fragment type, although this can sometimes be changed using Lord Walker's map and the Manted Artifact Sonic Locator. Both of these two items are in a chest called the Manted Artifact Hunter's Kit, which costs 2 restored artifacts. This kit is available for purchase from the same vendor you can get the lodestone from. The Lord Walker's map randomizes your active dig sites, so you have a chance of getting a new dig site for the culture or zone you want. The Manted Artifact Sonic Locator turns all of your new active dig sites into manted ones. It is a little strange you can only make one more of a type of dig site instead of all of them. For example, there is no equivalent for Pandaren or Rogue Artifact Sonic Locators. Additionally, the Manted Artifact Sonic Locator only lasts for 24 hours in the player's inventory. Finally, if you have more than one Lord Walker lodestone inventory, they share cooldown. The one upside to both the Lord Walker's lodestone and the Lord Walker's map is that they both have 20 uses. This means you only need to spend 1 restored artifact.
I'd sure like that key now.
Aside from the nitpicking, this item is very unique, and it's a shame more people don't know about it. Archaeology is by far the least done secondary profession, to the point where it's even just abandoned in Shadowlands. Hopefully, with the revamps of professions in Dragonflight, they might finally try something new with archaeology. Next up, we have a toy called the Summer Crane. In use, this toy puts a large bronze skillet on the player's head. The skillet acts as a campfire, meaning other players can now cook atop your head. The toy's description reads, kneel down and allow others to cook over you. The buff the players receive is called Cranial Cooktop and lasts for 5 minutes. There are 2 major downsides to this toy, however. First, the player is briefly stunned when they initially use
the key doesn't want to sit there and have a conversation with me.
Or taking any action
trying to set a buddy free.
Because it cancels upon any player action, you cannot actually cook on yourself, which is a bit disappointing. Luckily, the toy also only has a cooldown of 10 seconds, meaning you can use it again pretty quickly. The toy was added to the game in patch 9.1.5, but didn't become available until 9.2.5 because it could only be bought during the Midsummer Fire Festival. The Summer Cranial Skillet can be bought from any Midsummer Festival for 150 Burning Blossoms. Burning Blossoms can be acquired by doing quick little quests, honoring your respective faction's bonfire in the zone, and extinguishing the opposite faction's bonfire if your zone is contested. Each bonfire gives 5 Burning Blossoms, so you need to extinguish at least 30 bonfires to get 150 Burning Blossoms for the Summer Cranial Skillet. This is roughly all of the zones in the Eastern Kingdoms or in Kalimdor, so it might take a while to do, but not nearly as long as doing every bonfire in the game to earn the achievement of the Fires of Azeroth. The second, more unknown summer-related toy is called the Hosen Beach Ball. The rare mob this toy drops from is not Gothlok, however, but rather a Hosen named Ik-Ik the Nimble. Ik-Ik lies sleeping in a cave in the middle of the southern part of the zone, and he has a roughly 15% chance to drop the toy. There are several reasons why this toy is so special. First,
these people too.
Itself.
One of you 3 is gonna drop it.
Called Beach Bum, with its text description ready for fun in the sun. This effect turns the player's weapon into a shovel, places a little
and
adds a tank top
Get 'em, boys!
Character. Second is the toy's buff, which actually acts as a costume, not a shapeshift or other toy effect. The Beach Bum buff lasts 10 minutes, and during the entire time you can still mount, engage in combat, and do most other things while using the toy. It even persists through Druid transformation.
Look at that, preemptives.
There is another toy that drops from rare in the Dread Waste called Gothlok Shell, but this toy was already covered in an Unknown Side of WoW video previously.
Yeah, these
We're
guys
only
are
bringing
beasts.
it up here because it can be used in
They
combination with the Hosen Beach Ball.
Alright, here
If
it is.
you
I
use the
feel
Hosen
it. These
Beach
2
Ball
right
and
here.
Gothlok Shell, and then cancel Gothlok Shell, there used to be a minor bug where your character would still have the shuffle bucket, but without the armor changes. So if you ever wanted to make sandcastles while waiting for a raid pull, you now know what toy to use. Most players will be familiar with the Black Dragon Ragnarok Ebonhorn, since we've seen a lot of them in recent expansions. As such, we only have one other dragon to discuss from the Black Dragonflight. The Black Dragon is
he silenced me, jerk.
He's located in Outland, specifically in the zone of the Blade Edge Mountain.
Hey, filtered water.
Sibelian made his
And
first
some more
appearance in
beads.
WoW on the Burning Crusade, where he can be seen under the guise of his human form named Baron Sebelmane. What makes Sibelian so interesting is that he was once the prime lieutenant of Deathwing. He followed Deathwing to Draenor before it was destroyed and became
Anybody got the key?
However, Deathwing made it back to Azeroth, whereas Sibelian
Got the key in here, guy?
Since then, he has been in a war against Gruul and the Grond for killing so many of his fellow Black Dragons. Sibelian is the presumed Lord of the Black Dragonflight in the Outland. Sibelian even reveals himself as a Black Dragon if you're an Alliance player questing through Blade Edge Mountains. He transforms into a Black Dragon to help the players kill Gok, a giant Grun that is one of Gruul's 7 sons. In the Burning Crusade, players even learn Sibelian is rearing new Black Dragon whelplings and even uses them as messengers. It seems both Sibelian and Wrathion have plans for the Black
hello,
Dragon
Chuck.
Fleet, but all of this leads to a glaring issue. Does Wrathion know about Sibelian? In the Exploring Azeroth novel, even Matthias Shaw, the head of the SI-7 security for the Alliance, knows about Sibelian, but says he's not a threat. And if Shaw knows this, then Wrathion would probably know
Key?
Sibelian's existence.
Key, right here, this guy.
Since his Black
He's
Talent
got it.
agents are very
damn
good
it.
at their jobs of gathering information and secrets for him.
This is
All
starting
of
to
this begs the
become
question, why hasn't Wrathion tried to kill Sibelian?
absurd.
Wrathion has killed almost every other Black Dragon that was corrupted, as seen in the Cataclysm, Dagger, Legendary Quest Chain for the Fangs of the Father. This all points to the possibility for contention.
Or I've had it
over
the
who
whole
could be
time
the
and I never
next leader of
realized
the
it
Black
because I'm
Dragon
crazy.
Flight, if these two Black Dragons should be one another. While Sibelian was Deathwing's chief lieutenant, that was before
At least I realized it and didn't keep farming.
And Sibelian himself doesn't appear to be
Something that wasn't gonna
and
exist.
seems kind of chill, other than the whole genocide clause. In fact, Sibelian even became friends with Rexxar in the Burning Crusade, although he never revealed his true nature to him. With Rexxar recently having played a small part in the Battle for Azeroth expansion, it would be interesting to see if these two characters meet again. On a possibly related note, there's also the Worm Cult, which is a cult who worships black dragons that play Jed's Mountain. It is unknown if they have any direct connection to Sibelian, but it certainly is potential fodder for plot material, and Blizzard knows it. Here's hoping Sibelian and Wrathion get along fine if they do meet one another. The next dragonflight is the Blue Dragonflight, which is currently led by Kalecgos. There are several blue dragons worth mentioning, but we have 8 main ones. First up is Azuragos. Azuragos is a crazy, wild, and humorous old blue dragon. Most players will probably know him as being the world boss in Ajara from Vanilla. In recent years, he's returned for the WoW Anniversary event as well. In fact, he was one of the first world bosses ever introduced to the game, alongside Lord Kazak. Azuragos also plays a role in obtaining the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. He was entrusted with keeping a piece of the scepter, and so he did.
Alright, good
by hiding
job,
in a
me.
fish,
After
a minnow,
200
to be exact.
years.
Azuragos made a brief return to Cataclysm, where he can be found questing in Ajara. There is also a short quest chain that sees players finding out he's been hiding in a spirit world from assassins sent by Deathwing, and has fallen in love with a spirit healer. Azuragos returns in Legion, where he is a brief part of the Mage Order Hall. A sassy old blue dragon up to some wacky hijinks is something we may just have to deal with in the future. The second blue dragon is Kirigosa. While she has no appearances in WoW yet, she has been featured in 2 Warcraft novels, Twilight of the Aspects and Tides of War. Kirigosa is worth mentioning for several reasons. First, she is a daughter of Malygos, and therefore does have some legitimacy to contest in Kalecgos as leader of the Blue Dragonflight. Second, she was almost forced to mate with Chromatus, meaning she may know something about the abominable 5-headed dragon. Third, it is stated in the Tides of War that there were other blues that believed that Kirigosa and Kalecgos would be ideal mates for each other, but the two have always just been friends. And such, this leaves room for a possible blue dragon in Outward. Kirigosa's former mate, Jaragos, was killed in Cataclysm, and Kalecgos is no longer seeing Jaina. Her return is easily possible, since at the end of Tides of War, Kirigosa is living quietly in Stranglethorn, enjoying a clean sun. The next blue dragon is Malek. Malygos was the original blue dragon aspect and had 4 known dragon consorts, one of them being the famous Indragosa, the dragon Arthas resurrected in his famous cinematic. And all of them are dead except for one named Malek, who currently resides in Winterspring with her son named Nymph, which is a reference to a parody singer and machinimator. Anyway, Hale is worth mentioning simply because she is the last living consort of Malygos, and also, interesting enough, the only consort to outlive their dragon aspect, and as such, would have considerable sway in the Dragonflight. She does have a handful of quests in Wintersspring, but they aren't too terribly important in the grand scheme of things. Next, we have a trio of 3 blue dragons from Legion. Any player who has quested through Azuna will probably remember Senegos and his daughter Stelagosa. They are the leaders of the Azure Wing Dragons and play a major role in the zone's lore and story. It would be nice to catch up with these two, although Senegos was very old in Legion, and it would be good to see him still doing well in his old age. On a brighter note, there's also the great-great-great-great-granddaughter of Senegos, Emigosa, which was just a pet whelping last time we saw her. The next blue dragon on this list is Tiragosa. She was once the former intended mate of Kalecgos, and raised several interesting questions. Kalecgos had even nicknamed her Tiri. While Tiragosa does do a lot in the WoW comics, these are not
Open
canon
your heart
anymore,
to the
sadly.
light.
Tiragosa has only
Be
been
kind
seen
to
by
those
WoW
less
twice.
fortunate.
The first time is another storm where she is investigating other dragons. She also
Not
briefly
kind.
makes an appearance in dragon
See
souls
you,
NPC
Roma.
with only 1 or 2 lines of dialogue.
Yeah, it felt like it
Druid
was a
could
repeatable
definitely
quest.
be an interesting character to watch out for as a possible
Speaking of, I did
love
kill a
interest
lot
for
of them.
Gallic, since him and Jaina did not work out, and Tyragosa's connections with the Nether Dragons could be some interesting plot threads in the Dragon Islands. Reno Jackson of the Explorers League, world-renowned archaeologist,
Oh,
explorer,
9,
and treasure
fuck
hunter,
off.
he was always seen as a
Hello,
troublemaker,
stranger.
having steady fingers,
Luck
even
to
if
you.
his heart is in the right place, impulsive, obsessed with magic and treasure, while being hard to control. He commonly led the charge and the retreat. Although he is stupid, as he is powerful, wielding a Gatling wand magic minigun causes vast armies to simply vanish, and the awesome power to explode his foes with a simple flex, something normal humans cannot do. So why is Reno able to do it? Well, it's because it's revealed through the Galakron's Awakening storyline Hearthstone that the amazing Reno is an orphaned blue dragon who spent his entire life in his humanoid form, unknowing that he was a blue dragon. Although at the end of the campaign, he returns to his human form, instantly forgetting that he's a dragon. While he originates from Hearthstone, like Elsie Starseeker, and someone far more known, Silfringly Mergleton, who has appeared many times in Legion, Reno Jackson has only appeared in 2 areas so far, Mechagon and Uldum during an Old God invasion, leading him to be far less known, especially since the knowledge of his true identity is only revealed if you played Hearthstone, or have watched our past videos on him. I would say he is likely the least known dragon in this video. The Dragonflight expansion sees us going to the Dragon Isles of the League of Explorers, and with him leading the charge, Reno Jackson is sure to show up, and very likely to become at least somewhat more important character, and maybe flex on some enemies. As you can tell, there are a lot of blue dragons that are worth keeping tabs on. This is not to mention that all of the dragons on this list, besides Delagoso, have possible legitimate claims to be the aspect of magic and lead the blue dragonflight. Moving on to the bronze dragonflight, we have 4 bronze dragons to discuss. These 4 dragons are all family members of Nozdormu, the dragon aspect of time. First, we have Sorodormi, who is Nozdormu's prime consort. It is quite shocking how little Sorodormi is actually in-game, especially considering how she is the last living prime consort that we know of. In the War of the Ancients novel, it was said that Sorodormi herself was the one who carried Broxigar into battle against the forces of the Burning Legion and the Highborn. Broxigar would shortly thereafter become one of the 2 Normortals to have fought and wound Sargeras himself. Players can also see Sorodormi in the Cataclysm dungeon, the Well of Eternity. It is Sorodormi, Ysera, and Alexstrasza who are attempting to purify the Dragon Soul after the players defeat Queen Ajara. Aside from this, Sorodormi is only encountered by players 1 other than
see,
the
Felweed
This
sells for
appearance is from the Burning
fuck
Crusade,
all.
where she oversees the
There's
defense
so
of the
much of
timeline
it.
in the battle for Mount Hyjal. She is the head of the
All of
faction
these sell for
Parade
worthless,
called the
nothing.
Scales of the Sands.
Tell you what,
Sorodormi is
getting
sorely
Lotus
missed in
Blossom,
game,
that's
but
where
she
you get the
certainly
gold,
deserves more
man.
Screen time for
Sells
being
for a
such
lot.
an important character.
We
Next up is Anachronos. This is the eldest son of Nozdormu, and thus the heir of the Bronze Dragonflight. His mother is presumably
Go on,
Sorodormi, but really he could be the son of any of Nozdormu's consorts, as it's not often specified which consort is the parent of which child. He can be found in the Caverns of Time and is the head of the faction called Blood of Nozdormu. Anachronos has a ton of lore and events associated with him, so he's pretty important to pay attention to, and we'll try to give you a very brief history of him. Long before the events of WoW, during the War of the Shifting
Alright,
Sands,
lump.
it was Anachronos who convinced all the other dragons to help aid the Night Elves in their fight against the Karaji. In fact, it was Anachronos himself who made the scepter and the gong that were used to seal and later reopen on Karaj. It makes sense, then, when players first meet him in vanilla, Anachronos is heavily involved in obtaining the scepter of the Shifting Sands for the opening of the gates of the Karaj event, since he's the one who made it and gave out the 4 pieces. Anachronos can be found inside the Temple on Karaj, where he's a quest giver and loot dispenser. Spellcasters who can wield a staff cross paths with him once again when obtaining the legendary staff called Dragon Round Tyrannosaurus Rest of Cataclysm. Most recently, Anachronos made an appearance in Battle of Razrock as the main quest giver in the Magkar Orc Allied recruitment quest. This scenario has a ton of interesting information about the light and how super duper evil and stuff. But more importantly, most people forget that the Magkar Orc recruitment scenario ends with Silotani and Severon escaping off to the Barrens, which likely would have led into the Barrens Warfront if not for it and all future Warfronts being cancelled after Darkshore due to people's hate for them. Finally, we have 2 bronze dragons that are also children of Nozdormu. Their names are Andormu and Nozari, and unsurprisingly, they can both be found in the Caverns of Time. Andormu and Nozari lead the faction with the
Oh, he taxed quite a bit.
Andormu can be found in several TBC dungeons in the Cavern of Time, where he serves as a guide and a quest giver. The 2 dungeons he appears in are the Black Morass and Old Hillsbrad, so it's no surprise many players don't know him, since those are some of the most unpopular dungeons in the entire game. These 2 dungeons can be long and arduous, but are some of the most unique dungeons in the entire game, as they send players back in time. The Black Morass sees players defending Medivh as he opens the Dark Portal and escape from Darkhold Keep.
You're not gonna get no poop from me, guy.
As the Infinite Dragonfly try to mess it up.
Just wanted you to tell me
Now
what
that we
you
know
know.
these 4 family members of Nosdormu, it raises some interesting questions. Anachronos is the only known heir to the Dragonflight, but it makes sense since Nosdormu knows one day he'll become Mirazond and wants to make sure they will know who will take charge when he is lost. The biggest question for all 4 of these bronze dragons is, do they know that Nosdormu will become Mirazond? They probably do, but still,
The
how would you
Naru
feel
have
if you
not
knew that your
forgotten
husband
us.
or father will eventually go insane and try to destroy the
Favor
universe.
the road
Would they try to
traveled by
stop
few.
it? Would that be what makes Nosdormu go insane in the first place? Hopefully, Dragonflight
Must
can answer
not
some of these questions.
give
Next
up.
is the Green Dragonflight. Players should be familiar with Merithra, the daughter and current de facto leader of the Green Dragonflight since Ysera died. Merithra also has appeared in several recent expansions. However, there is one.
We're not doing too bad, man. We're 67. We really kind of stormed through the 60s.
Itharius. Itharius is an important member of the Green Dragonflight, but has kind of been doing nothing since Cataclysm. He was a very old.
It's kind of large
Tyrannicus
gaps.
who was
Show off
Ysera's
line
primary
members
consort.
too.
They were such good friends,
Oh.
in fact, that Itharius only woke up from sleeping in the Emerald Dream after Irenicus went insane to try and save him.
Yeah, it's a
Irenicus
little bit
went
more
insane
balanced
when he
out.
entered
Holy
the
go!
temple
Oh, there's like a
Nar,
big gap.
which Ysera had charged him to govern over. Irenicus eventually
Not a lot of people in
sacrificed
my
himself
level
in the
bracket.
Fear and Storm Range and Tirana Whisper
Only
with
3 others.
Nightmare, redeeming himself in death. However, it is not hard to imagine that Itharius may hold a bit of a grudge.
Oh
against
my.
Ysera
Okay, let's
for
see.
being someone
Death
responsible
Knights.
for the
Oh,
success.
okay. Not very many Death
This
Knights.
will
It
be an
feels like.
interesting point of contention that could
Druids.
be expanded
So
by
many
Dragonflight,
druids.
perhaps even making
Oh
him
my
bigger.
gosh.
Lord Itharius
Hunters.
has made several appearances in
Quite a
games,
lot.
so
Oh,
we
a
may
lot of
have
hunters.
history for him. He first appears in Vanilla. when
Not
he
not
is
not
given
that many
his
mages. It
songs.
looks
We
like.
help him clear the temple of the Talvakar and kill some of these
Paladins.
dragons who've been corrupted.
Oh my
Itharius
God!
later
It's
appears
so
as
many
the Lord
paladins.
Itharius in Wrath of the Lich King.
Decent. Oh, not
Here
too
he
many
can be found atop of
priests.
the Wormwest Temple, where he
Decent
serves
amount of
as the Green
rogues.
Dragonflight's ambassador.
Alright amount of
In Cataclysm,
shamans.
Itharius
Alright amount
returned to
of
the Temple
rogues.
of Talvakar,
Decent amount of
where he serves
warriors
as the
too.
main quest giver in the updated dungeon. Following the final defeat of Deathwing in
I
the
guess that's good for me to know though. Like kind of like look for my next one. Shot. Yeah, nobody plays shaman. No, that's crazy.
Events that transpired at the end of the Dragon Soul raid is
What can I
spoken
do
to.
for you?
He next makes a brief appearance in the Death
Go with
Promise
honor,
scenario for
friend.
Legion. In
Or the
BFA, when the
Alliance.
Void invaded the Emerald Dream, Atharius
Light
appeared
bless you.
with Merithra
Well
in the Emerald
met.
Dreamway. He
Be
later
good.
assisted in
Safe
empowering the
travels.
reforged Emerald Essence for the Heart of Azeroth.
See you
Atharius seems
soon.
almost to be babysitting a
Well
flock
met.
of rather cantankerous
Goodbye.
green whelps in the classic Swamp of Sorrows.
Ancestors watch me.
Windrock Mastery.
This pet has a 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping from noxious whelplings, and in its description reads, once bred and raised by the green dragon Itharius,
careful.
this unique breed has
Just need
settled in
to
the jungles of Veralis.
slice 'em.
Finally, we turn our attention to the 5th and last dragonflight, the red dragonflight. Andre Strauss can be found in a cave off the coast of Ankharaj, the Fallen Kingdom. He was added in patch 5.3, and to date, no one has figured out why he is there. When found, he is always sleeping, and he has been that way since he was added in Mista Pandaria. It's kind of suspicious he's still sleeping even after Sargeras' sword caused an atomic blast at the end of the Legion expansion. And that's not even to mention his proximity to the old god Cthulhu. Besides, it's the Green Dragonflight's job to do the sleeping, not the Red's. There was some speculation this dragon could have been homaged to one of the children of the employees at Blizzard, but this has never been confirmed. While not very important in lore, it would be interesting to finally know more about this mysterious red dragon and why he's still sleeping. Blizzard may have already set him up to do something because he makes an appearance in the book exploring Kalimdor. In the book, Zakhan and Rexar meet the dragon, who insists that they call him Andre. At the end of their meeting, Zakhan promises the dragon he will visit him again. This could be useful for bringing him into the plot for later.
Didn't already
There are
murk
some
these
other
guys?
important things to point out that players have found out about this dragon. Using the Wisp in the Bottle toy and the Yellow Conservatory Scroll toy, both of which are toys from Legion, will cause Andre Strauss to stand up. However, still with a ZZZ app. These might be bugs, or just some development from players. Andre Strauss appears again in Shadowlands. If a player with the experimental Anima Cell toy randomly rolls and then chooses an anima power called Portal to the Unknown, they will be teleported to a random location around the universe. However, they will sometimes be teleported to him. We're sure to find out plenty of secrets about the Red Dragonflight in the Dragonflight expansion, but it would be nice if Blizzard finally addressed who exactly this dragon is. After all, as Grant Bronzebeard said, inquiring minds just want to know. World of Warcraft has countless raids, ranging from the smallest single boss raids to the biggest seen across the universe. And while Wrath of the Lich King is known for its many small raids, like Iron Turkey, Amazing Slayer, Vault of Archivon, Obsidian Sanctum, Trial of the Crusader, and the Ruby Sanctum, it is more well known for its largest raids. which is also the largest raid of the game, and seen by a large portion of the community as the best raid in the game's history, Ulduar. Ulduar is a massive Titan facility kept guard by the various Titan keepers in order to keep track of the planet's corruption and to contain the old god Yogg-Saron. And because of this, the raid would have to be huge to compensate for the building-sized denizens towering above you like the Anti-War. And while it would be easy to say Ulduar is huge because it needs huge rooms for huge bosses, which to be fair is partially true, there is a few other things that lead to the raid's overall size. Nimron, while the smallest of the Titan keepers, smallest of all the bosses in the raid, and possibly the smallest boss of any raid, he is not to be messed with. Using his giant kid-only device, he summons various parts of his Voltron in order to fight you, instead of taking you on.
Yo, Thunderbox, thanks for follow. I appreciate that. That was very kind of you.
It is not the area itself that takes up so much room, but the massive cosmic train you ride to get to his arena. Straight out of Stormwind and Ironforge, this tram covers massive distances very quickly. And unlike those trams, this one actually has control when it leaves and arrives. No worry of it leaving just before you get on.
Forget how expensive this stability is. Oh, he interrupted me.
This tram acts how you're supposed to get to this far.
Oh, okay.
And while this section is large, it is nothing compared to the other.
Yeah.
That being the X-Mission Base Camp, Iron Concourse, and Formation Grounds. This area alone is as big as many multi-boss raids. And yet this entire area is just for one boss. Starting off with you gathering your allies into various vehicles and sieging countless iron dwarves, golems, and giants.
I can't wait to get to the endgame content, dude. This guy's talking about some of this endgame stuff. It's gonna be so fun.
In a massive vehicular.
I think I've done all the way, but I don't think I've done much of it. I do remember the cannon thing, and I'm thinking of, yeah, how is that not fun? Like, why? A part of a mechanic of a dungeon doesn't require your gear or nothing.
Is amazing, especially as many of the other large raids are full of dead zones, locations that have nothing to do there, no trash, nothing. For example, here is the full map for the Battle for Mount Hyjal. As you can see, the map is huge. And while I'm sure anyone who has done it before knows the bottom half cannot be accessed,
I just need more
you would think at
pressure,
least
guys.
the top half is accessible,
Wesley
usable,
Crusher.
and it has some purpose to it being there, maybe some mobs and stuff. And no, not really at all. And while there is the odd mining known here and there, otherwise the rest of the raid is left just empty, with the entire raid really
Get 'em,
only
boys.
taking place in a couple of locations. And really, getting back to the Wrath of Lich King raids, it really is a mix box. Naxxramas and Uxia's Lair recycles, Eye of Eternity, Obsidian Sanctum, and Ruby Sanctum, all just one room. Trial of the Crusader, just one room, except the last boss. And the Vault of Archivon, one room per patch, all the same, just connected together.
Yeah,
gang
gang
up
up on him.
Raids is
Gang
more
up on him.
worth it for the amazing raids that came alongside them of Ulduar and Icecrown Citadel. A pair of raids that if you did not experience
It's only every 30
content,
seconds, but my boys
you'd
are.
be doing yourself a disservice.
Seriously, they do a lot of damage.
Northrend
It's
was
nothing to
once intended
scuff
to be
at.
an entirely frozen wasteland, choosing to not give us Snow Zone 1, Snow Zone 2, Snow Zone 3, based on only the very north and south glaciers. They instead chose to also include some great northern climate-like regions, like from Canada and Greenland, leading to wonderful landscapes.
Okay,
like
we
Tundra,
success.
Howlings of
All right,
Joy,
nice.
and
Oh
the
wait,
ever-amazing
what quest is this
Grist
then?
Hills, the #1 zone and ambience for most players. Except
It's
for
bugged, I can't do
Jason,
nothing
which
with-
is just its own thing. But those were just the launch zones. Every expansion has the launch
Well,
zones
I go over
and
there and there's
different
actually no
eventual
quest, so.
post-launch zones, introduced to add new stories and content that could not be done in prior existing areas. The Burning Crusade added the Isle of Coldonis, the Cataclysm introduced the Multi-Front, Pandera the Isle of Giants, Thunder Isles, and the Timeless Isles. Warlords of Draenor added the Tannin Jungle, although that was intended to be at launch, it was added post-launch. Legion added the Broken Isles and the 3 Arga zones. Battle for Azeroth added Megagon and
It's
Natron,
okay if you
Shadowlands added Korthia
take
and
friends
Hornets.
along.
You
Bring
may
me
have
one of
noticed I
his.
missed one expansion there. Yes, Wrath of
Who
Lich
hooves
King,
is
the one and
confirmation.
only expansion
Like,
which you have not
like,
added
why
to
is he
the
wanting you to
An
go hunt
expansion
shit when
so
he's
front-loaded,
dying?
it was
What
able
is
to keep
this?
you invested and preoccupied with the world without ever adding a new zone to explore. And even without any post-launch
I should have
zones,
read more.
it is still known for its amazing lore and zones. A favorite expansion by many players, especially with the wonderful leveling and questing experience. Wine is well known around the globe. A fermented alcoholic
What?
drink made usually of grapes that
You'll
is aged
come
for
back
years,
sometime.
sometimes decades.
Oh, thanks for the
Making it
description of what
better
wine
and
is. I didn't
and
know.
at least for
He's like,
Stockton,
I'm sorry. I was like, everybody knows what wine is, and he describes what wine is.
one more glass with Dalaran, a city of snowy mages, the perfect place for wine snobs. Christie's sells Dalaran Red, both in bottle and cask form, each with a flavor text of Imperial Age, and a duration of 360.
Well, we have enough to turn in
These
that
white
thing again
quality
or
drinks
whatever.
will
Is
actually
this guy?
be in your inventory And after having purchased either the
I got anal
$4
beads for you,
$1
dude.
red and waiting an entire real
Excuse
year,
me.
you receive a bottle or cask
Whoa,
of
California.
$8 red, now green quality.
Oh,
And while these
I
items
highly
are also
doubt
available
that'll
at the vendor,
even
using them
happen.
yourselves, you save 5 times the gold. So if you really wish to get some $8 in red and are
Light.
fine waiting a year,
Must
you can
remember
save a lot of
the
gold.
light.
However, this is not all. While the vendor only sells these 2 versions of the drinks, you will notice the green quality versions still
What
have
is this music?
flavor
These guys know how to
notes.
jam.
So holding on to them yet again for another year will yield you another bottle or cask of peaked dollar in red, a blue quality item.
I need to. If I'm gonna go to the auction house, oh my gosh.
And while these items have literally no actual use, they do
Oh my
at least
gosh.
let you enjoy a nice drink, either alone or with up to 24.
All right,
ingredients.
nice. Slim capsule.
So if you're entering the frozen north and
Ravager.
wish to have a
Okay,
cask
very
of
good.
wine, you may wish to buy it as soon as you have the gold. That way, the day you kill the Lich King, you have the perfect drink to celebrate with your
Well,
fellow
at least
raiders.
now I got 3 modes.
Something extremely special.
I'm surprised that fellow just didn't
Although
sell.
the fact there's no purple and red quality
Oh,
wine
yeah.
that ended
See,
up taking 3 to 4 years.
maybe I
is
need to look at the
very
price
sad.
again. It was a lot more before.
Legendary wine is something we desperately need these days. Wrath of the Lich King had many cut features, the most well-known being the infamous dance studio, something that has become a joke in the community, and even Blizzard themselves with the Garrison mission referencing it. But there was many other things cut from the expansion, 2 of which we feel are the most notable are the rune crafting system.
I gotta use the restroom and get some more water. Perfect.
Wrath of the Lich King made vehicles much more of an actual mechanic on its own, with many raid fights, dungeon fights, and quests utilizing the vehicle system, so it's obvious to see why they would want to make a PvP use of it too, and what they did with the Isle of Conquest and Wintergrass for ground-based vehicles, they also plan to do so with air-based vehicles. However, for one reason or another, it was cut, seemingly pretty late into development too, as it actually made it onto the Wrath of the Lich King box art. The only time the expansion box has shown a right-out lie advertising something that is not in the game, even to this very day. Although there is some argument for the Demon Hunter in the vanilla WoW box art, that was more so just a character and not an advertised feature though. Now onto something much less known, the Death Knight rune crafting system. Originally announced at BlizzCon, the Death Knight would actually be able to customize the runes on their weapon, and not in the way you may think. As of launch, Death Knights got their own class-specific enchants to add to their weapons and rune forges. However, originally it was planned to work far differently. The original Death Knight rune forging system had you, upon collecting a new weapon, go to a rune forge to transform it into a rune blade, allowing you to carve runes into it and then outside of combat be able to enchant runes into the blade. Like live, you would be given 6 rune slots with the Blood, Unholy, Frost, and Death runes. However, unlike the Death Knight we got, you would actually be able to choose whatever runes you wish to inscribe and add special enchantments to them to make them recharge faster, empower the spells consuming them, or transform into death runes, even increasing with use much like the original Rogue's lockpicking skill, allowing for more and more powerful runes, meaning if you wished, you could have 6 blood runes. However, with Blizzard's goal to try and de-incentivize people choosing all of one type, they seemingly just could not make it work, and locked it to 2 of each type, putting the special effects onto the rune forging system as special weapon enchants, which overall is a good thing. While it sounds interesting, in practice it feels like it would be an absolute nightmare. Although, what would be a better fit for the relentless undead juggernauts that was the most broken class at its launch, the Death Knight? Speaking of the hero class Death Knights, they were called hero classes for a reason. They call back to the MMOs of old, a good example being the Jedi in Star Wars Galaxy, the original Star Wars MMO. This Jedi class was obscenely difficult and time-consuming to obtain. Having the class originally proved you went through an insane...
In about an hour, I'm gonna go make a walk to the gas station, kind of stretch my legs a bit, but it's early in the morning for me. I have an unfettered schedule, so
It's easy to see the major flaws in this.
sometimes I
Although
take a
at the
walk in the
time,
morning,
that was
sometimes I'll
relatively
take a walk at night.
They decided they wanted to do this for the
Just
Death Knights as
depends.
well. Originally planned, you would need to wait until Wrath of the Lich King's launch and level from 70 to 80.
But I always like to have a purpose when I take a walk, go somewhere. I don't like to just walk.
In order to do so, you'd be given a long and difficult quest line.
Because then it's not motivating enough for me to
In
do
doing so,
it.
you would then unlock the Death Knight hero class. And a hero class it was. As with the launch of the expansion, the Death Knight was so overpowered, they could quite easily outperform an entire party with their huge defensive, damage, and self-healing capabilities. And while Blizzard quickly realized their mistake, as making a Death Knight only require this hilariously easy task of reaching level 55, and making a class that was better than the rest of them in every way, it took them quite a while to bring the class in line with all the others, nerfing them again and again before finally getting them somewhat in line with the rest of the classes. The idea of a class being overpowered as a
It's
result
true.
of
I remember
the
you could
difficult
summon like a bunch of ghoul,
tasks
like a
may
whole
have
ghoul
felt
army, and it
like
would just
time.
wreck everything
These
in its
days,
path.
with how modern games don't like to waste your time as much as they used to, and with the internet being so easy to access, search, and compile compared to the old days of random message board rumors, it's hard to keep anything truly a secret when it's just going to be made into a step-by-step guide 2 months before release. Lastly, with the mindset grown within the community around any and every power benefit, it no longer became something you made the choice to work towards, but something that was now required, and so it had to be changed, or else everyone who was not a healer would be forced to unlock the Blade Death Knight. In the beginning days of WoW, there was not a specific role for each spec, examples being the Feral Druid, which while sharing the same tree could be a tank or a DPS, meaning a druid saying they were Pharaoh would not tell you what they actually were. Same for Paladins, as for a lot of early WoW, most of their time in tank spec is actually with mostly holy titans. Death Knights were the final experience of this, however, as with the very next expansion Cataclysm, they rated talents, forcing you to choose a tree to specialize into, with each of them having an assigned role, requiring you to then fill these trees
Hey,
to a specific
why
point
weren't you around when I
before
needed
being
you,
able to
huh?
plant into any
Why
of
you
trees.
coming in at the
So
wrong
what made the
time?
Death Knights
Oh,
so
okay.
special then? Well,
Oh,
the fact all
okay.
3 of their specs could be DPS, which is pretty common for the DPS-only classes like Rogue, Hunter, Mage, and Warlock. However, these 3 specs could also be a tank, each spec
too
having
far
their
away.
own style of tanking and DPS.
That's still
Frost
recharging.
focused on using the frigid winds
out
of
of
Northrend to
range.
slow the attack speeds of your enemies, while increasing your own, bolstering your armor with ice while slowing your enemies as well, making kind of easy, even more so with Druid and Blade than Ranged cats. Blood focused on dodging and parrying attacks, and while failing to do so meant taking heavy
Yeah!
damage, you made your health pool a resource, sacrificing health to gain resources, while also countless
Yes,
abilities
the
to feed
boomer
your
is
health pool,
doing his
sacrificing your
job
blood
once
to heal
again.
one of your
I'll
opponent's
tell you what,
heals,
this is the real way to
using your
pack
defense
on
as a
weight.
weapon, bloodworms to let your opponents dry and refill your own. And lastly, Unholy, which focused on plaguing disease, summoning undead ghouls and gargoyles to decimate your enemies, enhancing your allies with forsaken magics, defying yourself with barriers of anti-magic, and shields of
Sure, let's bring him along, even though he's immune to
With
this.
each spec having its
But
own
he's not immune to this!
tanking,
Oh, wait.
this meant each
Ah,
had its own
ah!
suited for it. Unholy
Yes! Behold my power!
magic damage. Frost was great at dealing with physical bosses who usually wait for the average tank's armor. Now glanced from the
Well,
tainted armor,
that was anticlimactic.
sedated by the swirling cold.
Thought he dropped something
and
cool.
Blood, with its ability to sustain itself when healers had issues, able to act well as an off-tank, tanking constant low damage. Sometimes able to go entire fights without needing any focused healing at all, allowing for more healing.
All right, 4 more.
Although suffering if bled too deep. And while they all had
Maybe I
their
can
use as
score
DPS
4?
as well with Frost's rapid attacks
Yes,
and ranged attacks
indeed.
and Unholy's undead and decay, Blood was the weakest of the 3 for DPS. Having a few good times here and there, it acted more as the best solo combat spec, especially against that. And to end off the video on a quick fact, something few remember.
Oh, I thought I grabbed this one.
Actual Cataclysm expansion was announced this month, 3.5 months before.
I hope this works, because I'm basically out of mana.
Another 4 months until the
Yes, yes, behold my power. Alright, good. Deal.
taking
Did
3
it.
whole months from the raid's launch. For
I didn't think Boomer Build would be this sick.
This caused
Like, I have
quite
to
some
to
oddities
sit
that
for
set
mana
this
a
up.
lot,
An
but
example
like,
being many people asking about not
oh,
the upcoming expansion.
that's a
but the
lot of
upcoming
damage.
Raid against Blizzard's most famous villain. No, not Illidan Stormrage. He's not a villain. He's an anti-hero. The Lich King. A good example of this being that during the Cataclysm itemization panel, while speaking about changing how stats work and what stats appear in what gear, for example, removing mana per 5, replacing it with Spirit, decided to randomly announce Shadowmourne, again in the middle of a Cataclysm itemization panel. Something that is just obscenely odd to me. They didn't even speak about its stats or anything to have it mesh with the
Do it a
panel,
lot.
they just sort of announced the legendary out of nowhere, showing just its name and appearance. Although they did later make an official preview showing the special effect it had, while explaining a general idea of the process of obtaining it through going into the raid and gathering
Northwind
resources in order to craft
City
it. They
key?
weirdly
Who got
again
that
did
key?
not share its stats.
You got that
So
keys?
just
All
kind of
Alpha got
there
that
are
keys.
2 specific NPCs that were added to WoW from Hearthstone that players have interacted with so far. And these 2 characters are Skycap and Crag and Sergeant Murgleton. Skycap and Crag is the first boss in the BFA dungeon Freehold. Before his canonical introduction in Battle for Azeroth, Skycap and
cast
Crag
it.
was a then unnamed Parrot Mount, which was first introduced as a card in the Grand Tournament, the second expansion of Hearthstone. Skycap and Crag is a neutral legendary card with a base mana cost of 7, 4 attack, and 6 health. The parrot he was riding on the card was later named Sharkbait and has a chance to drop as a mount from the last boss of Freehold.
Alright, we got the
Heart of
key.
Sweetie. Skycat and Crag
Free
would
Corgi,
reappear in
the
Hearthstone
Corgi agent. We got free him.
Awakening as Sky General Crag, in
Got
which
the
he is
key. Where's
much
Corgi
weaker,
at?
costing only 4 mana and having 2 attack and 3 HP. However, he can
Is
summon
he in here?
Sharkbait as a legendary token minion, where Sharkbait was also featured as a boss card in Galakrond's Awakening Adventure campaign. Sir Finley Myrtleton is the second character from Hearthstone to become canonized in WoW. In Hearthstone lore, he is a sophisticated gentleman and an accomplished scholar, who also happens to be a Murloc. Sir Finley Myrtleton has been involved in numerous Hearthstone expansions, but he first appeared as a major supporting character in the League of Explorers, which is the 3rd expansion for Hearthstone. He is a legendary neutral minion card that costs 1 mana to summon, and the battle cry allows the player to discover hero power. Sir Finley Myrtleton later reappears in Hearthstone in the 6th World of expansion, alongside the rest of the League of Explorers to save the world from the League of Evil.
Good, he burned out a mana. That's I don't need to do that if I'm going to use. Yeah, it's really expensive.
Sir Finley Myrtleton's first canonical appearance in WoW is in the
I gotta go free somebody. I don't know where he is.
Where he gets caught up in some Vicroll vampire pirate.
I should explore out here before I go into the cave.
Expansion Battle for Azeroth as a quest giver alongside his fellow members of the Explorers League, including Elsa Starseeker, Reno Jackson, and Amnesiac Blue Dragon.
Like Indiana Jones,
and acts as a companion
in.
Mechagon in Patch
Here we go.
2. And all of them can be seen together during Oldham Assault.
Oh, I made it in quite nicely.
Lastly, he can be found in Bashir, where he sells a red monocle, which is needed in order to obtain the secret high ground, which was also Hearthstone has also updated some of the actual worlds to recharge. Although Gadgetzan
Get 'em, boys!
Cataclysm, Hearthstone has updated the Desert Goblin City significantly, and this is canonical lore. Gadgetzan is a setting for the 5th expansion in Hearthstone. In the expansion, Gadgetzan is described as having massively expanded from a small desert town to a large, bustling city following the flood caused during the Cataclysm. 3 major crime families rule the back alleys of the expanded Gadgetzan, including the Grimy Goons, a mafia-style gang who controls
my guys are a hit squad. Honestly.
Organization,
good job, guys.
A cabal which controls the ins and outs of the mega market. The novel Traveler, The Spiral Path,
where is this
reflects
jerk
Gadgetzan's larger size and winding streets,
Mana.
though none of the other new aspects portrayed in the Hearthstone expansion are present. Unfortunately, we are still stuck with the
I need to remember I have Life Bloom too,
but
or
perhaps
Lifeblood.
hopefully
I have other things to keep my ass alive.
Expansion focusing on a revamped Azeroth. Hearthstone has introduced one race which was later than canonically added to the game. This race is the Tortolan from WoW's 7th expansion, Battle for Azeroth. In WoW, Tortolans are a race of turtle-like humanoids native to Xandalin. However, in Hearthstone, they live in the Crater. Tortolans are from Hearthstone's...
Alright, dude, where'd you get yourself captured at? Where are you?
A common misconception is that Fungarians, little mushroom people from the FA, were also introduced into WoW from Hearthstone, since a number of cards introduced in the 7th Hearthstone expansion in Kobold's Catacombs depict an unnamed race of fungus people that resemble the Fungarians. However, statements by Wizard employees indicated these creatures and the Fungarians were created independently from one another, with the Fungarians being invented and named by World of Warcraft artist Christopher Hayes as a personal passion project, whereas the Hearthstone mushroom people were apparently created by Hearthstone concept.
I'm looking for this dude, though.
The initial exploration and style
I got
guide for the
Boulder
Hearthstone
Fist Warrior up my
expansion
face. Got him hiding behind you?
Finally, the most important
see him.
piece of lore
Outta
that
here.
has obtained from Hearthstone
No, don't do that.
is the appearance of not
Oh.
one, but 2 old gods, N'Zoth
How about you
and
take some of this,
Yasharaj.
too?
First, we'll focus on Yasharaj, the most fearsome and powerful of the old gods. He was so powerful, a Monthul plucked him out of
Undecided?
Azeroth and
Oh,
moved him
nice.
into the Twisted Nether, creating the Well of Eternity. Yasharaj has never been directly depicted within WoW, although he is often said to have 7 heads. Although long dead when players first heard of him as the Pandaria expansion, his remnants alone caused great chaos and destruction. In the climax of Mr. Pandaria, Garrosh takes the Old God's heart and players see how insidious the dead Old God can be at the end of the Siege of Orgrimmar raid. Yasharaj appears as a legendary card in the 3rd expansion, Whispers of the Old Gods. The full card name is Yasharaj Rage Unbound, which is a 10 mana 10/10. His appearance on this card has been confirmed.
Am I
as canon,
tripping? Like, I don't
although the card only
understand.
shows one head of him, and
Where
we do
is
not
this
know what
guy?
his body looks like or if he has other heads. This card would later reappear in Hearthstone's 16th expansion, Madness at the Darkmoor Fair, as Yasharaj the Defiler. Yasharaj is seen in several other cards
What's
replacing
up, dude?
druid cards in the Whispers of the Old God set, as well as being associated
Oh, I didn't
with
know he
Garrosh
ran.
and
Okay.
The final Old God, N'Zoth, was first mentioned in Cataclysm, but it was not until BFA when players finally saw him and defeated him in the Ny'alotha raid. N'Zoth was chiefly responsible for corrupting Deathwing, and therefore it was he who caused the Cataclysm. N'Zoth the Corruptor appears as a legendary card in the Whispers of the Old God expansion, which was the first time the Old God had been depicted in any medium. He was a 10 mana 7/4, and his flavor text reads, has not been able to get under the sea out of his head for 5,000 years. The inspirations of N'Zoth's appearance in WoW came directly from this card, and the actual head boss in Idol of the Raid actually has the exact same name as the card, N'Zoth the Corruptor. Similarly to Yasharaj, N'Zoth reappears in the Madness of the Dark Fair expansion as N'Zoth, God of the Deep, but with significantly different stats. Where this time around it's a 9-mana 5/7. N'Zoth has several minion cards that are related to him from the Whispers of the Old God expansion, but it would be too long and boring to list them all here. Finally, players who pre-order the Mega Bundle for Madness of the Darkmoon Fair also receive N'Zoth as an alternative Warlock hero, whose flavor text reads, when someone asks if you're an old god, you can now say
That's
yes.
still recharging.
There are 2 promotions in WoW that came from Hearthstone, both of which give a mount to the player. The first mount is called the Hearthsteed, which is awarded to WoW after the player wins 3 games of Hearthstone in either play or arena mode. In WoW, the player will receive a mail message containing the mount of Francis, the exotic $200. Once the player learns the mount, they will get the special feat of strength achievement, Hearthstone. The Hearthsteed was added in Mist of Pandaria in patch 5.4, as it was around this time that Hearthstone launched. The second
Okay, so he's got to be in one of these stages.
The flying rat mount named Sarge. Sarge is the pet mouse of Hearthstone Brew, the owner of the inn in which Hearthstone takes place. The mount becomes available to WoW players after they complete the Hearthstone introductory quest for the mercenary mode. Similarly to the Hearthsteed, once WoW players learn the mount, they will get a special feat of strength achievement called Sarge's Tail.
So where is he?
Not including collector edition card backs, there is also a Hearthstone promotion for playing WoW. Upon reaching 20 in WoW for the first time, a player will earn the feat of strength achievement called Fledgling Hero of Warcraft. This will unlock Lady Liadrin as a hero in Hearthstone. The achievement was added in World of Draenor and can still be obtained to this day.
They eat them?
Do not count for this achievement, but the achievement is also earned even if the player does not have an active WoW subscription. The most obvious reference of Hearthstone and WoW are a ton
There's
of
not even
Hearthstone
an
game boards
indicator
scattered
here.
around
Like,
Azeroth
I didn't see him in
For
there,
example,
so I don't
there is even a
understand.
Hearthstone game board in one of the tables in the Goldshire Inn. However, seeing this game board may be a problem since there are often other things in the way, usually scantily clad things.
To free a man, you cannot
Other Hearthstone
free.
game boards can be found in the game in the Grimrail Depot dungeon and in the Draenor garrisons. Most Hearthstone's game boards in WoW can be found in Pandaria and the World of Dreams expansion, since that's when the game was first released. There are 2 Hearthstone game boards in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, one in each faction hub, the Shrine of 7 Stars for Alliance and the Shrine of 2 Moons for Horde. At each shrine, NPCs can be seen playing Hearthstone with game boards that represent their factions. 2 NPCs play, while some other NPCs are gathered around to gesture and offer advice. Periodically, there will be an arcane explosion animation signaling the end of the game. The final influence of Hearthstone on WoW is a set of 4
I wish
toys.
I could.
These
I don't know
toys
where
are
he
the
is.
Hearthstation, the autographed Hearthstone card, the Hearthstone board, and the winning hand. The first toy is the Hearthstation toy, which when used spawns a cute little Hearthstone board in front of the player, but it also has a very...
I'm not going to spend my time
It is
looking
one
at
of the
this
few
kid.
toys in the game that has a different version for the Alliance and Horde. The Hearthstation toy can only be obtained during the Feast of Wintervale from underneath the Wintervale tree in the Gently Shaken Gift. The Alliance Hearthstation description reads, a gnome-improved Hearthstone experience with auto-building decks, always legendary card packs, and rounds that are over in one move. It's Hearthstation by Gnome Fondue. While the Horde's toy description is
Spending
the
all
same,
my time
except
trying
it's
to figure it
Goblin
out,
Fondue
only to
one
find
was
out
created by Gob Fondue instead
he's
of
not
Gnome
there.
Fondue. The Hearthstation toy was added in Legion in patch 7.3, and as a side note, this toy has suffered from a handful of bugs. When the toy was first introduced in 2017, the quest for the Gently Shaken Present had not been reset from the year prior.
Alright, 10%
meaning
bonus
players could
intelligence
not
skill
get
and
it.
Moon
A year
Conform
later,
is just
2018,
savage.
the toy was
It's
available
an
for
extra...
It wasn't until
at
Wintervale 2019 that all the
352
bugs
now.
were finally ironed out and the toy
So
began to
it's
drop
an extra
like it was
30.
supposed to. The next Hearthstone toy is
Wait,
the
is it
autographed
10%?
Hearthstone card. When a player uses
Yeah,
the toy, they get
10%,
a note
yeah,
saying
30
card you received. The toy
35
has 10-second
extra
cooldown, and according to the
spell
toy's
power, that's pretty
description,
good.
was signed by Trump and Wreckful. Not too shabby. Which is a reference to 2 popular Hearthstone streamers. The autographed Hearthstone card was added in the World of Draenor expansion and can be obtained from a special garrison mission quest called Successful completion of this mission awarded the toy the Hearthstone strategy card, which can be used to reroll a garrison mission traits to the Hearthstone Pro trait, which increases party members' experience gain by 35%.
The breaker
The final 2
at
Hearthstone toys are also from World
of
of Draenor and can be bought from Benjamin Bro. This human NPC is named after Hearthstone's ex-senior game designer, and he wanders around the garrison. In the Horde garrison, he can be seen trying to blend in by wearing a cartoonish orc mask and talking excitedly. The Hearthstone board toy costs 1,000 gold, and the winning hand toy costs 100.
I think I did
Using the
get
Hearthstone board creates the Hearthstone game board at the feet of the player, and causes the emote, throws down a Hearthstone board. Who's ready to play? As a short sample, the Hearthstone's introductory music is played. The board will fade after 1 minute, and any player can right-click on the board to flip it, with the pieces scattering and the Hearthstone logo revealed on the board's underside. The toy uses the same model as the Hearthstone boards found in the faction shrine in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Jaina is in a strong position against Garrosh, with what appear to be 2 Merlins
left
to
hoof
play
mastery.
and 3 cards still in
Horn
hand.
of
The 4th
Bathar.
and final Hearthstone-themed toy is the winning hand toy. Using the toy causes a trio of fireworks to be launched over the head of the player as the victory music of Hearthstone is played. The player also performs the /cheer emote before
We need to find a big boy.
the emote, player's name, just like a game of Hearthstone, is also produced.
Ben
Before
Thar
we
is
end
his
off, there's
name.
one final thing to note. Added to the files in 8.2.5
Ben
was a map
Thar.
called the Hearthstone Tavern. This
I
tavern
wonder
is
if I'm
replica
gonna
of
notice
this one
him
shown in the
when I
Heart
see him.
Home cinematic
Oh, there he is.
and the
Hey,
Winter
cutie.
cinematic short. The tavern is fully modeled and set up in-game, however, it is inaccessible, even having a secondary room, a more private side to the tavern, likely for the more noble guests, as well as a massive library filled with various books and Hearthstone collections. This tavern contains countless assets from around Azeroth to portray a tavern for adventurers from all around, while even including some unused assets, like a wonderful portrait of an archmage Antonidas. Did you know that flasks in Vanilla WoW were incredibly overpowered? Most people know what a flask is, as it's still one of the few consumables that is widely used in endgame content. You use one and then you get a buff of your choice that lasts for an hour, even
Thanks,
through
buddy.
death, longer
Thanks,
if you're an
guys.
alchemist. And in Vanilla WoW, the process of obtaining a flask was just way more
There's
convoluted
just something about
and difficult, but
nighttime
they
I
probably
like the
made it
most.
more
It's so
powerful
chill.
compensate.
And yeah, I
Flasks
like the high
require
activity of
blood
the,
in order to make,
server,
which were
but
on
it's
strict
just
share
something
zone
like when you're
cooldowns.
just doing
So
your
there
own
was a limited
thing, you're
amount
out
you could even
questing,
farm on a server
not
per
looking to
hour.
be
You
bothered,
also could only craft
not
a
looking
flask in
to
a
have other
balanced
people
table,
bother
which
you.
could
It's
only
nice.
be found inside
Yeah, a
Skull
few people
Romance or
you interact
Point
with
Blank
people
Lair,
playing there and
which
stuff,
required
and
you
that's
to
good.
run a raid or dungeon in
But
order
like,
to
there's just
get
a
to it.
quietness
And
that
even
comes
worse,
about it.
before
I like it.
1.7, if you spent all this time to get a flask
Maybe
and
it's the
used it
environment in
and
the sky
died,
too, because I think the
it
sky
would
is
go
based
away,
on
as
time
flasks
frame
would
of
not
server.
persist on death until patch 1.7 fixes abysmal idea. So, because the design philosophy behind flasks were that they were enormously expensive buff that not everybody could use, the stats on them were definitely worth all the effort. The Flask of Supreme Power from Vanilla WoW gave a
Oh, yeah,
plus
5 more
150
spaces.
spell power bonus for 2 hours. To put how huge of a bonus this is into perspective, in the next expansion of the Burning Crusade, the Flask, which gave spell power, only gave a plus 80, and only worked for specific schools of magic. If you wanted the Flask that worked for all spell power, that was only a plus 70. And even in Wrath of the Lich King, the spell power flask only gave a plus 100.
I was like, I can't see 'em.
And Wrath was also when they reduced the base duration of flask to 1 hour, down from 2 hours. And since this was
he's got
before
another
there
one.
were stat squishes
I'm
every other
stuffed with
expansion, this did mean that a flask from Vanilla WoW was actually better
Someone
than an
hiding?
endgame flask from Wrath of the Lich King.
Dude,
2
why does this?
expansions
I
and
may.
probably
Okay,
worth
hold
a
on.
year later. Although
I
this does not mean
suspect that there
people
might
using a
be
vanilla
like
flask in
a
Wrath of the Lich King, because Blizzard nerfed the vanilla flask during Burning
Curse
Crusades
might
patch
have
2.1
updated
to
something.
only provide a plus 70 spell power bonus. That way they wouldn't be better than the Burning Crusade flask. So, if the bonus of the flask from Vanilla WoW was actually higher than the flask from Wrath of the Lich King, that should tell you how powerful the original vanilla flask was, and why guilds were able to blow through content in Classic WoW when they were going into these raids and dungeons with full world buffs and full consumables like the old school flask. Next up, let's go over a fun little fact about how stats are distributed. When it comes to a piece of equipment, some of them have a lot more stats than the other ones, but it's kinda surprising just how much better some pieces of equipment are. When it comes to items that have the most amount of stats, we have the helmet, chest, legs, which come in second behind the necklaces and rings. Ever since Legion, Blizzard has done this thing with necklaces and rings, where they just put a whole bunch of secondary stats on them in lieu of primary stats. Generally, a primary stat is more valuable per point than any secondary stat, but over the years the primary stats have gone down in value when compared to the secondaries. So, if you take the primary stat on a helmet, add all of its secondary stats, and then compare it to the secondary stats of a ring, it actually has 10% less stats overall. Although if you add stamina into the mix, then it kind of balances out when it comes to the stat distribution. And outside of the 5 power items which have the most stats, second place is the shoulders, gloves, belts, and boots. These 4 items have 25% less stats on them total than the previous ones. And then we have the capes and bracers, which have the least amount of stats out of everything. having almost 45% less stats than the helmet, chest, and legs. And then when it comes to weapons, a main hand plus offhand combo has about the same amount of stats as a two-handed weapon, which has about 3 times as much stats as a helmet, chest, or leg. Definitely making your two-handed weapon the highest stats that you can obtain, which is why getting a better weapon is usually a huge upgrade, and why they tried to limit Fury Warriors so much because they can use 2 of them. So if you're crafting specific pieces of gear to fit a specific slot, like say a Shadowlands Legendary, and want to get the biggest upgrade of stats, just remember the helmet, chest, and legs technically have the most amount of stats. The rings and necklaces are just about the same, but are heavily inflated in secondary stats. Then you have the shoulders, gloves, belts, and boots, which are 25% below the previous 5, and at the very bottom you have capes and bracers, which is 45% below the higher slots.
Alright, well resetting didn't do anything, so I don't know.
Where you would need 5 bracers to match the stats of a two-handed weapon. And just a side note, seeing how random this information is, you can definitely see why it belongs in a video like the unknown side of WoW, and would probably never come up in a more conventional video. In Borealis, there's a group of cadets under a building playing a game of D&D. The 4 characters are standing around the table with one of them having a big screen in front of them, obviously making that person the Game Master, and they have quite a bit of unique dialogues, all of which are references to Dungeons & Dragons. Like the Game Master having to tell them that Bard isn't a class, as pretty much every other main class from Dungeons & Dragons is also in World of Warcraft, except for the Bard and Artificer classes. Bards, of course, being a spellcaster who uses music and talking as part of their weapon arsenal, as well as other normal magic and other normal abilities, while Artificer is basically just a tinker. Although there are many other dialogues that just reference common things, like the quote, "Stop antagonizing the quest giver," is a reference to D&D murder hobos, a term for players who constantly kill everything they come into contact with, including the game's versions of quest givers. Because in D&D, you can do basically whatever you want, and sometimes what players want to do is kill everything they
Alright, there we go. Clear that space.
But that usually involves antagonizing the quest giver first, so that they have a reason to kill them. It's generally a frowned upon term, but happens enough where it has its own term, the murder hobo. There is also a line, "Can the guard see me looting his body?" Because in D&D, looting has a little bit more consequences than it does in WoW. As if you start looting the bodies of dead villagers in front of guards, there's a good chance they won't let you do that and might attack you or put you in jail. But players who are used to playing video games are generally stereotyping to wanting to loot everything they come across, which is what this line is referencing. The line, "I cast Frostbolt into the darkness," is a reference to the famous "I Attack the Darkness" D&D meme, popularized by a machinima created by people who created the game Summoner, in which it depicts a sketch of 4 people playing D&D, with 2 of the people being new players and confused by the rules, with one of them stating that he wants to use one of his magical abilities to attack the darkness, which is a nonsense thing to attack.
I can't cast that yet.
There's also another reference in WoW, a quest that takes place in the Wilderness Isle called "I Shoot Magic in the Darkness," where you run around and kill void creatures. And also, by the way, I actually have a D&D channel if you ever want to watch some D&D videos. I'm sure most people know that a lot of spells and buffs used to have reagents attached to them, where you need specific items in your bag in order to use them. Usually, they were only required for buffs that affected a large amount of people, like a Gift of the Wild, for example, which used to give everyone in your raid the Mark of the Wild buff. And usually, only the mass AoE buffs required a reagent, as I guess it was a way to make it so that you would actually prefer to use some of the normal target single buffs on yourself, and not just use the AoE buff forever. And nowadays, if a class does have any kind of buff they can give another player, it's automatically an AoE buff when they use it. However, for a very short time in vanilla WoW, Blizzard tried adding reagents to a lot of single target major buffs in the game. More specifically, the final ranks of Mark of the Wild, Arcane Intellect, and Power Word Fortitude. In patch 1.1, Blizzard added reagent requirements to these 3 spells, as lots of spells in vanilla WoW had reagents,
That's
so
still
it
recharging.
made sense. Although immediately in the very next minor patch, in patch 1.1, they removed the reagent requirements from the 3 spells, because people were used to being able to use them when they wanted, and didn't like having to spend a whole bunch of reagents on the single target versions of those spells. And this is something that a lot of people probably don't even know about, since this was only in the game for a very short while. And the 2019 Classic WoW never had any reagents on their max level versions of spells, since it was kind of a bad idea that was reversed pretty quickly. In vanilla
Get 'em,
WoW,
boys!
there's a secret quest chain that messages and bottles on Stranglephone.
Nice job.
Normally, these lost messages might have random junk inside of them. Sometimes they have letters detailing the captivity of a princess stuck on an island. And one of those will give you a quest called Message in a Bottle. When you finally obtain the quest, you get a message which reads, "The note reads in fairly good handwriting. To any that can aid me, please, my need for help is dire. A great sky mane holds me captive on an island in the South Seas. The stars at night are foreign to me and obscured by the jungle trees. But on the clearest days, I see wild shore to the northwest, and what seem to be large sailing ships to the southwest. I beg of you, my would-be savior, please help me." If you swim over to Jaguro Isle, you'll eventually be able to find the person who wrote the note, who is a female Tauren princess, who will tell you that she's been imprisoned by the great sky man King Mukla, and that he commands all of the beasts of the land, and that if you are to free her, you need to defeat King Mukla, who gets executed in chains. However, King Mukla was a level 51 elite, whereas the quest itself only requires level 45 so you definitely needed to group up in order to defeat the King because of both its and the elite status. Once you manage to defeat King Mukla, you'll be awarded with a ring that has a whole bunch of stamina on it, and she'll thank you for freeing her. This short quest chain isn't really necessary to complete if you're questing for this film, and in fact I'm sure a lot of classic WoW guys would say avoid the quest line because it's so difficult. So, I'm sure there's many people who've never actually completed it. In Cataclysm, when they updated the zone, they actually kept the quest chain in, and just extended it by adding a couple of other side quests to the main one, where you go and defeat some of the creatures on the island, as well as get back some of the princess and items. Paired with the fact that King Mukla is no longer a much higher level creature, as early WoW used to like to balance the hard NPCs by just making them a higher level than everything else. With the update, it's now an appropriate level as everything else, and no longer an elite. So, much easier to kill by yourself. Also, one last thing. This quest chain is most likely a reference to King Kong, since he's a giant gorilla who has a captive princess. During the Sanctum of Domination main questline for Shadowlands, you have a quest which will send you to Torghast in order to collect their soul. However,
I don't know why I hate my Q Forces habit. I have it from pulling all multiple mobs.
That don't have any specific names,
he stunned me.
but instead have almost poetic nicknames. And based on the lore of where you're at, it's possible to guess exactly who each of these soul fragments belonged to when they were stolen by the Frostmourne. So, with the context of it being things that Arthas probably killed himself, and all of them being major lore characters, it's not that hard to figure them out, as players did immediately after this quest went live. The Archmagus Mentor is most likely a reference to Antonidas, who was the leader of Dalaran and killed by Arthas when he sacked the city in order to get the Book of Medivh needed to summon Archimonde. The Betrayed Father is obviously Arthas' father, Tyrannus Menethil II, who he succeeded in a very famous cinematic in Warcraft 3. The Blood Queen is obviously Bloodqueen Planethil, who was one of the bosses in ICC, and was killed by Arthas during his northern excursion when he was fighting against Odin's forces, including Kel'Thuzad's Blood Elves, then transforming them into the vampire-like Sandland we see today. The Champion of Peace is most likely the character Gavin, who was one of the original first 5 paladins created during the Second War, and was the one who gave Arthas his hammer known as the Lights of Vengeance, and was then killed by Arthas when he was defending the buried remains of Kel'Thuzad. The first paladin is obviously Uther the Lightbringer, the main reason you're on this quest. The Golden King is Anastarion Sunstrider, who was Kel'Thas' dad and was killed by Arthas personally after he dared wound Invincible while the undead sacked Silver.
Yeah, boys.
The Grand Magister is another Blood Elf, this time Belovir Solinar. Belovir was the Grand Magister prior to Romoth, and took charge of defending Silvermoon after Sylvanas was killed, who was then slain by Arthas shortly after teleporting Lady Liadrin to safety. The Guardian of Naxxramas is Saphirion, who was the dragon boss in Naxxramas, and in life was an ancient blue dragon, who was one of the oldest of the Blue Dragon flight alongside Malygos. He was killed by Arthas and Anubarak when they wanted his magical artifacts and raided his lair. And finally, there's the Holy Lifebringer, which most likely belongs to Halak, who was a human paladin that led the Circle of Holy Light, a resistance force that tried to cleanse the ruins of Lordaeron of Undead and reclaim the city until he was killed by Arthas and Sylvanas, and then his soul tortured eternally within the blade until his will broke, and he cursed the light, abandoning it. He is also seen again in a questline for the Frostdeath Knight who, alongside his brothers and sisters of the Circle Hand, try in their cursed undeath to stop you from reforging Frostwood. So there are a lot of pretty important people out here, and it's just kind of a backdrop into the quest that many people probably didn't even notice.
Yeah, man.
You actually need to interact with again,
nice.
Which makes it a really nice lore Easter egg to people who were probably able to guess all of them. as personally I could only guess about 75% of them when I first did the quest, so kudos to the people who figured out the rest of them later. The Filthy Slime is a hidden battle pet that was added in BFA that came from Tol Dagor, and is only available in Mythic difficulty. After entering the dungeon and defeating the first boss, keep going and clear out all the trash leading up to the first floor. While going there, you need to keep an eye out for a discarded key, which spawns in random locations and are quite easy to miss. But this step can actually be skipped if your group contains a rogue, or someone with a profession who can open locks. Then, using your party member or key on a special cell, it will unlock, and after going through a hole in the wall, you'll arrive in a room that has a bucket. It'll spawn an elemental named Gul'Than the Malodorous, and after killing it, the pet has a chance to drop. It is personal loot like everything else and is not guaranteed to drop, as it's only roughly around an 11% chance. But it can be bought on the auction house if you don't want to farm it, or if you just get really unlucky. And now, let's go over a small but worthwhile lore character named Warbrave Oro. Oro was an NPC that was very popular in Legion, as he was one of the NPCs that arrived in Dalaran to ask for help with the High Mountain tribe. When the Riverbend is under attack by the Drogbar, Oro arrives in time to defend the village along with the player. But Dargrul uses the Hammer of Khaz'garath and destroys most of the Riverbend, with Oro getting stuck inside a stone fist that he needs help being broken out of. Oro tries to get revenge and kill Dargul, so with the help of a small group of other Warbraves and the player, he confronts Dargul inside the Bitestone Enclave. But Dargul uses the hammer once more and instantly kills the entire group, except for you, by impaling all of them in earthen spikes. Oro had a family that lived at a place called Oro's Overlook, and after his death, Oro's wife, Kura, said that she knows that he wouldn't want her to lose her son in sadness. And it's speculated that Oro's youngest son doesn't actually know his dad had died fighting. As a special tribute to him, a memorial note can be found at a shrine in the stone basin, which reads, "Dearest Oro, husband, father,
Sorry, my
and
keybinds
servant
kind of
of the Rivermaid
my
and
head.
High Mountain tribes. You shall
Messes up
always
my
be
messes
remembered."
up my keybinds.
In Shadowlands, Oro actually traveled to Bastion, and his spirit can be found in the Aspirant's Crucible. If you decide to speak to him, he says how he hopes that his family is doing well when he's basically moved on from the fact that he died. While most players probably forgot Warbrave Oro even existed, Legion was an expansion that was very heavy on storytelling, with a lot of tragedy to Azeroth and the heroes of it, with Warbrave Oro being one of the many who died during the expansion. The Zeliwag ATV is a unique mount that was added in BFA that requires two parts in order to craft. The first being the supercharged engine, which is crafted from a schematic that has a chance to drop from the boss named Kujo in Operation Mechagon. And the second being the Monolite Reinforced Chassis, which is crafted by blacksmiths. The unique effect with this mount is the fact that you can actually change the color of it. Very similar to the X995 Mechanicat, the player can obtain bottles that come from Mechagon, called Nuclear Red, Goblin Green, and Electric Blue, all changing color to their respective names. With Nuclear Red coming from certain lockboxes in the western spray area of Mechagon, Goblin Green coming from random chests in Mechagon, and Electric Blue, which has a chance to be inside the small metal box, which also comes from a chest. And as a note as well, Ziliwag is just Gallywag spelled backwards, and even though this mount has two seats, for some reason it's a single person mount. Possibly an oversight by Blizzard, but I guess we'll never know. Although, some theories, as it uses the same skeleton as the airship mounts, which are two-person mounts, it may have originally planned to do the same thing. Although there is the Dreadwake, which uses the same skeleton as well, and is also a one-person mount, but at least that one only has one seat. The mount's special animation also has it firing non-existent cannons like the others as well. Now, for a small little Easter egg dimension. This one in Warlords of Draenor's Grimrow Depot dungeon. And here, there's an invisible wall along the rafters which you can jump over to get onto a lower beam. Then, when you get near the end of the beam, there's a card stuck on the wall along with a few other things like a cage, a wizard's hat, open trunk, and a white owl flying. With it being platform 9/3/4 with the inclusion of a sign along with all the other things behind it, this has been confirmed to be a reference to the Harry Potter series, in which the students would approach platform 9/3/4 through a wall that appears solid but turns out to be illusionary, with the white owl as a pretty obvious reference to Hedwig from the series as well. It's quite popular for players to do certain emotes at NPCs, specifically city guards, and to watch their reactions with emotes like /wave, /rude, or /salute for example. But this actually doesn't apply to all guards, such as the Darnassus Sentinels. See, when they were actually alive, they didn't respond to players doing any emotes. And even if you used emotes on the same guard over and over, they wouldn't do anything back to the player no matter what the emote was. However, if you asked one of the Darnassus Sentinels where you could find the enchanting trainer, it was possible for her to respond with a hidden dialogue as if you said she was enchanting. As a fun note, if a Blood Elf uses /I on a Silver Moon City Guardian, they will bow in response, although they will kneel if you are on a Paladin, and if you /salute, they will do so back. They will also flex if you use /shy on them, and if you /kiss them, they will bow as well. And if you /flap or /chicken, they will point at you in judgment. And now, for an enemy. If you type /dance on the regular Ghost and Strapholm, they'll start to dance too, even if you're attacking them. Even after attacking them, /dance will make them dance
You
with
can
you
sit back and
stop
enjoy the
attacking.
ride.
/bowing will concede your combat and cause them to evade and disengage from combat as well. You can also /root on them, although they simply just do it back to you. Two unique hidden items that can only be obtained in Pandaria are known as the Ancient Pandaren Fishing Charm and the Ancient Pandara Mining Pick. The Ancient Pandaren Fishing Charm is an item that you can get by speaking to a rare mob in the Valley of the Four Winds called the Ghostly Pandaren Fisherman. After speaking to him but not killing him and selecting all the dialogue options, he'll reward you with the charm. The charm grants you an additional chance to get more fish from pools in Pandaria and lasts for 1 hour. The unique part about this is you will always get fishes from pools as the fishing skill isn't important anymore, along with this charm having an unlimited amount of charges, giving it infinite usage by the person who wants it. And the Ancient Pandaren Mining Pick is another hidden item in Pandaria, and unlike other pickaxes which only grant you +10 to mining, this one also gives you a chance to find gems while mining on top of the +10, even while not equipped, making it quite the powerful mining pick. However, there's an invisible flag that's done by Blizzard that makes it so once you pick up the pickaxe, you can never pick it up on any character again, ever. But that's not a big deal, seeing as it's a binary count item, allowing you to send it to any of your other characters. So if you accidentally sold it, you could collect another and send it to your miner. StarCraft, another one of Blizzard's franchises, is quite famous, and so of course it has many references to it in WoW. First off, it has a fair few battle pets from StarCraft. Zeradar the Archon, an Archon being a being that's created by combining High and Dark Templars. His name is a being combination of Tassadar and Zeratul, two of the most well-known Protoss Templars, and this is obtained from the Legacy of the Void Collector's Edition. Next is Grunty, a Murloc baby with a marine suit and a Gauss rifle, who came from BlizzCon 2009.
Grunty.
Those who attended in person,
I love it.
or got the DirecTV pay-per-view of it. The Zergling pet is a very disgustingly horrible rendition of what the Zergling look like in StarCraft, coming as one of the pets from Vanilla WoW's Collector's Edition. Next is the Baneling, which is a much better looking version of a Zerg unit, and funny enough, one that evolves from the Zergling. This comes from StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm's Collector's Edition, and the last pet reference is the Mini Thor, which comes from StarCraft 2's Base Games Collector's Edition. Now, before we move on, a couple more minor references. Lord Marshal Raynor, who took part in the opening the Dark Portal event when Vanilla moved to TVC, is a reference to Marshal Jim Raynor, one of the major main characters in the franchise. Next, we have Protoss, an achievement given to raid groups who killed Shadowlands Iskar and Hellfire Citadel without anyone holding the Eye of Anzu for more than 5 seconds in a row. This being an obvious reference to the Protoss race. And while speaking of Protoss, we have a famous voice line as a quest: "We must construct additional pylons." A famous line said by Protoss narrator when you try to create a unit without having enough supply. As to increase your max unit count,
You must construct additional pylons.
funny enough, becoming so mainstream and even made it into the card game Cards Against Humanity. And lastly, the Sky Golem. As well as most Striders used by goblins have a computer screen, one of which has the face of Sarah Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades on it, the face of StarCraft's Brood War expansion. And really, as this is rather out in the open, it seems almost too easy to see and too obviously out of place to be an Easter egg. Located on a small tip of land just east of the Firewing Point in the Terrakar Forest is an NPC named David Wayne. Unless you have the quest chain which would send you to him, then he simply has a couple of dialogue options which basically state that he was part of the Sons of Lothar, and then decided to head on his own as he thought he should be part of something larger. If you do his quest chain, it's a very long series of events which send you into 4 separate dungeons to collect items, which will eventually culminate in creating a weapon that has a lot of extra attack power when fighting against demons. And the stats on the weapon are about equivalent to an epic quality item when fighting demons, despite the fact that all of the weapons are blue quality. Although, with how many dungeons you have to run in order to forge the weapon, there's a good chance you would have found a better weapon by the time you've completed the quest chain. So it was never a necessary thing to do, or even really that good once you got to the content that involved killing demons in the Burning Crusade. And there's a Hearthstone card called the Master Swordsmith, which shows David Wayne crafting the demonic blade in its artwork. Now, here's what's notable about this NPC. He was theorized to be the second son of Alexandros Morgrave. In Vanilla WoW, there were some pieces of lore that stated that the second son of Alexandros was living in the Outland, and would be able to reform the Ashbringer. Because remember, they had originally planned on giving players the Ashbringer in Vanilla WoW before changing their mind. So, there was a lot of groundwork.
You can actually get it at one point.
Reveal of the Ashbringer that they eventually abandoned and never did anything with until later. So players speculated that this master blacksmith, who helped to create weapons that are really good against demons, was the most likely candidate to be the second son of the previous wielder of the Ashbringer, based on those rumors. However, once Wrath of Lich King came out, it was revealed that Darian Morgraine was actually the second son, and we meet him immediately upon doing the Death Knight intro scenario. Now, let's look over the hidden story of Caretaker Delandris. Located near Otterhold is an NPC who tends the gravestones.
Dude, this stuff's called OG Gang Gang.
There are no quests that send you to Caretaker Delandris, and there's no special lore associated to him either. He just simply walks around the gravestones, and occasionally will place flowers on top of them. If you go up and talk to him, he'll tell you that he was actually born in Outlands, and as a boy, he always dreamed about going back to his homeland of Azeroth, and had heard all kinds of stories about how much nicer it was, with actual grass, oceans, and big blue skies. Unfortunately, both of his parents passed away when he was young, and as he grew up, he joined the Sons of Lothar, and took it upon himself to take care of his parents' gravestones, as well as all the others from the family members lost at Otterhold. And he laments that he no longer wishes to leave this place, as it's his duty to take care of this one little job, as there's even piles of gravestones nearby waiting to be used, as Outlands is a pretty dangerous place. Now, there's nothing really else known about Caretaker Delandris. There's not even really a reason to talk to him. He was basically put in by Blizzard in order to fill out the world more, and there's lots of NPCs like this, which is one of the joys at looking at the unknown side of WoW. And now for some information about the earliest versions of the game. Did you know Paladins did not have a taunt in Vanilla WoW at all? And the reason they didn't have a taunt is actually kind of funny. Some Blizzard class designers from the time said they intended for the Protection Paladin to have the ability to tank, but they were afraid that it would be too powerful. You see, Paladins were kind of rushed out in WoW's launch, as they had a whole bunch of reworks right as the game went live and they had no time to actually test any of them. So Paladins were kind of infamous for being incredibly weak on the damage front. But even with this, they thought Paladins were going to be too strong because they could heal themselves. And they said that the biggest reason they didn't give them a taunt is because they thought a Paladin would just tank everything and then heal themselves up, and they would be too overpowered. Once they saw players in raids though, they knew this wasn't actually a concern at all. That's why the Burning Crusade, they gave them the ever so important taunt abilities, and even allowed them to have the niche of being the AoE tank, which made Paladins one of the best tanks to have for dungeon runs. It's kind of funny that they thought having the ability to heal would make them too good as a tank. But really, that cast time on healing made it not really a viable thing to do at all, and a Paladin wouldn't heal themselves unless it was an instant cast, or they had some way to bubble or literally crowd control an entire group of mobs first, as you can't use any of your passive mitigation while casting either, which means you take extra damage while channeling or casting abilities because you can't dodge, parry, or block. And now, let's take a look at a forgotten and named NPC. Located in the southern portion of the Hellfire Peninsula, walking back and forth on a broken bridge segment that is not accessible until you get a flying mount, is an NPC named Warboss Necrog. It's just a lone fell orc that walks back and forth. Doesn't have any dialogues or quests associated to him, his name isn't a reference to anything, and he's not important to lore. However, he did have a quest associated to him in the Burning Crusade's beta. There was actually a whole quest chain surrounding this area, and a couple of the quests in that 10 quest long chain directly involved interacting with Warboss Necrog. Basically, he was a leader of some of the fell orcs in the area and had taken a scout captive. So what you were supposed to do was build a bomb and use it in order to get his attention, which would cause him to climb down from the bridge in order to investigate, which then would allow you to attack him in order to recover the key necessary to free the scout. And seeing as there were Horde and Alliance versions of this quest chain, it's kind of a wonder why they removed it from the live version of the game. It could be because the lore is kind of spotty. War boss Necrog is said to be a commander of some of the fell orcs in the area, even though they all work under the Shattered Hand clan in Kargath Bladefist. Or it could be because the quest was kind of complicated. In order to obtain the quest line, you had to find a random item and then use a bomb when the NPCs close to the area, since it did patrol back and forth, which maybe caused some pathing issues with having to climb down from an inaccessible vantage point from really high up. He's like 50 yards in the air. Or it could be any number of reasons. We don't actually know why it was removed. Just that when it was removed, they left the named NPC in the game, still walking in his pathing location. It probably even still has the programming watched on this NPC, but since there's no way to trigger it, it's relegated to lost and forgotten status. Kind of out of the way too for people to even notice him. And not an NPC you can even fight until higher levels when you unlock flying, when he's no longer even a challenge. And now for the hidden side of WoW. Located on the southern edge of the Hellfire Peninsula,
in my hubris, I thought
right in front of a skeleton. The skeleton is commonly called the Hellfire Peon in the WoW community, and if you click on the jar of ashes in front of him, you'll get a bit of flavor text, which reads, "Here is a jar of ashes. These are the ashes of my sanity, my passion, and my drive, all utterly destroyed by themselves. May all those who look upon these desolated lands of Hellfire remember this fallen peon. He shed blood for the Alliance and sacrificed for the Horde, only to be driven utterly mad by the wicked and soulless ones who devoured what he held most dear. As they feast from his toils, may they suffer his wrath. Maybe not in this world, but in every world hereafter. It is my declaration, my solemn oath, and my everlasting promise. I will avenge my suffering." Now, this little piece of flavor text doesn't really relate to anything specific in lore, and it's just another piece of flavor added to give more personality to the zone that you can discover, as this little jar is located way out of the way, and while it is accessible to players without flying mounts, it's hard-pressed to actually go to this location accidentally. So it's just a nice little Easter egg of someone in Hellfire Peninsula who probably died in some terrible way that made him just hate the world and write a very lengthy, passionate letter. There is some speculation about what this could be relating to, though. Shortly before the Burning Crusade launched, a CM on the WoW forums left the company after going on a bit of a rant. You see, in the era of the end of Classic and the hype for the new first expansion, the Burning Crusade, World of Warcraft was receiving a lot of attention. Way more than the WoW development team probably expected they would ever get, as it just continuously got bigger every month and wouldn't stop growing until Cataclysm would hit its peak. And so during the early transition period, when they were having a huge wave of people hitting the forums before they'd hired the appropriate amount of staff to deal with them, the people who were there before weren't really expecting to have to deal with a massive amount of trolls. And so it caused a couple of incidents with some of the CMs, and the CM Tessarek in particular wrote out the following in response to people calling him a douchebag in a way that circumvented the profanity filter, and he lashed out at that person. When some of the other people in the forums then started making fun of him for defending himself, this was his response. You can't help it. Posted impassionately, they say you don't care. Posting nothing, they say you ignore. Posting with passion, you incite trolls. Posting fluff, you say nonsense. Post with facts you have, they whittle down with rationale. There is no win. There is only slow degradation. Take note, it is the first and only time you'll see someone in my position make that position. You can be me when I'm gone. And then after this, he was called out for being unprofessional. And this was his response to those lines of messages. When you can understand how a group of belligerent and angry posters can drive away people from this game with an uncrafted and improvisational campaign of misery and spin doctoring, then perhaps you can understand the decisions I make. Until you face mobs of psychology, you will not see my side. Until you see some bright-eyed player coming into the forums wanting to know what they should spec as this class, and see them shat on and driven away by petty and selfish people who are simply leveraging for game buffs, you will not understand. You will not understand until you see it daily, for years, until you understand that many people will trot over you to get where they're going, or to get what they want. Until you understand that so many people will agree completely, 100% with a loud, vulgar, and assertive individual, not because he is right, but because he is taking a stand against the man. To take no critical thought in what they say, but simply to hop on board. Until you actually try to acknowledge those who do not speak on the forums, for whatever reason they have, you will not understand. If you think an archaic business formula like the customer is always right works, you fail to understand customers, not a customer. It is a collective. No one person, even myself, is truly above the whole. I simply have the unfortunate quality of being easily singled out. Now, while nothing he said is quoted directly in the flavor text, it is pretty easy to see where the parallels come with people thinking this line of flavor text is in response to Tesseract, as it's really easy to associate the wickedness and soulless ones who devoured what they held most dear to just be a parallel to the trolls in the WoW forums. And the second line about how they destroyed his sanity and passion is also pretty similar to his post about passion. And seeing as the Burning Crusade launched shortly after Tesseract left the company, it could be easy to assume that this was put in game by a fellow game developer who agreed with the things he said in the WoW forums. It's doubtful that his CM had the power to put this in the game himself before leaving, which is what a lot of people theorize, and we also don't know if he was fired or left on his own terms. But it is a popular theory that this is in reference to Tesseract and his rant on the forums, and it's pretty easy to see the parallels after reading all of his dialogues, of which I only posted a small handful. And what's also pretty hilarious about this rant is how much it relates to World of Warcraft even in the modern day. If you heard someone say what he said today, it wouldn't seem out of place at all, which is kind of funny that even in the golden era of WoW, people were very angry about the game all the time, and the constant toxic posts in the WoW forums drove the CMs crazy. We all know kobolds. We all know their famous line, "You know, take candle." But do you know why they are so protective of their candles? Well, it first requires me going over quickly a little theoretical experiment called the 5 monkeys experiment. 5 monkeys are put into an enclosure with a ladder in the center and bananas hanging over it. If any monkey was trying to go to the top, they would all be sprayed with cold water. Because of this, the monkeys learned that no one is allowed to go up because bad stuff will happen. Then the researchers would replace the monkeys one at a time. If any of the new monkeys tried to go up, the others would then stop them, warning of the dangers if they tried to climb the ladder and just kind of pull them down. And the researchers kept replacing them one by one until all of the monkeys who were present know to never go up the ladder and that it is dangerous. Even though at this point, none of the monkeys know what happens if you go up the ladder, and the water has long since been turned off. They still prevent others from performing the same action. Now, how does this relate to the kobolds? Well, during Legion, players were able to do a side quest within High Mountain, and this quest line had us dealing with the blue wax kobolds. And just like the kobolds we know, they have an obsession with their candles. But these kobolds have good reason, for within the cave you find an altar of the candles, and if you dare blow them out, a large void-like being called the Devourer
People
Darkness
just came in here and massacred this place. My
you learned
God.
more about this from Kip Brightwick, a kobold within the cave. I know stop candle making, unless you want a story. Kobolds live here a long time, make home and guns, catch rats, sometimes eat them, dig for treasures, trade with harpies. They like shinies, we like wax, fresh from ear is best. One day Drogbar come in, say cave is theirs. They smash and scare. We take candles and hide. Drogbar big and stupid. They have cave but no have candle. Darkness finds them. Darkness follows them. Darkness swallows them whole. We come back. We have candles. Cave ours again. Candles keep us safe. This lines up well with the few other creatures of those gods, being that of Luminet, a minion sent by the old gods to capture High Mountain. Trapped there with hordes like High Mountain. Eventually breaking free as the hordes weakened, but was beaten by the horde in the High Mountain recruitment quest. And even more so by the Darkness in Hearthstone, a card that when summoned slumbers as candles keep it at bay. But if all 3 candles are drawn and extinguished, it is then summoned, a massive destructive beast that can tear your enemies. So what does this have to do with the 5 monkeys? Well, while the blue wax kobolds still have to worry about the impending void beast because of the unique situation of High Mountain, its caves apparently still with beings of guild gods. The rest of Azeroth does not. People are mostly free to wander than work, something that was likely not as common during the rise of the rain or for a while afterwards. kobolds are an ancient race, so they still pass down the requirement to burn candles within their caves, fearing the dangers that lurk in the shadows, ready to tear their minds and souls to shreds. Knowing that if I take off my candle, I die.
I don't have a target.
Even if the danger is no longer there anymore, the kobolds in other parts of the world still keep with the tradition, even if they don't actually know why they do it. We all know the old gods of Azeroth, Cthulhu the Eye, Yogg-Saron the Maw, Y'Shaarj the Head, and N'Zoth the Tendril. However, there has always been hints at a hidden fifth old god within Azeroth, including Xal'atath, or better known as Naifu by the community, possibly having been one as well. However, come Chronicles Volume 3, we were given a rather amazing looking page showing some rather simple and yet wonderful artwork of the old gods. In the bottom right, you can see N'Zoth, his tendrils leading into a watery detail, then connected to a massive pillar of various old god structures, including many insects and Karaji, eventually leading to Cthulhu within the center. Returning back down the left side, it leads to a massive rock and cliffs and jagged stone, maybe even ice, till we reach Yogg-Saron. Going up from it, we get more insects and twisted buildings before reaching Y'Shaarj, and its massive serpent-like body crawling all the way up to the page. But then the real big thing is in the top right. First off, we start with a massive Cthulhu-like head, straight out of H.P. Lovecraft, a pair of wings, and massive amounts of tendrils. Until you look closer, these are not tendrils, and actually vines. Covered in leaves, and these tendrils are surrounding piles upon piles of skeletons. What could this mean? Well, it could mean there might be a hidden old god, one that has powers over both life, represented by nature, and death, represented by the skulls. And while this is just a minor detail in one page of Chronicles, meaning it could just be a mistake, or mean nothing, it does seem odd that they would add this detail when they could have added literally anything else. A tiny detail that many have missed, but could lead to a massive revelation within the old god's lore on Azeroth. Next, we'll talk about the continents of Azeroth. Originally, Azeroth had one massive continent. This continent included all of the land masses of Azeroth we know today, although it is confirmed that while there were more land masses, this one was the largest. During the War of the Ancients, the Well of Eternity in the center, a hole filled with the planet's blood that was created when the Titans tore Y'Shaarj out of the crust, was destroyed. This massive world-shattering explosion is what created the Azeroth War. Huge amounts of land was destroyed, pushed below the sea, and yet somehow the land does not make sense. The shapes of the land seem far too oddly shaped. Chunks of land that should not have collapsed seem did, and parts of chunks of land, islands near the center that somehow survived. Well, these landscapes surviving are likely thanks to the old gods. See, the old gods are like trees. Their main bodies at the center, but their tendrils, their roots, they see deep into the planet and very far too. The Emerald Nightmare, for example, exists because of its tendrils. Yogg-Saron, all the way in the north of Ulduar, was able to reach the newly created World Tree within Grizzly Hills, and because of this, it was granted away into the Emerald Dream. And all of the old gods have these roots. We have this nice map from Chronicles that details the territories that each old god controlled. This map giving us some insight into where the old god's roots may have been able to expand. And they are awfully close to the general shape of the different continents, especially since this map is the visual before the old gods were able to be captured and contain the elemental lords, allowing them to expand into their territory. And these roots may have been the main reason, or at least helped, in holding the continents we know together, which, funny enough, the dead old god Y'Shaarj had the territory that lost the most amount of land.
I'm out of
While
range.
the living old god's roots were able to hold together most, if not all, the territory, the dead old god Y'Shaarj's roots were only able to hold together small pieces of land. While this is not confirmed, it seems pretty likely this is one of the reasons why the land still exists. There is 4 known old gods in Azeroth. Cthulhu, who was revealed and fought in Vanilla, and Yogg-Saron, who was revealed and then fought within Wrath of the Lich King. However, the same cannot be said for the other 2, as they have a much more troubled history. N'Zoth was introduced to us in Cataclysm as the big bad behind a ton of stuff in Azeroth, like the Naga and Deathwing. We actually would not get to see it until 4 expansions later with the final patch of BFA in 8.3, finally revealing the old god's appearance to players. Outside, of course, the tiny border art that we mentioned before within the Chronicles only a year before.
Oh, I see.
However, we did get to see it non-canonically beforehand,
I'm out of
with
range.
it having appeared in Hearthstone's Whisper of the Old Gods expansion in 2016. 2016. Well, not official at the time, as even Ben Brode himself said, we collaborated a lot. One of the lead artists on WoW actually did the illustrations for the Hearthstone card. Hard to say what N'Zoth would look like if it ever appears in WoW, but it's intended to be a canonical image of it, yes. It seems the WoW team loved how they made it look so much they decided to stick with Hearthstone's artwork and make it official, and years later chose to make N'Zoth look that way in WoW. And yet even worse in the final Old God Y'Shaarj, who held in the expansion Mists of Pandaria, however, already dead when he was revealed, killed by the Titans eons ago. Outside of the tiny bit of artwork from the Border of the Chronicles page, we actually have no canonical appearance for this Old God. Nothing. We heard about it, but we're never shown an appearance. Although there is a mural within the Heart of Fear some theorize was supposed to be Y'Shaarj, it looks too much like a generic Naraki, like the one seen in Darkshore, to be that of an Old God. Confirmed later when
I only didn't realize this was the case was because it was like on top of bodies.
And with it, the 4 Old Gods got their own cards, Y'Shaarj giving it a full appearance. And while we never got an official model in-game to confirm this being its appearance, we do have a little art from Chronicles which seemingly confirms this is the appearance they're sticking with, confirming that the mural in the Heart of Fear, or the mural in the secret Calaxy Cave, is not in fact Y'Shaarj, or the stained glass within Ulduar. Even more so when he would appear again in Hearthstone's second Old God expansion, Madness at the Darkwind Fair. For reference, Hearthstone, while based in the Warcraft universe, anything within the game is non-canon by default. But some things do come over to WoW anyway, such as the Tortolic, the new members of the Explorers League, and Patches the Pirate. Although the teams do apparently talk to each other and collaborate in order to bring exciting things into the world of Warcraft. A good example being the Mean Streets of Gadgesan expansion, which is canonically how this city looks now. However, we simply can't see that in the game, as the Azeroth we have is still stuck in the Cataclysm era. During the rise of the Horde, the Arakoa deviated from the path of their devotion to the gods Rukmar, Anzu, and Seath that were set for them, unable to defend themselves from the Sethic cult-gained power, bringing their people into a twisted, dark race. It came to them in their dreams, promising them powers beyond the cosmos, an old god, who then they came to worship, with them even thinking the summon of Murmur to be the doing of their old god master. However, this ended up being their downfall. Coming out of the shadows, they attacked the Horde, seeing the power it was gaining, and with this threat, Gul'dan destroyed their camps and corrupted their people. Now, mad with corruption, they sought to summon their god, using a mix of fell magics of Shadowmoon and their own dark power. They seek to summon into the world, which, if successful, would have led to the destruction on all life in the Outland. Until a random nobody leveling stops the entire operation, banishing the old god back to where it came. Rather uneventful, right? While this is seemingly the only appearance of an old god on Draenor, one that is summoned and not there naturally, there is the possibility at Draenor having had an old god. Within Shadowmoon Valley, you can find an ooze called the Black Blood of Draenor. These blobs can fuse into much larger Draenor blood terrors. But the important part is the name, Black Blood of Draenor, very similar to the Black Blood of Yogg-Saron, which is Serenite, the blood of the old god Yogg-Saron. Is it possible Draenor once had an old god within Shadowmoon Valley? And before we go, there's one final thing to mention, the possible return of the old gods. While the old gods we know so far have all died, the devs themselves have been vague about their actual death or not, since they've gone back and forth saying if they are permanently dead or not, with even saying they are outside of the line of death. They are thought manifesting, and you can't kill thoughts. We even see with Y'Shaarj, its influence living for eons with Yogg-Saron still able to influence and even take control of those in Ulduar after its death, and Cthulhu, who was to be resurrected.
Oh my god, that was close.
And then there was N'Zoth, who was killed, but many things hint at the old god having planned his death from the start. Too much stuff lines up, and comes off as too suspicious. 2, leaving the dagger that could lead to his death purposefully with his enemies, seemingly its only use being to kill him. It's almost too perfect. Now, the question is this on purpose for a possible return of the Black Empire, or was this just horrible writing? In case of the devs needing a Deus Ex Machina to kill him? Honestly, it could go either way, but the precedent is set, and speculations are not baseless. Of course, alternatively, if they want to explore old gods more without bringing them back to life. We could always go to another Black Empire, as we've seen worlds taken by the corruption of world gods, like the ones Sargeras destroyed, and the ones we see during the Star Runner fight within the Nighthold. An epic scene that may hint at possible future expansions. A good way to let us experience an old god-ruled world without having to do time shenanigans again. Or destroy Azeroth. Located just outside the village of Zabrajin in Zangarmarsh is an NPC named Mac Diver, the Master Engineer. Mac Diver has a quest available to engineers that has you go out and collect a whole bunch of spare parts where he can teach you how to create a moat extractor. And this NPC is most likely a reference to the TV show MacGyver, which is quite infamous because one of its characters would build crazy inventions out of seemingly random stuff. As when you complete the quest for MacDiver, he has dialogues which states, "Alright, now we only had a stretchy loop, a parchment clamp, a guzzle tube, and some stinky dumpling. Then we could really do something," which just further enforces the reference to MacGyver, as in the TV show, some of the items he would carry around with him at all times were a Swiss Army knife, duct tape, matches, paper clips, chewing gum, and a flashlight, which is kind of similar to the stuff MacDiver was mentioning. Over on the Alliance side, there's also an engineer trainer called Kaylee Smallfry, which is a reference to Kay Winnetly Fry from the TV series Firefly. In the TV show, Kaylee is depicted as a good-natured, optimistic mechanic who was able to fix any problems a ship might have. So having her reference be a gnome character who are regularly optimistic and good-natured characters seems pretty fitting. There's also an item you can fish out of steamed plump flotsam in Zangarmarsh called
I think
the
this time,
Strange
well,
Engine
I'm gonna let it hit
which
the
has
freeze
the flavor
take
text.
the
It
damage
reads
a
like
bit,
Captain
even though he's
38
probably
on the
gonna
bottom.
shred through
When you
him
accept the
fast, so
quest, it
just-
sends you over to Kaylee's
He almost
website,
killed me last
where
time,
lots of
too.
The item looks like it fell out of the sky, and she'll pay you for your troubles. The flavor text and dialogues in the quest are references to the Firefly movie Serenity, where in the movie, there's a scene where the mechanic she's based on says, "And don't fly in anything with a Capsian 38 engine, they fall right out of the sky." Also, funny enough, the quest item can be looted by Horde players, but they're not actually able to receive any quest from it. In Warlords of Draenor, the entire expansion is basically isekai anime, where your character's children are the dimension, which takes place about 30 years in the past in Draenor, which is the planet where Outlands and Zangarmarsh are located. And of all of the 7 original zones from Outlands, only 5 of them are represented within Warlords of Draenor as a place you can actually go to. Zangarmarsh was just a fully underwater zone that had maybe 1 or 2 quests that would send you there, but otherwise was completely unused. The other zone was the Netherstorm, which Blizzard talked about a lot in the BlizzCon panels as being far along. And the zone was cut late in development, so there was a lot of promotional material about it, and it even had a budget for it on the world map. Although there weren't really any plans for
Yes,
this
they're good.
DLC in World War II.
He hurt.
Other than
3,600
maybe
experience for that Mama Jama. My word.
Though if you do ever explore underwater, you can see all the mushrooms which are very reminiscent of the Outlands version of it. Even if a lot of these mushrooms and spores are supposed to be highly toxic and
Ooh,
dangerous.
these aren't elite.
In
but they
lore,
still got some health
Zangarmarsh
on
is
them.
an absolutely terrible place to be in, as we get a nice description of it from the Illidan novel from Maya's point of view, where she says, Zangarmarsh was a monstrous place, a boggy, fell-lent field with alien horrors. And then goes on to say in a different part of the book, she had thought Hellfire Peninsula was a terrible place, but this was far worse. The entranceway to Outlands was a desert hell filled with fell orcs and hideous creatures. But Zangarmarsh was something darker and stranger. It was hot and humid and dank. Huge mushroom trees, larger than the towering oaks of Ashenvale, blocked out the sun. Manta-like flyers flitted through their shadows, and things part jellyfish, part alien monster floated through the air. True, there were fewer orcs, but there were other menaces. After smashing through the host of Ravagers, the Watchers had been attacked by a fungus. They had been ambushed by ogres and swarmed by huge stinging insects. She had lost Colia to tiny grubs that had emerged from her flesh after she had been stoned. The vermin eating her eyes and her brain. Another death that ultimately could be laid at the feet of Illidan. There's also some other parts where she mentions that the spores in the air constantly grow fungus on her skin, and that only carefully cleaning and the use of healing magic could take it off. As in game, Zangarmarsh is just a neat looking leveling zone, and doesn't feel anywhere near as dangerous as it's described in the book. So it was actually kind of a shock to read this segment, to see how dangerous it's supposed to be. In 3 different spots in Zangarmarsh, there are 3 NPCs which are references to tissue paper and blowing your nose, as spores in the air are responsible for a lot of allergies. So it's appropriate that a lot of the spore-like creatures in the zone have parody names based on these things. More specifically, the NPCs, Gesundheit, which sounds like Gesundheit, which is a polite thing you can say to someone after they sneeze. There's also Kleenex, which sounds like Kleenex, a popular brand of tissue paper. And
All right, let me get that nuke,
tissue,
baby.
which
Don't
literally
pull
just
me
sounds
in.
like tissue.
Boom!
Speaking of
Oh, one
tissue,
more chance.
Currently, this NPC
Come
offers a
on,
quest
they're
called
good.
Bring Me a
Oh,
Shrubbery,
God.
and has another quest
Help
called
me out,
Bring Me
boys.
Another Shrubbery. Both of these are references
Oh,
to the
God.
movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Might
in
kill
which
me
the
here.
characters are asked by the Knights of Ni in order to go out and fetch a shrubbery for them as part of a quest. Located just to the east of the spawning glen is an NPC sporling named Fawcett. This NPC is most likely a reference to the Spawn of Fashan, which is a tabletop RPG that was released in 1981, which is infamous for being absolutely terrible, as the Sporling Fawcett has a quest related to Spawning Glen, in which you have to go help the Sporling spawns, and seeing as the NPC's name is very similar to Fashan and heavily involved with spawns, it's a pretty easy relation to make. The RPG it references is best described by a quote from Lauren Stick's review of it in 1982's edition of Dragon. Hilariously bad fantasy system, legendary amongst RP game designers as the epitome of cliché, amateurist FRP games. Some maintain that it's so bad it must be a hoax. The rulebook indicates a bizarrely complex character creation system, painfully cumbersome combat rules, and monster descriptions with names like Makel, Faktlum, Finkror, and Raltmurut. Seeing as the names of the monsters in the Spawn of Fashan were so weird and random, it definitely fits the Sporling Fussin and most other naming conventions. The captured gnome is an NPC located in the Horde-controlled village of Zaberjin. The NPC will offer repair services for Horde players and even sell a couple of engineering items. And while the gnome is going about its business, banging on the anvil, he will occasionally be taunted by some of the passing by guards, telling him to work faster, to which he'll reply in common. Although, Horde players won't be able to understand what he's saying. If an Alliance player is nearby and spying on the village, they will be able to see the gnome is saying, "Please don't kill me." There's also some dialogue where a guard will tell him that if he's no good at fixing things, then he'll be good for eating. To which he'll also reply either, "I don't understand you," or "Please don't beat me." Now, the captured gnome in this village could be a reference to how gnomes are treated in WoW Machinima, where there was a large emphasis in early WoW Machinimas to always hunt gnomes, or use them as the butt of many jokes. Although if it's not a reference, then it's just a pretty dark scene of a captured gnome who's just scared for his life. Located in the Ledgerman Lounge in Legion Dalaran, while you're playing a rogue who's doing the rogue borderhaul missions for Legion, there's a section which will send you to investigate and look for the dead body of Amber Kernan, another uncrowned member who went missing. Once you get to the upstairs room and activate stealth, there will be two SI-7 agents named Agent Smith and Agent Jones who will walk around the room and talk about how it's
much
crazy
better.
that the leader of the SI-7 himself told them to kill one of their best agents, which eventually leads the rogue to finding out why this happened, and basically the whole story of the Rogue Orderhall campaign. Amber is holding a decoded message, which eventually you have to deliver to the Uncrowned, where you find out that Matthias Shaw has been taken captive and you have to go free him eventually. Now, the two
These are some
NPCs
big
in
boys.
this particular part of the quest chain are obvious reference to the two agents in the Men in Black movies, as the real-life actors who play the two Men in Black are named Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones, hence the names Agent Smith and Jones. And also, during the Shadowlands, you can actually meet Amber and Maldraxxus, and if you're playing a rogue who went through the quest chains, you can actually tell her the message successfully went through, to which she'll remark that it's a good thing her last efforts were in vain. If you are an alchemist, there is a pattern you can give it a little bit of work, which allows you to create a cosmetic head item that places a red candle on top of your head, called the Red Noggin Candle. In order to obtain the pattern, what you need to do is collect 10 infused rubies, which drop from random NPCs around the zone of Revendreth, or from Ventir reputation boxes. Then you need some Atonement crypt keys so that you can open up some of the crypts in this location on the map,
Nice.
where the Boar Dredger NPC has a chance to spawn every time you open up one of the crypts. It's RNG how long it will actually take to find the NPC you need, but if you have 20 extra infused rubies, you can head over to this waypoint on the map, where there's a bell that you can ring, which increases the drop rate of Atonement keys for 20 minutes. Then, once the NPC spawns, you have about 30 seconds to buy the pattern you want, as eventually he'll just run off. So you have to be quick and make sure you have the required amount of rubies and empty backspace to actually purchase the item. It is a pretty unique transmog though, and I was able to get the NPC to spawn after opening only a single crypt. Although I probably just got lucky, as I saw a lot of reports of people taking at least a few hours to get the NPC to spawn. And in today's segment of Lore Reader Tales, we'll be going over Leonid Bartholomew, an undead warrior who plays a role in a whole bunch of different expansions, even if only a pretty
Yes,
minor.
I would loot
Before
all
his
the
undead
boxes.
State, Leonid used to be a paladin before he was later killed and resurrected by the Lich King into a mindless undead. He was later freed by the Banshee Queen, but is loyal to the Argent Dawn. Leonid sees being an undead as a mere malady, or an illness which merely requires a treatment in order to cure. He doesn't see it as much of a curse that they're forced to live with as all the others, and thinks that one day he'll probably find a way to just make it better. During Vanilla WoW, he appears in the Lighthouse Chapel in the Eastern Plaguelands, and will send adventurers of both the Alliance and Horde to kill Ras Frostwhisperer, who is the Lich located in Skullomance. In Wrath of the Lich King, Leonid appears during the attack in the Lighthouse Chapel in the Death Knight starting zone, right before the arrival of Tyrion Fordring. In the Cataclysm, with the revamp of the zones in the Argent Crusade and a whole bunch of new quests, Leonid will send adventurers to help out with the Brotherhood of Light, which is a splinter group of the Argent Crusade who are kind of like a less extreme version of the Scarlet Crusade. They don't like the rules and regulations of the Argent Dawn, but they still want to fight the dark forces of the world. And in Warlords of Draenor, Leonid appears in the Lunarfall Inn and the Frostwall Tavern for Horde and Alliance players, and will ask adventurers to go into Auchindoom in order to find the Soulweave vessels, which he believes can help aid in the Argent Dawn investigation into the world of the transition from life to death. And he thinks it's key in discovering the truth behind the bridge between
walk somewhere else there, Chuck.
Perhaps a reason why the Scourge do not fully make that transition. So, he's still on the lookout for Akira as late as Warlords of Draenor, although as of making this video, he still hasn't really shown up again. Leonid Bartholomew is notable for being one of the few
Wait, what? I thought I killed 3 of them.
Lore aficionados like to bring up
no.
good factions of undead, Bartholomew would usually come up in that conversation as a possible leader of this good aligned undead faction. That and Lillian Voss. And after the events of BFA, we know which one of these two went
killed.
well, until Kalia takes over more officially anyway. And now some information about the earliest versions of the game. Did you know the earliest design of druids was for them to constantly switch forms during battle? They wanted them to be in bear form if they were taking damage, going into kitty form to deal more damage, and going to caster form in order to use their mana from range, while also giving their energy to the healers. So they had a lot of talents and abilities that synergized with them swapping forms, and even the capstone talent for the Feral Tree was a mana reduction to their shapeshifting. But there were a few problems with this design. The biggest was that shapeshifting cost so much mana that it literally disincentivized players from wanting to shapeshift during battle at all. The capstone ability for Feral Druids was supposed to offset this, but even with a 25% mana reduction, it was still too expensive to constantly swap forms. And they didn't really pull competitive damage doing it anyway. You're best off just sticking to one form and not swapping during battle. It wasn't really until later on in WoW that they finally got this intended design philosophy down, or at least in PvP. In PvP, druids shapeshift to different forms all the time, and they've been doing that for many years. But in PvE, they finally got druids to shapeshift mid-battle with one of their talents called Affinity. Druids have 4 specs, and they're able to pick one of their affinities that gives them traits and features from one of the other 4 specs. So, a Resto Druid who takes Feral Affinity, for example, is much more effective when they're in cat form, and is actually a completely viable option to take when running Mythic Plus dungeons, as druids are able to pull some of the highest healer damage by just going into cat form. Now, whether druids want to constantly swap forms all the time in a raid, though, is another issue. But outside of raiding environments, there's lots of incentives for druids to shapeshift constantly.
Lift off the air. I gotta use the facilities.
So
I shall.
They kept this design philosophy throughout the years, and didn't really nail it into much later on in WoW's lifetime. And now, for a piece of WoW history. According to a leaked alpha build of WoW, which came out a year before vanilla WoW, when you created a new undead character, you'd actually get a letter in your inventory. The letter would basically just give you a very quick rundown of your situation depending on what class you were, and then tell you if you want to grow stronger to just visit your class trainer of choice. So every class would get a different letter. The note for the warrior basically just told you who your enemies were, i.e. humans in the Scarlet Crusade, and who you'd have to fight. The letter for the mage explained more about what happened to your character and how they were raised as an undead and what they should expect from their new life, before directing them to a mage trainer. The warlock note would basically just tell you to burn everything, while giving you some light guidance to maybe use your burning powers on the Burning Legion and not the Horde. Having a note in your inventory which explains your character's new undead status seems like an excellent piece of flavorful lore, which might better explain why you're playing a random zombie. especially if you're not familiar with the Warcraft universe, or just want to be more
Gotta
involved in the
see
character.
when
The letters were removed from all starting undead bags by beta, and were definitely not in the vanilla version of the game. Instead, all undeads were basically given the same intro experience, where they're told to go kill some mindless ghouls or something. Located in the Shadowpan Monastery is a secret area, where there's a shrine that gives you a buff called the Unseen Force. In order to get to this area, you have to go out of your way off the map in the dungeon, and then getting up to the location that doesn't seem possible in-game without using some kind of wall climbing tool. I was only able to get to this location thanks to the Venthyr teleport, and it's kind of a surprise it's so hard to get to, considering the buff it gives you is incredibly helpful for completing the achievement in the dungeon. You see, when you click on the buff, it gives you an increased 90% chance to hit for 15 minutes. And in order to get the achievement from the last boss, you have to defeat him while you have a whole bunch of the debuffs on you, which reduce your chance to hit. And it can be easily surmised that you're supposed to come over here in order to get this buff in order to complete that achievement. But it's not in an obvious location, and it's kind of hard to get to. It's also surrounded by a whole bunch of tombstones and 2 stealth NPCs who are only visible when you get close to them. If you talk to either of them, they only tell you one line of dialogue about honoring their family and nothing else. So it seems to be a neat little hidden place, which I don't think they probably meant to make it as hidden as it ended up being, considering the useful buff it provides. But this is a place that I'm sure very few people have known about or even been to, and definitely fits the whole hidden place in World of Warcraft vibe, which is perfect for this video. Starting off, let's go over a hidden Easter egg located inside of 2 of the lost relics you can recover. The Book of Binding, the Tormented Sorcerer, and the Book of Binding, the Mad Witch. Both require you to complete a little quest before you're able to turn them in, which simply has you go around and collect some of the pages of their books. When you first collect the book, you'll be given some lines that basically tell you the book is talking to you and telling you that you need to recover all of its pages. After you collect all the pages and turn them into the researchers, he'll tell you that it seems as if the pages were removed intentionally, and that just to be safe, he'll return all but one of the pages back to the book before returning it to the archive. Then, while both of the books are in the archive, you can click on them in order to get a little bit of dialogue from these talking books. If you click on the Book of the Tormented Sorcerer, it'll ask you to return its last page, and additionally to not return any of the Crimson pages to its book, because that book speaks nothing but lies and is trying to trick you. If you speak to the Crimson book, it will tell you basically the same thing but for the Azure pages, where it says to return the final Crimson page, and that you should not return any of the Azure pages because that book speaks nothing but lies and is trying to trick you. Both of these books are references to the 1993 video game Myst. In this game, there's a plot point where a speaking book will talk to you and ask you to return all of its blue pages, and then tell you to absolutely not return any of the red pages to its appropriate book. And if you talk to the red book, it will basically tell you the same thing. Don't trust the blue pages and return my red pages instead. And each time you do return one of the pages, you'll get a statically little message which will give you a tiny bit of insight about who's trapped inside this book. If you do manage to return all the pages to either book, then the person occupying the book will be freed from their prison and trap you in their place.
Alright,
which
listen up, squares. No, I'm just kidding.
as the books were
I want
actually
to go
prisons that
to
were
the
open
gas
brothers
station. I had to
or
call to make sure they were open.
and they were trapped inside these books.
Oh, this guy's got tons of hours.
And also,
I
in
thought
the
it was like a
game,
2-hour
during part of the
extravaganza.
quest,
Enjoy
you'll get a
yourself while I go to the
flavor
gas
text that says
station.
You hear a little bit of static coming from one of the books, which is another more direct reference to the Myst books. So, the researcher was pretty right to not return the final page to either of them. That would have meant someone would be trapped in their place. Now, let's go over a couple of hidden mounts. Korthia has 3 mounts you can obtain through completing a series of steps that you kind of have to figure out yourself. First up, we have Miley the Wanderer. This is a
is that him
that likes to
intended?
hang out on cliffs at one of these locations shown on the map, almost each day at random. And nearly all of her spawn locations are located in somewhat hard to get to spots, so you have to do a little bit of climbing and jumping. Once you find her, she'll go back to her home base next to the Night Fae Tiny Bell. And once you do this 6 times on different days, Tiny Bell will give you a short quest which just gives you the mount. Although Miley is not available every single day, so you can always talk to Tiny Bell in order to see if she's out and about, or just ask in general chat, as she only stays at one location for the entire day if she's up. Next, we have Dark Maul, the bear-like creature. This creature is simply located at this spot on the map, sleeping, and all you have to do is just feed it 10 tasty mushrooms. Tasty mushrooms are available from invasive mushrooms that are basically a rare treasure you have to find in hard-to-get locations. But the tasty mushrooms do not drop every single time you loot an invasive mushroom treasure. So, you might have to find a lot of them. But once you feed Dark Maul 10 mushrooms, then he will award himself as a mount. And lastly, there's the Darklight Razorwing, whose nest is located at this area of the map. In order to obtain this mount, all you have to do is bring her 10 lost Razorwing eggs, which drop randomly from Devour mobs in Korthia. And once you return 10 eggs to the nest, then she'll award herself as a mount. Next up, we'll be looking at a little bit of flavor text. You see, whenever you kill rares or loot treasures, you have a chance to get items which simply exist, and that way you can submit them to the Archivist in order to get catalog research. And all of the pieces that give catalog research have a little bit of flavor text on them. And one of them of note is called the Core of an Unknown Titan, which reads, a Titan core that has been taken apart multiple times for study. Now, the flavor text on this leads to all kinds of lore implications. Currently, we are under the impression that Titans have hearts, so what could even be a core of a Titan? Do Titans actually have cores and not body parts like we've been led to believe, with Azurite being blood? Also, can Titans die and go to the Shadowlands? And if they can, how are the Archivists able to get a hold of their core and then research it? And also, how did a Titan die without the other Titans knowing about it? Is it actually one of the cores of one of the Titans that Sargeras killed? Was it just a nameless Titan who died a long time ago before the Pantheon was aware of it? Maybe it was one of the void planets that Sargeras destroyed? I'm pretty sure it wasn't supposed to raise all of these questions and was just a fun bit of flavor text. But if we do take it seriously, this one little item, which is meant to just hold currency, probably unintentionally is super lore relevant. And it's not just the core of an unknown Titan. There is also a relic that you have to uncover, which are much more important than these cataloged research items, which coincidentally are also called Korthian relics, called the Unstable Explosive Orb. When you turn in the orb, the Archivist will tell you how it's fascinating this thing didn't detonate when Korthia was invaded. And if you click on the orb inside the storage, it will say that it's contained the energy inside of it for unknown eons, and that surely the Archivist would be certain that it wouldn't blow up, since they thought it's safe to put in storage, or at least that's what you hope. There's also another Korthian relic item, which you can trade in for 100 catalog research, that has the flavor text of tattered plans for weapons that the Primus has decreed to be too destructive for creation. This could imply that the Unstable Explosive Orb was created by the Primus, and that he knows how to create a whole bunch of other incredibly powerful weapons, which of course we know is true based on the weapons he's already created that have been incredibly destructive, like the Frostmourne, for example. Now let's take a look at a relic which offers you a toy item. The Guise of the Changeling grants you the toy item of the same name, which allows you to take on the appearance of an attendant of Korthia, and also annoyingly slows down your movement speed by quite a bit. If you click on the relic inside the storage room, it has a little bit of text which states that it seems to have been created by the Shal'Durai, but was altered with a whole bunch of magic that you don't recognize. And then ends off its little flavor text with the line, one can only guess at what the illusion must be hiding. Now, for anyone who's played through Legion, it's pretty obvious what this is referencing. When you're running through the Nightborn city, you put on an illusion so the other Nightborn become friendly to you and don't attack. And there were occasionally sentries who would try to dispel your illusion with the famous line, an illusion, what are you hiding? Which has become so well known throughout the WoW community that it even bleeds into other games, with even League of Legends referencing it in one of their patch notes. And what's notable about this is that the Nightborn were kind of a closed-off city for 10,000 years in the Broken Isle, and were just known as the Night Elves before that, so how they got specifically a Nightborn relic in the afterlife is kind of a mystery. Unless you don't think too hard about it and just accept it for the reference they were trying to make for fun. Next up, we have a secret daily quest that is only available if you enter a rift portal and go into the other zone. Now, as of making this video, we're still not 100% sure what the prerequisites are for being able to do this daily quest, but one can assume you need to have a high reputation with Minari, as what you do is enter any rift using a rift keystone, and then once you're inside the Shadow Realm, you have 15 minutes before it kicks you out. And what you do is just go to the maw and look at one of these locations on the map for a huge chest called Zoval's Vault. If you click on the chest, then it will give you little chains that will allow you to drag the chest. And all you have to do is drag this chest very slowly to the bridge that's right next to Minari's lair, who thankfully is waiting for you at the bridge so you don't have to drag the chest all the way into the den. Venari, while in the Shadow Realm, will then have a daily quest available for you to find the chest, which you should probably pick up before you go out and look for the chest, as when I was getting footage for this, they didn't actually give me credit for clicking on the chest, even though they did give me credit for turning it in. Now, this little hidden quest is just an excellent idea, as there isn't really anything that tells you to go out and do this, as generally going into the rift is only for stuff located in Korthia. So kudos to the first person who decided to explore the maw in the rift zone, and then found this daily quest and thought to spend 5 minutes dragging the chest over to Venari. And lastly, let's look at another relic with some interesting hidden secrets. For a city that's called the City of Hidden Secrets, there's actually very few secrets to discover in Korthia, but that doesn't mean there's none of them. The ever-living statuette is an item which drops from one of the rare elites. And while you have this item on you, which gives you a quest to turn into storage, the item will actually send your character whispers, saying things like, "A city of secrets, a history of lies. How many voices do you heed? How many are real? Hope, betrayal, sacrifice. Faces change, the tale does not. Hidden from daylight, a sleeping flame rests atop the 6th tree. The 7th covets what the 6th holds fast. The fulcrum wavers, all will be undone. So many secrets, so little time left to share them." Now, these cryptic secrets seems like we have another puzzle box of Yogg-Saron on our hands, where the puzzle box of Yogg-Saron was pretty famous for giving a whole bunch of random whispers that ended up being lore important later on. However, once you've actually turned the relic, and you click on the item in storage, you learn that the item just really likes to lie, and that any wisdom it might share is almost certainly riddled with deceit. And one of the lines that it utters is actually a reference to a famous false hint from the game Castlevania II Simon's Quest, where the game would tell you, a flame is on top of the 6th tree in Dennis Woods. But there was actually nothing there, which is very similar to the whisper from the statue, hidden from daylight, a sleeping flame rests atop the 6th tree. So because it references a famous false hint, it's pretty safe that you can just ignore the rest of them, unless it happens to actually turn out to be accurate later on, of course. Which is unlikely. You actually only get the whispers while you're on the quest, and you can't get them anymore after you turn it in. Located in the Apothecarium section in the Undercity is an alchemy vendor named Algernon. The NPC is one of the mindless ghoul variants of undead, which is notable because one of the key distinctions of the Forsaken is the fact that they are free will and mostly fully functional undead, and generally, the mindless ghouls do not make their way into their ranks. Algernon doesn't have any dialogue options and only has one arm, and clutched in its one arm are a couple of flowers. Now, all of this is a pretty obvious reference to the short story, Flowers for Algernon. You see, in this story, a pair of scientists develop a way to vastly increase the intelligence of a rat named Algernon, and they believe they can replicate this procedure in humans. So they get their janitor as a test subject, who is stated to have an IQ of 68, which is rather low for an adult. The procedure is a success, and the janitor, whose name is actually Charlie, becomes much smarter, a genius even, as his IQ approaches 200. And with his newfound intelligence, he realizes that everyone around him has always been treating him rather poorly. So he chooses to distance himself in order to work on his own research, and takes the rat Algernon with him. And during his research on the rat, he finds that the procedure is temporary, as the rat eventually loses its newfound intelligence, becomes erratic, and then eventually dies. Charlie realizes that he's starting to lose his newfound intelligence as well, and decides to leave his hometown to an unknown destination. And the last thing he tells anyone before he takes off is to leave some flowers on Algernon's grave. Hence the name of Flowers for Algernon. Now, with the mindless ghoul variant in Undercity, that could just be Charlie after his intelligence boost wore off as well, with, of course, the flowers in his hand ready to put on Algernon's grave. And in today's episode of The Lore Reader Tales, we will be going over the story of a lesser-known NPC named Morgan Lattimore. Morgan Lattimore was a human knight who was called to fight in the Second War when the orcs were invading in the north, and left his home of Darkshire where he had a wife and 3 children. He spent many years fighting the Second War, and even participated in the Third War, before finally coming back to his home and finding that it was nowhere near what he last remembered. Most of the force was corrupted with undead and other dark forces, and there was a whole bunch of destroyed homes and farms everywhere. When he finally found some people, he asked them where his family was, and a priest mentioned to him that he should probably check the massive gravestones, because that's the most likely place he would find them. Morgan was adamant that that they were still alive, so he spent all of his time looking into all the houses along the entire zone. And as he was getting ready to start looking in other places, because he thought maybe they had fled somewhere else, curiosity got the best of him, so he decided to search the gravestones anyway. After walking through the massive amounts of graves for hours, he finally came to one lone gravestone that had his wife's name on it, with the tag, "Beloved Wife and Mother." Morgan Lattimore went a little bit insane after finding this, and started hacking away at the gravestone. When some attendants came over to try to calm him down, he slashed out at them, and killed them all. And when he finally got back to his senses, he was absolutely horrified at what he had done. He had fought with the Silver Hand and had promised to protect the innocents, and he had just killed a couple of them in his grief. So he turned the sword on himself and took his own life. When the people of Darkshire found the scene, they buried Morgan in an unmarked grave away from all the other gravestones. And since he had done something so abhorrent to what he held in life, Morgan raised from the dead a couple of days later as an undead, and has the distinction of being one of the few undead in the game who are still able to use the Holy Light, and his name was changed to Morlando. What he didn't know was that one of his daughters was still alive and enjoying the Night's Watch, so adventurers helped put Morgan Lattimore to rest, since as an undead, he would wander around and kill people indiscriminately. And since his daughter forgave him for what he did, he was finally able to pass on in peace. Now, this NPC is pretty well known to some Alliance characters, because it's an elite undead that wanders the zone and has a pretty large aggro radius and an erratic pathing. And it's this NPC which ended my very first Iron Man challenge, because I'd actually gone AFK right next to one of his pathing spots. Located off the coast of the Dread Wastes in Pandaria, at this location on the map, is a hidden rare elite clam known as WotLK. When approaching this NPC, it actually is located in its own little subzone called WotLK Shadows, which grants you an ability to breathe underwater and move faster while walking on the seafloor. Back in Mist of Pandaria, this NPC had quite a lot of health for a rare NPC, and took a while to kill. But if doing it at max level, it shouldn't take very much time at all. Once you manage to kill the NPC, a group of Spriggans will steal the pearl from the clan and you'll receive a quest, which will simply send you to a nearby village in order to talk to some Spriggans, who will hand you a pearl which grants you a toy item called WotLK Shell. This toy item is actually quite popular, since it strips your characters of all their clothes and has them dancing in a little clamshell. So you may have seen someone using this toy before, even if you've never actually known the location of it, or maybe just never bothered to look for it since there's so many toys in the game. Even I didn't obtain this toy until researching this point of the video, and I actually played through the entirety of Mist of Pandaria expansion. And now, some information from the earliest versions of the game. Despite being one of the most popular classes in the game, the Hunter was the last class added to the beta of Vanilla WoW, and barely made it into the game. It's unlikely they ever would have cut the Hunter, since they had yet to have a true Ranger class in the game yet, which is a staple of fantasy RPGs. But they came real close to not including it at all, and really had to rush things out towards the end. Hunters used to have a very complicated method of learning how to track with an ability called Glimpse Instincts, that they eventually removed because hunters already had too many things to micromanage with their pet, and they just gave hunters the ability to track things by just toggling a button from the spellbook, which made the tracking feature a lot less intuitive, but a lot more useful. This late addition could be why hunters didn't get their focus system until Cataclysm, and instead only their pet used the unique focus resource. So, if they had more time to spend working on hunters, we probably wouldn't have had to suffer through mana using hunters for the first 3 expansions. And now, for a piece of World of Warcraft history. In one of the earliest patches of Vanilla WoW, the Spirit Healer was changed to no longer cause your character to lose experience when you use them in order to resurrect, rather than running back to your corpse, and instead was changed so that all of your equipment was broken, equipped, and in your inventory, 100% durability loss, as well as resurrection sickness equal to the number of minutes equal to your level. So, if you were level 60, you would incur a 60-minute duration resurrection sickness. So, Resident as Spirit Healer was ridiculously bad, but at least it no longer reduced your experience after patch 1.1. However, the Spirit Healer was still incredibly bad, so in patch 1.1.1, they changed the Spirit Healer to be more in line with how it works today. Instead of destroying all of your equipment, it instead only made you incur a 25% durability loss, and the length of resurrection sickness was capped at 10 minutes, so you wouldn't get it for an hour at max level. This is still kind of how it works today. Also, before the game went live, the meeting stones outside of instances and dungeons, which allow you to summon party members, were actually tied to your character as a Spirit Healer resurrection point. So, in alpha clients, you would go to these stones in order to bind your character to them, and then when you died, you would go there instead of wherever the designated Spirit Healer in the zone was. The stones were then reused later on as kind of a way to queue for a dungeon, before way later being turned into the teleportation stones they are today. Located in the city of Tellar in TBC New Grand, there is an NPC named Warden Moi BFF Jill. His name is a reference to an old commercial about a cell phone plan, in which a mother is trying to ask her daughter why the phone bill is so high, and she responds by saying that she was talking to her best friend Jill in SMS shorthand out loud.
Who are you texting 50 times a day?
Okay, my BFF Joe.
Now originally, his name was a little bit more noticeable as a reference to SMS shorthand, as before patch 2.3, his name was actually Warden Ilol, and because of the font in game, it made his name look exactly like Warden LOLOL, since the I at the beginning of his name looks exactly like a lowercase l when it's capitalized. And for some reason, people didn't like this character having a joke name. So they changed it to another joke name, which wasn't as obvious a reference as Warden LOLOL. And boy, BFF Jill still doesn't seem like a regular name, but I guess they thought it was better than LOL. And in today's episode of Lore Reader Tales, where we go over the history of minor characters throughout Warcraft, we will be talking about Mogor the Ogre. Mogor was a two-headed ogre who led the Laughing Skull clan during Warcraft 2. A little history about two-headed ogres. The two-headed variant is very rare, and are usually the only ones capable of casting spells. In Warlords of Draenor, we see the past version of Mogor, and he only has one head, but also has a mage's staff attached to his back, indicating that he may have had some affinity for magic. During the Second War in Warcraft 2, Gul'dan was able to use some of the elven rune stones to turn a whole bunch of his ogres into two-headed ogres, which was a huge boost to his fighting potential, as all ogres were physically stronger than pretty much all other races already, and this also gave them the ability to use magic on top of that. So, think of two-headed ogres as pure battle mages, who don't really have a weakness. Although, one of the downsides of having two heads was that it also gave them two personalities, and they would often bicker or fight with each other. Although Mogor was one of the lone exceptions, as his two heads seemed to share the same personality and were incredibly intelligent. After he was turned into a two-headed ogre, he somehow made his way back to Draenor and became the leader of the Laughing Skull clan, who was originally left behind because they weren't trustworthy. Sometime after the Horde lost the Second War, Ner'zhul was going around collecting artifacts so that he could open up a whole bunch of portals in Draenor, so they could conquer a whole bunch of other worlds besides Azeroth. Doing all of this is what eventually blew the planet up and created the Outlands we have today. Although Mogor didn't want this to happen, and actually decided to side with the Alliance. And in exchange for the Alliance helping him take control of the Blade Edge Mountain, he would give them a powerful artifact known as the Book of Medivh. And he actually kept his word. He was able to secure that powerful book and was able to dodge and outsmart Ner'zhul's assassins along the way. And the Alliance was able to eventually use the Book of Medivh to close the portal, and that plot thread wasn't touched again until the Burning Crusade. Then, in the Burning Crusade, Mogor makes a return to Nagran, running a Ring of Blood type battle arena, and is also incredibly stupid like all other ogres. If you do the quest, you can eventually fight him after you defeat all of his champions, and then you just kill him and that's it. The incredibly intelligent leader of the Laughing Skull clan was relegated to a bloodthirsty brute. So they just completely retconned his character. Mogor is also the ogre depicted in the Hearthstone card Ogre Magi, which is part of the base set, and even has his own Hearthstone card named after him, which unfortunately takes after his Burning Crusade counterpart, and has a whole bunch of his dumb ogre dialogues.
Mogadesa? No. Moga destroy. No. Moga kill. Moga charge.
I'm back.
And that's basically the end of Mogor's story. He started off as an intelligent, capable leader, and then they decided to just turn him into one of many dumb ogres that you faced.
Sorry.
And now for a Warcraft mini fact. Did you know, out of all of the pet classes, hunters are the only ones that actually have to resurrect their pet? For the Warlock, if one of their demons die, they simply just resummon it. For Death Knights, same thing. If the ghoul dies, they just summon another one. Mages also just resummon their Frost Elemental if they have that chosen. And pretty much all the other temporary pets just stop existing once they go away. Although hunters don't have the option to just resummon their pet if it dies. they actually have a resurrection spell they can use to bring it back. And since it counts as a real resurrection, other players can also resurrect a hunter's pet. Or if you want, you can use a battle res in order to bring a hunter's pet back to life. Although that would be a huge waste of a battle res, seeing as the resurrection ability that hunters can use can also be used in combat. Now, it's a wonder why only hunters have to bring their pet back to life, whereas demons basically just go back to a twisted nether when they die, and they just resummon the exact same one back. Same case for the frost elementals, and I'm not really sure how the ghouls work with death knights. I assume they just have an endless supply of corpse dust that they use to create brand new undeads every time they have to make a new one. It makes sense that the people who just simply summon a creature don't have to worry about dealing with a dead body. But it seems to be one of the few fantasy elements left to the hunter class in that pet. And now, for something you can obtain in WoW. Located in Stormheim, there is a rare NPC called the Stormwind Matriarch, which has a pretty short respawn timer, and when you kill it, drops a pet called the Stormborn Whelpling. Now, what's unique about this pet is the fact that it has the Arcane Storm Mana Surge combo, which is an incredibly powerful combo that allows you to defeat a whole bunch of pets in PvE pen battles, and is one of the easiest ways to obtain a pet who has this combo, who also has decently high attack. Basically, if you take a whole group of pets who only have Arcane Storm and Mana Surge, you have a good chance of beating pretty much any pet you come across. And what makes it even easier to get is the fact that the NPC you kill in order to obtain it, the Stormwind Matriarch, drops the pet every time you kill it. Or at least nearly every time you kill it. It's one of the few rare mobs who drops a pet, which drops it more than once after the first time you kill it. So you could just infinitely farm the Stormborn Whelpling if you wanted to, which also coincidentally is why it's very cheap to buy on the auction house. And now on to the hidden side of WoW, where we'll be looking over the time-lost proto-drake in Nagrand. Located near the corpse of Kairos, the bronze dragon who brought Garrosh to Draenor, is the corpse of the long-famous time-lost proto-drake, which was one of the very first creatures in game that could drop a mount, and was on an incredibly long respawn timer, so very few people actually managed to get one, even to this day. And the dead body of the proto-drake in Nagrand is actually the exact same NPC that you can find in Northrend. As if you hover over it with an add-on which shows you what mounts drop from items and stuff, it will show you that the NPC should have the time-lost proto-drake mount on it, if you were able to loot its corpse. Now, as to why the corpse of the exact same mount from Northrend is located in Warlords of Draenor, about 3 expansions away, can be explained by a couple of little Easter eggs and nods around the area. For one, there's a lot of time-lost guards surrounding the area, so it makes sense that the time-lost proto-drake would be included in the area as well, if they were going to add an Easter egg that shared the same name. There's also the corpse of Kairos nearby, who is a bronze dragon, and one can surmise by the color of the time-lost proto-drake that it's pretty similar to a bronze dragon. And also, one other little thing, if one was farming the time-lost proto-drake in Northrend, occasionally they would find out the time-lost proto-drake just straight up disappears at the end of its spawn cycle. You could find the NPC and then run after it to try to kill it for the mount, only for it to disappear as soon as you got to it. So the real reference of this NPC in Draenor could be the fact that when that would happen, where he would disappear from people trying to tag it, it actually just slipped into another time dimension, and then eventually found its way all the way over to Draenor, in a place full of time-lost magic. First, let's go over the dangerous raid boss of the Dark Moon Island. Off the coast of the Dark Moon Island, there's a cave which has a suspicious number of skeletons in front of it. Exploring the cave, you don't really find much except for some mushrooms and normal cave decor. The skeletons seem to only be in the entrance. Occasionally, a world boss will spawn at the entrance called the Dark Moon Rabbit, and it just looks like a normal rabbit at first glance. Occasionally, it'll move around and cast the Dimensional Hop ability, which probably explains how it got there in the first place. Engaging this rabbit definitely requires a raid creep though, as it's incredibly difficult to
God!
as it's always considered a boss at whatever current expansion it is, and is probably the smallest boss in the game. If you do manage to kill it, there's a chance that it will drop the Dark Moon Rabbit pet, which has 3 different breeds available to it and only one of them is good. So if you manage to get the SS breed, you can sell that for quite a bit on the auction house. And the pet version of it has a slightly different model, where it basically looks the same, but it has a whole bunch of blood on its mouth. The Dark Moon Rabbit is an obvious reference to this scene from the Monty Python, where a group of knights try to fight a lone rabbit who ends up killing half the
Look at the
rabbits while they
bones!
and in the end, they end up killing it with a holy hand grenade. One of the abilities the Dark Moon Rabbit has as a pet is called huge sharp teeth, which is what one of the characters in the movie uses to describe how terrifying the killer rabbit is. And the ability was completely unique and only belonged to the Dark Moon Rabbit when it first came
Tim,
out.
you can call
Before,
me
they
Tim.
gave the ability to a couple of other pets in later expansions as well.
Alright, that was a nice little break.
And in today's episode
Feeling
of Lore
refreshed.
Leader Tales, we're going to go over a small section of history from a very prominent and important character from WoW lore, namely Zul'jin and uniting the Forest Trolls. You see, Zul'jin
Wow,
in
nobody
is a very
is talking at night.
well-respected character, to the point where most trolls look up to this one troll who only had a prominent role during the Second War.
Yeah, we're in the
And more
early
troll
mornings where
characters
no
in
one's
game
on.
would even use his name as a battle cry. And he was the first troll to be added to Heroes of the Storm, before even more notable characters like Vol'jin. And why was
Shit, Belgium.
Well, there's this one little
Oh my god, I gotta go back in
from
here.
the Warcraft novel called Tides of Darkness, which details the story of the Second War, a period of history which is incredibly underrepresented in the game and hardly ever talked about. That does a good job of kind of highlighting why Zul'jin is so well
Wait,
respected.
didn't
by
I already
pretty
end
much
up
all
trying to
trolls
kill
in
him?
the
I
tribe,
did kill him.
including Vol'jin himself. The Horde had promised them vengeance, and Zul'jin believed them. The Orc leader, Doomhammer, had honor about him, the honor of a strong leader secure in his own power. He would not play Zul'jin false, and he had vowed to help them restore the Amani Empire.
I thought I killed him.
Already, Zul'jin had started the task. He was the first forest troll since those terrible wars to reunite the tribes. One by one, he had challenged the other tribe leaders and defeated them, whether at combat or at racing or some other task, and all had bowed before him, pledging themselves and their tribes to his rule. The forest trolls were a single people once more, and with the Horde's help, they would wipe the world clean of humans and elves alike, and rule the forest once more. The orcs showed no interest in trees, and Zul'jin suspected they would occupy the valleys and plains of the world. Let them. All he wanted was the woods. But first, they had to take them from the elves, and that would be a pleasure. For some context, the leader of the Horde during the Second War, Doomhammer, managed to convince Zul'jin to join the Horde under the promise that he would allow them to have Silvermoon. And Zul'jin agreed, and then promptly went about and united all of the forest trolls in what basically amounted to a montage. He went up to all the other troll leaders of the various tribes and challenged their leaders to whatever they thought they were good at, and he would just beat them. The trolls all respected whoever was the strongest, and Zul'jin was so confident that he was the strongest that he just let the other chieftains pick whichever contest of strength they wanted to do because he knew he would win them all. And he did. Zul'jin was kind of one of the best trolls out of all of them. And it's so sad this little piece of information is so not well known. Whenever I see other YouTubers make more videos attempting to cover Zul'jin, I'm always kind of disappointed they don't mention this fact, because it's kind of an important event that really sells the strength of Zul'jin and how he came to be the leader of the trolls during the Second War, because they were not united at all before he forced them all under his leadership. And in an incredibly short amount of time, too. He did all this in a span of less than a month, and they don't really talk about this in-game or in any other wikis that have lore on Zul'jin. In fact, the only nod I see to this little fact, surprising enough, is in the scrapped Warcraft point-and-click adventure game Lord of the Clans, where Zul'jin appears as a flamboyant shopkeeper, and has this little dialogue when you ask him about himself.
Tell me about yourself.
Well, surely you've heard of the notorious Zul'jin?
Well,
it's true. I am Zul'jin, once the fiercest troll ever to flay an elf. It was I who single-handedly united the trolls and the orcs to wreak havoc and destruction upon the Alliance during the war. But alas, we withered in defeat. So, you want to buy a garden gnome?
And
So you want to buy a garden gnome?
Segment from a major lore character. Zul'jin has a lot more story to him, which is covered in more detail by a few other YouTubers, although all of them leave out this little part because it's only mentioned in this one book and only kind of as a footnote in like one sentence, which is a shame because it's kind of a really important detail. Next, we have the Death Metal Knight of the Dark Moon Fair. Located in the cave next to the Blighthead Metal fans in the Dark Moon Fair,
Already got that
an NPC
key.
named Death Metal Knight will spawn during the performance of the Blightbore Band, who performs once an hour on the half hour in order to interrupt their performance. He has his own little unique soundtrack that plays while you fight him, as well as a lot of other things in the room moving around in tandem to the little performance, as it's basically a mini raid boss. There's some achievements associated to the mini boss, and he even drops a couple of transmog items and a toy called the Blightbore microphone, which when you use turns you into one of the members of the band and has you singing into the microphone during its duration. All of this here is basically just a simple homage to death metal genre of music, as it makes a lot of sense that the things crashing the party is a
I guess he's supposed to be in the far back of this cave.
Very edgy and death related. And one of the achievements you can get is called Mosh Pit, another thing associated to concerts in general, although probably more associated to heavy metal concerts. And to end this off, we'll be going over the unknown WoW, looking at secret or hidden places throughout the game. And in this video, we'll be going over the hidden Scarlet Crusade transmog vendor. This is an NPC located in the Dark Moon Fair right next to the petting zoo. If you try to talk to her on your character normally, she won't actually do anything, other than maybe give you some rude dialogue. If you want to unlock what she has, you need to be wearing the Tabard of the Scarlet Crusade, which has a 1% chance to drop from Arms Master Harlan in the Scarlet Halls. If you are wearing the Tabard and then talk to her, she'll sell you a crop top Tabard of the Scarlet Crusade for 25,000 gold. If
Holy
you're a male
shit.
wearer, she also offers an item called Ensemble Chain of the Scarlet Crusade for 10,000 gold. And if you're a plate wearer, she'll offer you Ensemble Scale of the Scarlet Crusade for 10,000 gold. Both of which give you a whole bunch of transmog options for Scarlet Crusade gear. Unfortunately, there are no extra rewards for cloth or leather wearers, which are the only two armor classes I have which own the Tabard, so I have to go out and farm it on a male and plate wearer if I want to buy all the transmogs. Located in the Undercity, there's an NPC that walks around who used to offer quests before the Cataclysm, where he would just send you to a couple of different zones. Now, this character is dressed kind of like a butler, so it could be reasonable to expect that his name is a reference to Balthazar from Juliet. You see, in the Undercity, the four bankers in the middle of the city have...
It doesn't like to save my cat forms for some reason when I switch my spec, so I have to redo it, so I just don't give a shit.
In the play, there was a butler named Balthazar, who was Romeo's personal
like,
manservant and his trusted friend.
See, it was gone originally. Like, I don't get it. Oh, when I went in stealth mode. Oh, yeah, right.
That's why he's an undead in Undercity, along with all the other Montagues, as Romeo did not meet a happy end in that play. Although there could be other references in the Undercity that I'm missing. The Undercity is probably the city with the most amount of NPC references out of all of the major cities. So we'll probably be exploring more of Undercity as the series continues. And now, let's go over to the Lore Reader Tales. In today's segment, we'll be going over the story of Timolin's Curse. Timolin was a human mage who was commissioned by the Scarlet Crusade to create weapons. As a mage, he was very devoted to defeating the undead, and had the idea of using their powers against them, something which was heavily frowned upon in the Scarlet Crusade, where they're all crazy light users. So he went out and made a visit to Dire Maul and had a talk with Prince Tortheldrin about a way to
give me the nuke.
A weapon that could channel
Skadoosh.
Their
Yes.
them, and also to talk about fishing, because apparently they were both big fans of Nat Pagal. Eventually, Timolin was able to get a really good handle on necromancy, and even created a dark crystal which was supposed to be a counterpart to the Ashbringer. Although he got found out by Asilian, one of the high-ranking members of the Crusade, and then he was sent to be disposed of quietly by feeding him to a giant slime to get rid of any traces of his body. While he was being eaten alive by the slime, he was able to do two things. The first was create a phylactery in order to hold his soul, and the second was to hurl the dark crystal into a river so that someone could find it someday, maybe. Then, during the Third Burning Legion invasion, the last wielder of the Ashbringer is able to talk to Timolin after finding his phylactery, and due to his help and some light fishing, is able to create a nice alternative skin for the Ashbringer after a lengthy quest chain. Now, the interesting thing about Timolin is he was part of a
This is some cool, like, information from them. I love it.
Given the players the Ashbringer. Because in Vanilla WoW, the Ashbringer was data mined to be an obtainable legendary item for players, which was later changed to Thunder Fury in the game files using the exact same item ID number. And then they just converted the Ashbringer into the which was simply a drop from the boss in Naxxramas. Before patch 1.7,
Oh,
players were
okay.
able to loot an item called Timur's Phylactery, which sometimes dropped from large vile slimes in the Western Plaguelands, which was a quest item that was mined on pickup, but didn't actually do anything. It was theorized that it was going to be involved with the Molecular Layer raid, as well as a whole bunch of other tools in the game, and then they eventually abandoned the idea for Thunder Fury, which is why Timur's Phylactery never actually did anything. You see, in the Alteric Valley, it was possible to loot an item called Nat Piggle's Guide to Extreme Angling, which only had the last page that read, and so that's where you'll find the legendary sword of the Scarlet High Lord, Ashbringer. Ain't it amazing what you run into in an ordinary day of fishing? Then later on in Dire Maul, you could find a trash item called a thoroughly read copy of Nat Piggle's Guide to Extreme Angling, which seems to indicate that the Ashbringer was related to Dire Maul in some way, which came out right before Blackwood Lair. There was also the Shendalar Zealots that would state that Prince Tortheldrin knew the location of the Ashbringer because he read the book so many times by Nat Piggle, and that if someone were to defeat Nefarian, he might loosen his lips, and then the Ashbringer could definitely be found. And yes, they did mention the Ashbringer by name, so there were some pretty convincing clues in the game. And of course, none of this—
I don't want to use iterate. Fuck it.
Killing Nefarian did
Go,
not
boys!
yield anything if you went back to the Prince with his head. Not until Legion, anyway, where he was involved in a quest chain to unlock the Hidden Skin, which played a heavy homage to all of the rumors. It would start out with getting both of the books, where you could then turn them into an NPC in the Paladin Order Hall, where she would then give you a complete copy of Nat Piggle's Guide to Extreme Angling. That would start the quest chain. It would require you to get the head of Nefarian and then bring it to the Prince. He would then remark that someone else had already come to him many years ago with a completed book as well, also inquiring about the weapon. But since they did not have proof of Nefarian's demise, he didn't tell them anything.
boys.
Although he'll then tell you the location of the two other NPCs depending on if you're Horde or Alliance. These two NPCs used to have dialogues in Vanilla WoW that led
Yeah,
to
I need to make more bars down here. I don't like having them over here. There's certain things I'd like to have here. I need to take time to fix that.
To fashion weapons for them, and that he was killed by the Crusade while he was working on a remarkable weapon. They will then, through a series of steps, point you to the large vile slimes that might have Tumulin in his phylactery, which is just a rare mob that you can kill that drops the phylactery.
Alright, all the murder has happened. Let's keep moving.
Afterwards, you go.
We gotta kill the main guy. That's always how it works.
It was a very neat way for Blizzard to turn a whole bunch of speculations into canon and solve a long-held mystery of who Tumulin was. And now, for something you can obtain in games, we have a secret little item from the Order Longbow.
Dude, Starfire is so, like, it's so much damage.
Enter the barbershop, which is located right between the Valley of Spirits and the Valley of Wisdom. There will be a little mini event where a goblin will jump out and cut all your hair off. The goblin will then just run off saying they don't want to do hair anymore. And then if you look over on the table, there will be a clickable box.
Am I continuing to
which
get
will then
baited
give you
by
a toy
this?
item called
Nope,
Coif
there's a
Pearl's
button.
Close Shave Kit,
What do?
which when used allows you to simulate
Time
the
is
effects
money,
of just cutting
friend.
off all of your hair. Now, it's not really recommended to grab this
Have a
toy if
good
you're trying
one.
to 5-mask the place or something, because it does cause you to lose a little bit of time. But it is located in a spot that you run past every time you try to complete all the objectives anyway. So it's very easy to get in pretty much any other run. And to end off this video, we'll be going over the Unknown Land, looking at a secret or hidden place throughout the game. This time, we have the Secret Area. Located in an isolated mountain region, Pandaria, there is a subzone right above the Veiled Stairs called the Secret Area, which I guess isn't so secret.
Oh, that's fun.
Literally called Secret
I can't
on the map.
pass that yet.
Now, the Secret Area doesn't have any quests, vendors, achievements, pets, or any really notable lore associated to it. It's just a tiny little village filled with falcon traders, which can be tamed by hunters. And most of them don't even have NPC dialogue if you try to talk to them. All of them except for Hawkmaster Liu, who has dialogues that change depending on whether or not you've quested the Townlock Steps and met his brother. If you speak to him on a character who hasn't, he'll just say, "Nice to meet you. I've been watching you." If you have done the quest, his dialogue will change to that of, "Word reaches me you served."
I don't think it's a course, so like, can I do it? I don't think I'm gonna be able to. He hits
Did he ever
way
tell you
too
how he
hard.
lost his eye? His brother is unique in that he has custom dialogues rather than the normal male Pandaren default voice, which Hawkmaster Liu shares, surprisingly enough. His brother, Hawkmaster Nurong, is a main NPC quest giver you interact with, and even shows up in the Mistweaver artifact weapon scenario as the ranged DPS member of your party that you're supposed to keep alive. So, his brother shows up a handful of times in game, but Hawkmaster Liu is just kind of there, and that's great. The entire place was definitely just added to be a secret location you can find if you decide to go out and explore the world. And World of Warcraft has a lot of places
I think
like
there's
this,
a guy in here
but
I can
very
turn
few of
shit
them are an
into.
entire village that is also given its own name on the map. It's also quite difficult to get to it if you don't have a flying mount, as you have to go through a whole bunch of winding, narrow bridges in order to climb the mountain in order to get to the little village. And during the first patch of Mists of Pandaria, they added more named NPCs to the village in the form of the family with their pets inside this hut here. They didn't actually add any quests or a reason to come to this village or talk to these NPCs. It's just more flavor added to a secret location for no reason. It could be that they maybe planned for something to happen here and just abandoned it. Who knows? They could still use it in the future. But for now, it's
You
just
wish to
a
buy?
secret
Trade?
hidden place in the unknown side.
Yeah, guy, let me
Count
see what I
Ugula
can
is
give you. I
another
don't want
NPC who was much
like that
larger
stuff.
than all the other
Get
Netherlands
that out of
in the
here.
area.
Like that too.
And
I
it
don't.
holds the
I don't use
distinction
a
of
gun.
being one of
Are you
the
crazy?
few NPCs in the
I use
game that
magic
has
for my
quotation
weaponry.
marks in its name.
No
And
matter
if you
what,
use
yeah,
as
and
a
I'm from
hunter,
home.
you're not actually allowed to put
Doesn't
those
matter.
quotation marks in its name.
I'm gonna hit him with
if
my
you
staff.
try
Good day
to
to you.
back to Count
Safe
Ugula.
travels.
If you kill this NPC, it will drop a quest item called Ungula's Mandibles, which will then give you some more information about
Is
the
it because
NPC
it's
from
too
a quest
low
giver.
or something?
Essentially, this nether ray developed a taste for living flesh and started
See you
devouring
around.
other creatures, and could even be found
See
fighting
you
bog
later.
lords.
Oh, I already had him.
And it's
See you
even said
around.
that he was a legend
Have a
by
good
the
one.
Spore Links.
See you
Though
later.
the quest giver is very confused about the
Damn.
mandibles you give to her, and didn't actually think the nether ray existed, though she had heard about it. Now, this nether ray is pretty obvious
Okay,
reference to
I'll take it.
Dracula, a vampire from the
I think that's why I went over there
1897
anyways, was to turn those in, and that's exactly what it was. I thought he was gonna have me go do a
considered the
mission,
model
but
for
no,
modern
he's just like, "You got this shit," and I was like,
So
"I do.
Count
I've been
Ungula
in
could be
in
considered
the area for a
vampiric
while."
in
And he's
nature,
like, "Okay."
since it started eating other living creatures, and since it had a much bigger job.
How do you capture this?
As a mandible is another word for the lower.
Oh, is it like
I'm
the
not sure
horde
what
have to
Ungula
capture
is
it?
a
If
reference to, and is
oh,
most
I think
likely
that's how
just
you
a
attack
3D
the territory or something. Is you capture. I'm not exactly sure. But
Now
horde,
let's head
like
over
we don't
to
use
the
wyverns.
lore reader
Yeah,
tags,
they even have
where
a
we'll
horde
be
image
going
on
over
them.
the lore of
Get
some
outta
of
here,
the more
Mr. Rock
unknown
guy.
figures
Yeah,
and
nice.
minor characters from WoW's
Sweet.
story.
I like
And
that
today's
buff.
story
Nice
is
heal.
about Brigitte Abendis. Abendis is one of the founding members of the Scarlet Crusade, and was even present when the Ashbringer was created in Old Hillsbrad, as she helped to purify the crystal which became the core of the Ashbringer. When her father died in the Battle for Hearthglen, she was promoted to High General of the Scarlet Crusade after his death. In Wrath of the Lich King, during the Death Knight starting zone, players will run into Brigitte Abendis a handful of times, but never fight her. They just kind of spy on her leading the crusade and are able to read through her journal. In her journal, she'll detail how she's been hearing whispers her whole
I didn't
life,
realize
and
how
thinks that
like
they
I'm
come
watching
from
this
light,
guy show
which
like
makes her a
basically what
very
retail
prolific
WoW
light
looks
user
like.
and justifies her high spot in the
And
crusade.
to be fair, when I
As the
did
Scarlet Crusade has
look at the
always been
retail
an
WoW, it
interesting
did
piece
show
of
it was like
lore to
a
me,
lot
since they are
more.
kind of
There's
the
a lot more
poster
to it
child
than like
for
even
how the light in
like
Warcraft is not
classic
always
WoW
used
was like
by
a
good
gig
people.
something, gig and
Scarlet
some
Crusade are
chain.
kind of crazy
And then this was like
and
10
kill
gigs
normal,
or so, or
non-undead
something like
people
that,
all
6
the time
gig.
for either.
And then like
Might be undead in
D-
disguise,
Rhaego
or
is like
thinking
90
they're
or
not
100
devoted
gig. It's a
enough
lot,
to the
a
Lord.
way more.
The Death
And
Knights
as
never
I'm watching
actually
them,
encounter her
I
during
can
the
see
starting
why.
zone, and she eventually picks up and leaves and heads for Northrend in order to take the fight against the undead directly in the Lich King. And when she moves all of her men to Northrend, she renames them to
Hello.
the Scarlet Onslaught. And basically, all of the Scarlet
cloth?
Onslaught
Yeah, that
members
works
you
out
meet in
for me.
Northrend are working for
Yep,
Brigitte
nice.
Abendis.
I'm always a big
Although
fan of
there's
upping that
questing
critical
in the
strike.
Dark
You know
Light,
how it
you'll be
is.
tasked with
So I am
stealing her
sacrificing
diary, which
stamina. I don't know how
continues
much
the journal
weaker I
from
can
the
put
Death Knight
myself
starting
in.
zone, where it goes on to say
Oh,
that due
not
to the
even
constant
significant.
setbacks the Crusade face,
At least
she
I'm back up
stopped
to 20
hearing
again.
The light called to her as often, and basically had to rely
I'm a
on Admiral
boomkin.
Baron Westwind, a former leader of the Scarlet Crusade who went missing in Northern years prior during a failure.
When can you go to Frozen?
Miraculously found his way back to their camp. Although this ended up being a Dreadlord in disguise, as you find out later
Breath
on.
of the
Scarlet Crusade has historically been ran by Dreadlords, as they're kind of responsible for the crazy turn the Scarlet Crusade took in the first place. During one of the Horde quests in Dragonblight, players will be told to go and kill Brigitte Bendis.
All right, 68. We are so close to 68. I think it's time to head to Northrend, to be honest.
Just the objective of a quest
No, this
chain in
should
one
do
of the
it.
leveling zones in Northrend.
These turn-ins.
And she's not even the final part of that quest chain,
Light.
as it's not
Must
finished until you
remember
fight
the
Melganis
light.
in Northrend later on. Although, notable thing about Brigitte is that there was a popular
Gives me more
Warcraft
stamina.
custom campaign
I get less
called
spell
Chasing
power and I
the
lose
Dawn,
critical
where you
strike.
get to play as Brigitte
And
Bendis in a
honestly,
Scarlet Crusade theme adventure,
it's not worth
which
the
takes
loss
place
of
after the
19
Frozen Throne and
use
goes
that.
all the way up to Wrath of the Lich King.
Maybe, I don't know.
And now for this next
But I like it.
segment,
It's called
let's go
Moonkin
over a
Headcrab.
useful NPC. Located in
Look,
the
that's what my
Tearscar
character
Sound,
gets
we have an
into a lot.
NPC
I
which
like
might
that.
have been overlooked by a lot of players when leveling.
Go on
Or
then.
maybe just
Oh,
one
maybe I
once.
under.
If you
Maybe I'm
roll
overestimating how
one,
much I'm
two,
gonna get off of these
20, and
off
head
of
over
this.
to this cave located right here on the map. There is an NPC named
Roma.
Totes, who drops a free
Dang,
28
I'm
slot
close though. I
bag
could
if
just
you
go
kill
farm
him,
it, to be
which
honest.
is an excellent mob to go on new characters, so you don't have to waste a whole bunch of money on one of your bag slots. As generally, new players need to buy a lot of bags to both fill up their 4 extra bag slots that they carry around with them.
We got better looking booties.
And the multiple
Oh,
that are
these
required
are
in order
better
to fill up
booties.
your bank.
I
Although
like
just
that.
a
I lose
little
leather, but that's
warning,
fine.
Horde players
Oh,
have
so
a
close.
much harder time grabbing this one before 120, as all of the
I gotta go
mobs in
find
the area
Corky.
will be level
What a.
120,
Well, I look how
and
many
only
quest
scale
turns I
down
have
if
then.
you're
I can just
alliance.
go turn in stuff.
And the bag drop is called Goat's Tote, which makes this whole little sequence an obvious reference to the slang term, Totes Ma Goat, which according to Urban Dictionary is just an awkward way to say totally when trying to act cool. And also, tote can be another word for a type of bag. So a goat dropping the tote is just Blizzard having fun with their naming conventions
Play
and
onward.
references, which they do all the time, as you'll probably find out as I make more of these videos. And to end off this episode of the unknown side of WoW, we'll be looking at secret
You
or
touch
hidden
me.
places throughout the game. Starting off with the hidden shipwreck in the Twisty Nether. Off the coast of the Netherstorm, there's a floating rock that has a shipwreck on it near a destroyed Alliance base. It's pretty obvious to assume that this was probably docked at a past port before the planet got destroyed by Ner'zhul in Warcraft 2. But unfortunately, whoever was on the boat probably got stranded 100 feet away from the city. So, unless they had a way to fly, there wasn't really a way for them to get back to shore. There isn't very much lore or any quest associated to this place, and you have to fly out quite a bit in order to actually get to the boat. So, most of the information I have is based on
It feels
conjecture
bad. Like you
from
can't see it, but
context
like the
clues.
boat's really
And
far.
there's nothing inside the boat, but there is an anchor hanging off the side of the giant floating rock, with a couple of other floating rocks flying by since it's located right above the Twisty Nether. Since there's no corpse or skeletons nearby, all of the previous occupants probably found a way to fly to the nearby city. Maybe hitched a ride on one of the giant floating rocks nearby, or the more grim interpretation, where they probably just fell into the nether. In WoW's earliest alpha, it was possible to kill AFK players by placing a campfire under their feet, which would slowly kill them due to fire damage. So they then changed it so player-created fire could do no damage. Early plans for quests included having
That's funny.
journey quests at around level 40, since they thought people would want to explore with their new mounts and go to far-off places, since back in vanilla WoW you got your first mount at level 40. But that ended up being a terrible idea, as all that travel time was just downtime.
Yeah, it was.
So they cut them to smaller areas, and only left a few massive journey quests in the game, like the Call of Water quest for Shaman's Water Totems, for example. The Dwarven Airfield was made to just have something neat to look at while on a flight path. Apparently, Blizzard put a lot of things like this in the game for the sole purpose of just adding flavor to flight paths, since flight paths were a new thing to MMOs at the time, leaving long-time speculation about why the airfield was up in a hidden area, and if Blizzard maybe scrapped it because they ran out of time
I
to
went too
finish
far.
it to rest. Turns out, it was just there for funsies, because someone thought it might look neat. When thinking of what to do for the vanilla cinematic, Chris Metzen really wanted to do a feature showing the Titans creating the world, which was shot down to instead focus on the various races and classes of the game. The first expansion was going to be the South Seas, with pirates and stuff, because that's also when the Pirates of the Caribbean movies came out for the first time and were super popular. The main reason they went to Outlands instead was because they needed another world tab, because they literally couldn't add more zones to the world map, until later on when they got server upgrades. And we didn't actually get the South Seas expansion until 2018, with the Battle for Azeroth. Player housing was on the table since pretty much the beginning of WoW's development, all the way until launch and probably for some time after. But some of the reasons they decided not to have it in Vanilla WoW was because they thought it was too much time and effort for something that wasn't really important, and because they thought it was a dead-end system.
No, what a foolish thing to think. People would have loved the housing system.
But there is also confirmation
Oh my god, that would have been...
Portal and Stormwind from pre-Cata WoW was indeed supposed to take you to your player housing. There were 3 additional planned races for Vanilla WoW, with Naga, Goblins, and Demons being cut from the game. Naga because there was too many problems with them when it came to armor, as pants and boots wouldn't work with their snake-like tails, and sitting them on mounts was a challenge. Demons were supposed to be shapeshifters, but that would require too much work to implement, so it was easier to just cut them out of the game. And Goblins were cut because they wanted the starting zone to be amazing and have all kinds of machines and gizmos, but they wouldn't be able to reuse all that they had planned. So it would be too much work to have all of those things created for just one zone. So they were put on hold until Cataclysm instead. Ogres were also considered for a playable race for a short time, but no one could think of a good model for female ogres. So instead of solving that problem, it was just dropped. Plus, the Horde already had Tauren as a big race. They didn't want to give them 2 of them, as ogres have historically been part of the Horde. Alteric Valley was the first
I'll
battleground
sacrifice a
Blizzard
bit of
worked
stats
on,
to get some
but
armor.
It wasn't ready in time for launch. So it was pushed back into a later patch and released alongside Warsong Gulch. Achievements were planned to be part of Vanilla WoW, but were put on hold alongside PvP, hero classes, multi-classes, guild raid content, and player housing. As PvP wasn't balanced for WoW's launch, it was considered put on hold, along with any kind of reward systems for PvP,
for the Alliance.
which weren't added
Go with
until
honor,
later
friend.
patches. Hero classes were tried with Death Knights and quickly abandoned for being too overpowered.
Light bless you.
Multi-classes never happened, alongside guild raids and player housing. When putting phishing into the game, they were nervous that hackers could use it to disrupt the economy, as it was the only activity in the game which gave rewards that could be performed without risk. That's why they also added a little mini-game of clicking the bobber when you caught something, in order to make it harder for hackers to automate.
Yep, that's smart.
Dead Mines was one of the first playable dungeons, and the devs liked it enough to use it as a benchmark for how long other dungeons should be, and that high-level dungeons should be longer than it. Blizzard made sure their high-level dungeons were the biggest. That's why in future versions of the game, they cut those old high-level dungeons into parts when putting them into the LFG tool, as they were too big. After the launch of the game, players liked the small, quick dungeons the best, like the different wings of the Scarlet Monastery, and that's why Blizzard went with the quicker, smaller dungeons as the game progressed, instead of continuing with the large, complex, exploratory dungeons that they used to have. When it came to raids, they were told to make them even bigger than the already big high-level dungeons. So after working on Karazhan, one of the first raids worked on despite not being released until the Burning Crusade, they made it too big and had to cut back on it a lot. And that's probably why the Karazhan crypts were never made use of. The book doesn't specify the crypts by name, but it does say they had to completely cut the wine cellars and the undead catacombs part of Karazhan. Late in WoW's development, the talent trees were added as a fun way to gain power as you leveled up. Before, they had a system that allowed you to spend points into various stats, but no matter what they did to make fun alternative stats, people would always just spend all of their points into the best ones.
Let's start it, our
Warriors
68,
would
bye
only put
bye!
points into strength, and mages only into intellect, which ended up not being very fun. So they were scrapped, and the talent trees were added instead. And that's probably why so many specs were useless in Vanilla WoW. They were more or less leveling up rewards and not really balanced around endgame content, and didn't receive major overhauls until almost halfway through Vanilla, when they decided to address one class at a time each patch. The Plaguelands and Silithus were the
Borean
last
Tundra.
two zones worked on that made it into the game, which might explain why Silithus was empty at launch.
Yep, I got quests now.
The last zone being worked on before Vanilla WoW launched was the Emerald Dream, which was eventually just scrapped as they weren't happy with how it turned out.
That's
They
disappointing
wanted
too. It
to
could have
be
been
this
something great.
dreamlike place where anything could happen, but it ended up just looking kind of goofy and really green. So they abandoned the idea as it was too hard to realize. The Emerald Dream was never actually added as a zone at all, despite its major lore relevance. But it did make it into the game in other ways, as part of it can be entered in the Emerald Nightmare and the Druid Order Hall. The death effects of the world going all gray and spooky were added after the dev team saw the Lord of the Rings movie and liked how the effect was used in the movie. Vehicles were planned to be a feature in vanilla PvP, but they couldn't figure out a way to make it work. Vehicle combat didn't make it into the game until Wrath, when it was used for 3 battlegrounds, and then never used in a battleground afterwards, since people didn't actually like vehicle combat very much. The Horde stuff was worked on last, so it didn't receive anywhere near as much polish as the Alliance zones, and even had less content in some areas. On screen, you can see a copy I made of one of the earliest maps of Azeroth made, because the image in the book was really low quality and hard to see, while still in the planning stages of WoW before anything else was made. The first biggest thing that stands out is the giant continent of Ulduar below a quarter-sized Kalimdor. Ulduar was eventually turned into a raid in Northrend during Wrath of the Lich King, and is located at this
Yeah,
point
this your
in the map.
spell's not highlighted
It
is
seems like
super
Blizzard might have
fucking
had
nice.
some much
I
bigger
love it.
plans for it.
Absolutely
Kalimdor
love
was
it.
also about 1/4 the size in this version than it was in the final map. But then again, Ulduar was down there taking up all its space, so that makes sense. Nazjatar, the Naga homeworld, was in the middle of the map instead of the Maelstrom, which was oddly off to the side in between the Undermine and Tomb of Sargeras. The Undermine is the name of the underground city below the Goblin starting zone of Kazan. And finally, Kulturas was a much smaller island nation in the bay between Azeroth and Lordaeron, as Kulturas has always been an important island in lore, even though we didn't actually go there until very recently in game. And of course, the Eastern Kingdoms was known as Azeroth before it was changed to the name of the whole planet, but everyone already knew that. The Molten Core raid was created really late in development as kind of an afterthought. One day,
It must
they
be like
asked the
when they get
dungeon designer if
upgraded.
he could make a quick raid as
It's the only
simple
thing
as
I can think
possible,
of.
because they needed it ASAP, and players,
So the mall will
sadly,
be gone.
didn't really care about how it would look. They just needed a big cave. So Molten Core was created in 1 week, the fastest of
okay.
any dungeon or raid in the game, and players universally loved it and its design. In fact, Molten Core was also the smallest dungeon file, 1/4 the size of the second smallest dungeon, despite being a raid. When testing Molten Core with a raid of devs, they couldn't get past the trash without wiping multiple times. It's not that the trash was overtuned or anything, it's just everyone was really bad, so Molten Core was the first and last raid tested in-house by developers. Also, as a side note, while they were testing Molten Core, they used player-created DPS meter add-ons to measure their combat numbers, rather than make one of their own. When Blizzard was deciding on an MMO to make, they debated on whether or not to make it a fantasy one or sci-fi. They eventually decided on fantasy because it was more relatable. Sci-fi is full of gadgets and weapons that the average person has probably never heard of, while fantasy has swords and magic. Very simple, familiar concepts even children know about. Also, you can be more in your face with sword combat than firearms and lasers. So since they decided on fantasy, they just picked the story of Warcraft to incorporate into, since they already had the 2 Warcraft games and Warcraft 3 in late development. Player housing was on the table since the very beginning. The devs were playing the new Animal Crossing game at the time and liked its day and night cycle, and how you had to wait for your fruit to grow and mail to arrive, which made them think about how they could incorporate this with player housing. Eventually though, the only part of that to make it into the game was the real-time day and night cycle. There was even a marker for the day-night cycle on the mini-map where the calendar is at today, since Vanilla WoW didn't have an in-game calendar.
Curious what people build.
After creating the procedurally generated clouds, the team got to work on procedurally generated water, because they had plans for players to be able to play Naga as a playable race. And if they were going to have an aquatic race, they needed good water effects. Eventually though, they found out procedurally generated water took up too much space and wasn't worth it, as they really pushed hard for WoW to be workable on low-end computers, which contributed heavily to its massive success. And later on, when working on armor, they dropped the Naga for good, once they found out how difficult it would be to get armor to work for the snake-like race. Ghouls were the dev team's favorite test monsters, because it was the first one to have all of its animations programmed and fully animated. So when they first added spells to the game, ghouls were used to test them out, and they even had ghouls cast Blizzard on aggroed players, as kind of a joke for a bit. Some of the first ever dungeons made in an unfinished state were the Dead Mines, Oldemon, Karazhan, and Tol Barad. Dead Mines and Oldemon did make it into vanilla, but Karazhan wasn't added to the game until the Burning Crusade, and Tol Barad wasn't added until Cataclysm. These 4 initial dungeons were eventually scrapped and remade when they moved over to a new dungeon editor, but it goes to show how early some of the later additions to WoW were being planned. The first working name for Undercity was Necropolis. Remember, early brainstorming of WoW was done before Warcraft 3 was finished. Also, the internal team called the Forsaken the Scourge for the longest time, despite Chris Metzen telling them the difference and why they should be called Forsaken and not Scourge. The Scourge was the minion still controlled by the Lich King and his forces, and the Forsaken were former Scourge members who broke free and worked under Sylvanas, which to the dev team was basically the same thing. And again, this was because Warcraft 3 wasn't out yet, so they hadn't played through Sylvanas' campaign yet to find out what the big deal was, which I thought was just kind of funny. Even later on in the development cycle, most dev team members still called them the Scourge because they thought it might be fun to play as an evil race, and tried to even convince Chris Metzen of this, to no success. Or to major success, depending on if you're an Alliance main or not. Early plans for classes included 2 classes not in the game, called Assassins and Rune Masters. Assassins were eventually just turned into rogues, and Rune Masters were supposed to be like enchanters who wrote runes on their bodies to give them different physical powers, and were even considered when making the first hero class alongside Death Knights or Necromancers. Eventually though, a lot of the features of the Rune Master were given to the Death Knight and Monk, and in place of Rune Masters they put in Druids, who were actually not on the original list of classes to be added. The Dark Portal didn't have a static location, despite its major lore relevance, so it was constantly moving locations in WoW development, at one point being next to Teldrassil, and another moment being located underwater in Azshara, because they thought it would be cool to have it submerged in water, before finally being settled down in the Blasted Lands. And just a note, this piece of trivia actually solves a lot of long-held speculation about the Dark Portal in alpha and beta clients. You see, there are models of the Dark Portal in lots of random places in the world on the alpha clients of WoW, and people always speculated that they were just used as placeholders for raids, dungeons, or battleground entrances, with the one off the coast of Azshara drawing the most amounts of speculation, as there was never anything added to that zone. But there was a scrapped battleground for the zone, so people just assumed it was for that, or a planned Naga raid. But it turns out, nope. The Dark Portals were literally placed there because that's where Blizzard thought they might want the Dark Portal to be for a short time, leaving a long-time mystery finally solved. Sometimes it's the simplest explanations that turn out to be the true ones. WoW's original design idea with quests was just to have enough to send you to other parts of the zone to explore it fully, until eventually you'd just grind mobs until you were high enough level to leave to the next zone. Most early in the MMO games required lots of mob grinding, so WoW wasn't going to be any different. But in testing, players were going into other zones too early after finishing all their quests, and were dying to the high level mobs.
Yeah, because there was enough quests. People like the quests. They don't like the farm.
Normal, and thus, accidentally created engaging solo content, which was a big part of WoW's early success. So, in an effort to solve a navigation problem of people leaving zones too early, Blizzard, by accident, created its main selling point against other MMOs at the time.
Oh, interesting.
Being able to quest to max level, instead of requiring a mob grind. Although, there was still mob grinding in vanilla WoW, I might want to point out.
Mhm.
It's just, if you were smart about your leveling path, you didn't really need to. It took a day and a half on average to create an attack animation for one race and gender. So, for example, after making all 60 attack animations for an orc male, they'd then move on to all 60 animations for an orc female, which means it took an incredible...
What the hell? Short selling the whole crew? Bastard. Don't short sell. You just look like a dick. You cut the price, and it hurts everyone. At the end of the day, it hurts everyone. I don't even do it just because it hurts everyone to cut prices so heavily.
But that was mainly because they wanted to have a work.
Yeah, look at that fellow just tanked on its price.
It made more sense to have a few zones.
See, it just keeps getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Look how much. No wonder it's not selling. No one's buying it.
Discussing basic game concepts like PvP, spell structure, and item properties, they also had a thing called life quests planned, which were supposed to be character campaigns, probably similar to the Order Hall campaigns of Legion. What a life quest could have been is all up for speculation, but I'd assume it would be similar to what class quests were like, but for racial abilities for your character, or even things needed to maybe unlock player housing. When the game Anarchy Online came out, a lot of the dev team loved the procedurally created dungeons and wanted to have them in WoW too.
This is terrible.
Thankfully, they decided against this idea ultimately for a few reasons. One being it was too much work and might overload people's PCs, and dungeons were some of the hardest things to program. And two, because they thought handcrafted dungeons would feel better, which I think was a good call. Goblins were another release plan for vanilla WoW at around the same time.
It's a sweet. Well, no, actually, it's not very good.
But they held off on making them because the bandwidth for all the machines and gizmos was too high, and they wanted to make the Goblin starting zone amazing. The reason most dungeons had a whole bunch of trash mobs and traveling in front of them before you could get to the instance was because it was meant for people who were looking for a group to kill those mobs while they waited for a party to form. That way, they had something to do and could get a bit of mob grinding done while waiting, as this was common practice in EverQuest. That's why if you try to run to the entrance of Wailing Caverns, there's a little maze and tunnel system full of mobs in front of it.
I did not know that. Oh, that's it. That was it.
MMOs are the greatest and worst genre in all of gaming.
That's an opinion.
And I don't mean that sometimes they're the greatest and sometimes they're the worst, or that they simply have the potential to be both. No, MMOs are simultaneously the best and worst gaming has to offer. Nothing else out there has the capacity to fill you with so much joy or so much disappointment, to enrich people's lives or ruin them, to let you fall in love or to break your goddamn heart. And I want to talk about that. Still, I also want you and everyone else on this planet to know exactly what this genre is all about, where it came from, and how it's changed. Ideally, if I had my way, this would be something taught in schools to children of all ages, so that future
Wait, why am I not selling the stone scale oil?
Their elders. However, unfortunately, my influence is not at a level where I can enforce a global curriculum about the MMO genre, so this video will have to do instead. Which means, If you don't know anything about massively multiplayer online games, then today I will show you a world of infinite virtual possibilities and open your eyes to what some might say are some of the most important events in human history. And at the end, you will walk away saying, "Ah, I kind of get it now." And kind of get it you shall. And for
I
those
could
who
have
do
technically
already
made
know a
that.
little about
That's whatever.
MMOs, then through rich historical evidence and deep theoretical analysis, today I will
I
expand
do need
your
to stop
knowledge
doing
to
that.
never
Just selling
before
shit.
seen
I could
heights.
easily make
So
stuff.
that
I
if
just
that
kind of
future day
learned that
does
like
come,
the potions
where
don't
MMO
sell
studies
as
do
well,
become an important
if
pillar
at
of
all.
modern academia, you'll be ready. You're welcome. Now, important topics we will cover today include: where did MMOs come from? How did they flourish? When did things start to go wrong? That one game and why it mattered. That time when the media started comparing MMOs to hardcore drugs. What MMO will actually be the next big thing? That one time that guy said,
"You think you do, but you don't."
what depression would look like if it were a video game genre, and, of course, whether or not
I don't know how long I
the
can handle this guy.
is,
He's just...
in fact, dead. And at the end of all this, I will also reveal how every single one of these things is connected.
The
So,
2-hour video of this guy
welcome
talking
to the
shit.
history of MMOs. I hope you're paying attention.
I don't know if I want to.
In order to understand the MMO genre, we must obviously start at where it all began. The first MMO. But what is the first MMO? Back before smartphones,
Yep.
before social media, before the
Aw,
internet was
nah,
publicly accessible, and before any of Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo had ever made a gaming console, video games were barely even a thing yet. This dark time,
dagger.
also
Yeah,
known as the
cutie.
1970s, wouldn't last long, however, as just as Prometheus once stole fire from the gods to give to us lucky lesser mortals, so too did some brave
420, baby.
pioneers take the early mainframe and mini-computers of the
I'm gonna grab
1970s
water.
and start creating programs not for advanced computational functions, but just for fun. And yes, we do actually have to go this far back, because this will be important. You see, in 1972, we got the first video game, and you've probably heard of it. Pong looked like this, and yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess. If you're a fucking loser.
What?
I mean, what is this basic shit? How is anyone going to escape this mundane reality and forget all their
I
problems?
don't know. I can't handle it. This guy just like if this it's 2 hours of this guy just shitting on absolutely everything. Why he's telling you the history of it. Pong was legendary, dude. You're just living in a time where things are awesome. But back then, Pong was where it was at. This guy's just shitting on it. Well, think. How Bam
This video features stunts performed
ruined
by
his life.
professionals. Tom and the YouTube community guidelines must insist that no one attempt to recreate any stunt or activity performed. This video is not to glorify the life of its subject, but to document it for educational purposes. And please don't contact or harass anyone involved. Thank you. Brandon Cole Margero was born on September 28, 1979. He grew up in Westchester, Pennsylvania with his older brother Jess. If not for them, his parents Phil and April were otherwise typical of the area. They weren't wealthy, but made enough to live comfortably. This allowed them to be easygoing about their children's future. That was at least true for Brandon, who quickly proved to be a problem child. Early on, he had a habit of purposely running into walls, leading his grandfather to nickname him Bam Bam. The name stuck, being shortened to just Bam by schoolmates. This compulsion to danger would never go go away. Instead, his yearn for thrill-seeking led him to a lifelong love, skateboarding. He began skating with his brother at the age of just 7. They traveled almost every day to the local landmark, Love Park, for practice. Jess later recalled it was a place of drug deals, violence, and even gunfights. It definitely did not sound like a place for kids. But his parents continued to support their hobby, and by 13, Bam was skilled enough to get his first sponsor. Now attending East High School, by this point he had no interest in college or even graduating. He only stayed because of a childhood friend named Chris Rabb. They enrolled in the same classes to ensure constant hijinks. Chris was just as, if not more mischievous than Bam. He was suspended every other day, with the final straw amid an exam for health class. The boys missed their test and were told to make it up in a separate room. Rabb got so bored that he began urinating on his desk. Bam found this hysterical and dared him to defecate on a locker. Needless to say, Chris was expelled. Without his best friend, Bam saw no reason to stay in school. His attention was instead fully vested into skating. His teachers chastised this as nothing more than a fad. Because of this, it wasn't long until he dropped out. He'd pursue his GED through homeschooling. For as short as his time at East High was, it proved vital to his future, but not in the way the faculty would have expected. One of the electives they enrolled in was for digital media. This led Phil to buy him his first camera, which he used obsessively. But they'd also befriend 3 seniors named Art Webb, Brandon DiCamillo, and Ryan Dunn. Born in 1977, Dunn moved multiple times over the course of his childhood. He was born in Ohio, moved to New York, and finally ended up in Pennsylvania at 16. Ryan went on to become Bam's closest friend, hanging out together the most. The group originally snuck off during class to mess around, but with the 3 graduating and Bam and Chris dropping out, they could now hang out whenever they wanted. Together, they filmed skate videos, skits, and pranks. The foremost primarily starred Bam, who focused on skating full-time. Having a makeshift camera crew certainly helped him to make a name for himself. While Bam was never the best skater, what made him unique was the combination of stunt work and creativity. He'd ride on unusual obstacles with a comedic attitude. In general, their home movies captured the feeling of bros being bros. It showed how much fun they were having every day. They were adrenaline junkies looking to kill time. Because of this, he started to be featured in a variety of video magazines. When you're young, it's easy to feel invincible, but as you get older, you realize that's a mistake. And just a year after dropping out, this thrill-seeking would
off to Northrend
face with their own mortality. On September 21st, 1995, Ryan Dunn picked up Bam, Jess, and Rabb after work. They began horsing around, so Dunn kept cranking
to the final step.
Them out. This distracted him to the point that they reached 100 miles per hour. The vehicle then flipped over 8 times into oncoming traffic. Thankfully, the 4 weren't seriously injured. Bam broke a window with his head, and his brother flew out, breaking his arm. It was miraculous, as Bam later revealed that Rabb forced him to wear a seatbelt that day, saving his life. The accident should have been a wake-up call. Had things gone even slightly differently, they would have all been dead. But the worst day of their lives quickly became a funny anecdote as Bam's career only evolved. With his name becoming recognizable in the counterculture, he began traveling across the East Coast. It was his job now, netting him $750 a month. That included a stint in California with a debt company called Toy Machine. In 1998, they released a video called Jump Off a Bridge. It had scenes from his home videos, interspersing his tricks and stunts. This brief featurette would inspire Bam to create his own movie. His archive was now half a decade's worth of footage. He realized that with tight editing and a clear artistic vision, it could be made into something special. In pursuit of this, Bam disciplined himself, spending countless nights editing at home. He turned down opportunities to party in order to complete the film. The result was CKY. The name came from Jess's band, whose music underscored the entire tape. From jumping off of buildings to messing with strangers, it was exactly what you'd expect. It had slapstick and a wide variety of poop-related stunts. His parents also made appearances as the victim of pranks. With the film complete, he began looking for a distributor. He eventually secured a deal with Landspeed Wheels, who got it into skate shops. It was released to great acclaim, enough to incentivize a sequel. With more notoriety and income, he knew they had to go further. They filmed throughout their various travels, including a tour sponsored by Nike and a trip to Iceland. In 2000, their second tape was released. CKY2K took the original's format and introduced new bits, grosser pranks, and more polish. It was a much more cohesive experience, as the footage was shot with a specific intent. One notable change about CKY2K is its soundtrack. Bam chose to use copyrighted music from artists like Rammstein, Aphex Twin, and Bjork. It was very indicative of his approach to both film and life at the time. He had no fear of legal action because he had nothing to lose. I wasn't too liked by the police, but I didn't really have anything to lose. My aunt gave me an '89 Buick Regal, so whenever anybody said, "Dude, you're gonna get sued one day doing this," I'd say, "Yeah, what are they gonna sue me for? My Buick Regal that my aunt gave me? I don't care." In Iceland, Bam Bam even wrecked a rental car so badly it ended up completely burnt. However, this mentality backfired. Beyond the obvious, one skit in particular led to legal issues. This is what happens when you tell Bam you'll do anything to be in CKY.
Greetings.
The scene shows a 15-year-old fan flashing his bare buttocks and genitals to the camera. Yes, his parents sued and the DVD was discontinued. It more prominently featured Bam's family, including his uncle Vincent. His bizarre speech patterns and stature led him to be nicknamed Don Vito. Meanwhile, the pranks only became more mean-spirited. He just straight up beat his dad, even permanently injuring him during an interview. But it was good TV, and they withstood the antics, becoming important parts of his bit. CKY2K cemented the series as a staple of counterculture. It's important to remember that this was a time before YouTube. Nowadays, you can easily find so many people doing crazy stunts. But back then, this was it. It was everything kids wanted to be doing. Misbehaving in public, messing around with friends, having girls around, and all set to the sound of early 2000s rock. By 2002, he'd sold over 400,000 copies of the series. Bam became one of the most famous skateboarders in the entire world, beaten only by Tony Hawk. He would even star alongside him in the Pro Skater and Underground video games. It's a fact that Bam would have been famous no matter what given his momentum, but what truly catapulted him into the mainstream would be an entirely different venture from skating. And to understand how it came to be, we have to start with Big Brother. No, not the TV show. Big Brother was a skateboard magazine started in 1992. It covered street skating and the eventual subculture that developed around it. There was an edge, as nothing was off limits. There was nudity and various ramblings from staff about things like making a fake ID. It also sometimes had items like trading cards or cassettes. That was the case in 1996 when they produced their first tape, simply titled Shit. While skate-oriented, it also featured sparse stunts and pranks. They were well received and helped start trends of skate video, but they were also completely blown out of the water by Bam's series 3 years later. CKY2K amassed a far greater reception. This gave Jeff Tremaine, the magazine's editor, an idea. Was it possible for this genre to reach a mass audience? They'd already begun filming number 2. It was through this that they met an aspiring writer named Johnny Knoxville. Johnny wanted to pay tribute to gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson. He landed on an article in which he'd test self-defense equipment on himself, but every magazine he pitched to refused his idea due to concerns over liability. That is, everyone except Big Brother. In 1996, Tremaine reached out on their behalf. He expressed interest, but asked Knoxville to perform the stunt on camera. So he did, subjecting himself to pepper spray, a stun gun, a taser, and even a .38 caliber gun. He had unexpectedly good stage presence as well, sowing the seeds of his eventual role as a showman. They decided to use the footage for their next movie. The second Big Brother video was released in 1998. It was a hit, pushing the concept of a mainstream iteration forward. With the help of director Spike Jonze, they began discussing what the TV show could be. Knoxville envisioned himself as a host akin to The Daily Show, where people came on and did stunts. But that's when Spike finally said the obvious. You guys already have the show. The Big Brother videos. That's the show. What made the tapes weren't just their stunts, but their presentation. It was the comedy, the skating, and the aesthetic. So who better to call than Bam Margera himself? I remember when Jeff first called me. He flew me out to LA and played CKY2K for him and Johnny. They just loved it. They were like, you'd be perfect for Jackass. Using pre-existing footage from both Big Brother and CKY, they would cut together a rough television pilot. They began pitching it to networks, with MTV prevailing due to their willingness to offer more creative freedom. And just like that, Jackass was born. Jackass drew his cast from the entire scene. Big Brother offered contributors Chris Pontius and Jason Weeman Acuna. They also invited snowboarders Dave England and Aaron McGahee. Knoxville brought on his friend Preston as a writer, later convincing him to join in their stunts. Steve O was a flea market circus clown who saw the Big Brother tapes as an opportunity. He auditioned by sending a collection of his extreme stunts, landing him a spot. And of course, CKY. Bam brought with him Chris Rabb and Ryan Dunn, as well as a skater named Brandon Novak. This ragtag team of stuntmen would go on to become iconic and known worldwide for their collective hijinks. But at the time, they had little to no confidence. It was unclear if the humor would land beyond skateboarders. But MTV had confidence. The network were pitched a stunt show every other week, but they picked up Jackass because it felt different. It was genuine, as they'd done these things in the first place to entertain themselves, not an audience. In October of 2000, Jackass premiered and became an immediate runaway success. The cast went from unknown to extremely famous overnight, with the second episode breaking network records with 2.4 million viewers. It was a relief, but also a double-edged sword. Everything about their daredevil lifestyle was being encouraged. Their disregard for the law and self-endangerment. Those negative aspects were what made the show so appealing, and the overnight fame only propelled them to push the envelope even further. The obvious consequence of these injuries was an exposure to painkillers, which quickly led to addiction. Eventually, everyone was reliant on some kind of substance, which worsened their individual abuse. It began a continuous loop of justifying their usage by comparing it to someone else. But without a doubt, the bottom bottom of their hierarchy was Steve-O. Steve-O began drinking as early as 12 and smoking pot at 16. By 17, he was doing acid on the way to high school. By the time he became a clown, he was snorting coke. But this use was irregular as he was impoverished. With Jackass money, he was now able to afford loads of the expensive drug. He began to have all-night binges that lasted until the morning, on top of his already sleepless 4-day-long workdays. It was a positive reinforcement to all of his vices, one that only worsened the more he became successful.
I don't have a drinking problem. I have a drinking career.
Bam had his first drink upon turning 21 while Jackass was being made. It slowly became a habit as regular indulgence became a morning routine. He'd describe his alcoholism as 1 is too many, but 1,000 is never enough. Though Knoxville was host, sheer name recognition was enough for Bam to be second billing. I bring this up because there was a significant pay disparity among members. Steve-O was paid $500 for 2 particularly dangerous stunts, and otherwise was only paid $200 per bit. He'd make less than $1,500 after taxes for the first season. Bam, in the same amount of time, made enough to purchased 2 Audi S4s at once. He was paid approximately $4,000 per episode. Jackass also served to propel his other ventures, being a rocket ship to his pre-existing revenue. If Steve-O's earnings were enough to abuse, then Bam caused serious concern. He had the ability to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, with no one who could tell him no. The Jackass TV show was short-lived. In spite of the disclaimers, it was blamed for a number of injuries and deaths among teens. In 2001, Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman sent a letter urging MTV's parent company to take greater responsibility over the show. This led all airings of Jackass before 10 p.m. to be canceled. That didn't stop Lieberman from continuing his campaign, continuing to chastise them publicly. So MTV began imposing more and more restrictions. They refused to rerun certain episodes, promoted it less, and gave increasingly more notes. It quickly demotivated the cast, who resented they were giving in. Eventually, they decided to quit in protest. Knoxville recalled, "I felt that we couldn't do a watered-down version of the show, so I quit. In hindsight, I didn't know how smart of a move that was, because who did I think I was? I hadn't had any action for 10 years in Hollywood, and suddenly we had a show and I quit? Thankfully, this wouldn't mean the end of Jackass. Far from it. MTV saw Jackass as a golden asset and tried everything they could.
Well, that
to
was
keep
good
it,
living
but
for when
nothing
it
short of
was
creative liberty
was.
would suffice. That's when they realized there was a chance for compromise. MTV
Flight
needed
is
projects
gone
for the
again.
film division and had been searching for a sketch movie. That's
I'll
when they
go to
realized
bed.
Jackass would make a great franchise. It proved to be the perfect solution. Being in theaters meant it could be R-rated, so they could do everything they wanted to on TV. And with that, they were back on board as production began. If the show made them stars, the movie made them icons. Jackass the movie debuted at #1, grossing $23 million in its first weekend. That was over 4
Need
times
help?
his budget of $5 million.
Alliance.
Bam, as top billing, made $5
Be
million,
careful.
significantly more than most of his co-stars. Regardless, they were all able to launch this into their own careers. In 2003, MTV produced 2 Jackass spin-offs. The first was Wild Boys with Steve-O and Chris Pontius. The second was Viva La Bam. Viva La Bam was a reality show centering around Bam and his family and friends. It starred familiar faces like Chris Rabb, Ryan Dunn, and of course his family. Phil and April had already become fan favorites. But also on center stage was Don Vito, who became famous himself. Each episode had a specific theme with rather heavy scripting. Most of the pranks were entirely for the camera, but the show was still a hit, going on to have 5 seasons over the next 3 years. It seemed like his fame could only reach greater heights. He launched his own Sirius radio station called Radio Bam, started a music label, and appeared in a variety of different games and movies. He even
Holy
began writing and
shit,
directing
it
his
really
own
ups
films,
my
which
spell
he funded out of his
power.
pocket. This all distracted him from skating, which became more and
And my
more
experience
sparse. He
goes
was
through the
completely
roof.
suckered into the rock star lifestyle, becoming a full-blown celebrity, though it didn't stop
Let's
his
take it
skateboard
slow,
line
but we
from
can do
outselling
it.
Tony Hawk's. At the peak of his career, he had a net worth of
What can I do
$45
for you?
million.
Safe
This
travels.
lifestyle meant any need for humility or restraint was gone. He lived a luxurious, drug-laden life, spending every day partying. Joe France, a member of
See you
CKY,
around.
later revealed that at this point, Bam was a full-fledged cocaine addict. The success stunted his growth as he no longer had to learn important life lessons. That
Yo,
extended
Mariner,
to his
what
friends
up?
who had enough money to bail him out of trouble. In
I'm
an
a- I'm a
interview,
floating
Bam
head,
recalled
that's right,
Rab
what's
flipped
the-
over his car while driving under the influence. This
skull.
left him with a fine of $2,000, which Bam generously covered.
Good to
but
see
maybe
ya.
he shouldn't have. Rab became trapped in an obsessive cycle, a slave to drugs and alcohol. He recalled binge drinking and doing coke 7 days a week. He'd eventually have to leave the cast and Bam for his own survival.
okay.
If he hadn't, who knows how bad it could have gotten. At the same time, Bam cracked his skull open doing a stunt on MTV Cribs. The final episode of Viva La Bam aired in March of 2006. This is because, come January, they began filming a second Jackass. With a budget of almost $12 million, they took things to a new level.
Good to
The
see
extreme
part of
stunts
you.
were done across the globe, and they were able to shoot high-budget cinematic
Oh
sequences.
my.
Because of his popularity, Jackass 2 was intended to feature stunts from Don Vito. But unfortunately, this is where things take a dark turn. On August 18th, 2006, Vito was arrested at a local skate park in Lakewood, Colorado. It was alleged that during an autograph session, he inappropriately touched 3 teenage girls. That included groping a 12-year-old. He was immediately arrested and charged with a sexual assault of minors. The trial concluded a year later in October of 2007, where he was found guilty. Vito reportedly screamed, "Just kill me now," before collapsing to the floor and flailing around. "I can't spend the rest of my life in jail. You cops lied, and you can rot in fucking hell." He was sentenced to 10 years of probation in Pennsylvania. This included registering as a sex offender and not being allowed to portray Don Vito in any capacity. Vito was legally barred from appearing on TV and had to be digitally removed from Jackass 2. They even cut out a sketch he did in which he had an entire tooth pulled out by Bam's Lamborghini. Bam
they took it all out.
What? On radio Bam, viewing it as an injustice. He was so angry that he refused to host his regularly scheduled program.
Sorry people, I'm too pissed off to do a show today. Let me just say this: fuck America and all you fuckers living in it, because I'm sick of people trying to get money off
Hi, how are you? Off and away.
Store and fucking
King's honor.
Walking on a weak school.
Okay, it sounds like he's lost a little bit.
When they're trying to break in and then they get all kinds of fucking money. I think the lawyers and the people are all
Go with honor,
and let me just sum
friend.
up some shit about something that I'm not allowed to talk about because of the lawyers. Well, guess what, lady? Vito doesn't have any fucking money. He has a red Ford Ranger, and that's it. And the 75 grand that MTV gave him, he's spending on a fucking lawyer to defend himself. And the fact that he's so unhealthy, he's probably going to die this year. I think it's fucked that he has to spend the last few days of his miserable life flying back and forth to Colorado to defend himself about some piece of fucking bullshit fucking case with that you know that you're trying to get money. That's it. That's the only thing.
The defense that Bam and Vito's lawyer would have is that it was a character act gone wrong. He'd mimic choking guys and groping girls for photos. It was usually for show, but Vito was intoxicated that day. He straight up peed himself in public. Of course, this did little to convince people that it was okay to grope a 12-year-old. And Bam himself had previously
groped a
noted
12-year-old?
Vito's disregard of consent.
Jesus.
Straight up rapes, dude. We haven't that gets pussy. I'll vouch.
And so does Vito.
No, that gets pussy. Vito does not get pussy.
Yes, he does.
No,
He
that just fucking feels and he rapes.
That just goes to show that anybody.
Yo, if you girls are out there listening and
Do not
Vito
lose
cops
weight.
feel on you, dude, sue is it. You're nuts, man. Straight up, dude. Vito's a fucking little homo. He got so many feels, Abe.
It's unclear what he thought beyond his initial reaction, but it likely did little but complicate his already unstable life. For years, Bam was in a serious relationship with a woman named Jen Rivel. It wasn't a secret, with her presence felt in his various endeavors. To promote the CKY DVD, he even included a tape of them having intercourse by Viva La Bam, the
Jealous!
and living
I'm
together.
so jealous they have another character who has it already.
Jen was alleged to be physically abusive, with Bam having
But they want you, I guess this is what they want you to experience.
Against her in 2006
they want you to
after
experience
she
her.
broke
That's
into his
okay.
house. He
Don't
alleged
threaten
that she
walking around. That's
scaled
cool. I
10
can
foot
dig
wall
it.
of his mansion to break in through the back door. Then she yelled he shouldn't have broken
Hello.
up with her.
Have
He
a
was
good
granted
one.
his
See you
request.
later.
Jackass 2
Thanks,
released in
dude.
September of 2006.
What am I fucking
it grossed
doing?
$84.6 million,
Killing little boys?
proving the franchise was here to stay. While they hadn't known each other at first, the cast became very close. Knoxville even encouraged them to film more stunts than necessary because he didn't want them to leave. There was so much extra footage they were able to release a second movie called Jackass 2.5, but the constant danger was beginning to take its
my
toll.
God.
The film ends with a theatrical performance of the best of times, with decorated sets, complex choreography, and costumes. Sam and Ryan Dunn appeared together before being dragged away by a horse. Dunn would get the worst of this. He landed on his shoulder, causing a life-threatening blood clot. This deeply unsettled him as he was told by doctors he could die at any minute. While receiving the treatment, he was then diagnosed with Lyme disease.
Ah,
This
yes,
pushed him
being
into
hit
a
by
deep
little
depression to the
spiders.
point that he cut
Go,
himself
my
off from
minions!
everyone for 2 years. Before Jackass 2, Steve-O was a full-on cokehead. But the film's production and family atmosphere actually helped him quit. This did not last once production ended.
Steve-O always really latches on to any family type of atmosphere. When we're doing Jackass, he's got us and that family. When he's doing Wild Boys, he's got that family. But when Jackass number 2 was done, you know, we all kind of went our separate ways for a little bit. And then Steve-O's really left without a family.
Within months of his release, he was back on drugs to an even worse degree. Bam recalled, Steve-O was pretty much 24/7 out of his mind. He'd wake up to nitrous balloons, then drink vodka and grape juice, snort a line of Special K,
Damn,
and a line of Coke, and then smoke PCP
3,600
with weed in it.
damage.
Seriously, anything you can think of, he would do.
Holy
He was
shit.
on this path of pure destruction.
Whoa.
Bam, despite his addiction, was comparatively
I was afraid that I was
functional.
gonna
In
have
fact,
to
his
like
life was
individually
progressing to
hit
the
these
next
mobs
stage.
so I
In
kind
high
of
school,
respect
he
it a
met
little
girl
bit, and
named
I'm glad I
Melissa
did.
Rothstein.
Like the
Shortly
damage
after his
is
breakup with Jen, he
disgusting.
reconnected with Missy. In the two began dating. In 2006, he proposed with their wedding plans filmed for Bam's Unholy Union.
Plus I
The
missed.
couple got married in downtown Philadelphia in front of 350 friends and family. That included the Jackass crew. The party became so intense he ended up shelling out $13,000 to cover damages. While Bam was in a better state than Steve-O, he had no shortage of his own issues. His alcoholism only got worse as he began to regularly make headlines in the tabloids. In 2009, Bam was rushed to the hospital after Missy reported a possible
look at that
overdose. The
damage.
severe dehydration turned out to be the result of a 4-day drinking binge. He publicly blamed it on marital problems, stating, "I may get a divorce. Booze helps." Missy would later state that his drinking severely affected his personality, likening it to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The two attempted to reconcile by attending couples counseling twice a week. He went into rehab, where he was prescribed Lexapro to help control his mood swings. While optimistic, it was unable to salvage their marriage. In 2010, he revealed on the Howard Stern show that they were now living separately. They only saw each other once a week. He alluded to having extramarital affairs, with his infidelity leading her to file for divorce. Meanwhile, Tremaine and Knoxville began conceptualizing a third Jackass. They intended to take advantage of 3D,
I'm
with
so
the
used
project
to
being
flying.
greenlit in early 2010. The entire cast was back together, though there was one problem. Steve-O. On February 23, 2008, the cast appeared on MTV for a 24-hour takeover. He arrived incredibly intoxicated, slurring his words and causing a scene.
Fight
This
'em,
led him to be
boys.
unceremoniously
I
removed.
believe I
A week
know.
and a half later, Steve-O was arrested for vandalizing a neighbor's
Keep
property.
fighting.
A police source led him
Huzzah!
to be
Oh, he's
charged with
almost
a
dead.
felony possession
Oh,
of
poor guy.
cocaine. He said
Oh,
in his mind
God.
he was involuntarily detained at a psych ward. The sobriety made him suicidal, and he sent a concerning mass email to his co-stars. I figured out that I did a great deal
Nope,
of
you
damage
don't know
to my
me.
brain by abusing drugs. Now that they've all worn
Nope.
off, I'm facing
Nope,
the
you're not
consequences.
looking at me.
This led to
Okay.
his stay
Run
being
into these
extended
boys.
from 72 hours to 14
Yeah, run
days.
into them.
On June
Good
4th,
job,
he pled
boyos.
guilty, but avoided jail by successfully completing treatment. He was now sober, though struggled enough that he returned to the institution a month later. I've had horrible mood swings and severe depression. My brain is fucked up from using so much cocaine, ketamine, PCP, nitrous oxide, and all sorts of other drugs.
Hey.
There was a lifestyle that felt intrinsic to Jackass. It had the potential to cause him to relapse, ruining all of the progress he'd made. Because of this, it was agreed upon that during filming, they were all to remain sober. No alcohol was allowed on set. This didn't mean they would hold back, as their stunts intensified. I mean, this is the one where Steve-O is subjected to the Poo Cocktail Supreme. He's strapped in a porta potty and slingshotted 150 feet in the air. Yet against all odds, it worked, and Steve-O remained sober to this very day. Jackass 3D released in October of 2010 and went on to become the franchise's highest-grossing film. It was actually possible to be a daredevil without falling to substance abuse. With that said, the restriction didn't lead them all to get sober. Everyone except Steve-O would hit the bars after filming, a decision that ended up jeopardizing parts of the film. On June 12th, a fight broke out outside of Bam's bar in Westchester. It's unclear why it began, but it ended with a woman hitting Bam in the back of the head with a baseball bat. She was arrested on 5 charges, including felony assault. The injuries were so severe, Bam was placed in the ICU, with his head having to be stapled together. The assailants later claimed she attacked him because he called her the N-word. Bam denied this, stating, "I called her a crazy bitch and an idiot, but I definitely didn't use the N-word." His injuries forced them to rewrite the intro, as he no longer could handle the originally planned stunt. While one might expect this, more careful, he continued to find himself in drunken altercations. In March of 2011, he became belligerent after a crowd of people mocked him. He singled out an overweight woman calling
just
her a
used the health
sea otter.
potion.
This led him to be pushed over and knocked out with a kick to the head. If you'll recall, Ryan Dunn became a recluse after the second movie. He cut off the entire cast for 2 years. This ended after being shown test footage for Jackass 3. He was impressed enough that he decided to return. He'd later reflect that it was the most fun he'd had in the franchise. But this comeback was cut tragically short. You see, even outside the 1995 crash, Dunn had a history of reckless driving. He'd amassed 23 traffic citations, including a DUI.
Oh, he's running
It
back.
got to the
Okay.
point that in a DVD
Bye.
commentary for Viva La Bam, they predicted it'd lead to his death.
Well, the car he almost killed you kids in was not his car. He was supposed to be working on it.
Well, Dunn learned his lesson when he rolled his car a couple months ago.
Yeah, sure, he learned his lesson. He'll never learn his lesson.
Dunn destroyed his own car by rolling.
Oh, they're not that bad. They look, they're big, but they're not. They don't have a lot of health. 5100.
He's the worst driver
He's
too.
a grandstander. I'll tell you, he's gonna eat it someday in a car accident.
He already has
Interest
plenty
on
of
the pint?
time.
Be
He's gonna
good.
eat it one of these times. He's wrecked 6 of other people's cars and 3 of his own.
I have him in the death pool.
Off with
Death
you.
by fear.
Watch your back.
Vehicle guy.
In the late hours of June 19th,
My God,
2011,
that's horrifying.
Ryan and his friend Zachary Hartwell visited Barnaby's Westchester bar. He became the life of the party, buying drinks for everyone there. Ryan himself had at least 4 whiskey shots. on top
Dude,
of a
I
number
just
of
realized
beers.
that.
He
Yeah,
left
this
before 3:30
dagger
a.m., with Ryan
alone,
driving in his Porsche 911. He would never make it back
168
home. While
bonus
driving,
spell
Ryan
power.
Dunn veered
What?
off the road at over 130 miles per hour. The vehicle flew over a guardrail, hitting a tree and bursting into flames. Both of the men were killed. Ryan's blood alcohol level was later found to be more than twice the state's legal limit. The loss of Dunn was
Damn.
felt throughout the entire industry. There was an outpour of grief from both fans and celebrities who mourned his loss. The Jackass cast would issue a statement denoting that they'd lost one of their own, and MTV would produce a 1-hour special paying tribute to his life. But few were as devastated as Bam, who had lost his best friend.
Good fortune.
Lost anybody that I care about.
Be kind
My
to
best
those
friend.
less fortunate.
I was in Arizona when I heard, and I just remember I was with some friends having the best time ever, and at 12:30, I just started punching out the windows of the rental van. And
Remember the
ripping out
lesson.
speakers.
Remember the
I
lesson.
wasn't mad at anything or anybody, and if it's 12:30 there, that means that it was exactly when he crashed. He was the happiest person ever. The smartest guy. He had so much talent. And he had so many things going for him. It's just not right. It's not right.
All right,
Worst
so
phone call I've ever got in my life.
While there was overwhelming support, not everyone was sympathetic.
Whoa.
Roger Ebert, an esteemed film critic, would tweet this out mere hours after his death. Friends don't let jackasses drink and drive. Bam fired back, I just lost my best friend. I've been crying hysterical for a full day, and a piece of shit Roger Ebert had the gall to put in his 2 cents about a jackass drunk driving, and his is one. Fuck you. Millions of people are crying right now. Shut your fat fucking mouth. Though insensitive, many were quick to point out that Ebert was right. He drank, he drove, 2 people died. They could have easily crashed into another car and killed more people, but it was said far too soon. A mistake the critic admitted himself. To lose one of his closest friends since childhood broke him, sparking a very public downward spiral. A month later, he was hospitalized after tackling his neighbor, breaking an arm and several ribs. In September, he was detained after punching a cab driver and kicking in the car door. That spring, he got into a street fight in Australia over a girl. His opponent was an undefeated professional boxer.
Oh
And
my
in August,
God.
he was kicked out of an airport for being loud and combative while reeking of booze. He defended himself by claiming the smell was from a bender the night before. By his own admission, 2012 was the year he lost control of his drinking. Not only was he struggling with the loss of Dunn, but bone spurs forced him to stop skating. With nothing else to do, he descended further and further as an escape from real life. On September 14th, Bam was sexually assaulted. In the middle of the night, a 24-year-old stalker broke into his home.
Favor
He
the
awoke to
road
find her
traveled
completely
by
nude and
few.
kissing him. He pushed her off,
Remain
only for the
vigilant.
woman to masturbate on his bedroom floor. It was later discovered she'd been secretly living on his property for weeks, hiding out in his giant tree fort. Though the assault led him to get herpes, he didn't press charges. In November, his divorce with Missy was finally settled. His now ex-wife would tweet, officially divorced, happy, and finally free. Who want to come to my divorce party? Haha. It had been effectively over before this, but it was finally on paper. The timing couldn't have been better either, as it was around this time Bam entered a new long-term relationship. While at a concert in California,
You
he
the
met
bad
a model
guy?
and photographer named Nicole Boyd.
Salty
The two fell in love
John?
and quickly began dating. Within a year, the couple
Frickin'
was engaged,
jerks.
and on October
Making
5th,
things worse
2013,
for us.
married. The ceremony was held at the Random Hero Festival in Iceland. The vows were followed by a charity performance from his band
That's
Fuckface
lightning.
Unstoppable. Bam had vacationed to the
careful.
country
Oh,
several
yeah.
times that previous
Reveal
year.
your
They regarded it as
darkness.
Dunn's favorite place, with the two first visiting
King's
amid
honor, friend.
CKY. But he
Light
refused
bless
to
you.
respect their laws. He'd end up in legal trouble
I'll
after
summon
wrecking
the
a rental
boys,
car.
dude.
Over the span of 5 days,
You
he
show
fixed
your
the door
shit.
in, left scratches, and covered the back seat in paint. He
Hey,
later
it's about to be
explained
a
this
game.
crashing was the result of a drunken stupor. Following this, there was a noticeable absence of his name from headlines. His love for Nikki seemed
Get
to
'em,
calm his
boys!
worst behaviors, at least temporarily.
They're gonna
Instead,
punch.
he found himself at odds with another friend's addiction.
Yeah, look at him punch him.
Early on, I touched on a skater named Brandon Novak.
Yeah, forget it,
He'd known him
boys.
since he was
Yeah,
10
not
years old.
salty no
He'd
more, are
simulated
ya?
being professional at a young
Yeah,
age. At 14,
I
Novak
expect
joined
you
the
to
Power
pay
Altitude,
me
which had members
next
like Tony
time.
Hawk.
Oh, he's
However,
dead.
he
That's right.
left
Good
after
job,
being
boys.
given
Let's
an
go.
ultimatum
Got
over
it.
drug abuse.
Man,
This
she's
was the
getting
beginning of a
pumped for money.
2-decade-long battle with
It's
addiction.
a-
He'd undergo
a
rehab
boot-
13
like a-
times among
a
multiple
mookin'.
arrests and overdoses.
What happened?
He stole from and manipulated loved ones to continue indulging. He even engaged
Fat
in
bird and
prostitution to
three
support his
trees
habit.
came in there.
2003, he managed to stay
What?
sober for 5 years, but relapsed relapsed on heroin in 07. It left
Yeah,
him
Barrett asked me
Bam
to
described it as the worst he'd ever
Bam
seen, as he was
money.
just killing himself now. Yet throughout it all, Novak made
bird?
appearances in Jackass and Bam's other ventures.
A
Bam and the crowd
trace!
I ran with, you know, everyone liked to party. So if people wanted to be friends with me, they came up to me and handed me drugs. It's not like I was running with the most sober of crowds. Bam found himself frequently lending a hand to his childhood friend. Howard Stern would question him on this in an interview with the two in 2014.
Yeah, that's
Do you ever say to yourself,
hold this
you know,
on the
'cause you
docks
are a
taken
movie
care of.
star
Alright,
and
we
you do
gotta.
have a career. Do you ever say, what am I doing
He's
with
lucky.
Novak? I mean, do you ever question
He's absolutely
your
lucky I don't got the
friendship
boys
with
with
him?
me.
You
He's
ever had a
just gonna
moment
have
where
to
you
deal
gave
with.
up on him?
I know that he's never going to pay me $125,000 back. He already owes $300,000 in hospital
How are
bills
you?
in
Have a
Baltimore
good
for
one.
ODs.
To be fair, there were several points where they'd institutionalized him or imposed sobriety. That was the case when, after amassing over 30 arrests, Bam finally put his foot
help me
down.
out, dude.
Novak was the opening
Fight
act
this
for his
dick.
band, performing
He's a
naked
traitor
and
to the-
intoxicated
to
as
the
Fred
alliance.
Collins. In May of 2015, they were scheduled to tour in Australia.
Yeah,
Novak
that's
was
right.
only
I've
allowed
done
to
enough
drink.
damage.
Yet shortly before the flight, Bam
Yes.
caught him with $500 worth of heroin.
I have
He
like
told
a
him to get
magical
out, and
dagger.
he banned him from touring. He then called Novak's mother and informed her of what happened, leading him to become homeless. In the end, this decision saved
right.
Novak's life.
I
He
found
was
this
forced
dagger.
to detox
Now I'm
by his
running this
probation
place.
officer, and at rock bottom, he finally took it seriously. Ever since that day, he's been completely sober. Now you might be wondering why I'm going into so much detail about Novak when this video is mostly focused on Bam. That's because, like Steve-O, there was an air of relativity. Novak's drug abuse always made Bam's behavior seem insignificant. Bam was the one who got to lecture them on how destructive addiction could be. But eventually, both were able to conquer their demons and come out as functional, fuller people. That June, Bam got into a vicious fight in Iceland at the Secret Solstice Festival.
Oh,
He
Private
attempted to drunkenly
Beirut,
strong-arm
is
his
it?
way into the
I
production room, heckling
suspect
two
you're
women.
a
The commotion was heard by a
demon.
group of local rappers who then knocked him out. When Bam returned,
Ah,
he went to
yes,
rehab for the first
God
time since
Mitchells. I
2000. He would leave
suspect
without finishing the
you're.
program, instead deciding to film this video for his so-called Earth Rockers.
I know it all along. Of course, the criminal isn't the one that's a demon.
So severe his mother stepped
The
in.
habitat.
April was unable to convince him to go back to rehab, so she instead proposed they appear on a reality show, Family Therapy with Dr. Jen. He surprisingly agreed, and season 1 would partially chronicle his alcoholism.
My mom always worries about me 98% of the day, because she never knows what kind of.
Well done, Vigilance Footman.
This revealed the extent of
I
his
should have.
issues
I
to
should
the
have
public for the
noticed.
first time.
I actually
He
didn't
was
see that he
overweight
was
and
there to
slurred so
begin with.
heavily
To be
that
fair.
subtitles were required
But I
to
should have
understand
seen
it.
once I
His
saw
right
that
hand
he
is
was
seen
me,
bloody
that he was
as he
suspicious.
drunkenly punched a car window the night prior. He'd admit that he hadn't gone longer than a week without
Yeah.
drinking in 10 years.
I
He also
see the
reveals
name
that his
above you
lifestyle
is
required him to relearn
Guilford
skating.
the
While the
Traitor.
decision to appear on this type of show is questionable, it
You
was
had to be
helpful. Bam was
treacherous.
forced to quit cold
No,
turkey,
how
and he
would you
remained
know
sober
that?
for the next 6 months. He moved twice, first to Estonia and then to Spain. He got in better shape and focused on skating for the first time in 5 years. He even began selling merchandise
can't
celebrating
fool
his
the top
sobriety.
lane
People were hopeful
dialogue.
that he'd finally stopped the spiral sparked by Dunn's passing, but
Hold
a
on,
few
let me get out of
incidents
here.
painted a different picture. That summer, he was arrested in Finland after an extremely heated argument with his wife. It's unclear what it was over, but one thing was for certain.
Doesn't
was
he have
back to
herpes?
drinking. Months prior, Nikki had gotten into a car crash herself while under the influence. She wrecked his Porsche. These both indicated that the couple now shared a toxic relationship with alcohol, but things went quiet after the couple moved back to Pennsylvania. It was for good reason. Nikki was now pregnant with his son. On December 23rd, 2017, Phoenix Wolf Margera was born. Bam was now a father, so it was more important than ever he got
Whoops.
himself straight. You know where this
Oh,
is going.
shit.
In an interview,
Okay.
Bam claimed to have been mostly sober since 2015, but to state the obvious, casual
Oh, I'm
drinking
done.
for a
I'm done with
recovering
that.
alcoholic
Okay.
is a recipe for disaster. 16 days after the birth of his child, he was arrested again for drunk driving and given probation. He went back to rehab, which led him to remain sober for the next 7 months. Then he was robbed at gunpoint while visiting Colombia. Okay, it's kind of understandable why he'd drink then, but that's assuming you can take him at his word. Steve-O would publicly call this out as an excuse, pleading for him to stop on TMZ. He shed doubt on this claim of being 7 months sober.
And then I saw on TMZ talking about him drinking again. It's sad, dude. Like, I kind of saw the signs, right? You know, I mean...
I saw the signs.
If anything, what
Open up the eyes,
it's
I
that
saw
he
the
only
signs.
drank then.
It's ADDism,
You
so bad.
not really calling out and trying to talk shit about him, but just looking at what he's posting, you can kind of see where he's at.
The fact this had to be said publicly is a sign of what's to come. It was getting to the point that he couldn't be helped
Open
privately.
up the
No back
stars,
would
I
echo the
hit the
sentiment
stars.
writing. His demons seem
Look
to
at
have the
this
best of him.
playlist.
So God willing,
Open
if and
up the
whenever he's
stars,
ready,
I'm
I will
about
do
to
whatever
die.
it takes to get
My
him sober.
God.
Turn
My
it
God, why?
around.
No,
Bam
shit.
began drinking regularly again, having vodka at clubs every other day. It got to the point that he was blackout pissing on counters and getting into fights again.
I forget, like, I'm not really strong. I'm actually, like, very undergeared for this area. Like, I
times the charm. He left after 10 days, stating he didn't belong there and that he could do better on his own. This was explained in a handwritten letter that was also a bitter response to Steve-O and Novak. Dear assholes who want to talk shit about my sobriety, I realized all my friends that were raging drug addicts were hell on wheels, piles of pure shit that I thought could never get help. All of them are now sober, including Steve-O and Novak especially. I thought they were lifers who will never stop, and they did. Now keep in mind, Novak was a raging liar, cheater, heroin addict, Xanax addict, Vicodin, Percocet 30s, diluted Suboxone, methadone, and red wine blackouts. He had a major problem and needed to get fixed. My problem is when I get bored, I drink alcohol and then suddenly I'm not bored. I have never had a pill problem of any kind. I am on and off prescribed Adderall, and besides that, I would occasionally do cocaine with a stranger that offered me a bump in the bathroom. So suck on my shit and eat my fuck. If you think I left rehab to go party, I'm not interested. Without alcohol stepping in my way to ruin it again, I am on a mission. Thanks to the rehab, bye to the rehab, now off I go to finish what I started. 2 months later, TMZ released a video showing Margera screaming at his manager in a comedy club.
We came early because you said from early. Where is it? There's 15 people sold tonight. Take me home. All right, we'll go now. Get my Range Rover. Take me home.
You need to get closer.
Take me home now first. I'm going.
I saw the signs. He is a drug addict. I knew it all along. He is a. Maybe he was drinking. Anger drunk is more like that. I actually eased up on the. Oh my god! I nuked him for 4,100. Okay.
See her at the show. I'm canceling. And she better be in a new outfit because she always wears the same thing, or else I'll break shit.
What is wrong with this guy?
And now I'm in Soho Grand, and I can't check in because she took all my credit cards. I better see you in 1 hour and 24 minutes, Nikki.
His family tried to have him committed, but it only lasted a week. There was nothing they could do to force him to get help. Bam needed to want it himself. Instead, he began hosting open house parties at his mansion, Castle Bam. He announced them on Instagram and instantaneously drew crowds of thousands who were more than willing to indulge it. His postings slowly became more deranged as he seemed to lose grip on reality. Take, for example, this one that proceeded to party. He demanded Novak pay him for all the money he lended over the years. If not, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. He then suggests they collect 50 days worth of skater urine to fill a hot tub. Whoever stays in with a partner who
I get 35 spell power with 53 intellect, which I like.
With rants like these,
22 spirit, no stamina. That sucks. I lose like 300 health.
It only got worse as time went on. He claimed to be done with both his wife and Novak. I've spent my whole
and I
life
lose
fixing
crit.
Novak. Now
I'm gonna
that
get
he's
more
fixed,
spell
he
power.
forgets who fixed him. He also created a secret.
Well, we're gonna do it
language
anyways.
called
The
Vampire
quest is a
Alphabet.
quest.
There was a new obsession with creating nonsensical drawings.
I was just hoping the gear would be a little bit better. Like considering I didn't get much to upgrade it from because I actually started at 58 and worked it from 58 to 68. And now I'm here at 68. I got a far bigger bump from gear between what I had then to 68 than I'm getting now, which I'm very surprised about. And the reason I say I'm surprised about that is because I'm not coming into this tier, into these zones with like dungeon or raid level gear from Burning Crusade. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I don't get why this stuff isn't better for me, because I'm actually lower level. I have lower level gear than level 70 gear, and I'm coming into Northrend at 68, which should be better gear than what I have now, right?
This side.
I mean, I wasn't even leveling in very high zones over there. My last zone was I don't know. Maybe we'll just keep playing. Maybe it's just the beginning.
On that side, a D. So if now it just becomes half. When you read the circle,
Do they expect you to have worse gear than what they're offering you?
So a 0 is technically
What's up, pig?
everything.
A level 10? What the fuck?
Because why? Because I said so. That would mean
wow, Salty's back around. Hey, Salty. Yeah, Salty. It's a lesson. Don't turn into a demon.
The legion's end.
Or you'll get beaten. Yeah, Salty's back. He learned his lesson. That's right. That was a joke. I was a boomkin. I summoned all my trees, and when my trees was like literally punching him.
Good.
When Novak was at his lowest in 2015,
It looked like
Bam
he
and
was
Joe
being
France did a
beaten up
podcast
for
discussing
money.
his heroin addiction. 4 years later, and the roles were reversed. They offer unique insight into his situation.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's a lot of
dispel
spell
many
power,
of the
and I get a
excuses
ton
offered
of
for him. That
stamina.
included the idea of his spiral being the result of Dunn's death.
Yeah,
This is
let's-
because Ryan had been
Oh,
present
what's
at Bam's
this
very
one?
first
No,
intervention
okay.
in 2009.
I mean, we're all there begging Bam to go into a rehab. We had the rehab people there. Everything was ready to go. The room was set up, and Bam was so furious. He goes, "This better not be a fucking intervention. I'm not even drunk." And we were like, "Bam, you're not drunk now. You were drunk 3 hours ago. You just slept it off." He was furious, and he went up, and Ryan Dunn was the one who walked up those stairs and came out of that room with Bam about 25 minutes later, and Bam said, "I'm ready to go." And for years, Bam has been telling everyone, he's been telling the world, he was so heartbroken when Ryan Dunn died. His whole life fell apart, and that's when he began his substance abuse. That is an addict's lie to himself, because Ryan was there for that first intervention.
So now we're seeing this pattern develop that you're explaining very vividly, by the way, might I add that. A really good picture of the disease of alcoholism. And this pattern has emerged. What it boils down to is justification.
You know what I've noticed as time has gone on and as content has gone out, more and more people are... I mean, this guy's got good amount of subscribers, almost got 1 million himself, but the fact is that more and more people are able to show their stuff and are very good producers themselves, like good quality content. Like, they know what they're doing. And this is a sweet avenue, because like how you know... Yeah, this is crazy, man. The content versatility is beautiful.
And deflection.
And I think this guy did a great job in the video.
Smoking mirrors, if you will. Everything, everyone else, please don't focus on my situation at hand.
Whenever he was on substances, he wasn't reliable, likening him to Jekyll and Hyde once again. This apparently led him to flake on a movie gig, which got him blacklisted from Hollywood. By pushing away his business associates and peers, all that were left were the bottom feeders.
Bam always dictating the terms of how he will get better when he has put himself in these positions.
So now his life is consumed by even worse bottom feeders. By even the biggest scumbags in town are now the only people that can take this anymore. And coming and living at his house and mooching off him. I mean, one guy came over his house, sold one of his four-wheels.
That's still recharging.
To a contractor came by the house. He's like, "Hey man, like I'm selling a four-wheeler. You want it?" The guy took it home. and then the fucking people were like stealing so much money.
That was our old coke dealer.
He was now surrounded by people who wanted to use him for his fame and fortune. They claimed to have his best interests at heart while supplying him with parties and liquor. These enablers don't deserve to be recognized by name. The most infamous became the laughingstock of a podcast called Cumtown. He'd gotten on the show for them 2 days before the comedy club incidents, a tour that he booked in the first place. That summer, Bam began making vague allusions to the end. Done is dust, and I'm off to a coffin. This, unsurprisingly, led to a wellness check, which only upset him more. On August 3rd, he was kicked off a flight for berating security. It was fueled by marital woes, as he quickly made clear on Instagram. "I ain't playing games, I am done with this relationship. I have one rule, Nikki. When I talk, don't start talking." He then insults her for dropping out of high school to wind up as a sex shop worker. Steve-O and Chris Pontius attempted to calm him down in the comments, but went ignored. He instead publicly asked for help from Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, I need your help in a big, big way. My family is in shambles. It's been worse than it's ever been, ever. I've disowned my mom. Nikki, I can't stand. No, I can't stand her. I'll tell you why. She's stubborn. As a matter of fact, I've printed 5 pages about stubborn, and she's too stubborn to read stubborn. It would drive a person fucking bonkers. So when people say Bam might be going crazy, fucking A, maybe they're right.
Bam's faith in him was bizarre. He claimed that it was due to the failure of his previous 28 doctors. The last time he went to rehab, they even put him on more medication than when he was out. That included
Oh, did I agree? I wanted to switch this up. A ton of intelligence, but a lot.
The TV show host agreed immediately, recording a conversation the next day. They were joined by April and Nikki, of whom he aired out his issues with. He argued
cloth
they
and
were
I lose
comparing,
leather.
likening his
Man,
wife to
they
the
really don't
FBI.
do
He
a
rants
lot
about his
to
mother
help
not
you out
letting
with
bottom
that.
feeders live with him. He then spoke about his addiction.
Feel
He
like
revealed that if not
I'm
for
just
seeing
gonna
his
go for the
son, he
most
would have
gold
taken
on
his
this
life
one.
amid the
Till
latest
something
breakdown.
comes
The
out that I
episode
feel like
ends
is
with Bam
better.
agreeing to rehab
What
and
shit
therapy.
back? What you got
He
for
did
me,
check
guy?
in,
Good.
but bailed within days.
Off
The first
with
thing
you.
he did was get a Dr. Phil tattoo to show his gratitude. Then he
Good day
stopped
to
taking
you.
his bipolar meds and cut off
In-
family.
in a
Not even a
vigilance
week
scheme?
later, he was arrested at a
Okay.
hotel under bizarre circumstances. He claimed to other patrons that he was hired by one of their wives to catch them cheating. Upon arrival, the officer told him, "This is not a fucking reality TV show. I know you're fresh out of rehab, so let's get your shit together." He was readmitted, this time with serious guidelines. They demanded a commitment from him him, which he agreed to. But he left after they wouldn't let him use his phone and went back to hitting up bars. He tried again and failed, and then again, it was bleak. But surprisingly, this visit would actually be his last for a while. That's because he was invited by Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville with a pitch. You see, they were in talks to make a 4th Jackass film, and everyone wanted Bam involved, but they couldn't jeopardize the production or his health to do so. So it was offered with a simple condition: Bam had to stay clean. This had the potential to break his cycle, a catalyst to change his life. It had, after all, done so for Steve-O all those years ago. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Forget I don't have
He'd
flight.
be spending time with old friends, making money, and along the way, guided to a life of sobriety. On August 22nd, Bam posted, "Today I stopped my shenanigans as a promise to myself and Johnny Monty Knoxville." Knoxville replies, "I'm going to hold you to that, Bam Bam." Talks of Jackass 4 continued over the following months. The two were spotted on Paramount Lot as Bam looked much healthier and upbeat. Even his speech was more coherent. On September 11th, a formal contract was drafted to clarify their terms. It states Bam was to stay in treatment for 90 days. Then, he had to remain sober and only take medication approved by medical staff. Bam agreed and completed the first step, 3 months of rehab, that January. And with that, he was officially on board for the project.
Is it true about Jackass 4? Yes, it is. We start filming in February. Am I scared? Medium, yeah, because I usually break 2 bones while we're filming, and you know, I'm 40 now, so I don't know how much I can handle this time, but
In March, he traveled to Los Angeles where he fell victim to their first prank, Silence of the Lambs. He was trapped in the dark and had rattlesnakes thrown on him. They geared up to continue filming, only for production to shut down shortly due to the pandemic. This forced them to bide time as the shoot was in purgatory.
Yo, what's up,
In the meantime,
Harold?
Bam appeared on Steve-O's
Have a good one.
podcast. Steve-O, who was once paid only $200 per
around.
bit, now had a blossoming solo career. He turned his notoriety into a loyal online audience.
We gotta find out
He
what
was
happened
now
to the
so
military
well-known that
guys,
He passed
okay.
Bam and became second billing. Yet he used the platform to hype his friend up, reminiscing about the glory days. Jackass 4 wouldn't resume until 7 months later in October. Bam was understandably quiet, having an NDA. But with his recovery and rekindled friendships, it truly seemed like he'd been saved. That is, until early 2021 when his insane ramblings returned.
Dude,
At
their
the
whole
encouragement of
crew's like trying to
followers, he quit his
defend it. The
medication.
farm
The bottom
militia.
feeders
Aw.
reappeared, as did his alphabet. And he injured himself while skateboarding, tempting him to take painkillers. Immediately, people realized he was spiraling again, but were helpless to stop it. They hoped that, at least, it wouldn't jeopardize his obligations. Well, whatever hopes they had were dashed.
Oh, here we go, the big boy.
Boom!
Boom!
He leaked several messages in which he
4200
accused Novak
damage.
of lying. He had
Good
his
news.
eyes on him
I
and
love
derided
it.
him as the most
I love those
ever
crits.
lived. It went on to fail
It's
Paramount's
so
sobriety
much
test and was
damage.
officially removed from Jackass 4. It immediately led into a public
Yeah, I
meltdown,
walk like a
followed by
boss.
7 beers and a bottle of wine.
who the cares if I'm drunk as hell or not anymore? Jackass has put me through f***ing hell on wheels for a year and a half, keeping me in Pennsylvania. I couldn't leave. Then I had to wake up every day with a handful of antidepressant pills that I was at the show. That took me every single day. I wrote them so many ideas, and if I'm not in the mood, they use my ideas. How that'll make me feel. The last thing I want to do is be in a courtroom with Jeff Tremaine. I love him. Jackass was everything to me. Dad. I'm so relieved to...
That smell isn't ready yet.
He probably drank way more than he should have.
You Spike. You Jeff. You never cared about me, man.
He'd been struggling to stay clean for a while. Early in production, he left without notice, with staff rediscovering him back in rehab. But his dismissal led him to contemplate death, attempting to learn how to tie a noose. It was a full-on manic episode. The next
Can I
day,
help
Bam
you?
reversed
See you
course and
later.
admitted fault. It's going
See
to be
you
fucking
around.
awesome, and it's going to be in a way where everyone wins in the end. So I love everybody. He claimed to be getting
For the
help from a
Alliance.
bipolar
there.
specialist.
Wendy, what you
Then
got
he
for me,
began
girl?
ranting and raving. He called for fans to boycott the film, claiming if they
Wendy's
all sent
torch
him
to burn
$1,
8
he'd make a
sacks
much
of
radder
Fairshire
movie. His
grain.
ideas
You
for
got
stunts
it.
include
What about
the
you,
missing
Jeremiah?
link shower, which is
See you
pretty
around.
self-explanatory. Then there's the baby pool piss shower, where the
See you
Jackass
later.
crew would pee on him and Steve-O. They were leftovers from his time on Jackass 4. So was the title, which he called We're Not Done Yet, in reference to Ryan Dunn. Bam published a letter directed to Jeff Tremaine that is just incomprehensible. I don't know what this means. And in a similar vein, he posted this heartogram that reads, Jackass was my family, a abandoned, betrayed, and greed, as well as the 3 producers who betrayed him. They took everything from me. This continued for months. He went so far as to post coded messages in his secret language to prevent Tremaine from reading them, all while ignoring his own responsibility. It was his decision to break their agreement and return to his destructive house parties. The contract had been done for his own well-being, but he was too mentally ill to even acknowledge that. He mockingly made 2 fake contracts, asking for permission to smash their heads in. It refers to the original clause as a ripoff and calls Tremaine a greedy fat pussy. He later compares him to Harvey Weinstein. His targets, on the other hand, remained completely silenced. Things weren't much better in his personal life either. He posted a video in which he purchases sex toys for his wife, but there's a misunderstanding resulting in an uncomfortable argument.
I bought you this awesome big rubber. You can go yourself.
You wasted all your money on that. Okay, where's my wand? And that is too big.
Well,
That's not gonna get
you deserve to feel the pain.
He complains about his son preventing him from having sex, now only getting to have it every 10 days if he's lucky. She seemed dissatisfied anyway, recalling an incident where she said, "I took my tampon out for that?" In response, Nikki berates him for not showering or brushing his teeth. I just want to point out that this entire video takes place in a handicapped parking spot. Bam's behavior only continued to escalate. In May, he invoked Dunn to claim that he would
Yeah, why does she want to have sex with someone who doesn't clean themselves like they're living in the fucking Middle Ages?
This screenshot
I don't blame
alludes
her.
to a secretly recorded sex tape of him cheating on his wife. It's unknown if this has any basis in reality, but he also showed their Instagram DMs where he writes, "If you're gonna fuck me and not give Phoenix his jackass money, then I will just fuck you back way harder." Ryan Dunn is very, very upset with you, PJ. This implies Bam believes he can spiritually talk to the ghost of Ryan Dunn. Needless to say, Bam had burned all the bridges that had just been rebuilt. That is, with the exception of Steve-O. Steve-O continued to talk to him every day and even hung out with him in person. This is all while defending the people Bam was chastising without pulling any punches. The 2 people who you're saying wronged you are the same 2 people who organized the intervention which saved my life. Everyone bent over backwards to get you in the movie, and all you had to do was not get loaded. You've continued to get loaded. It's that simple. We all love you every bit as much as we all say we do, but nobody who
I
really
believe
loves
it,
you
dude.
can enable
They just
or
have
encourage
enough.
you to stay
Yeah.
sick. Bam would
Right.
look past this, though Lash
I
started
believe
far more
I believe
innocuous
those
comments from
people,
strangers.
even if
The
they're
following was in response to a
celebrities,
message that said,
famous,
"Get well,
wealthy
Bam.
individuals,
I am
they,
well, you
they still have
shithead.
their
I am
friendship
simply
groups,
frustrated
people
with
they care
people
about.
you.
Like, just
Delete
because
me
they're
or
in
I
that
will fly to your dumb
realm
house
doesn't
to
mean
shit
they're
in your hula hoops
horrible,
and
horrible
fuck your
humans.
non-existent girlfriend."
People
As
they
the
know.
months went on, Bam refused to stop threatening their lives. This
Might
ultimately
be out
led
of touch
Tremaine
for the
to
rest of
file
the
a
world, that's
restraining
all.
order against him. It turns out he was behaving even worse in private. He'd gone so far as to threaten Jeff's children. "Look at your children and grab your pocketbook and write a check. If you are greedy and cheap, look at your children again. If you don't sign the paper, look at your children. Sign your stupid fucking contract before you're not safe anywhere. You are the reason I am ever batshit crazy." Naturally, the course of action here is to do it again publicly. He leaked himself calling Knoxville a Nick pussy while referencing the alleged revenge porn. If you're wondering what his day-to-day was like at this point, this post was made at the same time on r/trashy. Met one of the jackasses the other night. He kicked down my bedroom door, grabbed my friend inappropriately, and called me a bitch. A video from that night shows him fighting on their lawn. 4 days later, Bam traveled to Arizona to hang out with girls on TikTok. He then visited a very special lady in Florida to have some peace and quiet from his son. His words, not mine.
I'm in Florida. I realize that I have peace and quiet, no offense, Phoenix, but when he hits this certain frequency, when he cries, I can't even think straight. It makes me go more batshit than what Johnny Knoxville and Tremaine made me go through with their stupid contract.
He was looking worse than ever and completely off the rails, so it was no surprise that Jeff was quickly granted a 3-year restraining order. Bam was now legally required to stay 100 yards away from him and his family. Though it did nothing to stop Bam from running his mouth, as he only grew more bitter. On July 20th, the first trailer for Jackass Forever was released. It was to great fanfare, with anticipation from everyone who grew up on the franchise. This enraged him to the point that he hired a lawyer. On August 9th, he filed a wrongful termination suit against Paramount, Johnny Knoxville, and Spike Jones. It claimed he was subjected to inhumane treatment, likening the wellness agreement to psychological torture. He also requested an injunction prohibiting its release. The latter was unsuccessful, though the case wasn't dismissed. There were legitimately some grounds of potential coercion. He'd been approached with the offer after just 1 day in rehab. This made it possible to argue it was signed under duress. Tremaine responded by outlining the specifics of his firing. He alleged that Bam began taking illicit amphetamines in July of 2020. The only reason he was allowed to stay was because the cast was desperate to keep him in, but Paramount ultimately disagreed and drop the axe. Yeah, it wasn't even his decision. The case was ultimately settled out of court, with Bam having it dismissed. It's unknown what the agreement was, but there was likely some monetary recourse. The producers had, after all, previously agreed to put money in a trust account for Phoenix. The film was released in early 2022 and made a total of $80 million worldwide. He appears in only one stunt, in which they play instruments on a treadmill. For all the troubles he caused them, no one ever returned fire. Knoxville's only public comment was, "I don't want to get into a public back and forth with Bam. I just want him to get better." I mentioned that in June, Bam mentioned visiting a very special woman. This was actually a private celebrity specialist named Lima Jevrimovic. It was an intervention with a legal layer that made her his guardian. He was taking daily outpatient classes in Florida while living with a friend and relative. This also meant intentional distance from his marriage, with Nikki filing for custody but not divorce. However, this proved controversial as Lima had a dubious track record. Her company specializes in unproven virtual reality therapy, and in one instance, a patient died under her care. This raised fear that Bam was being taken advantage of and unable to escape. It wasn't helped that he lost phone privileges after drinking at a casino. It's unclear how invasive their relationship was, but Bam did appear to be getting better. He was in better shape and seemed to be healing his relationships. In May 2022, Nikki and Phoenix began living with him again. Not long after, he completed a 12-month drug and alcohol treatment program. His
Damn,
brother
dude,
remarked
see
in
the
an
flasks,
interview,
they don't sell.
I feel like I'm talking to Bam again, you know? Right.
But then the couple began arguing again. It culminated in a breakup, with Nikki taking their son and leaving. He was unable to contact her for the next 2 weeks, and so on June 15th, he fled rehab. He was found by police at a hotel later that day. He returned only to leave again a week and a half later. All the progress he'd made thrown away in the blink of an eye. But there was now a new element in the mix. These headlines filled conspiracies that he was under control. They believed he was under a conservatorship, a la Britney Spears. The result was a movement of people calling to free Bam. While it's true many consider Lima questionable, many of these supporters were little more than enablers. This is something even Steve-O pointed out himself in a podcast.
How are you?
Love to set
See you
the
around.
record straight.
Safe
that
travels.
Number one, Bam
See you later.
has not
Have
ever
a good
been
one.
under a conservatorship. The temporary guardianship he was under did not ever have any financial implications. And what's come to be known as the Free Bam movement has really been very toxic. It serves to try to assassinate the character of Bam's former guardian, Lima, who has never been paid to work on Bam's case, has never done anything but try to help Bam. And it's been very upsetting to see people not only encouraging Bam to leave treatment and go get loaded, but just attacking this woman who's been so helpful and so beloved by Bam's family and friends. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that.
When Bam left the facility on June 25th, he went to meet with friends at a sports bar. Then they went out to a strip club. Afterward, he crashed at a friend's house and can be seen nodding in and out of consciousness. In response, his family issued a statement calling the movement a threat to his sobriety. It did little to convince them, but shows how much faith they'd personally put into her progress. It's no secret that Bam has struggled with mental health and addiction. The Free Bam movement
Oh, did I run out of the
and
food?
a threat
I
to
must
Bam and our
have.
families. Although we love sharing our lives
I
with
thought I had
you,
another
some
one,
things
but I
need to be handled
didn't.
privately. Bam has never been in a conservatorship, but rather a temporary healthcare guardianship for reasons not shared with the public. If Bam chooses to speak to this, he will when he is ready. The Free Bam theorists have encouraged his exit from treatment, despite their lacking knowledge of the details, his health, and well-being. We kindly ask you to respect the process and our family. On September 4th, Bam left treatment once more, but this time there was a catch. He began bragging about a new lawyer friend he'd met who offered to undermine his court-mandated rehab. Within days, Bam was spotted at a bar with a mysterious woman and no longer speaking to his parents. This program was then restructured to an outpatient approach. The lawyer had suggested that Bam leave the state. Bam was then seen at a party in Atlanta, Georgia. He was drinking with strangers and name-dropping himself for attention. A month later, he hit Vegas, never completing treatment. Jess vented about it on Twitter. "I was just informed my brother's lawyer sent him a text saying it's totally fine if he has a drink or two. How do I stand a chance when there's a constant barrage of clueless assholes with him at all times? Please, people, help me. My beard is gray and I'm fucking dying. My brother now has a team of 2 or 3 enabling lawyers that would have no problem invoicing me and fill their bills for helping him die after fake crying at his funeral. If Ben was spiraling before, he was now reaching terminal velocity. But no one could have predicted what happened next. That December, Bam faced death closer than he'd ever had to before. It started when, amid his partying, he caught COVID-19. This led his body to shut down and suffer from 4 seizures seizures, with each lasting 10 to 20 minutes. The fourth led him to bite his tongue so hard that he began swallowing his own infected blood. He contracted pneumonia, which sent him into another seizure. He was placed in the intensive care unit, requiring a ventilator as he couldn't breathe on his own. He was briefly pronounced dead, though did thankfully survive. He was released just in time to be there for his son's birthday. In light of this, Steve-O reached out
Good
to once again
dogs!
extend his hand. He invited Bam to
30,
open for
4,300.
9 shows in his
Holy
comedy
momoly.
tour. He was terrified of where his friend's path was headed, and wanted him to help find a happy ending. It was a hit, with his appearances drawing huge applause. Their last show was in Santa Rosa, California on January 29th. There, Bam got to see Phoenix and brought him on stage. Bam was in an environment where he was ensured to be sober. He was given an opportunity to see his estranged son, but it was all in vain, as Bam immediately went back to his old ways. That night, he posted an old picture of himself with Johnny Knoxville and Steve-O. It was captioned, "One arm is my best friend who had my fucking back all along. Another is a poser, a procreation thief. If Jeff Tremaine was in this photo, he would be too greedy to fit. Fuck Jeff. Remember I tattooed that on me long ago, Jeff? It was because I knew who you were all along. Much love and respect, Steve-O." This is when Steve-O finally gave up. Bam, last night you had your 5-year-old son with you on stage at my show, and you were blessed with a chance to spend another day or two with him. Then as soon as you left my show, you stayed up all night getting loaded enough to think it was a good idea to post more vile nonsense like this. I hope you understand how awful that is. You say you want to have a relationship with your son, but your actions guarantee the exact opposite will happen. I brought you on tour with me in hopes that I could get you to see what's possible for you if you choose recovery. I've tried everything I can, but I can't force you to get honest and do the work of recovery. I wish you could know how much I've hated feeling braced for news of your death, but you're making it clear that I have no other choice. You're dying, brother, and it sucks that I can't do anything to save you." On February 15th, Nikki filed for legal separation. This was triggered by a specific incident when Bam spent time with her in Phoenix. He was acting inappropriately, leading her to believe he was intoxicated. Not only that, but he stopped sending $5,000 a month in support. This was troubling as she was evicted and couldn't afford to send their child to school. That's not to say Bam was in the best position financially either. At his peak, he had a net worth of $45 million. In 2021, that halved to 20. By January of 2023, it reportedly dwindled to $5 million. In response, Bam took to Instagram and chastised Nikki and her lawyer. He claimed they were never officially married as he didn't live in Iceland. Then he hit the strip club. On March 7th at 5:30 a.m., Bam was arrested for domestic violence. The victim alleged her husband kicked her, but it wasn't Nikki, and instead a new girlfriend. He was released after posting the $50,000 bail. The case remains unsettled. While Bam was upset with Nikki, he offered support if he was able to see Phoenix. He vowed to be a better father, even getting a tattoo of his son's name in Arabic. On March 29th, the two had a phone call to negotiate visitation. Bam was in a hotel room at the time with his girlfriend. However, things got heated as he began shouting. It was so loud that a guest reported it to authorities. They were subsequently asked to leave, and they did. But instead of calming down, Bam decided to confront her in person. He traveled to the restaurant where Nikki and Phoenix were dining and began screaming. He demanded her to let Phoenix have his own mind, as she wanted him to wait 5 days. The other patrons watched silently as onlookers began recording his outburst.
Get 'em, boys! Get 'em, boys!
They alerted law enforcement, who attempted to reason with him. He can be seen sitting on the curb and continuing to argue. Because of this, he was arrested and booked for public intoxication. 5 days later, he was bailed out and threatened violence, this time against Johnny Knoxville. He is, to this day, still upset over the sobriety clause.
Knoxville and Tremaine made me sign this basically a death waiver to take 18 medications to make me a zombie. I couldn't get my car, I couldn't my own wife, I couldn't stiff muscles, bald hair, fat, weight gain. You motherfuckers. Jeff Tremaine is too much of a to get in the ring with me. But Knoxville, if I double dog dare him, he says if I double dog dare anything, he'll do it. So, Knoxville, I double dog dare you to get in the ring with me without any boxing gloves.
That's
so
still recharging.
Ring. 1, 2 days ago, I you off.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
3 days later, a restraining order was filed by Daniel Cardenas. Bam's current girlfriend is a woman named Jessica, who has an 8-year-old daughter. The couple began staying in his home after the domestic violence case. This caused issues after Daniel began having very loud intercourse. It apparently led Bam to threaten him in the middle of the night. "You have 12 hours to leave the house or I will kill you with my brass knuckles." Daniel's roommate heard this and forced Bam to leave, only for him to return an hour and a half later. This time he was given 12 seconds and shown his handful of rings. Bam responded by confirming the events happened.
I just love these restraining orders. Jeff Tremaine put one out on me because he was so scared of me and I was in Florida. How am I going to do anything? But this dude, Danny, put one out on me because I told him I beat him up with brass knuckles. No, I got rings on. But he showed up at 3 a.m. when my 8-year-old daughter, Isabel, is in there, and he stepped over her with a 60-year-old lady and an 18-year-old and had a threesome as she's hearing sex noises. She's going to have PTSD, so yes, I'll fuck you up.
The petition was dismissed for unknown reasons. Bam's behavior, meanwhile, was becoming more alarming by the day. The erratic behavior was turning into a propensity for violence, both in public and private. He was only becoming more and more detached from normalcy, losing the few earnest ties he had. Following his arrest for public intoxication, several longtime friends held an intervention. According to TMZ, he was receptive at first, but Jessica would have nowhere to live if he went to rehab. The final straw was Nikki's phone call, who said he'd be welcomed back if he got sober. This upset his current girlfriend, who kicked them all out. If true, this was an incredibly selfish
Starfall's so
decision,
dangerous.
one that would immediately lead to his lowest point yet. On March 24th, Pennsylvania State Police responded to a disturbance near Pecopson Township. Bam was accused of some sort of physical confrontation, but by the time they arrived, he'd fled the scene. This led to a warrant for his arrest, and made headlines, though the circumstances wouldn't become clear until hours later. It turned out the alleged victims were his own family. It began around 8 a.m. when he banged on Jess's bedroom door with a note.
Oops,
it
wrong way.
read, "If you even fucking think of calling the police on me, I will officially fuck you up." Jess went downstairs to find his brother peeing in the kitchen sink. He attempted to make coffee, at which point a fight broke out. Bam struck him multiple times on the head before stating, "I'll kill you. I'll put a bullet in your head." He then allegedly threatened to kill everyone in the house, which included his dad and 2 other women. He then fled into the woods. Police observed visible injuries, as Jess later speculated he may have suffered permanent hearing damage. He took to Twitter to give insight to how bad things had gotten. He claimed Bam was addicted to meth and now suffered from hallucinations. This included an incident in which he screamed at a person that wasn't there. He also called out Jessica for endangering the child. Bam remained missing for the next 3 days, but he'd find time to make hateful calls to his family. He was angry they'd put him in rehab the year prior. He accused them of selling his home and stealing money. He threatened to sue them for it. On March 27th, Bam surrendered to the authorities. He immediately shared a photo to Instagram and denied the allegations. He states that he'll be sued for defamation and be evicted from Castle Bam sooner than later. "The reason I lost my cool is because he wants to find a way to 302 me. Him." He continued the next day, this time denying his meth use. "Well, my brother made false accusations of me being on meth. Guess what, Jesse Margera? The results are negative. People expel 70% of meth in their urine within 24 hours. But for the sake of his son, he was done drinking." Right. In response, Jess wrote, "A fun fact that Bam Bam doesn't realize is that his girlfriend went through his pants pockets in front of my own very eyes and found little bags of meth in his very pockets." Whoops, that's also ignoring the years of people around Bam referencing his habit.
Now there's like serious Adderall in play, lots of sniffing and blow, and then somewhere along the line he's picked up to like graduating to crystal meth, right? Like that's another icing on this cake is that he's in the meth business.
Jess is, as of writing, planning to leave Castle Bam on his own accord, cutting his brother off for good. Bam, meanwhile, has only continued to chastise his parents, ranting about April's attempts at checking in. Jess claims he frequently threatens to put a bullet in her brain. His net worth as of 2023 is speculated to be just $1 million, 1/45th of what he had at his peak. This was a guy who at one point could afford 2 brand new Audi S4s, just for fun. Now he's basically destined to be broke. With the most recent allegations occurring so frequently, it's unclear how things will unfold. But one thing is for certain, with even his family unable to tolerate him, he's reached a lower point than ever before. The only people left are his most diehard sycophants, who parrot his bizarre ramblings uncritically. But if former associates, friends, and family are telling you that you have a problem, maybe everyone isn't crazy. There's a lot of factors throughout Bam's life that undoubtedly contributed to his current state. The coddling from his parents early on enabled his rebellious behavior. His young fame and wealth allowed him to never grow up. But for every variable and circumstance you could blame, there's always someone else whose outcome stands contrary. The only difference then is that Bam is Bam. He refuses to change. But with his bank account rapidly depleting and his loved ones drifting away, it seems unlikely for now that this spiral will ever stop.
Yeah, I'm really glad I switched over to Northrend. Even though we aren't running, quests are a little bit slower, we're still getting some crazy experience.
Thanks for watching, and until next time, Leave me alone. Also, a special thanks to Bernie Vids for his help with this video.
And a death or two.
What's on your mind? Off with you. Watch your back.
That wasn't a bad video, man. It was pretty interesting. Andy Dick. No way.
What would you do if you
I don't know if
became
you know who he
famous?
is, but
Would you
oh
be
my
able
god.
To handle it? Andy Dick.
Oh, Andy.
For most of us in the internet age, Andy Dick was simply before our time. But he was a near A-list celebrity back in the 90s and early 2000s. He got his start in comedy straight out of high school, joining the highly influential comedy troupe The Second City, which...
I'm gonna turn the stream off just for a half a second, just so it cuts my VOD up for me, so I don't have to do it myself when it comes to YouTube. So, this is the first video. I don't know how I'm going today, but I don't want it to go too far because I'm feeling pretty good. It's probably gonna go beyond 12 hours. I slept really good last night. Okay, things were good. I dreamt of nothing. It was just darkness, which was nice. It was nice. I woke up and I was like, whoa, hey, I gotta pee. Went right back to bed. Slept some more. It was good.